Chapter 1. A Rejected Confession and the Binding of the Perfect Life System. In the coastal community of Ninghai City, within a modest bedroom, Lin Bin slowly opened his eyes to behold a poster of the youthful Jay Cho adorning the wall. Is this my home? 10 years ago? Have I truly been reborn? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bin confirmed the astonishing reality. Splendid. All those regrets, I can amend them one by one, he exclaimed with a smile to himself. In his previous life, he had been consumed by his career, neglecting his first love, which ultimately led to their breakup. He had even missed the chance to bid farewell to his mother one last time. I'd just been weeping? Lin Bin touched the dampness at the corner of his eye. Why? The sound of his phone ringing broke his reverie. The caller ID displayed his classmate, Zhang Bobo. Lin Bin answered the call. Bin, please don't do anything rash. Huh? Rash? Rejection and confession is nothing to fret over. Rejection and confession? Lin Bin momentarily struggled to recall which girl he had confessed to 10 years prior. With so many people in the school enamored with Zhou Rongrong, all confessions have met with refusal. If they were truly despondent, the Songtao Reservoir would have long been filled. Zhou Rongrong Lin Bin suddenly remembered. She was the campus belle of Ninghai High School, his classmate in senior year, and a companion since childhood. After they both entered university, they gradually lost contact when her family moved away. With a delicate and alluring oval face, she often sported a high ponytail, embodying the archetype of many boys' first love. Reflecting on her now, Lin Bin felt little emotion, indicating that his previous confession might have stemmed from mere infatuation rather than genuine love. The girl he truly cherished was the university belle he would meet 3 months later, a treasure from the Sichuan Chongqing region, Su Muxi, affectionately known as She. In his past life, when his company desperately needed a substantial sum of money, it was Su Muxi who sold all her artistic creations and exhibition space, discreetly transferring funds under another's name to help him through the crisis. He only learned of this when he was afflicted with a terminal illness. While rummaging through a cabinet of mementos, he discovered a birthday card she had gifted him during their university days. The back of the card bore a scratch-off layer, and upon revealing it, he found 2 heartfelt sentences penned by her hand. Make sure to earn well and marry me right after graduation. Yet, they had already parted ways 6 years prior. Throughout those 6 years, Su Muxi had silently followed his journey from the shadows, unbeknownst to him. Should he seek reconciliation with her? However, with a terminal illness and limited time left, he hesitated to burden her thus. Lin Bin departed from this world carrying that regret. Bin, why are you silent? Please don't despair. There are countless flowers in the world, why fixate on just one? Zhang Bobo grew increasingly anxious. Lin Bin emerged from his reverie, stating to Bo, truly, I am fine, university life is where the joy lies. Huh? What does that have to do with our current conversation? University life is where the joy lies, your sentence structure is flawed, Lin Bin chuckled. Wow. You can still joke at this moment. I believe you are all right. Lin Bin nodded in comparison to the high school belle Zhou Rongrong. University belle Su Muxi was truly in a league of her own. In terms of stature, Zhou Rongrong resembled an airport, while Su Muxi was akin to 2 adorable little rabbits. Then let's meet tomorrow to collect our diplomas and celebrate with a farewell dinner. By the way, when you see Zhou Rongrong, be sure not to rekindle old flames. And don't act irrationally just because of the classmates' gossip. My desk mate truly eased my mind. Lin Bin chided himself. How could he have been so consumed with his career in his previous life that he neglected her? After graduating high school, Lin Bin had increasingly fewer interactions with Debo, and after university, it became even more absurd hadn't seen her even once. At this moment, warmth filled Lin Bin's heart as he nodded, saying, rest assured, I already have a girl whom I deeply cherish waiting for me at university. All right, let's leave it at that. Goodbye. Debo did not inquire about the cherished girl waiting for me at university. Lin Bin suspected that Debo did not believe him, thinking it was merely a way for him to preserve the pride of a young man. Just after Zhang Bobo hung up, Zhou Rongrong called. Lin Bin answered the phone with an unperturbed heart. Xiao Lin, I really don't want to date before going to university. Truly, don't overthink it. I'm really fine now. Lin Bin decisively hung up the phone, perhaps due to her pride. Zhou Rongrong felt that a boy shouldn't hang up on her, the campus belle. Thus, she initiated a relentless barrage of calls. Lin Bin found it bothersome and had no choice but to temporarily blacklist her. The reason it was temporary was that their parents were acquainted and their relationship was quite close, so he would have to unblock her in a few days. Ding. Preparing to activate and bind the perfect life system. Choose 1. Relive a lifetime. Do not marry the treasure girl Su Muxi. Abandon the perfect life system. Choose 2. Decide to marry the treasure girl Su Muxi. Activate and bind the perfect life system. The system. Lin Bin had read some online novels and recognized this as the male protagonist's golden finger. He hadn't anticipated possessing it in this life. My decision is choice 2. To marry Su Muxi. Lin Bin declared inwardly. Ding. System activated. Binding system at 1:6:26. System binding successful. A beginner's gift package is presented to you. In Lin Bin's mind, a blue screen displayed the gift package opening scene. 100,000 traditional fragrant tea eggs, Dao, Ling Spring Secret Realm Space. This beginner's package is splendid. Lin Bin felt elated as he clicked in less than a second. 100,000 yuan transferred entirely to his WeChat account. Gazing at the long string of zeros, he reveled in the joy of relaxation. In his previous life, having emerged from an ordinary family, he struggled for over 6 years and finally succeeded in founding a company valued at 80 million. Just as he sought to enjoy the liberating life of wealth, he discovered that his relentless work had drained his health. At T merely 28, he succumbed to a terminal illness, leaving behind numerous regrets. System reminder. In this life, I will assist the host in effortlessly attaining a perfect life through a laid-back approach. Lin Bin nodded earnestly, saying, "Thank you, system." In his previous life, he lost his health, love, and the bonds of family and friendship due to overexertion. In this new life, he is determined not to repeat the same mistakes. Knock, knock. A gentle sound echoed at the door, but a familiar yet unfamiliar tender voice emerged. "Shaolin, mother has brought you your favorite salt-baked chicken. Hurry out to eat, or your sister will finish it all." His sister chimed in, her voice sweet and innocent. "Brother, if you don't come out, I will eat both chicken legs." Chapter 2. If you're not interested in me, why confess? Lin Bin stepped outside, first enveloping his mother in a warm embrace. With her hands suspended in the air, she exclaimed, "Son, are you all right?" Lin Bin nodded reassuringly. "I'm perfectly fine, just look at me." He released her, allowing her to see that he bore no trace of sorrow. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming joy. His mother stood before him, healthy and vibrant, free from a shadow of gastric cancer. Seeing him so lively eased her worries slightly. "I want a hug too," cried his 5-year-old sister, her arms wide open and her voice sweet. "Of course." Lin Bin turned and lifted her into his arms, planting a big kiss on her chubby cheek and playfully tousling her mushroom-like hair. "Let us share some chicken legs. One for you and one for me," he suggested. His sister leaned in and pecked his cheek, to which Lin Bin responded with a soft as he carried her to the small dining area to enjoy their meal. After finishing their feast, Lin Bin pulled his mother aside. "What's the matter? You look so serious," she remarked, assuming he wished to discuss his unsuccessful confession to Zhou Rongrong. However, Lin Bin said, "Mom, you really should avoid pickled radishes and cured meats from now on, all right?" His mother paused, taken aback by his unexpected concern. He continued earnestly, "These foods can be carcinogenic. It's not healthy to consume them daily." In his previous life, his mother had succumbed to gastric cancer, and the doctor had attributed much of it to dietary habits, particularly her fondness for pickled foods. It was imperative for him to help her break this detrimental habit to ensure her longevity. After a moment of contemplation, his mother nodded in agreement. "All right, I will listen to you. I'll throw away all the pickles and cured meats right now." She entered the kitchen, retrieving every last jar and package, but hesitated, saying, "It seems wasteful to throw them away. Perhaps I could give them to our neighbors. They don't share my affinity for these treats and consume less." Determined to see her son happy, she resolutely declared, "I promise to rid myself of this unhealthy craving. If you're worried, you can always keep an eye on me." Lin Bin nodded emphatically good. The farewell dinner for Class 12 of senior year was set for 5:30 in the afternoon. Upon receiving a call from Debo, Lin Bin hopped on his electric bike and ventured out. As he rode, he pondered what profession could yield great wealth while allowing him to remain close to his family. Beep. Task. Rent a shop. Reward. 1 million. Completing this task would grant him 1,000,000. This felt like a serendipitous opportunity for a perfect life. Thanks to the impressive system. What would he do with the shop? Curious, he inquired further. Open a mysterious restaurant. Only 10 dishes may be sold each day. Operating hours must not exceed 2 hours. Lin Bin nodded in satisfaction. He adored this system. He planned to seek out Zhou Rongrong's mother to rent a shop after the farewell dinner. Ah Bin. A familiar voice called from behind as he reached the school gate. Lin Bin turned to see Dabo, rather portly, expressed concern that Lin Bin's bicycle might buckle under his weight. Are you truly all right? He inquired, still worried for Lin Bin. I've been fine for quite some time. Let us go, park the bike, and collect our diplomas. With that, the two mounted their bicycles and entered the school grounds. In the bicycle shed, they encountered 5 boys from the neighboring class, who had long harbored affections for Zhou Rongrong. Upon spotting Lin Bin, who had previously confessed his feelings to her, they couldn't help but tease him. Lin Bin, I hear you penned a breakup diary and posted it on Penguin Space? Zhou Rongrong is not the type for someone like you. You seem quite affected, huh? Shut your mouths. Dabo glared at them furiously. The boys immediately fell silent. For Dabo, tall and stout like a sumo wrestler, would surely overpower them if it came to blows. Lin Bin chuckled softly, retorting coolly. A bunch of immature kids lacking the courage to confess, yet they mock those who have. Isn't that rather absurd? In his previous life, Lin Bin had been a successful 28-year-old, and in his eyes, these boys were merely childish and inept in their expressions. The boys were left speechless. Dabo gave Lin Bin a thumbs up. Lin Bin then coldly addressed the boys, I have no genuine interest in Zhou Rongrong. With that, he turned and walked away. Suddenly, Zhou Rongrong appeared, her face a mask of anger as she shouted after him. If you're not interested in me, why did you confess? Lin Bin replied unfazit. It was merely a jest. Don't take it seriously. Zhou Rongrong gritted her teeth and retorted, Shaolin, you're infuriating. Lin Bin, unwilling to engage further, was preoccupied with his true treasure, Su Muxi, and continued towards the classroom without a backward glance. Zhou Rongrong, abandoning her bicycle, pointed at Lin Bin's retreating figure and yelled, Shaolin, halt. You dare to ignore my calls. You even blocked me. You scoundrel. How could you do this? She jumped in place, nearly in tears, and chased after him, fists clenched. The boys from a neighboring class looked at Zhou Rongrong's fallen bicycle in astonishment. One of them, unable to comprehend, exclaimed, Wait, did I see that correctly? Lin Bin actually ignored Zhou Rongrong's calls and blocked her? Could it be that he truly has no interest in her? Was his confession merely a jest after all? It seems their roles have reversed. Zhou Rongrong is the one pursuing Lin Bin. I'm doomed. I've lost my chance. Meanwhile, within the classroom of Class 12, the students were abuzz with speculation. Do you think Lin Bin will dare to come collect his diploma? It would surely be awkward for him, wouldn't it? He likely fears our ridicule. Didn't he post about his heartbreak and express a desire to give up on life? Surely he hasn't truly gone? How will he face Zhou Rongrong? Will he break down in tears at the farewell gathering? Lin Bin has indeed misplaced his affections, someone exclaimed loudly. Here comes Lin Bin. The entire class fell into a hushed silence, all eyes turning towards the back door of the classroom, through which Lin Bin was accustomed to entering. He strolled in, laughing and chatting with Dabo, his countenance betraying no hint of despair following his unsuccessful confession. A murmur of confusion swept through the room as classmates exchanged puzzled glances. At that moment, Zhou Rongrong's voice pierced through the atmosphere. Lin, you need to explain yourself? How dare you ignore my calls and block me? Chapter 3. Ignoring calls. Blocking the campus bell. You're all overthinking this. Suddenly, the entire class was wide-eyed in disbelief. What? Lin Bin had actually ignored the campus bell's calls and even blocked her. What kind of mysterious maneuver was this? Hadn't he just confessed to her the day before? Lin Bin disregarded the inquisitive gazes of his classmates and settled into his seat, with Dabo following suit and placing a hand on his shoulder. At that moment, Zhou Rongrong entered, maintaining a smile as she sat in front of Lin Bin, her cheeks flushed from her earlier outburst. After all, she was the campus belle, the goddess of countless boys in the class. The air was thick with tension. Zhou Rongrong's deskmate leaned in and whispered in her ear, Lin Bin is reclaiming his self-esteem. Boys are all about saving face, so don't be too angry, my dear. He might just be employing the tactic of feigned indifference. Hearing these whispered words, Zhou Rongrong nodded, her small hand forming a fist. Class monitor Chen Xiaojian and study committee member Fu Bo glared at Lin Bin, their jaws clenched. In their eyes, Zhou Rongrong was a goddess not to be trifled with. Lin Bin sensed their resentful stares and glanced over at Chen Xiaojian and Fu Bo, offering a slight smile. He mused to himself, these two devoted admirers must despise me. He recalled how much they had fawned over Zhou Rongrong during high school, constantly showering her with concern and hopes of winning her affection. Not only Chen Xiaojian and Fu Bo, but many others perceived Lin Bin's actions as a strategic ploy to reclaim his dignity, believing he was merely saving face. Lin Bin could see this in their eyes, expressions, and hushed conversations, and he chuckled softly while shaking his head. He was not engaging in any such tactics, nor was he attempting to regain his self-esteem for the sake of appearances. Rather, his heart belonged to someone else. Before long, under the guidance of class monitor Chen Xiaojian and study committee member Fu Bo, the graduation certificates were distributed to all students. With the weight of academic pressure momentarily lifted, everyone began to plan their extended summer vacations and engage in lively discussions. Some even had tears in their eyes. Graduation meant that some would see each other less frequently, or perhaps never again, naturally invoking a sense of melancholy. De Bo inquired, Lin Bin, how do you plan to enjoy the summer? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bin replied, I intend to spend more time with my family and earn a bit of money. No wild escapades this time. Having returned to life anew, he wished to earn a modest income while cherishing moments with his family and his treasured girl. As the two chatted casually, Zhou Rongrong, sitting in front, turned to Lin Bin and said, Lin, can we step outside to talk? Lin Bin, his expression cold, replied, if there's something to discuss, let's do it here. Zhou Rongrong glared at him and said, if you don't come out with me to talk, I will inform your parents that you ignore my calls and blocked me. I will tell my parents as well. With a proud expression on her face, Lin Bin couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. In her eyes, she possessed a right to be proud. She was beautiful, academically exceptional, skilled in dance and piano. Her father was the chief of police, and her mother owned the entire food street. Zhou Rongrong's father, Zhou Dahai, had once saved Lin Bin's father from a knife attack in their youth, which had fostered a strong bond between their families. Seeing Zhou Rongrong employ her trump card, Lin Bin had no choice but to nod and say, all right, let's go. He stood up and navigated through his classmates, with Zhou Rongrong and her deskmate, Chen Ran, following closely behind. De Bo glanced back at them and smiled. A feeling began to stir within him. The relationship between Zhou Rongrong and Lin Bin had shifted. Many in the class began to share this sentiment. It was puzzling. Hadn't Lin Bin's confession failed? Why was Zhou Rongrong still entangled with him? Indeed, it left everyone bewildered. As they reached a quieter corner of the hallway, Zhou Rongrong instructed Lin Bin to walk ahead while she and Chen Yiran trailed behind. With a proud look, Zhou Rongrong questioned Lin Bin, if you don't like me, why confess? Was it merely to practice your courage? Without hesitation, Lin Bin nodded yes. Zhou Rongrong stamped her foot. You're just playing around. Lin Bin, unflüstert, replied. You rejected me, so let's not dwell on it, shall we? Zhou Rongrong's eyes began to redden. I feel like you're just playing hard to get. Lin Bin shook his head slightly. I truly am not. You are overthinking this. It was indeed challenging. This woman seemed to reciprocate affection when he withdrew his attention. Lin Bin sincerely wished for her to distance herself, fearing any complications with his feelings for Su Muxi. Chen Ran, holding onto Zhou Rongrong, glared at Lin Bin and said angrily, you are definitely playing hard to get with Rongrong. Come on, Rongrong, you'll soon realize he will come back to you. Lin Bin replied, you are really overthinking this. Zhou Rongrong was pulled away by Chen Ran. At that moment, Chen Xiaojian and his friends, who were watching from a distance, began to murmur, what do you think they were talking about? Zhou Rongrong looks unhappy. Chen Xiaojian clenched his fists, seething with anger. He finally muttered under his breath, damn it, Lin Bin must have hurt my Rongrong to salvage his own pride. His friends exchanged glances and chuckled, somewhat speechless. Your Rongrong? Come on, buddy. Zhou Rongrong doesn't even have any ties to you right now. What a pathetic tactic. Who still resorts to playing hard to get in this day and age? Chun Xiaojian exclaimed, glaring intentionally. Lin Bin merely smiled upon hearing this. These kids were just overthinking matters. He refrained from arguing. After all, they'd shared a farewell meal. And who would see who again in the future? At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire class, accompanied by their teacher, marched out of the school gate towards the prearranged restaurant, most of them adorned with cheerful smiles. However, Zhou Rongrong was enveloped in gloom. How could Xiao Lin, who had professed his feelings for her just yesterday, suddenly change his demeanor? Could they still remain friends? She had made her intentions clear. She truly wished to focus on her studies until after graduation before embarking on a romantic relationship. Why then did Xiao Lin seem to harbor such animosity towards her? The two girls lagged at the back of the class, and Zhou Rongrong occasionally glanced towards Lin Bin, who was laughing and chatting with a group of friends. She leaned towards her deskmate, Chun Iran, and whispered her concerns. Chun Iran playfully pinched Zhou Rongrong's cheek, her voice tinged with exasperation. My dear Rongrong, do not forget that you are the belle of Ninghai High School, the goddess of countless boys. I refuse to believe that Lin Bin no longer holds feelings for you. If you doubt my words, just wait. During the farewell dinner, he will surely seize the opportunity to sit beside you. And if he drinks too much, he might even end up crying and professing his love for you. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Rongrong's face brightened, a smile breaking through her earlier melancholy. Her enchanting eyes sparkling with anticipation. She eagerly awaited the start of the farewell dinner, her mind conjuring images of Lin Bin sitting beside her, intoxicated and tearfully declaring his love. Along the way, Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo, among other boys, occasionally glanced back at Zhou Rongrong, their campus goddess, with subtle smiles. Chapter 4. Will he sit beside her? The class farewell dinner was held outside a restaurant, with 6 tables set under a grand tree in the courtyard, each accommodating 10 guests. According to the plan, the homeroom teacher and other faculty occupied 1 table, leaving the remaining 5 tables for the 50 students. Zhou Rongrong and Chun Ran settled at one of the tables, frequently casting their eyes towards Lin Bin, who was searching for a seat. He will definitely sit beside you, Chun Iran asserted confidently, believing that Lin Bin's attitude was one of playful pursuit. Zhou Rongrong shared this belief. At that moment, Fu Bo approached, blushing as he shyly inquired, "May I sit here?" while pointing to the seat adjacent to Zhou Rongrong. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "This seat is taken," placing her phone on the chair. Fu Bo's face flushed deeper as he turned to Chun Iran, asking, "Is this seat occupied?" Chun Iran glanced at Zhou Rongrong, then nodded. "Yes, I'm afraid it is. There are plenty of other seats available. Just look." "All right, thank you." Fu Bo walked away, visibly dejected, and took a seat at a nearby table, frequently glancing back at Zhou Rongrong and the empty spot beside her. Meanwhile, Lin Bin felt the urge to smoke and pulled Zhang Bobo aside, distancing themselves from the crowd to indulge in his habit. He had developed a strong smoking addiction during his previous college years while striving to establish his career in another province. Thus his smoking was marked by a certain nonchalance. Zhang Bobo noted Lin Bin's newfound maturity, sensing a distinct masculine charm about him. Curiosity got the better of her, and she could not resist asking, "When did you learn to smoke, Bin?" "I've forgotten," Lin Bin replied, concealing the fact that he had only picked up the habit after graduating from university, despite the fact that they had only just completed their senior year of high school. The secret of rebirth lies hidden deep within one's heart, lest it incite a myriad of troubles once revealed. "It appears you have been smoking for quite some time." Lin Bin smiled faintly and replied, "I just learned." "You seem to possess a natural talent for it," Zhang Bobo remarked, observing the smoke wafting from Lin Bin's nostrils, creating an aura of enigmatic allure around him. "Give me one. I wish to try as well." Zhang Bobo reached out towards Lin Bin. Lin Bin extracted a cigarette and tossed it to Zhang Bobo. He was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to smoke stylishly, wanting to appear as seasoned and mature as Lin Bin. "With practice, it will come naturally. There's no need to force it," Lin Bin advised Zhang Bobo. Zhang Bobo offered an awkward smile, nodded, and placed the cigarette between his lips. With a flick, Lin Bin ignited it for him, Upon taking a puff, Zhang Bobo erupted into a fit of coughing, tears streaming down his face. How can you smoke? Zhou Rongrong shot an exasperated glare at Lin Bin in the distance. I'm going to tell Uncle Lin and Aunt Shun. Now that we've graduated, some things can be explored. Are you not afraid that if you squeal, he might ignore you in the future? Chen Yiran noted that Zhou Rongrong, indeed, was not interested in romance before graduation, yet harbored feelings for Lin Bin deep within her heart. Rongrong, may I take a seat here? Is this your phone? Class monitor Chun Xiaojian inquired softly, glancing at the chair and the phone upon it. Many were aware that after this graduation feast, the boys and girls they admired might never cross paths again. Chun Xiaojian was no exception. He had feelings for Zhou Rongrong and wished to seize this opportunity, hoping for a romance that could ultimately lead to marriage and children. He even had names in mind for their future offspring. Zhou Rongrong, still leisurely exhaling smoke while waiting for Lin Bin to arrive, wore a displeased expression. All right then. Chen Xiaojian shifted his feet slightly, initially intending to turn and leave. However, he realized that missing this chance would likely extinguish any hope of pursuing a relationship with Zhou Rongrong. Thus, he mustered his courage and asked her once more, "Whom is this seat reserved for? May I swap it?" He glanced at Chen Yiran. Within the class, Chen Yiran was Zhou Rongrong's closest friend. He speculated that the girl who occupied this seat would likely agree to a swap, given his familiarity with all the female classmates, earning him the title of friend to women. Zhou Rongrong bit her lips on the verge of anger, yet managed to restrain herself. She did not respond to Chen Xiaojian's question. Chen Yiran met Chen Xiaojian's gaze, pursed her lips, and shook her head, signaling for him to leave. Rongrong is upset. She did not wish to engage with anyone at that moment. Having served as class monitor for 2 years, Chen Xiaojian had learned to read the room. He nodded, his expression darkening as he turned to depart. After settling at Fu Bo's table, he glanced back regretfully at Zhou Rongrong and the vacant seat beside her. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Yin, cleared his throat and raised his hand to quiet the class, addressing everyone, "Please take your seats. I will say a few words before we serve the dishes." Lin Bin pinched the cigarette, but between his fingers, and cast a glance at the 5 student desks before approaching a table opposite Zhou Rongrong, with Zhang Bobo trailing closely behind him. Zhou Rongrong clenched her small fist, her gaze unwaveringly tracking Lin Bin's movements. When he settled beside an ordinary-looking female classmate, her teeth ground together in frustration. Her small fist slammed down on the empty space beside her, causing her phone to jolt. What a jerk. This game of cat and mouse has gone too far, Zhou Rongrong muttered under her breath. Chen Yiran was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lin Bin would choose to sit here, right next to the vacant spot adjacent to Zhou Rongrong. Is he still playing hard to get with me? Zhou Rongrong's eyes glistened slightly as she turned to whisper in Chen Yiran's ear. Until now, Lin Bin had never been so indifferent towards her. This behavior was utterly out of character, having always excelled in her studies and possessed multiple talents. She had been the center of attention for her parents, relatives, teachers, and classmates. The sensation of being ignored and overlooked was entirely foreign to her. Chen Yiran hesitated before replying. Perhaps? She too was puzzled. It was difficult to discern Lin Bin's true nature now. He seemed to have changed significantly, perhaps entirely due to his confession being callously rejected by Rongrong. Perhaps? Zhou Rongrong bit her lip, uncertain of what to do next. She retrieved her phone. A female classmate sat down beside her, while another joined Chen Yiran. Once everyone was seated, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Yin, stood up and spoke heartfelt words. "Students, you have graduated. Soon, you will embark on your own journeys, separated by vast distances. Honestly, it's hard to let you go. Some of you may never have the chance to meet again after today, as life gets busy." As he spoke, Mr. Yan's eyes became misty, and many students' eyes mirrored his sentiment. Most of them stole glances at their secret crushes. Classmates like Chen Xiaojian and Fu Bo directed their attention towards the campus bell. Zhou Rongrong, the goddess who frequently graced their dreams. Chapter 5. Your home isn't around here, is it? As Zhou Rongrong watched Lin Bin open a bottle of beer, she leaned towards Chen Yiran and whispered, "If he drinks too much, he'll probably end up crying and confessing that he can't forget me." Chen Yiran nodded slowly. "I think that is a possibility. After all, Alcohol often brings forth the truth, and if he gets drunk, he won't be able to hide it. Indeed, with the rain ceased and the sun shining, Zhou Rongrong felt rejuvenated. After Mr. Yin raised a toast to all the students and teachers, the farewell dinner commenced. Lin Bin indulged in the drinks, and Mr. Yin did not admonish him. Zhang Bobo chuckled and downed a large glass of beer, feeling quite grown-up. After several rounds of drinks and various dishes, many began to sway slightly tipsy. Zhou Rongrong kept her eyes fixed on Lin Bin, surprised to find that her childhood companion had not yet succumbed to intoxication. There were already over 10 empty beer bottles on the table before him. She awaited Lin Bin's drunken confession, but instead, she was met with the confessions of other male classmates. Zhou Rongrong, I like you. A rather portly individual, seemingly named Eli, collapsed onto the ground after shouting, promptly falling into slumber. Rongrong, I wish to attend the same university as you. Could you share which institution you are applying to? A lanky boy wearing glasses pointed at Zhou Rongrong, his body swaying as he spoke before ultimately lunging towards her. Zhou Rongrong's face paled in fear, and she swiftly rose, leaping to Lin Bin's side. Lin Bin, witnessing the scene, chuckled heartily. Shaolin, what are you laughing at? I was nearly taken advantage of. Zhou Rongrong playfully punched Lin Bin in the back. No more laughing. All right, I won't laugh anymore, Lin Bin replied, having satisfied his appetite and now preparing to head to the food street. He had secured a storefront in the food street with Zhou Rongrong's mother, and upon completing the system task, he would earn a reward of 1 million. He turned, leaving Zhou Rongrong behind, and retrieved his bicycle. Zhang Bobo, called home by his mother, did not follow. Zhou Rongrong stamped her foot, gazing at Lin Bin's retreating figure, then exited the restaurant's courtyard, eager to leave this place behind and return home. Rongrong, wait for me. Chunyi Ran hurried to catch up with Zhou Rongrong. Goddess, let's escort you home. We fear that someone may harbor ill intentions towards you. Indeed, it is too perilous for you to journey alone. Rongrong, allow me to accompany you. Though Chen Xiaofeng and Fu Bo had consumed a bit of alcohol, they had long planned to take the opportunity to escort Zhou Rongrong home after the gathering, hoping to cultivate a beautiful romance. They dashed out of the restaurant's courtyard, mounting their bicycles to closely follow Zhou Rongrong and Chunyi Ran. Lin Bin noticed 6 other male classmates were also eager to catch up. He couldn't help but sigh, reflecting, there certainly are many sycophants in this world. Reminded of his past as one of them, he nearly slapped himself. Fortunately, he had encountered his true love in university. Lin Bin, lagging behind, initially intended to leisurely ride to the food street. However, Zhou Rongrong suddenly turned back, pondering whether Lin Bin would follow her home as Chen Xiaojian and the others might. To protect her, upon spotting Lin Bin, her proud little head lifted. Squeak! She halted her bicycle and addressed Chen Xiaojian and the others. Could you please not follow me? Chen Xiaojian turned back, noticing Lin Bin pedaling towards them. With a righteous expression, he declared, Rongrong, I wish to protect you. Fu Bo added, we fear that someone might harbor ill intent and harm you. Allow me to escort you home. The other 6 male classmates chimed in. Let's accompany you home. I have heard that this street has its share of ruffians. This was indeed true. Zhou Rongrong pursed her lips, gritting her teeth, feeling the urge to scold them. Why are these people like an adhesive bandage, impossible to shake off? How annoying. Setting them aside for the moment, she turned to Lin Bin, who had now reached them, a proud smile gracing her lips. Shaolin, your home isn't in this direction, is it? Are you secretly aiming to protect me on my way home? With so many people safeguarding me, your presence is unnecessary. Thank you. Lin Bin found himself amused. Princess Rongrong's imagination is truly remarkable. The path ahead was obstructed by them, prompting Lin Bin to halt his vehicle and address Zhou Rongrong. I need to take care of some matters at the food street. Could you please clear the way? It was an excuse. Zhou Rongrong felt a thrill of joy, yet shot Lin Bin a disdainful glance as she replied. Chunyi Ran chuckled softly, realizing that Lin Bin was indeed unable to let go of Rongrong. His previous demeanor had been a facade, a ploy of feigned indifference. Chen Xiaojian scoffed. Lin Bin, you've had too much to drink. Do not act impulsively towards Rongrong. Fu Bo added, exactly. Rongrong, allow us to escort you home. The other 6 male classmates, fearful that Lin Bin, emboldened by his inebriation, might seize their dream girl Rong, cast disapproving glares at him. It's all right if your confession failed. Do not lose your composure. There is nothing insurmountable. Let time heal all wounds, Lin Bin. A failed confession is nothing to dwell upon. You must not entertain thoughts of revenge against Rong. Coercion is unacceptable. Lin Bin merely smirked. I truly have business at the food street. I cannot clarify everything with you. Kindly step aside. I need to pass. To their surprise, Chun Xiaojian and the others actually parted to create a pathway. They did not believe a word Lin Bin uttered. Disregarding them entirely, Lin Bin rode past Zhou Rong, stirring a gust imbued with the scent of smoke and liquor, brushing against her cheek. Chen Xiaojian, Fubo, and the other male classmates were momentarily taken aback. They had not expected Lin Bin to leave without a backward glance. Chen Aran scratched his head and let out a soft ah, puzzled by Lin Bin's behavior. Zhou Rong pointed at Lin Bin's retreating figure. Shaolin, you are so prideful. Just because I rejected your confession, you cannot treat me like this. We are acquaintances. What pretense are you putting on? Please, do not play games of feigned indifference with me. You aren't planning to inform my mother about my rejection, are you? The thought made her anxious. She pressed down hard on her bicycle pedals, chasing after Lin Bin. Her mother was quite fond of Lin Bin. Could it be that a failed confession would escalate to parental involvement? Chen Aran felt a pang of concern and hurriedly followed Zhou Rong. Her devoted admirers also pursued them like a whirlwind. Chun Xiaojian remarked, Lin Bin has become over the top since graduating. Fu Bo gritted his teeth. Indeed, the other 6 admirers gazed at Lin Bin's increasingly distant figure, their eyes seemingly turning green with envy. A failed confession, and now he wants to inform Rong's mother? How juvenile! Is he out of his mind? I have never encountered anyone like this. It's madness. Surely, he must be deranged from his failed confession. Upon arriving at the food street, Lin Bin noticed a shop with a rental notice affixed to its roll-up door. The contact number was that of Zhou Rong's mother. Hi Lian Hu. Lin Bin took out his phone to call her, but Zhou Rong snatched the device from his ear. Chapter 6. A million received. Owning a small shop, you cannot tell my mother about my rejection. Lin Bin looked at Zhou Rong, his expression cold. I came here to rent a shop. Zhou Rong, with her head held high, huffed. It cannot be that simple. Look, you are dialing my mother's number. Chun Xiaojian approached Lin Bin and said, Lin Bin, perhaps it would be best not to inform your parents about this matter. Fu Bo nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us not put Rong in a difficult position. The other boys scrutinized Lin Bin's every move, while he merely smiled. I must ask, is your mother the owner of this food street? Lin Bin turned to Zhou Rong, who nodded in affirmation. The shop I wish to rent belongs to your family, does it not? Zhou Rong glanced at the for rent sign in front of the store and nodded again. Isn't it obvious? I contacted your mother precisely to rent this shop. Lin Bin extended his hand towards Zhou Rong, demanding, return my phone. Not a chance, I don't believe you. Zhou Rong turned her head away. Chun Xiaojian patted Lin Bin on the shoulder, saying, all right, in the name of the class monitor, don't frighten Zhou Rong. She merely rejected you during your confession. After all, at that moment, Fu Bo and the others looked at Lin Bin with a sense of disdain. Yes, Lin Bin, you should head home quickly and stop causing a scene, Chen Aran advised. Lin Bin slightly shook his head, preparing to snatch his phone back when Zhou Rong's mother, Ha Lianhua, happened to walk by. Aunt Lianhua, Lin Bin called out enthusiastically. Shaolin, what brings you here without giving Annie a heads up? Hai Lian Hu, a wealthy woman adorned in gold and jewels, radiated elegance. Zhou Rong grew anxious upon seeing her mother engage in conversation with Lin Bin. She shot a glare at Lin Bin, silently communicating that he must not speak out of turn. What are you all up to? Hai Lianhua surveyed everyone present, finally settling her gaze on Lin Bin, her expression softening. Shaolin, do you need something from me? Lin Bin replied, yes, I would like to rent a shop. This one. He pointed to shop number 8. Zhou Rong exhaled deeply, relieved that Lin Bin did not mention his confession and her rejection. It felt a strange sense of unease. Chen Xiaojian and the others exchanged puzzled and disbelieving glances. You wish to rent this shop? Hai Lianhua inquired. Lin Bin nodded calmly. What do you intend to do with it? she asked, her concern evident. She had watched him grow up and could not allow him to act recklessly. I wish to open a restaurant. A restaurant? Hai Lianhua chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. Perhaps that's not wise. Entrepreneurship might interfere with your studies. I have already decided to attend Ningda University, which is nearby, and won't hinder my education, Lin Bin asserted. Do you have the funds for this? What is the monthly rent for the shop? 3,500 yuan. I will pay you for a year up front. And the deposit? 21,000 yuan. In total, that amounts to 63,000 yuan, and I will pay it all at once. Lin Bin understood that Aunt Lianhua was motivated by money. So he swiftly reclaimed his phone from Zhou Rongrong, eager to complete the payment and secure the rental agreement to earn 1 million. Chen Xiaojian and the 8 boys shook their heads, anticipating Lin Bin's embarrassment. A freshly graduated high school student has no money. Chen Iran whispered. Hai Lianhua, too, did not believe that Lin Bin possessed such a substantial amount for the rent and deposit. At that moment, her phone emitted a notification sound. You have received 63,000 yuan on WeChat. Instantly, everyone was taken aback. Lin Bin remarked, I genuinely only wish to rent a storefront to open a small eatery. My intentions are purely innocent. Upon finishing his statement, he cast a glance at Zhou Rongrong, implying that he was not so petty as to disclose their trivial issues to her mother. He then surveyed Chen Iran and Fu Bo, who all averted their gazes, some scratching their heads, others bowing their heads, and some blushing. Aunt Lianhua, when will you provide me with the rental agreement? Lin Bin inquired. Lianhua, ever fond of money, promptly replied, I will prepare the contract for you now. She extracted the rental agreement from her handbag and began to fill it out. Zhou Rongrong shot her mother a disapproving look. Aren't you fond of Shaolin? Why are you trying to profit from him? This is utterly heartless. Cough, cough, Mom. Shaolin hasn't even graduated from university yet. If you agree to let him rent and take so much money, what will Uncle Lin and Aunt Shin think? They are good friends of you and Dad. Despite her fear of Lianhua, Zhou Rongrong gathered her courage to remind her, wishing to preserve the relationship between their families. Lianhua paused her writing, exclaiming, oh, as she turned to Lin Bin, you see, Aunt Lianhua is rather fond of you. Your parents are acquaintances of ours, and we share a good relationship. Just when Lin Bin believed Lianhua would not rent the place to him, she patted his shoulder and said, how about I reduce your rent by 500 yuan each month? Zhou Rongrong facepalmed, Mom. You. She was left speechless. Lin Bin nodded with a smile. All right. It seems that in this life, Aunt Lianhua's love for money remains unchanged, which is quite delightful. Now, sign here, and the storefront will be yours. Lianhua handed Lin Bin the pen and the rental agreement, and he promptly signed and stamped his handprint, receiving a copy of the contract. Thank you for your hard work. Aunt Lianhua, it's no trouble. Having money in my pocket is never a burden. Where's the key? Right here. After acquiring the key, Lin Bin opened the door to the storefront and stepped inside. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The task of renting the storefront has been completed. A reward of 1 million yuan has been transferred to the host's WeChat account. All rewards from this system are secure. The host can use them with confidence. 1 million. He effortlessly obtained this sum simply by renting a storefront. Lin Bin glanced at the balance in his WeChat account, his heart swelling with joy. Tucking his phone into his pocket, he surveyed the interior of the establishment. It was modest in size, around 20 square meters, featuring 6 tables and 24 chairs. At the back stood a half-height cash register, with a passage beside it leading directly to the kitchen. The decor was simple, neither old nor new. Lin Bin found it acceptable, akin to the typical hole-in-the-wall eateries found on the street. Nodding in approval, he turned around to find Chen Xiaojian and the others had also entered. Vao, Lin Bin, you actually went through with it. One male classmate exclaimed enviously. While we have all been thinking of leisure after graduation, you have embarked on the path of entrepreneurship. Another classmate remarked as he touched the cash register. TSK, TSK. Lin Bin, you now possess your very own shop. Remarkable, absolutely remarkable. My apologies for earlier. We misjudged you. Lin Bin waved his hand dismissively, saying, have you all seen enough? I need to close up and head home. Chen Xiaojian and Fu Bo immediately withdrew their scrutinizing gazes from various corners of the store. It's just a small shop, nothing to boast about. Chapter 7. The Trial Dish Task of Traditional Fragrant Tea Eggs. Are you joining us for our class graduation trip? Business is not as easy as it seems. Be wary of incurring losses. Upon hearing their remarks, Chinaran couldn't help but chuckle. Because of her best friend, Zhou Rongrong, she temporarily sided with Lin Bin, believing that at this moment, Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo were merely sour grapes unable to enjoy the fruit. Please, my classmates, Lin Bin expressed, not wishing to return home late and worry his mother. Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo, with displeasure evident on their faces, rode away. Helianua approached. While Zhou Rongrong shook her head behind her, Helianua inquired of Lin Bin, "So, are you satisfied?" "I'm quite satisfied," Lin Bin replied. "That's wonderful. I have refunded you 6,000 yuan. Thank you so much, Annie Lianhua. I will work hard. I believe I can earn money." Good. Helianua had made plans to play mahjong with her friends and departed. Chun Iran nudged Zhou Rongrong with her elbow, whispering, "We misjudged him. Should we apologize?" Zhou Rongrong slightly raised her head. "No. I'm heading home first." "Hey," Chun Iran called out, but Zhou Rongrong did not look back. Lin Bin rode his bicycle home. As he neared home, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Complete the trial dish task of traditional fragrant tea eggs within 3 days. Reward, 1 million. The task is not particularly difficult. Earning the reward feels akin to making money effortlessly. Upon reaching the 8th floor via the old elevator, Lin Bin recalled his family's old house. After operating the shop for a while, he planned to purchase a new home, where his family could live more comfortably. Presently, it was challenging to find a good reason for the sudden influx of money. Upon opening the door, a small figure appeared at his feet. "Brother." His sister Lin Yinyan hugged his leg, resembling a delightful appendage, utterly adorable. Lin Bin bent down, cupping his sister's round face, which felt incredibly pleasant to the touch. "I'm back. Are we still having dinner?" Their mother, setting the table, turned to ask Lin Bin, while their father opened a bottle of rice wine. Lin Bin had enjoyed a hearty meal, but yearned to sit with his family, sharing food and conversation. Companionship is the gentlest of comforts. "I want to sit next to brother." Lin Yinyan prodded Shin Yulin's thigh with her finger. "Why don't you sit on my lap instead?" Lin Bin lifted his sister onto his lap, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, being quite the affectionate little one. Shin Yulin shook her head at Lin Yinyan's clinginess. Their father, Lin Huguang, asked Lin Bin, "The scores are about to be released. Which university do you wish to apply to?" Without hesitation, Lin Bin responded, "Ning University." In his previous life, it was here that he first encountered Su Muxi from Sichuan and Chongqing. Attending this university would allow him to frequently return home, spending time with his parents and sister. Ning University is quite good. Although its admission scores are generally high, Lin Huguang expressed his concerns. Shin Yulin addressed him, saying, "Although your son may not rank among the most outstanding students, he is certainly not lacking. I believe his scores will suffice for him to gain admission to Ningda." With newfound confidence from his rebirth, Lin Bin replied, "Dad, I am certain I will get into Ningda, so rest assured." Upon hearing this, Lin Huguang took a hearty sip of his drink and nodded reassuringly. Their mother served him a generous piece of braised pork, his favorite dish. "You siblings will have some too." Shin Yulin first offered a portion to his sister before serving Lin Bin. His sister, now in a middle class of kindergarten and adept with chopsticks, eagerly devoured a large piece of pork and cheerfully exclaimed to Shin Yulin, "Mom, your braised pork is so delicious. I love it the most." Shin Yulin, while adding more pork to her plate, cautioned, "Sister, eat a little less. Your face is quite round." Lin Bin chuckled at this. Their mother chose to describe his sister's face as round rather than large. After a while of eating, noticing Lin Bin's good spirits, Shin Yulin inquired, "So Lin, how are things with Rongrong?" Lin Bin promptly replied, "We're doing quite well." Shin Yulin remarked, "Rongrong is a lovely girl. She merely mentioned not wanting to date until after university, but she will be with you." Lin Bin recognized his mother's fondness for Zhou Rongrong, as she seemed eager for her to become his daughter-in-law. However, he already held deep affections for another girl. Thus, he stated candidly, "Mom, I have a girl I truly love." "Oh," Shin Yulin expressed surprise. After a moment's reflection, She suspected Lin Bin had yet to fully recover from the disappointment of his previous confession, and that he was maintaining a facade of bravado regarding his supposed love. Truly, Mom, in about 3 months, I will bring her home for you to meet. All right, Shinula nodded. Lin Hu Wang remained silent. He was accustomed to the numerous disputes that had arisen between Lin Bin and Rong Rong since childhood. Furthermore, it was merely a matter of Rong Rong stating her intention not to date before graduation, not that she thought ill of Lin Bin. Let us eat, Shun Yulin encouraged, serving Lin Bin a sizable portion of fish. The following day, Lin Bin awoke naturally. Life after the college entrance examination was indeed pleasant. Glancing up, he saw the clock on the wall indicated it was already 10 o'clock. He planned to buy eggs to prepare traditional fragrant tea eggs, fulfilling his culinary trial at home. Just then, a notification chimed from his phone, revealing a message from the WeChat group of Class 12. Chen Xiaojin wrote, "Classmates, we are free at last. How about an impromptu graduation trip?" Fu Bo replied, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Chen Iran added, "It sounds quite meaningful." The boys and girls who secretly admired one another often found themselves woven into unforgettable tales during such travels, and thus, most agreed to the plan. Busy with his culinary trials and preparing to earn substantial rewards from the system, Lin Bin refrained from responding in the group chat. He got up, brushed his teeth, and enjoyed the breakfast his mother had prepared. After donning a simple pair of jeans and a white t-shirt, he was ready to head out. Just then, Lin Yinyin hugged his leg from behind, asking, "Where are you going, brother?" Lin Bin crouched down and replied to his sister, "I'm off to buy eggs to make something delicious for you and Mom and Dad. I want to go out with you." She insisted, with her arms wide open. The little sister called out in a sweet, childish voice, her round face adorably shifting. Unable to resist, Lin Bin affectionately stretched her plump cheeks. "Brother, hug me. Let us go out together." He scooped her up in his arms, declaring, "Let's go. We'll explore the world outside." As their parents left for work, the responsibility of caring for the little one fell solely on him. Upon descending the stairs, he spotted Zhou Rongrong standing with her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Yin Yin. The moment Zhou Rongrong noticed Lin Bin's sister in his embrace, her expression transformed from displeasure to delight as she approached, playfully tugging at the sister's round face. "Ouch! That hurts! My face isn't do to be needed." The little sister swatted Zhou Rongrong's hand away, glaring at her with fierce determination. What a delightful round face. Zhou Rongrong chuckled, making a funny face at the little girl. In response, the sister burst into tears, exclaiming, "Brother, Rongrong's sister is bullying me. My face is only for you to pinch. She can't do that. Don't bully my sister, or there will be consequences." Lin Bin warned Zhou Rongrong with a hint of irritation. It's not easy to soothe a crying child. Zhou Rongrong feigned innocence, saying, "But I enjoy teasing your sister. What will you do about it? By the way, are you attending the graduation trip our class is organizing?" Chapter 8. Acquiring Rural Free-Range Eggs. Zhou Rongrong's family gathered for a meal regarding the store rental issues. "I'm busy, no time," Lin Bin replied. What could a freshly graduated high school student possibly be busy with? Zhou Rongrong rolled her eyes at him. "If you don't go, you might regret it later. The graduation trip is a significant memory." "I want tea," Lin Bin insisted, attempting to leave, but Zhou Rongrong tugged at his sleeve. "Why are you being so cold to me? If we can't be lovers, can't we at least be friends?" She huffed. "We have always been friends," he replied. "Then why don't you remove me from your blacklist?" Zhou Rongrong had always been the cherished girl, and being blocked by Lin Bin was hard for her to accept. "Fine, but once I unblacklist you, don't cling to me." Lin Bin took out his phone and removed Zhou Rongrong from the blacklist. "Great." Zhou Rongrong stomped her foot in excitement, then turned to leave, her high ponytail swaying energetically behind her. Lin Bin then took his sister to explore the nearby Hongqi market. This market was bustling with activity, open all day with vendors selling their wares. Despite it being noon, the area was still teeming with people, enthralled by the lively atmosphere. The little sister urged Lin Bin to set her down so she could wander freely, examining ducklings and fish, thoroughly enjoying herself. After a leisurely stroll around the market, Lin Bin thought that if he was to prepare a meal, he must select the finest ingredients. Thus, he sought out authentic free-range eggs. At the roadside, he spotted an elderly woman wearing a straw hat. Approaching her, he noticed her attire bore a rustic charm, with short sleeves and pants adorned with floral patterns, a testament to her village origins. In front of her, a basket filled with eggs was topped with a sign that read rural free-range eggs. The eggs were speckled with feathers and remnants of straw, exuding an organic essence. "Excuse me, how much do you sell these free-range eggs for?" Lin Bin inquired. With her sparkling, inquisitive eyes, my younger sister curiously scrutinized the elderly woman. The grandmother waved her hand and spoke in a rural dialect that Lin Bin could not comprehend, then smiled as she turned over the sign atop the fresh eggs, revealing a price of 1 yuan each. Lin Bin thought to himself, what a bargain. These are not the eggs produced by chickens raised on feed in the city. "Grandmother, please count how many there are. I will pay you," he said, taking it upon himself to count them one by one, aware that the grandmother might not understand his words. His sister, who loved to chatter, followed behind him, counting aloud, 1, 2, 3, 4, but by the end she lost track. Lin Bin couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. Such was the level of a kindergarten child's mathematics. "Grandmother, there are a total of 105 eggs. He handed her 110 yuan in cash and left, deciding not to wait for the 5 yuan change, knowing she wouldn't understand him. He didn't wish to waste time. Next, he went to purchase some spices to prepare the traditional fragrant tea eggs, star anise, cinnamon, and tea leaves. Meanwhile, at Zhou Rongrong's home, she pleaded, "Dad, I'm telling the truth." Shaking Zhou Dahai's arm, she recounted how Haley Anua had charged Lin Bin 57,000 yuan to lease a shop. Zhou Dahai was skeptical. How could Xiao Lin possibly have that much money? Zhou Rongrong hastily replied, "I don't know, but it's true. When Mom returns, you can ask her." "Dad, you need to talk to Mom. If she continues like this, it will affect the relationship between our families." Zhou Dahai nodded. "All right. I'll ask her when she returns. If what you say is true, I will take her to return the money and reclaim the shop." At noon, Lin Bin prepared a simple home-cooked meal for his sister. After eating her fill, she fell asleep, and he took a half-hour rest as well. Upon waking, he played with her for a while, then spent the entire afternoon lounging on the sofa, watching television. At 5:30 p.m., their parents returned from work, bustling in the kitchen to prepare dinner. Lin Bin planned to wait until they finished before making the traditional fragrant tea eggs. He noticed that his mother was preparing a large quantity of food, while his father was also busy assisting her. Lin Bin inquired, "Are guests coming over?" His mother nodded. "Yes, your Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua are coming for dinner tonight. By the way, Rong will be joining us too." She gave Lin Bin a knowing look. "She is coming too?" Lin Bin frowned, reluctant to become entangled with her. "Did you invite her, Mom?" he asked. His mother laughed lightly. "What kind of question is that? With Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua coming, how could she stay home hungry? Besides, this family gathering was arranged by your Uncle Zhou, and he provided all the dishes and drinks." Oh, Lin Bin surmised that Zhou Rongrong's family must be visiting regarding the shop rental. Given this context, he needed to concoct a plausible explanation for the source of such a large sum of money. Perhaps he could say it was earnings from writing online novels during school hours. Lin Bin nodded to himself. "Mom and Dad, I have some good news to share." "What good news?" his mother asked, turning around. The earnest and honest father spoke little, but cast a glance at Lin Bin. Lin Bin remarked, "Before my graduation, I earned 100,000 yuan by writing online novels in my spare time." 100,000. His mother's eyes widened in disbelief. Can a student really earn such a sum? Is it true? His father seemed skeptical as well. "Indeed," Lin Bin affirmed with a nod. "Impressive, my son," his mother exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. His father added, "You should save this money for yourself. University expenses can be considerable." "Understood," Lin Bin replied, nodding. "Do you need my assistance in the kitchen?" "No, you go play with your sister. Just ensure she doesn't hurt herself," his mother instructed, pointing at his sister, who was somersaulting in the living room. "All right," Lin Bin said, heading to the living room to play with his sister, eventually persuading her to wash some rural farm eggs. At 6:30, the doorbell rang. The familiar, booming voice of Zhou Dahai echoed. "Is old Lin home?" "Open the door." "Uncle Zhou, I'll get it." Lin Bin jogged to open the door. Zhou Dahai stood at the front, with Zhou Rongrong and her mother following behind. "Come in and have a seat." Lin Bin invited them inside. Zhou Dahai nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I wish I had a son like Xiao Lin, knowledgeable and well-mannered." He then turned to Zhou Rongrong, shaking his head. As Zhou Rongrong passed in front of Lin Bin, she raised her little head high. Lin Bin initially intended to ignore her, but nevertheless exchanged a knowing glance with his sister. Just as Zhou Rongrong reached to pinch his sister's cheek, the little girl bit down on her finger. Zhou Rongrong cried out, "Ouch! That hurts! Lin Yin, let go! Why are you biting?" Lin Bin chuckled and poured tea for Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua, saying, "First, enjoy some tea. The meal will be ready shortly." He noticed that Aunt Lianhua had lowered her head, her face slightly flushed, occasionally glancing toward him and his parents in the kitchen. As expected, Lin Bin thought with a smile as he stepped aside, already crafting his words for when both families would gather at the dining table. Chapter 9. Only two remained unspoken. The dishes were all served. The adults sat on one side and the children on the other. Lin Bin was seated between Zhou Rongrong and his sister. "Come on, old Lin," Xiao Shun. Zhou Dehai raised his glass exuberantly. "Xiao Hai, and you too, Xiao Lin. Let us make a toast." He disregarded Zhou Rongrong as a grown-up. "Cheers." Lin Bin's father chuckled and clinked glasses with Uncle Zhou. Everyone drained their cups. "Let us eat. Everyone dig in." Lin Bin's mother addressed Uncle Zhou's family. The two families were well acquainted and felt at ease with one another. Zhou Rongrong was adept at charming Lin Bin's mother, praising the food, much to her delight, prompting an array of dishes to be added to her bowl. This incited a hint of jealousy from both Lin Bin and his sister. The little girl, with mock ferocity, declared, "I want mommy to serve me food too," which elicited laughter around the table. After a while, Uncle Zhou set down his chopsticks and glanced at Aunt Lianhua, who had lowered her head. He turned to Lin Bin's parents and said, "Old Lin, Xiao Shun, Xiao Hai has made a mistake. I must first apologize." "I'm sorry." Aunt Lianhua, intimidated by her husband, bowed her head even lower, feeling shy in front of Lin Bin's parents. She was lamenting her inability to alter her innate greed. Her parents were utterly perplexed. "You mustn't speak like that, old Zhou. What is going on?" Her father exclaimed, visibly agitated. Uncle Zhou, after all, had once shielded him from harm. How could he demand an apology from such a benefactor? Her mother quickly interjected, "Oh, dear. Old Zhou, what are you doing? What are you saying?" Uncle Zhou replied, "Xiao Hai rented a shop to Xiao Lin and collected 57,000 yuan. I'm nearly beside myself with anger." "Hai Lian Ho note that." Acknowledging her mistake, her father hesitated momentarily. "It's all right. Xiao Lin is earning money. He can spend it however he wishes," he quickly asserted. In comparison to the life-saving favor, this 57,000 yuan was insignificant. Her mother nodded emphatically, adding, "Yes, old Zhou, there is no need for such a fuss. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at Xiao Lin himself. What business does a recent high school graduate have renting a shop?" Lin Bin then smiled and said, "Uncle Zhou, I volunteered for this. There is no need to blame Aunt Lianhua. She even reduces my rent by 500 each month. That is quite generous." Uncle Zhou replied sternly, "Regardless, Aunt Lianhua must return the money to you." Hai Lianhua immediately opened her phone to prepare a transfer. Lin Bin quickly interjected, "No, I genuinely want to open a shop." Before he could finish, a notification chimed on his phone, indicating a successful transaction. Uncle Zhou chuckled. "Aren't you going to university? What shop are you planning to run?" "This child." Lin Bin reassured, "Don't worry. Opening a shop won't interfere with my studies. You can all rest easy." He envisioned a restaurant providing him with a comfortable income in the future. His mother gently inquired, "Could you share your thoughts on this?" Lin Bin glanced at his sister before addressing his parents. "As you know, my sister will need to attend school, which entails considerable expenses. And as you both age, your salaries are not substantial. I thought that in addition to my studies, I could assist you as much as possible. You see, I've already made 100,000. Upon hearing this, his parents exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The 100,000 Lin Bin earned was no small sum. It equated to nearly 2 years of their combined salaries. Their son had matured, was earning, and had the capacity to shoulder familial responsibilities akin to those in society. Xiao Lin truly possesses filial piety. Uncle Zhou admired Lin Bin, giving him a thumbs up. Hai Lianhua looked at Zhou Rongrong, who only seemed capable of spending money, and shook her head slightly, The disparity between them was immense. Zhou Rongrong, with a playful grin, said, "Don't look at me like that. I will strive to earn money in the future." Uncle Zhou shot a disapproving glance at his daughter. "Who would believe you? You profligate girl." Zhou Rongrong laughed rather than becoming upset. "You only have one daughter. If I don't spend your money, who else will?" Isn't that the logic? Hai Lianhua raised her hand, preparing to swat Zhou Rongrong, but retracted it upon noticing the crowd. "Mom, you mustn't resort to violence with me in the future." "Dad, you need to keep your wife in check," Zhou Rongrong exclaimed, ready to dodge, her face reflecting a hint of panic as she called out to Uncle Zhou. She feared her mother, who in turn feared her father, who was afraid of her. It was a perpetual cycle. "All right, the children have grown up. Let us refrain from resorting to physical punishment in the future." Uncle Zhou was irked by Lin Bin's matter regarding the shop rental and, in a rather brusque manner, called out to Aunt Lianhua. The two families had been acquainted for over 20 years, treating one another as kin. Thus they were unperturbed by the boisterous exchanges and reprimands that might elicit laughter from others. "All right," Aunt Lianhua nodded. At that moment, the dining table fell into a sudden silence. Lin Bin, having declined Aunt Lianhua's red envelope, directly addressed Uncle Zhou. "Uncle Zhou, I must rent this shop, may I?" After stating this, he turned to his parents. His father nodded without uttering a word, while his mother remarked, "The child has grown up. Let us respect his choices." Observing his parents' trust in their child, Uncle Zhou turned to Aunt Lianhua, saying, "Xiao Hai, please rent it to him, but do not demand such a hefty sum for the rent and deposit up front." Aunt Lianhua hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes. Rent can be paid monthly, and we'll waive the deposit. No need to pay for utilities either." Zhou Rongrong gave her mother a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Mom, I've never seen you so generous before." "Splendid." Uncle Zhou looked at Aunt Lianhua with satisfaction. Without needing his father's encouragement or a glance from his mother, Lin Bin immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Lianhua. I truly appreciate it. You are so kind." Aunt Lianhua lifted her chin slightly and smiled. "Xiao Lin, your entrepreneurial spirit is indeed rare. Do your best. We all support you. However, do ensure that this endeavor does not consume too much time and interfere with your future university courses." Lin Bin nodded. "I understand. I want to let it." The system seemed to wish for him to adopt a laid-back approach to attain a perfect life, allowing him to operate the shop for no more than 2 hours a day and limiting his sales to 10 dishes daily. The remaining hours could be devoted to studying, spending time with family, and cherishing moments with the future treasure, Su Muxi. "Very well, we can rest assured now." His mother poured wine for his father, Uncle Zhou, and Aunt Lianhua, and they continued their jovial conversation, creating a warm atmosphere for the family gathering. At that moment, Zhou Rongrong signaled Lin Bin to step away from the dining table for a private conversation. With their parents engaged in loud chatter, Lin Bin followed her to a nearby sofa. "What is the matter?" he asked, his tone indifferent. "Look," Zhou Rongrong handed her phone to Lin Bin, revealing the class group chat. The voting for the graduation trip was nearing its conclusion, with only the two of them yet to voice their opinions. Classmates were inquiring about their decisions, and she pressed him. "I've asked you too. Are you going or not? Let me take a look first." Lin Bin examined Zhou Rongrong's phone. Chapter 10. The school bell dines at my home. The class monitor and academic committee fall silent. Chen Xiaoyan, Lin Bin. "You're the last one who hasn't replied. Will you go or not? Just give us an answer." "Fu Bo, how about we finalize the list now? Lin Bin can opt out if he wishes." "Chen Xiaojian, that's right. With Zhou Rongrong attending, it would be odd for him not to show up." "Fu Bo, Zhou Rongrong, will you accompany us to Longmen Beach? The scenery is lovely. We can swim, catch crabs, and have a bonfire party at night. It'll all be a lot of fun." Lin Bin found the double standards of his classmates rather amusing. He shook his head slightly. Zhou Rongrong inquired, "So will you go?" Lin Bin shook his head, engrossed in the operations of his restaurant. He utilized Zhou Rongrong's phone and her QQ account to respond to Chen Xiaojian and Fu Bo. "I shall not attend. Thank you for the invitation." Shen Xiaojian. Rongrong, why aren't you joining us?" Zhou Rongrong. "I am Lin Bin." Chen Xiaojian. "Fu Bo. Other classmates, what is happening?" Zhou Rongrong. "Zhou Rongrong is presently dining at my home." The class group fell silent for a considerable time. Shen Xiaojian. Impossible. Football, Lin Bin. Have you lost your mind and kidnapped Zhou Rongrong? Do not harm her. Cease this folly. Lin Bin was speechless. Was he truly that kind of person? He activated the front camera, pulled Zhou Rongrong close, and captured a photograph to share in the group, the backdrop revealing his living room. Instantly, Chen Xiaojian fell silent. Fu Bo fell silent. Many others were rendered mute. The campus belle was indeed dining at Lin Bin's home. Had they become an item? Hadn't T. Lin been confessed only to be rejected? How had they ended up together? Curious and perplexed, Lin Bin, not noticing Chen Xiaojian and Fu Bo's further reactions, rose to his feet. He needed to prepare tea eggs for his parents, fulfilling the culinary trial task set by the system. Zhou Rongrong, witnessing the classmates' messages in the group, widened her eyes in disbelief. What do they mean by together? She quickly interjected in the chat. We are definitely not together. Chen Xiaojian. So, will you still be going to the graduation trip at Longmen Beach? Zhou Rongrong. I have some matters at home, so I cannot attend. I wish you all a wonderful time. Chen Xiaojian, Fu Bo, and the other boys fell silent. If Lin Bin wasn't going, neither was she. Yet they claimed they weren't together. Many hearts were shattered. Lin Bin's mother asked, as he headed towards the kitchen, Xiao Lin, since you're opening a restaurant, what will you be serving? Do you need me and your father to come help you there? His father took a sip of wine. Running a restaurant was arduous. Uncle Zhou furrowed his brow, concerned that Lin Bin might ultimately close his doors. Could a high school graduate about to enter college thrive in the demanding culinary industry? Lin Bin replied, I will be selling traditional tea eggs. His mother paused for a moment before responding. Traditional tea eggs? Is that all you plan to sell in your restaurant? His parents found this notion rather unreasonable. Selling only tea eggs in a restaurant? It sounded quite implausible. Lin Bin explained, I will initially offer traditional tea eggs and later introduce new dishes. Moreover, traditional tea eggs are distinct from the ones we usually eat. I will prepare some for you now. After you taste them, you will appreciate my skills even more. His parents nodded in agreement. Uncle Zhou remarked, Then I shall eagerly await your traditional tea eggs with my drink tonight. Lin Bin replied, Allericht. He entered the kitchen, cleaned the pot, filled it with water, and added farm-fresh eggs. With a click, he ignited the gas stove. Once the eggs were cooked, he would cool them in cold water, rolling them gently to create a spiderweb-like crack on the shell, allowing the flavors to penetrate deeply during the marinating process. Through the mastery of the ancient art of crafting fragrant tea eggs, Lin Bin no longer needed to measure out star anise, cinnamon, or tea leaves. He could effortlessly grasp the appropriate amount of spices by hand and set them aside in a bowl. After washing the wok, he added the spices to saute them until fragrant, then poured in boiling water and reduced the heat. When the liquid transformed into a rich reddish-brown hue, the marinade was deemed ready. He placed 10 rustic farm-fresh eggs into the pot, covered it, and let it simmer for half an hour, knowing that the longer they stewed, the more delectable they would become. As Lin Bin completed his preparations and prepared to exit the kitchen, he noticed his sister and Zhou Rongrong standing at the doorway, their eyes wide with anticipation as they gazed at the pot of simmering tea eggs. Brother, it smells so good. I want to eat, his sister exclaimed, licking her plump, adorable lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Rongrong stepped inside, and had Lin Bin not intervened, she would have lifted the lid to indulge in the dish prematurely. It's not ready yet. Don't mess with it, he cautioned. Fine, she replied, glancing back at the pot, which was releasing wisps of steam. His sister clung to Lin Bin's leg, declaring, I'm not like Sister Rongrong. I listen to my brother. If it's not cooked yet, it's not cooked. We can't touch it. Lin Bin chuckled and lifted her into his arms. Upon exiting the kitchen, he noticed their parents, Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua, all looking in their direction, their noses twitching in response to the enticing aroma. Uncle Zhou remarked, You can tell just by the scent that it's going to be delicious. Aunt Lianhua nodded in agreement, adding, I never expected little Lin to be capable of this. I remember he never used to cook. How did he learn to make tea eggs? She glanced at their mother, who shook her head slightly. I have no idea how he picked it up. Their father took a sip of his drink, remaining silent but clearly eager to savor the tea eggs made by his son as a side dish. Lin Bin could see from their expressions just how enticing the ancient fragrant tea eggs were. He was curious about their reactions when they tasted the dish. As he inhaled the fragrance wafting through the air, he suddenly felt that the dishes his mother used to prepare seemed less appealing by comparison. He contemplated trying a few eggs for himself soon. Little Lin, I remember you used to be too delicate even to touch water. How did you suddenly become a cook? Zhou Rongrong inquired, her admiration for Lin Bin soaring to new heights. Lin Bin nonchalantly replied, I just followed a tutorial online. It's not difficult at all. After saying this, he settled at the dining table beside their mother, with his sister clinging to him, intermittently playing with his ears, scratching his nose, and tugging at his hair. He found her antics endearing rather than bothersome. Aunt Lianhua occasionally glanced toward the kitchen, chuckling as she remarked to their mother, Xiao Shun, I can't shake the feeling that Lin's tea eggs are so aromatic that, in comparison, your entire spread of dishes has lost its appeal. It's quite peculiar indeed. Uncle Zhou nodded in agreement. Their mother also nodded, looking on in disbelief at Lin Bin, who was playfully engaging with his sister. Their father, ever devoted to their mother, interjected, I still believe Xiao Shun's cooking is the best. At this, their mother burst into laughter, joined by Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua. Zhou Rongrong, seizing the moment, remarked, Uncle Lin's love for Aunt Shun is truly genuine. Lin Bin is merely an unexpected occurrence. Chapter 11. The culinary task completed. Another million received. A new mission released. Lianhua, somewhat irritated, retorted to Zhou Rongrong, what unexpected occurrence? You are the real surprise for me and your father. Lin Bin chuckled. Aunt Lianhua, as always, was protective of him. Zhou Rongrong wished to retort, but dared not do so, as the adults at the table laughed heartily. After 30 minutes of anxious anticipation, both families finally arrived at the moment when Lin Bin lifted the pot lid. Holding his sister, with Zhou Rongrong by his side, he unveiled the lid, releasing the rich aroma of the marinated tea eggs that filled the entire old house. The parents from both families gathered in the kitchen. Zhou Rongrong, equally untouched by the culinary process, observed as Lin Bin, unable to free his hands due to his sister's clinginess, had Uncle Zhou carry the pot of tea eggs out of the kitchen. He was a true connoisseur, eagerly anticipating the side dish. Upon reaching the dining room, both families eyed the pot of tea eggs with eager anticipation. Lin Bin plated the eggs to cool. His sister exclaimed that she wanted to eat right away. Naturally, Lin Bin took one, blowing on it gently as he peeled off the shell. The eggs, beautifully stained a rich red from the marinade, appeared incredibly flavorful, adorned with patterns reminiscent of marble and spider webs. Truly stunning. Upon seeing this egg, the adults from both families could hardly contain themselves and hurriedly grabbed one to peel. Yin Yin, open wide. Lin Bin used a spoon to split the tea egg, taking a piece of the perfectly transformed white, and after blowing on it, looked at his sister perched on his lap. She eagerly swallowed the egg, and all eyes were on her. Her bright, watery eyes seemed to sparkle with delight. Delicious. Brother's tea eggs are so good, she exclaimed, dancing with joy. I want more, I want more. Lin Bin nodded, continuing to feed her. Seeing her excitement, Zhou Rongrong hastened her peeling of the eggs. Their mother chuckled, You've truly spoiled her. As she spoke, she peeled a tea egg cleanly and placed it in their father's bowl. Old Lin, you try it first. Their father grinned, feeling utterly pleased. Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua also peeled their eggs and took a bite. The flavor of the tea is rich. Uncle Zhou nodded, finishing off nearly half the egg with his second bite, and reached for another without a hint of fear of the heat. Aunt Lianhua, too, stuffed half an egg into her mouth, giving Lin Bin a thumbs up, momentarily speechless. Lin Bin grew slightly concerned they might choke, and quickly cautioned, Aunt Lianhua, take your time. There's plenty more, don't choke. Aunt Lianhua and Uncle Zhou nodded, gesturing to Lin Bin, then turned to Zhou Rongrong, their expressions suddenly shifting. What is wrong with you? Uncle Zhou asked anxiously. He noticed Zhou Rongrong's cheeks were puffed, and her face looked somewhat distressed. Water, water, Zhou Rongrong hurriedly exclaimed. I choked on the egg. Tears are coming out. Aunt Lianhua quickly handed her a glass of orange juice. Slow down and drink, she said, and Zhou Rongrong complied, finally allowing the tea egg that had lodged in her throat to settle in her stomach. With an embarrassed smile, she remarked, It's just too delicious. I got a bit carried away. Aunt Lianhua exhaled a sigh and shot Zhou Rongrong a disapproving glance, saying, You silly girl, you nearly scared me to death. Uncle Zhou tugged at Aunt Lianhua's arm and replied, "Come now, you're chastising her. Yet you're eating just as quickly." Laughter erupted among Zhou Rongrong and the others. Her father savored a bite of the tea egg, followed by a sip of liquor, his face reflecting pure enjoyment. Though usually reserved in speech, he commented, "Xiao these eggs are splendid." After tasting a bite, her mother gave Lin Bin a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Son, your culinary skills are impressive." Lin Bin, basking in their approval of his tea eggs, felt a swell of pride and happiness. As long as you all enjoy it, that's what matters. "So, do you think my cooking is good enough to open a restaurant?" His mother nodded, "Yes, indeed." His father added, "Absolutely, but you must develop a wider array of dishes." Uncle Zhou concurred, "I share your father's sentiments." Aunt Lianhua chimed in, "Once you open your restaurant, I shall surely visit every few days for a meal." Zhou Rongrong remarked, "Being too delicious might not be such a good thing." Lin Bin, with a cool demeanor, replied, "Not everyone can eat like you do, devouring everything so quickly." Zhou Rongrong, hands on her hips, was prepared to retort, but upon realizing she was in Lin Bin's territory, with both sets of parents present, she pursed her lips and simmered silently. "Brother, I want more," the little sister said, clinging to Lin Bin's neck in a sweet tone. Their mother interjected, "You've already had 3 eggs, little one." The sister nodded emphatically, "I don't care. I want more." Their mother advised Lin Bin, "All right, don't let her eat too much." Lin Bin agreed, recognizing the wisdom in her words. The little sister had already eaten her fill. Uncle Zhou looked at his niece with fondness before turning to Zhou Rongrong, reminding her once more, "Slow down and eat less." Zhou Rongrong replied while enjoying her tea egg, "And you look how much you've eaten." Uncle Zhou defended himself. "We're drinking, and this pairs perfectly with wine." Aunt Lianhua added, "Not just with wine. It's delicious no matter how you eat it. The amount of star anise and cinnamon used is just right. Rich in flavor, yet not overpowering. Everything is perfectly balanced." Their mother nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, the egg yolk is delicate and creamy, with a wonderful texture, quite unlike the ordinary tea eggs sold on the street." As the two families conversed, more than half of the tea eggs had disappeared. Suddenly, their mother laughed. "This dish is never tiresome. I feel as though I've eaten 10 already." Her husband cautioned, "Don't overindulge." In truth, he had consumed 12 himself, but since his wife had been peeling the eggs for him and he had enjoyed a few drinks, he realized he had eaten so much. Uncle Zhou, satisfied, gazed at the pile of eggshells before him, burped contentedly, and looked at the table laden with his wife's delicious dishes. Chuckling, "I never anticipated that I would be so engrossed in eating tea eggs with my drink." To the point of being completely full, Auntie Lianhua gently caressed her belly, offering an awkward smile as she remarked, "Old Zhou, it seems I have consumed more than you. At least a dozen, if not 20. Zhou Rongrong raised her hand. "I am in the same boat." Lin Bin himself had devoured nearly 10. His younger sister expressed a desire to take a stroll, feeling overly full. Ding! The tasting task for the ancient fragrant tea egg has been completed. A reward of 1 million has been transferred to the host's WeChat account. Lin Bin chuckled, marveling at how effortlessly wealth could be acquired. This system truly lived up to its name as the perfect life system. From this day forth, it would allow him to recline and effortlessly attain a flawless existence. How remarkable! He sincerely expressed his gratitude to the system in his heart. "You're welcome." New task within 3 days. The new store must operate and sell 10 portions of tea eggs, with each tea egg counted as 1 portion, priced at 10 yuan each. Chapter 12. The mysterious restaurant opens, offering tea eggs for strength, health, and longevity. Wait, 10 yuan for a single tea egg? Lin Bin exclaimed in surprise. Typically, tea eggs in Ninghai City were priced at merely 150 to 2 yuan each. Would anyone actually purchase them at such a steep price? He remained skeptical. The ancient fragrant tea egg is unlike ordinary tea eggs. Moreover, you will need to use spring water to boil the tea eggs, which will endow them with health benefits and longevity. Tell me, is 10 yuan for a chicken egg truly excessive? That is a fair point, Lin Bin contemplated. Kind reminder, you forgot to use spring water to boil the tea eggs tonight. They would have tasted even better. The following morning, Lin Bin prepared the tea eggs in advance. When 8:30 in the evening arrived, his mysterious restaurant finally opened. The system prohibited him from creating a sign for the restaurant. If anyone inquired, he was to simply refer to it as the mysterious restaurant. No grand opening ceremonies were allowed either. Everything remained understated. Inside the restaurant, his sister surveyed the surroundings and asked Lin Bin, "Brother, is this your restaurant?" "Indeed. I will often bring you here to enjoy," he replied. "Great." His sister climbed onto a chair. Lin Bin moved the electric pot used for boiling tea eggs to the entrance of the restaurant. Beneath the table housing the pot, he affixed a freshly printed sign that read, "Ancient fragrant tea eggs, 10 yuan each, limited to 1 per person." After completing these tasks, he settled inside the restaurant, waiting for customers to arrive. The system forbade him from calling out to attract patrons, making him feel as though he were meant to manage this small establishment in a state of relaxation. Would he be able to sell 10 tea eggs today and complete the task to earn the million-yuan reward? Lin Bin felt uncertain. Passers-by in the food street glanced at the sign Lin Bin had posted, laughing together. Is he out of his mind? 10 yuan for a tea egg. Whoever buys one must be a fool. Indeed, they had never encountered such exorbitantly priced tea eggs before. Was he attempting to swindle customers? Selling only tea eggs in a food street? Was the owner truly mad? By 9 o'clock, a person entered, and Lin Bin's expression brightened, thinking a customer had finally arrived. To his surprise, it was his classmate. Debo expressed his concerns, saying, "I say, Bin, have you lost your mind? You've opened such a large establishment, yet only sell tea eggs?" Lin Bin explained, "I plan to introduce new dishes in the future. Debo nodded, that's reassuring. But can you really sell a tea egg for 10 yuan? Lin Bin replied, "It depends on fate. I believe it will work." Debo shook his head. "You're out of your mind. I've never seen a tea egg sell for 10 yuan. Lower the price. 2 yuan each will be much better. This is a product that thrives on low margins and high sales." For the sake of the 1 million reward, Lin Bin refused to lower the price. "I assure you, my tea eggs are unlike any others. They possess health benefits that promote longevity." "Do you believe that?" Debo retorted, "I believe you're joking. Bin, you must manage this well. I don't want to see you suffer losses." Lin Bin waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. You needn't worry. All right, since you said so, I will trust you for now. Give me one to taste. I'm here to support you and help create a good atmosphere." Debo approached the electric pot, only to find 10 tea eggs inside. His eyes widened as he turned back to Lin Bin, who had followed him, asking, "You've only made 10? Lin Bin clarified, "No, I made only 10. None have been sold yet." Debo, rubbing his forehead in exasperation for his classmate, lamented, "You've opened a store, yet you've only prepared 10 tea eggs? Even if you sell them all daily, it one tea cover the rent." Lin Bin replied, "We've just started. Things will improve. This is merely a warm-up." At that moment, Debo paused, glancing down at the bubbling electric pot, from which a tantalizing aroma wafted. The brownish-red tea eggs rolled in the hot marinade. "Wow, it smells incredible. Bin, let me have a taste." Lin Bin smiled, envisioning the 1 million reward beckoning before him. He took a white porcelain plate, scooped a tea egg, and placed it on the table. Debo eagerly sat down, disregarding the heat, and immediately began to peel the shell. Seeing Debo's eagerness reminded Lin Bin of the amusing scenes from the previous night when his mother and others enjoyed tea eggs, prompting him to chuckle. "Debo, slow down. Don't burn your fingers or throat." Debo paid no heed to Lin Bin's concern. His focus was solely on the tea egg. He took a bite and instantly closed his eyes in blissful enjoyment. "How is it?" Lin Bin inquired. Debo, after swallowing the remaining egg, gave a thumbs up and exclaimed to Bin, "I want the other 9 eggs." Debo, let me explain. There's a limit of 1 serving per person, and 1 tea egg constitutes a serving. They cannot be taken away, only consumed here." Lin Bin clarified, hoping to prevent Debo from accusing him of showing off. "Why such a rule?" Debo questioned. Lin Bin replied, "I strive for a refined dining experience, so the regulations are rather strict." He could only fabricate excuses. He certainly couldn't reveal that he was bound to a system that mandated such practices. That was a secret meant solely for him, one that no one else should uncover. "But I still want to eat your eggs." Debo licked his lips. "What on earth?" Lin Bin stepped back, feeling a sudden chill beneath him. "Eat my egg!" exclaimed Debo, bursting into laughter until tears streamed down his face and his stomach ached. Lin Bin chuckled along, and upon noticing, his sister rushed over. Her playful remark nearly sent Bo into fits of laughter once more. "Brother, I want to eat your egg." Lin Bin shot a glance at Bo, tinged with reproach, then gently ruffled his sister's hair and tenderly replied, "If you ever want to eat it, just say so. You want to eat the eggs I make?" "Okay." His sister, always obedient to Lin Bin, nodded cutely. "Uh-huh. Can I have one now? This egg smells even better than last night's. I want to eat it." Lin Bin assured her, "When we get home, I'll make you plenty so you can eat your fill. All right?" His sister eagerly nodded in agreement. "Okay." Lin Bin then encouraged his sister to play behind the cash register while he covered the electric pot, not wanting any dust to settle inside, as it would enhance the flavor of the tea eggs. At that moment, he noticed Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo leading a group of 6 boys approaching his quaint restaurant. "Selling tea eggs? That business is tough in the food street," Chun Xiaojian remarked upon entering. "Why not have an opening event? Your store doesn't even have a sign." "Lin Bin, your restaurant is quite peculiar. Can it really succeed?" Chapter 13. Pricing too high and no one buys? Will it remain unsold tonight? Lin Bin simply could not bear to see himself thrive. Bo stepped forward, ready to confront Chun Xiaojian, perhaps even to escalate to physicality, but Lin Bin quickly intervened, stating, "We cannot drive anyone out on the opening day. That's the rule here in Ninghai." Reluctantly, Bo took a seat. Lin Bin invited Chun Xiaojian and the others to sit as well, smiling as he addressed their sardonic inquiries. "My culinary skills are exceptional, the taste is exquisite, and the texture is delightful, so I don't need to resort to gimmicks." Chun Xiaojian opened his mouth to retort, but held back. Fu Bo interjected, "Lin Bin, you're selling each tea egg for 10 yuan. Will anyone buy them? Can you sell out?" Though he feigned concern for Lin Bin's little establishment, his true intent was to undermine Lin Bin's confidence. Perhaps they were still seething over the dinner at my house with Zhou Rongrong, where we took a photo together. Lin Bin shook his head slightly, bemused by the fervor of these sycophants. They had come here to stir trouble. Had it not been for the auspicious occasion of the opening, he would have already dealt with them harshly. Lin Bin, tall and strong as well as good-looking, would have no trouble subduing them. Chun Xiaojian and his companions were aware of the local customs in Ninghai, which emboldened them to speak so brazenly. Lin Bin addressed Fu Bo and the others. "My tea eggs are made from quality ingredients, with exceptional flavor and texture, setting them apart from others. Hence the slightly higher price. Rest assured, I will sell out all my tea eggs today. If you don't believe me, feel free to linger here and witness the sales." "All right, we'll stay and help you out a bit. As classmates, we should unite in camaraderie." Chun Xiaojian nodded. Fu Bo and the others followed suit, their heads bobbing in agreement, as if eager to witness Lin Bin's impending failure. How could a recent high school graduate possibly succeed in running a restaurant? Earning money? Unthinkable. At this moment, Lin Bin recalled that Bo had just expressed a desire to indulge in tea eggs upon catching a whiff of their aroma. Last night, his mother and the others were also tempted by the scent of the heated tea eggs, stirring their appetites. He fetched a large fan, positioning it behind the electric pot to direct airflow towards it. He then lifted the pot's lid, releasing a plume of white steam that wafted towards the food street, allowing passers-by to catch a hint of the delightful fragrance. Earlier, without the breeze, the aroma had risen into the air, leaving few in the bustling street aware of its presence. After completing his task, Lin Bin settled next to Bo, engrossed in a novel on his phone. Occasionally, they would reminisce about amusing incidents from their school days and discuss the nuances of university life. "This price point is simply unfeasible. No one will buy them," Fu Bo remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Zhou Rongrong, who had been overly infatuated with Lin Bin, seemed to revel in his misfortune, hoping to witness the downfall of his small business and transform it into a topic of ridicule among their peers. Chun Xiaojian shared a similar sentiment. The group photo taken at Lin Bin's home the previous night shattered his spirits, leading him to weep on his rooftop for an extended period, contemplating his existence. Just then, a middle school girl clad in a blue school uniform approached, calling out, "Is the owner here?" Lin Bin stood up, responding, "Yes." "Would you like to buy some tea eggs?" The girl nodded, inquiring, "How much is one?" "It says 10 yuan each." "Is that a mistake?" It appeared she had mistakenly assumed the price to be 1 yuan. having inadvertently added a zero after the numeral 1. In the eyes of many, tea eggs were typically priced at 1 or 2 yuan each. Lin Bin smiled at the girl, explaining, "Indeed, it is 10 yuan each. These are made with rural free-range eggs and boiled in spring water from the mountains, which significantly enhances their flavor. They are truly delectable. You'll realize that once you try one." The girl, realizing the price was indeed 10 yuan, touched her pocket, hesitated, and ultimately turned away. Though she craved the delicacy, her life experiences had taught her that such an expense was unjustifiable. Lin Bin found her reaction entirely understandable and felt no disappointment. He knew others would come to purchase, so there was no rush. With nearly an hour and a half remaining until closing time, he returned to his seat, exchanged a few more words with Debo, and prepared to continue his novel. At that moment, Fu Bo chuckled mischievously, addressing Lin Bin. "I told you, your tea eggs are priced too high. They won tea sell." Chen Xiaojian, grinning, added, "Exactly, no one will buy them. You probably won tea sell out tonight." The others from the 4 classes joined in laughter, shaking their heads. Convinced that Lin Bin had lost his mind by pricing tea eggs at 10 yuan each, had he truly lost all sense of reason? Why not rob a bank instead? Debo stood up, glaring at them with wide eyes, saying, "Lin Bin only made 10 tea eggs. How could he possibly not sell out? 10? Only 10 tea eggs?" Chen Xiaojian laughed uncontrollably. Fu Bo chuckled and shook his head at Debo, saying, "Even if we only prepare 10 tea eggs, they won tea sell out tonight. Just look at that middle school girl. She didn't tea buy any." Suddenly, his voice softened. Following his gaze, Debo and Lin Bin spotted the same girl in a school uniform, who smiled and asked Lin Bin, "Excuse me, do you still have tea eggs?" Lin Bin nodded with delight. "Yes, we do." The girl replied, "I'd like to try one first." Lin Bin said, "Sure, please take a seat." The girl expressed her confusion. "I isn't it possible to take the tea egg to go?" Lin Bin smiled, explaining, "This is one of the restaurant's unique rules. Taking food to go can somewhat affect its flavor and texture." The girl nodded, "I understand." With that, she stepped into the shop. Debo wiped down the table and chairs for her, saying, "Please sit. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm a friend of the owner, serving temporarily." The girl smiled, pleasantly surprised by the formality surrounding her tea egg experience. Chen Xiaojian watched the girl's retreating figure, frowning slightly as he thought, "Is she really going to buy such an expensive tea egg? Does she come from a wealthy family?" Fu Bo and the other 4 boys looked at her incredulously, thinking she must be foolish to purchase Lin Bin's tea eggs. "Hey, stop staring, or I'll give each of you a punch." Double mourned, shaking his large fist, concerned that the girl might feel uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Although Chen Xiaojian and Fu Bo were reluctant, they didn't want to provoke Debo and fell silent, naturally turning their attention to Lin Bin, who was busy preparing tea eggs as 3 boys and a girl approached him with inquiries. Chapter 14, Purchase Limit. A strange regulation, torture, and discomfort. We're on our knees. "Boss, do you really make these tea eggs using traditional methods?" one of the male college students asked. "Indeed," Lin Bin replied. "The system confirms it." He noticed the trio likely belonged to nearby Ning University, which explained the steep price. The alluring aroma of the tea eggs was simply irresistible. The other 2 male students nodded, gazing longingly at the electric pot, before turning to the female student. "Meow meow. Do you want one?" Meow meow quickly nodded, "Yes. I'd like to try one." "Boss, please pack it." Lin Bin responded, "I'm sorry, but we only serve dine-in. Taking it to go would compromise the dish's taste and texture." Meow meow widened her eyes in surprise, having never heard of such a rule regarding tea eggs. She suddenly realized how charming the owner was. "Please come in and sit. I'll serve you the tea eggs. What about you 3? Lin Bin invited, glancing at the 3 male students. They nodded in agreement, following Meow Meow into the shop, glancing back frequently. Lin Bin continued serving tea eggs, noticing more customers drawn in by the enticing aroma. "Debo, please help serve the tea eggs at the table." Lin Bin turned to Debo and exclaimed, "We are brothers. Since we have some spare time, let us lend him a hand." Debo rose to the occasion and assumed the role of a food delivery person. Lin Bin, facing a line of a dozen individuals who had just arrived, wore a subtle smile. The tea eggs were nearly sold out, and the task was close to completion. The substantial reward of 1 million was within reach. Boss, your tea eggs smell delightful, but they are quite expensive. Could you lower the price a bit? If you do, I will buy a few, inquired a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She appeared to be a seasoned negotiator, adept at haggling. Lin Bin replied, I sincerely apologize, but our tea eggs are made from free-range rural chicken eggs, infused with spring water from the mountains, and blended with premium black tea leaves and aromatic spices, all prepared following traditional methods. Therefore, the price is somewhat elevated, and we do not engage in bargaining. Additionally, each customer is limited to 1 egg per day, and they must be consumed on-site, not for takeout. Upon hearing his explanation, the middle-aged woman hesitated, casting a glance at the mere 4 tea eggs remaining in the pot, before ultimately departing. In the realm of business, triumphs and setbacks coexist. Lin Bin remained unfazed, for there were more compliant customers in line, which now seemed to number over 20. Do you two wish for 2 eggs? Lin Bin inquired of a middle-aged father and his child. The child eagerly interjected, Yes, brother. Want 2 eggs? They smell so good. Please serve us quickly. We are starving. The father affectionately ruffled his child's hair and smiled at Lin Bin, saying, 2 tea eggs for us, please. We'll dine in. Certainly, Lin Bin replied with a cheerful nod, the promise of the $1 million reward beckoning him. Inside the shop, Debo was busy attending to customers. Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo were both taken aback, wondering how such a crowd had suddenly formed in line. Just moments ago, they had remarked that Lin Bin's tea eggs were unlikely to sell due to their high price, yet they had witnessed 7 being sold already. As the aroma of tea eggs wafted through the establishment, their noses twitched involuntarily, drawn to the sight of the delectable eggs before the customers. How fragrant! No wonder so many people are queuing up to buy them, remarked one of Lin Bin's male classmates, licking his lips as the craving stirred within him. Initially, they had not sensed the enticing scent of the tea eggs, which had left them bewildered by the sudden surge in Lin Bin's business. Now, the aroma clarified everything. Fu Bo sheepishly lowered his head, remaining silent. He had previously been the most vocal in expressing doubts about Lin Bin's little shop. Well, I think I'll head back now, he murmured. Chun Xiaojian swallowed hard, struggling to control his appetite. He realized that indulging in Lin Bin's tea eggs was not an option. Leaving the place as soon as possible seemed wise. Wait. Stay until Abin sells out his tea eggs, Debo said, his large, sturdy hand resting on Chun Xiaojian's shoulder. Chun Xiaojian was gently guided back into his seat, offering an embarrassed smile as he acquiesced. All right, fine. Debo continued, None of you can leave early. Just a moment ago, you all agreed to wait and see if Abin could sell out of all his tea eggs. There are only 2 left now. Fu Bo and his companions nodded in agreement, declaring that a man's word is as binding as an oath, and as classmates, they certainly could not leave first. Staying behind to see if they could lend a hand was the least they could do, right? Indeed, indeed. The Bo chuckled as he released his hefty hand from Chun Xiaojian's shoulder. At table 6, a middle school girl took a bite of the tea egg, but missed the yolk. She couldn't help but utter a sophom. The rich aroma of tea and the 5-spice flavor unfolded in her mouth like a blooming rose. How delightful! She chewed gently. The egg white was crisp and tender, offering a sensational texture, while the mingling tastes of tea and 5 spices seemed to seep between her lips and teeth. This tea egg was truly flavorful. She then took a larger bite and reached the yolk, which was equally infused with the rich tea and spice essence. Most astonishing was its creamy, silky texture that melted away at the slightest touch of her tongue. Oh, she stuffed the remainder of the tea egg into her mouth and glanced back at the shop owner, Lin Bin, at the door, still yearning for more. However, Lin Bin had stipulated that each person was limited to 1 purchase. She scratched her heart, feeling unsatisfied and yearning for more. She waved at Debo, who approached her, inquiring if she needed anything. Could you possibly ask your friend to sell me another tea egg? It's simply too delicious. The middle school girl nearly shook Debo's arm in her enthusiasm. Debo's heart softened, yet upon glancing at Lin Bin's back, he shook his head and replied, I'm afraid not, little sister. As his best friend and classmate, I can only purchase 1. All right, I shall return another day, she said, reluctantly completing her payment and exiting the shop, turning back thrice. Boss, please sell each of us another tea egg. Yes, it's incredibly delicious. I believe I could devour a dozen or 20. The 3 male and 1 female university students, having finished their meal, called back to Linbin. With a smile, Linbin responded, "My shop has a policy of 1 egg per person per day. This will not change for anyone. You may return tomorrow. Thank you for visiting." Boss, this is torture. Not being able to eat to satisfaction is so distressing. We beg you, forget the rules. The 4 university students felt the urge to kneel before him, their mouths and hearts yearning for more. I open the shop at 8:30 each morning. You are welcome to come daily. Linbin remained unmoved. Listening to the system's guidance and leading a relaxed life to achieve a perfect existence is quite wonderful. The university students, feeling helpless against Linbin's steadfastness, could only complete their payment and leave the quaint shop, turning back with the same longing as the middle school girl. Chapter 15. Children crying to eat more tea eggs. Can you believe it? They savored the tea egg marinade. My goodness, it must be extraordinarily delicious to provoke such a reaction. A boy named Jiang, he from Linbin's class, observed the retreating middle school girl and the 4 university students, noting their excitement. Sitting opposite him, 2 other boys inhaled the fragrant aroma of the tea eggs in the air, nodding in agreement as their stomachs audibly grumbled in response. Although Chan Xiaojian and Fu Bo were reluctant to admit it, the flavor of Linbin's tea-infused eggs was truly exceptional. They found it impossible to resist the allure of their taste buds, their mouths watering at the thought of trying one. However, the image of Zhou Rongrong alongside Linbin solidified their resolve. "Dad, I want more tea-infused eggs. One is not enough," the child exclaimed, tugging at his father's attention. The father glanced helplessly at Linbin's retreating figure and shook his head, saying, "You heard what those older siblings said. Each person can only purchase 1 egg per day. I want to eat. I want more. Wah." The child began to wail, exhibiting a tendency to throw himself on the ground in a fit of despair. The father quickly scooped him up, saying, "All right, let us head home. I will bring you back tomorrow for more tea-infused eggs. Okay?" "No. Wah." The child continued to cry in protest. The father frowned and, amidst the bewildered gazes of onlookers, approached Linbin, who was speaking with the customers in line. "Boss, can you sell me those 2 tea-infused eggs in the pot? My child is quite upset and his crying is rather bothersome. Is there any way to make an exception to the purchasing limit?" Linbin looked at the tear-streaked face of the child and gently replied, "I'm afraid the store policy cannot be altered. I apologize. You can come back tomorrow or another day." Wah! The child's cries grew louder, flailing his arms and legs as if striving to break free. "Brother, please let me have one." Linbin remained firm in his response. The father, resigned to the situation, departed with his sobbing child, who turned back repeatedly, snot and saliva trailing down his face, eliciting a sense of endearment for passers-by. Those in line observed the departing father and child, murmuring, "The child is crying so fiercely for the tea-infused eggs. They must be incredibly delicious." Indeed, that child wanted another after just having one. In front of Linbin stood an elderly couple with snow-white hair, exuding an air of elegance and grace. They appeared to be well off, likely having a comfortable retirement. "Please, let us have the remaining 2 tea-infused eggs," the grandfather requested. The grandmother, holding his hand, entered the shop, eagerly anticipating their order. They had been captivated by Linbin's earlier mention that the tea-infused eggs possess health benefits and could extend one's lifespan. Linbin retrieved the last 2 tea-infused eggs from the pot, leaving only hot brine behind. Debo promptly delivered the eggs to the couple. A quiet gentleman in line adjusted his glasses, peering into the bubbling pot of brine, and gasped, "Is it all gone?" Linbin nodded, "Yes, it's all gone. Please come again another day." The bespectacled man sighed. "If I had known, I would have queued earlier." He wore an expression of regret. Earlier, when Linbin had not wafted the enticing aroma of the eggs onto the street, he had hesitated at the price and failed to stay. "All right then, I shall return another day," the gentleman said, departing. The individuals who arrived later could hardly believe that everything had sold out so swiftly. They approached the pot, only to depart with expressions of disappointment and regret, promising to return another day. Sold out. The inaugural day of business had indeed been effortless. Linbin, exuberant, entered the shop, cradling his sleeping sister as he joined Debo at the table. Debo recalled the child who had cried and fussed for a second tea egg, chuckling as he remarked, "I never imagined a child would throw such a tantrum over not getting a second of your tea egg." Nearly rolling on the ground in front of his father, Lin Bin replied, "Neither did I." He secretly pondered whether the exquisite taste of today's tea eggs was due to the infusion of the mystical spring water from the hidden realm. Indeed, the system answered his unspoken query. At that moment, the grandparents finished their tea eggs, and, as the grandfather paid, he smiled kindly at Lin Bin, saying, "Young man, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. This is the best tea egg I've ever tasted in my lifetime. Will you be open for business tomorrow?" Lin Bin nodded, "Of course. We welcome your return." The grandmother waved goodbye to Lin Bin and Debo, saying, "We shall return tomorrow. See you then, young men. Goodbye. See you tomorrow." Lin Bin and Debo chorused, bidding farewell to the grandparents, both reminiscing about their own amiable grandparents. Once the customers departed, the shop fell into a profound silence. Jiang He approached Lin Bin and Debo, offering a few congratulatory words to Lin Bin before hesitating, then smilingly inquired, "Lin Bin, would you mind adding some raw eggs to the pot to prepare a few more tea eggs? I genuinely wish to taste one." He could hardly contain himself, feeling as though he would perish from temptation. He believed he would not be able to sleep tonight without savoring a traditional aromatic tea egg. Thus, he brazenly made his request to Lin Bin. Previously, he had been standing with Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo de Bo, teasingly remarked about Jiang He and Lin Bin. "Ah Bin, it seems Jiang He has also succumbed to your eggs." Jiang He's expression shifted, and goosebumps crept over him. Lin Bin felt a twinge of nausea and glared at Debo. "Shut your foul mouth, Debo." Debo, whose name aptly described her ample proportions, continued to laugh heartily. Jiang He shot him an annoyed glance before turning back to Lin Bin, saying, "If you don't make more tea eggs, I will surely be tormented by cravings and won't be able to sleep tonight." Lin Bin asked, "You truly wish to eat one?" Jiang He nodded emphatically. Lin Bin replied, "Then return tomorrow, and do so promptly. You heard the rules of my little shop, right? I will not bend them." For the sake of the system's substantial rewards, Lin Bin would certainly uphold all the regulations it had established for him and his shop. The system had instituted these peculiar, unconventional rules solely to facilitate his ease. "Very well," Jiang He said as he turned to leave the little shop and head home. At that moment, a male classmate named Ning Tao pointed to the electric hot pot at the door and asked Lin Bin, "May I sample the braising liquid of the tea eggs? If we cannot have the eggs, tasting the broth would suffice." "What?" Debo widened his eyes in disbelief, and Lin Bin was equally taken aback by this suggestion. Jiang He turned around and smiled at Lin Bin, saying, "Indeed, shall we taste the braising liquid of the tea eggs?" Chapter 16. Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo were left flabbergasted, having consumed an entire vat of vinegar. Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo's eyes bulged in astonishment. "Is this even permissible?" Before Lin Bin could respond, Jiang He lifted the lid of the electric hot pot, and a fragrant mist escaped. He seized the ladle meant for retrieving tea eggs. Ning Tao hurried over to join him. Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo contemplated rising to join them. But upon recalling Lin Bin's relationship with Zhou Rongrong and the previous awkward encounters they had shared, they felt too embarrassed to stand up, remaining seated instead. The two boys beside them sprang up and jogged over to Jiang He and Ning Tao, exclaiming, "We want to taste some too. Just a little, is that all right?" Lin Bin, "After all, the braising liquid will soon be discarded as waste." Lin Bin nodded in acquiescence. Jiang He was the first to take a white porcelain plate, scooping a small portion of the tea egg broth, and he took a sip. After closing his eyes and reopening them, he exclaimed, "Wow, this is delicious. I need more. More." Ning Tao and the other two boys mirrored his enthusiastic reaction. They sipped and sipped, truly just sampling a minuscule amount. Debo, feeling a slight urge to join them, had yet to satiate his craving for tea eggs, but Lin Bin restrained him, saying, "Wait until I make them at home. Control yourself." Debo nodded in agreement, observing Jiang He and the others relishing the broth. Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo could no longer remain seated and joined the revelry of consuming the braising liquid. The flavor of the black tea is so rich. I find the star anise and cinnamon notes to be quite pronounced. The aroma of scallions and garlic is just right. Anything stewed in this broth must be delicious. Even a stone would taste good. I sense that it contains truly mineral-rich spring water. It's smooth and feels very natural. Thus, they finished the entire pot of tea egg broth without pausing. Only after they had drained the last drop did they realize they were thirsty and turned to Lin Bin for water. At that moment, Zhou Rongrong and her mother appeared at the entrance of the shop. Upon seeing Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo with broth smeared around their mouths, she frowned and looked at the clean electric hot pot, asking, "Did you drink the braising liquid of the tea eggs? You drank so much?" Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo quickly turned away, discreetly wiping the remnants of the broth from their lips. De Bo approached Zhou Rongrong with a smile, saying yes. They finished an entire pot of broth. My friends and I were utterly astonished. Zhou Rongrong widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo, saying, "You must be out of your minds." Aunt Lianhua gave Lin Bin a thumbs up from inside the shop, acknowledging his skill. To have made tea eggs so delicious that these kids are drinking the braising liquid is truly impressive. Chun Xiaojian gazed at De Bo and then turned his attention to Zhou Rongrong, lifting his chin as he declared, "We merely took a taste." The rest was consumed by Jiang, He, and Ning Tao. Fu Bo chimed in to clarify, "Indeed, I only sampled a tiny sip." The four boys, who usually acknowledged Chun Xiaojian as their leader, nodded in agreement. "I drank quite a bit. It was unavoidable." Lin Bin's tea egg sold out, and they smelled so enticing that we couldn't resist overindulging. I had my fair share as well. The flavor was delightful. Not partaking would have been a waste. Zhou Rongrong clicked her tongue, unable to comprehend their indulgence in marinated broth. She didn't dwell on that for long and turned to Lin Bin in the shop, asking, "Have the tea eggs truly sold out? Is there none left?" She and Aunt Lianhua had come specifically to savor Lin Bin's eggs, while also supporting his New Year's opening. Lin Bin slightly shook his head and replied softly, "They're gone, all sold out," cradling his sleeping younger sister. He feared she might wake. Zhou Rongrong entered the shop, placing her hands on her hips and exuding an air of superiority at that moment. Her voice, though not loud, carried an authoritative tone as she commanded, "Could you make more tea eggs for me?" Lin Bin chuckled, finding her display of entitlement amusing. With a casual wave of his hand, he replied coolly, "I only sell 10 tea eggs a day. Once they're gone, the day's work is done. That's the rule, unchangeable. You can come earlier another day to purchase them." Upon hearing this, Zhou Rongrong stamped her foot in frustration, recalling how Lin Bin had previously been more accommodating. In the past, whenever she craved instant noodles, Lin Bin would gladly prepare them for her, day or night. "I don't care. You must make more for me, or else," she pouted angrily. "Or else what?" Lin Bin shook his head slightly. Compared to Zhou Rongrong, Su Muxi epitomized the perfect virtuous wife, gentle and kind. Or else what? Zhou Rongrong found herself at a loss for how to threaten Lin Bin. At that moment, a hand reached over her shoulder, tugging at her little ear. "What will you do? Are you going to hit little Lin?" Learning to threaten at such a young age. "Mom, ow, that hurts, ouch." The familiar reprimand caused Zhou Rongrong's expression to change. She recognized that it was indeed Aunt Lianhua who had grasped her ear. "It's good that you know it hurts. Come home with me. What mischief are you causing for little Lin?" Aunt Lianhua led Zhou Rongrong away, disappearing to the right side of the shop. "Ha! Sister Rongrong got scolded and dragged away." Her younger sister, who had just awakened in Lin Bin's embrace, giggled innocently. "She deserved it. If I hadn't just fallen asleep, I would have bitten her for bullying my brother." Her fierce little gestures were quite endearing to Lin Bin. He asked her, "Do you prefer that your brother's future wife be gentle and kind, or willful and headstrong?" The younger sister inquired, "Brother, what does willful and headstrong mean?" Lin Bin replied, "It refers to someone like your sister Rongrong." The younger sister exclaimed, "Then such a person is not acceptable. I prefer gentle and kind. Otherwise, my brother would be bullied." Lin Bin playfully flicked his sister's little nose, delighting in the words that flowed from her lips. "All right, in 3 months, brother will bring home a gentle and kind sister to play with you." His sister beamed with joy, nodding vigorously. That sounds wonderful." With the tea eggs sold out, they decided to head home. Setting his sister down, Lin Bin noticed that Chun Xiaojian and Fu Bo had vanished. It was likely due to the jealousy stirred when Zhou Rongrong had earlier displayed her little temper in front of him, causing them to turn away. Debo remarked, "Ah Bin, your interaction with Zhou Rongrong just now has driven Chen Xiaojian and Fu Bo away." Lin Bin glanced outside, shaking his head slightly. Why bother? What a pitiful display. In his previous life, Chen Xiaojian and Fu Bo had fawned over Zhou Rongrong for years, yet she never acknowledged their efforts. Having dated 4 boyfriends throughout college, 1 each year, without ever giving them a chance. Chapter 17. Heartwarming Egg Noodles. $1 million reward received. Sweet pet task triggered and completed upon returning home from the food street. His mother opened the door. "You're back. I've prepared a bowl of noodles for you. Topped with your favorite runny yolk egg." Lin Bin felt a warmth envelop his heart. His mother always understood that he worked late and grew hungry. She continued to treat him with unwavering tenderness, placing him at the forefront of her affections. His sister, with her sweet voice, inquired, "Mama, don't I get any noodles?" His mother pinched his sister's chubby round face, smiling as she replied, "Of course you do. If there are noodles for your brother, there are noodles for you too." "Yay, I want to eat noodles with brother," his sister exclaimed, singing a children's song that Lin Bin himself did not recognize. As they stepped inside, their father adjusted his reading glasses. He had been perusing the newspaper, initially intending to ask Lin Bin about the opening of his little shop and whether he was tired. He wanted to suggest that if he was weary, he could stop working, as he could support him through 4 years of college. However, being honest and unexpressive, he thought it would be overly sentimental. He decided to let the children converse with their mother, and later, in the privacy of their bedroom, he would ask her to relay the details to him. "Dad, you have work tomorrow. Shouldn't you go to bed early?" Lin Bin expressed concern for his father. His father, an ordinary worker earning around $4,000 a month, found it incredibly challenging to support the family, often suffering from insomnia and graying hair. "I'll just read the newspaper and then sleep," he replied, feeling a surge of joy at his son's concern. His mother added, "Your father was waiting for you to return because he was worried about you and your sister." Sometimes, she found it perplexing that his father kept his feelings to himself. Why not share his thoughts with the children? Lin Bin chuckled, wrapping his arms around his sister and encouraging her to sit beside him, eager to savor the egg noodles their mother had prepared before they grew cold. "I want to sit on brother's lap while he feeds me noodles." His sister pouted adorably. Their mother interjected, "Your brother is tired from running the shop. How about you eat by yourself, dear?" "No, I want Mama to feed me noodles." His sister insisted, her big, round eyes sparkling with cuteness. However, Mother was concerned that as they grew older, her daughter would struggle to be independent without Lin Bin's care. Thus, she gently admonished, "Dear sister, you are already in kindergarten. You are no longer a small child. You must learn to eat by yourself, all right?" The younger sister, perhaps buoyed by the joy of playing with her brother all day, obediently nodded, took the chopsticks, and began to eat her noodles. The noodles were still warm, and Lin Bin surmised that Mother had timed their preparation perfectly. The simple bowl of egg noodles surpassed all the delicacies he had tasted in his past life. Mother inquired, "How did business go today?" Lin Bin replied, "Quite well. We sold out, and the customers loved the food." Mother responded, "That's wonderful. How much did you earn?" Lin Bin answered, "The revenue was 100 yuan, but my income from a store isn't just that. I also made 500 yuan from writing food articles and creating culinary videos online." He felt it prudent to withhold mention of the substantial rewards the system was about to bestow upon him, fearing it might overly astonish his parents. Thus, he resorted to a benevolent fib. Mother beamed with pride, "Son, you are truly impressive. Earning 600 yuan on your first day of business, after deducting costs. You should have over 400 left, right?" Lin Bin nodded in agreement. Mother, visibly pleased, gave him a thumbs up. A net profit of 400 a day means you could make 12,000 a month, which is significantly more than both your father and I earn together. After taking a hearty sip of the noodle broth, Lin Bin glanced at his father and said to Mother, "From now on, I will cover my tuition and living expenses. The remaining funds will be used to support you and Dad, alleviating your burdens and allowing you to enjoy a leisurely retirement sooner." Mother smiled radiantly, her happiness evident. "Oh, son, you have truly grown up. It's a bit hard for your father and me to adjust to this sudden maturity. Now that you are financially independent, you won't need to ask us for money anymore." At that moment, Father also turned his gaze toward Lin Bin, studying him intently. He hadn't anticipated that the little boy had blossomed into a young man, earning significantly more from his business than the two of them combined. After finishing his meal, Lin Bin entered the narrow bathroom for a warm shower, which Mother likely had prepared in advance, though it could have also been Father's doing. Though he was not a man of many words, Father had a tender heart. Once in his room, as he dried his hair, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The mysterious restaurant has successfully opened and sold 10T eggs. The task is complete. A reward of 1 million yuan has been transferred to the host's WeChat account. Please check it. Note: all rewards from the system are legitimate, safe, and secure, so feel free to use them. Lin Bin opened his WeChat account to see a long string of zeros, feeling utterly content as he reclined against the headboard, relishing the experience of effortlessly earning money while lying down. Having dried his hair, he found himself reminiscing about Su Muxi. In his previous life, during their university days, before indulging in mischievous escapades while living off campus, she would often invite him to shower with her. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she would gently dry his hair with her delicate, almost boneless fingers, caressing his scalp and weaving through his locks, which brought him immense relaxation and a sense of romance. The prospect of seeing her in approximately 3 months filled Lin Bin with anticipation. He also recalled Su Muxi's fondness for painting. Her major was fine arts. In his past life, they would frequently travel by bus to gather inspiration outside of school. Lacking a personal vehicle at the time, waiting for buses was time-consuming, and transferring between them was a hassle. He resolved to enroll in driving lessons the following day and purchase a car, envisioning himself as her personal chauffeur, whisking her away to explore and gather inspiration from the great outdoors. The thought invigorated him, and he couldn't help but smile, longing to add Su Muxi on her QQ account. However, he restrained himself, aware that certain actions upon his return could trigger a butterfly effect, ultimately leading to a scenario where he would never encounter her again, which would be disastrous. Thus, he suppressed the overwhelming tide of nostalgia. Ding! The host's intention to enroll in driving school and purchase a car for Su Muxi has triggered and completed a hidden sweet task. Reward: professional driving skills and the art of crafting longevity-enhancing clear noodle soup. Shall these two skills be fused now? Ecstatic, Lin Bin chose to fuse them. The fusion bore no adverse effects. A surge of information and energy flooded his mind, instilling in him muscular memory. Consequently, he now mastered both skills flawlessly. Early the next morning, Lin Bin registered at a driving school named Hainan, conveniently located near Ningda. In his previous life, he had already obtained his driver's license and owned 3 vehicles. With his newfound professional driving skills, he believed it would take no more than 2 months to acquire his license. Chapter 18. A new task rewarding 2 million. Chun Xiaojian poses as mature Ding. The system has dispatched a new task. Stabilize the supply channel for rural free-range chicken eggs to prevent shortages and ensure quality assurance. Reward: 2 million. 2 million. The task reward had doubled, and Lin Bin felt a surge of joy. He planned to enroll at the driving school the next day, then head to Hongxi Market to meet the rural grandmother selling eggs, discussing the possibility of establishing a contract for her family's free-range chicken egg production. Upon awakening, bathed in warm sunlight, Lin Bin completed his morning routine and shared breakfast with his sister before escorting her to kindergarten. He then rode his small electric scooter, turning towards Hainan Driving School to complete his registration. The process was straightforward and concluded swiftly. Upon arriving at Hongxi Market, it was only 9:15 a.m. The rural grandmother was still at her usual roadside stall. She recognized Lin Bin, greeted him with a smile, and spoke in a dialect he could not comprehend. Regardless, he purchased a basket of her eggs. Noticing a phone number on the corner of the price tag, he noted it down and retreated to a quieter corner to make a call. The individual on the other end of the line is presumably a middle-aged man, likely the son of a rural grandmother, with a deep, hoarse voice that suggests a fondness for smoking. Hello, I am the one who purchased your rural eggs. I would like to discuss a potential collaboration, preferably to establish a supply contract. Sure, let's arrange a time and place. Are you currently in Ninghai City? Yes. I propose we meet at 6 o'clock this evening at the Eugean Milk Tea Shop located on the first floor of the Rowan Entertainment City. Does that work for you? Sound good? All right, then it's settled. Goodbye. Rowan Entertainment City is a popular leisure venue frequented by locals, boasting a third floor that features a milk tea shop, a billiards hall, and game rooms. Lin Bin, having grown up in Ninghai City, is quite familiar with the area, giving him a home advantage in discussing the egg supply. However, he does not intend to drive the purchase price down. Life is quite challenging for those from rural backgrounds. A price of 1 yuan per egg is not exorbitant for authentic free-range eggs. He places greater importance on maintaining the quality of the eggs throughout their partnership, ensuring that the chickens are not fed commercial feed, but rather raised in a manner consistent with their natural habitat. After concluding the call, Lin Bin rode his electric scooter home, carrying the eggs he had just purchased and prepared 10 tea eggs for sale that evening. At 5 o'clock, within a private room on the first floor of Rowan Entertainment City, some students from Class 12 of the third year were engaged in lively conversation. The class leader, Chun Xiaojian, sat in the center of the sofa, basking in the delightful attention of his peers. Old Chen really knows how to get things done. I never expected he could actually bring Zhou Rongrong and Chen Aran here. Among his classmates, Chun Xiaojian was the one he admired most for his emotional intelligence in both personal and professional dealings. After graduation, he will undoubtedly excel in society. Just don't forget us. Especially me. And me, Old Chun, I live on the same street as you. Chun Xiaojian, feeling a surge of respect from his classmates, nodded and smiled, raising his glass. Come on, let's drink. No soft drinks for me. Yes, get rid of the soft drinks. The boys promptly discarded their cups of Sprite and cola, following Chun Xiaojian in downing beer and liquor. They felt particularly mature, embracing adulthood. They regarded Chun Xiaojian as a remarkable individual, the sole person responsible for securing this private room and coordinating with the manager and staff, a feat he accomplished single-handedly. Some girls found him quite charming, secretly harboring feelings for him. They believed that being with a man like him would lead to a life of luxury and indulgence. Consequently, they subtly competed with one another to get closer to Chun Xiaojian, hoping to become his girlfriend and eventually marry him. However, Chun Xiaojian's heart was solely occupied by Zhou Rongrong, so he adopted a strategy of feigned ignorance towards their advances. Hey, has Fu Bo not arrived? Someone inquired. He didn't come. He's been so upset with Lin Bin and Zhou Rongrong that he decided to withdraw from the competition and forget about her. Is that true? Many people laughed and began to gossip. Indeed, he got drunk and went wild last night, ultimately ending up sleeping on the street. Upon waking, he declared he would never see Zhou Rongrong again, and even less so Lin Bin. After all, they are classmates. Such remarks seem unnecessary, don't you think? You would understand. His love for Zhou Rongrong runs too deep, which is why his animosity towards both her and Lin Bin is even stronger. The realm of love is beyond our comprehension. As these classmates indulged in their gossip, Chun Xiaojian clenched his teeth. Unlike the class representative, Fu Bo, he grew more resolute in the face of emotional setbacks, devising a plan to utterly defeat Lin Bin in front of Zhou Rongrong and win her heart. He took out his phone and called Lin Bin. Lin Bin, you're not going on the graduation trip, but surely you can spare some time to come over. It won't take long. I really can't make it. Besides, Zhou Rongrong will be there. Why should I go just because she is? Following this, Chun Xiaojian heard the tone, indicating that the call had been disconnected. Damn it, no chance given. He cursed inwardly. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. Chun Aran walked in first, greeting her classmates before glancing at the karaoke stage and making her way towards it. She adored singing and was considered the karaoke queen among her peers. Chun Xiaojian took advantage of this and generously spent money to successfully entice her over. Zhou Rongrong, being her close friend and somewhat soft-hearted, was eventually persuaded to join after some coaxing. Concerned that Chun Aran might drink too much and cause a scene, and feeling relatively safe since it was still daytime, Zhou Rongrong decided to accompany her. Zhou Rongrong and Chun Aran settled together and began singing Little Dimples in a duet. Suddenly, Chun Xiaojian envisioned himself taking Chun Aran's place, singing sweetly with Zhou Rongrong. After Zhou Rongrong finished her song, he seized every opportunity to showcase his drinking prowess. attempting to exhibit what he believed were his mature qualities through both words and actions. He had heard that most aloof girls tend to favor mature, composed older men. He endeavored to feign maturity, thinking perhaps he could win Zhou Rongrong's heart and lead a sweet life together. However, due to Lin Bin's recent erratic behavior towards her, Zhou Rongrong often wore a sullen expression and paid little attention to Chen Xiaojin's attempts at appearing mature. At 5:50 p.m., Lin Bin entered the bustling first floor of the Hot Fire Entertainment City, took a seat at a table outside the milk tea shop on the left, and pulled out his phone to call the son of his rural grandmother. At that moment, someone called out, "Lin Bin, didn't you say you weren't coming?" Lin Bin turned to see Chen Xiaojian and others, with Zhou Rongrong among them. Chapter 19. Discussing collaboration and signing contracts. Renaming him Boss Lin. A monthly order exceeding 10,000. Chen Xiaojian scrutinized Lin Bin from head to toe and continued, "Look at you dressed in dress pants and a shirt. Trying to appear mature?" To catch Zhou Rongrong's attention, Lin Bin chuckled at this. Did he really need to pretend to be mature? He had been reborn, after all, with a psychological age of 28. It was merely his 18-year-old body that had returned with him. He donned the newly purchased trousers and shirt to engage in a collaborative contract discussion with the son of a rural grandmother, rather than to merely project a facade of maturity like Chen Xiaojian. "Perhaps it is you who is attempting to feign maturity," Lin Bin remarked with a smirk. Casting a glance at Chen Xiaojian, who was clad in his father's old trousers and shirt. "Wearing your father's outdated clothing is quite unseemly. Next time, perhaps you should consider donning something new to impress." You are the one pretending to be mature," Chen Xiaojian retorted, his temper flaring. Lin Bin countered, "I am dressed this way for the purpose of discussing a partnership and signing a contract, unlike you, who merely seeks to show off. What business does a student have discussing partnerships or signing contracts?" Chen Xiaojian scoffed, utterly unconvinced that Lin Bin had come here for such serious matters. He was not alone in his disbelief. Zhou Rongrong, Chen Ilian, and others shared his skepticism. After all, who in the professional realm would engage in discussions with students? This was precisely why Lin Bin had opted for formal attire. He feared being perceived as merely a student, trivializing the serious matter of supplying rural eggs, as if it were merely child's play. "Lin Bin, you didn't come here just because Zhou Rongrong is singing, did you? Knowing she prefers mature individuals. You dressed this way to impress her?" A particularly inquisitive girl remarked, her gaze flitting between Zhou Rongrong and Lin Bin, searching for morsels of gossip to satiate her curiosity. At that moment, Zhou Rongrong stifled a smile, her dimples appearing, secretly delighted, thinking to herself that Lin Bin was indeed being coy about his affections for her. Too proud to admit it, Lin Bin found it increasingly difficult to clarify his intentions, opting instead to call the son of the rural grandmother. Upon answering, the man confirmed, "I see you, the one in the trousers and shirt. Is that you?" "Indeed, it is," Lin Bin nodded, spotting the middle-aged man in a plaid shirt and trousers entering the lobby of the entertainment venue. The man appeared to be in his 50s, clad in leather shoes and wearing thick glasses, with a notably prominent Adam's apple. After concluding the call, the man approached Lin Bin and extended a handshake, exclaiming, "Hello, you're quite young for a business owner." He could hardly believe that the individual discussing a substantial order of rural eggs was so youthful, perhaps just beginning university or even younger. Lin Bin smiled, adopting a demeanor beyond his years. "Pleasure to meet you. May I ask your name?" "I am Hao Jiran." "Pleasure to meet you," the middle-aged man replied, noting the young man's ability to deftly sidestep inquiries about his age. This impressed Hao Jiran, fostering a sense of trust in Lin Bin. "Is the contract prepared?" Lin Bin inquired, gesturing for the middle-aged man to take a seat at a table before Chen Xiaojian and the others. After inquiring about the man's drink preferences and sending a server to the front desk to place an order, Lin Bin noted the man's approving nod, recognizing the unexpected maturity and sophistication that belied Lin Bin's age. Chen Xiaojian and others were taken aback as they observed Lin Bin and how Jiran engaged in lively conversation. It appeared that Lin had indeed arranged a meeting to discuss collaboration. Zhou Rongrong noted that Lin had matured significantly, and she found herself harboring a deeper fondness for him, though she was unaware of her own feelings. Chen Yiran scrutinized the interaction between Lin and Hao, one merely 18 and the other around 50, seated together and conversing animatedly. It all felt surreal. When did Lin become so adept at dealing with seasoned professionals? It was impressive. He had truly come here to negotiate a partnership. What kind of collaboration could this be? It seemed quite formal. Perhaps they should sit down and observe. A few male and female classmates settled in, keenly listening to Lin's dialogue with Hao. Chen Xiaojian stood frozen, his face flushed with embarrassment. He was the one attempting to appear mature. In reality, Lin was genuinely more matured, confidently discussing partnerships with adults. He sensed that his classmates were now comparing him to Lin, which was quite awkward. His toes felt entangled within his shoes, nearly causing him discomfort. "I need to use the restroom," Chen Xiaojian remarked to Zhou Rongrong and Chen Iran, adding that they should return to the private room to continue singing after they finished their milk tea. Chen Iran nodded. However, Zhou Rongrong seemed to tune him out, her gaze fixed on Lin. The other female classmates chuckled, recognizing that at this moment, Chen Xiaojian resembled a clown, understanding the situation without voicing it, and nodded along with Chen Iran. The girls had no desire for beer. Zhou Rongrong suggested milk tea, prompting Chen Xiaojian to accompany them to purchase some, claiming he would treat them. Little did he expect to encounter Lin, who overshadowed him entirely. With a furrowed brow, Chen Xiaojian made his way towards the public restroom within the entertainment venue. Meanwhile, Lin and Hao's conversation had finally delved into substantive matters. Lin inquired, "How many free-range rural eggs can you supply each month?" Without hesitation, Hao responded, "Over 10,000, though our current free-range chicken farm is not extensive." Lin calculated silently. Selling 10 eggs daily would yield merely 300 in a month, making this supply ample. However, he anticipated that other dishes would also require free-range eggs, so a larger supply would be prudent. Noticing Lin's contemplative expression, Hao, fearing the collaboration might falter, added, "Is the supply not sufficient? We will certainly expand our poultry operations in the mountains." Lin gently shook his head, stating, "For now, this quantity is adequate. My primary concern is the organic quality of the eggs. Your contract must include 2 stipulations. First, no feed should be given to the chickens, and second, they must be raised in a free-range environment." Hao nodded, assuring, "No problem, I will incorporate these 2 clauses immediately." 10 minutes later, Lin and Hao finalized the supply contract, each retaining a copy. Hao extended his hand to Lin, saying, "Mr. Lin, may our collaboration be fruitful." Having witnessed the poised demeanor of the youthful yet mature Lin, he now addressed him as Mr. Lin instead of Shaolin. "A delightful collaboration. May prosperity and fortune abound for us all." Linbin nodded and smiled, shaking hands with Hao Jiaran with just the right amount of pressure. Zhou Rongrong hid behind Chen Iran, secretly capturing this moment. Having earlier taken numerous photos and videos focusing on Lin Bin during his discussion with Hao Jiaran. Chapter 20. 2 million received. Chen Xiaojian made his escape. "Boss Lin, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye." Hao Jiaran exited the bustling entertainment venue. Zhou Rongrong hurriedly seized the contract from Lin Bin's hands. As Chen Iran and other female classmates approached to examine the document, the male classmates also gathered around. Lin Bin felt speechless. This young lady had always been devoid of decorum, truly impressive in her audacity. Nevertheless, he figured, let them look. It was as if the contents were precious private videos with no fear of exposure. Zhou Rongrong read aloud, 10,000 farm-fresh eggs. A substantial order worth 10,000 yuan. She turned to Lin Bin, who, along with the other classmates, mirrored her actions, their eyes brimming with admiration. "Shaolin, you are remarkable," Zhou Rongrong praised. Chen Iran also gave a thumbs up. "Lin Bin, you've entered society ahead of us. How impressive." The other students chimed in, expressing their astonishment. "You're so mature, Lin Bin. 10,000 yuan? How many flyers would I need to distribute to earn that amount? Aren't you worried about losses from ordering so many eggs? This is quite a bold move. Lin Bin, may I join you in your ventures? Your business is clearly expanding." Lin Bin felt overwhelmed by their reactions, thinking it was just a mere order worth 10,000 yuan. In his previous life, he rarely dealt with contracts below 100,000, most often in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. However, considering they were fresh high school graduates, accustomed to pocket money in the tens or hundreds, it was understandable that they had never encountered such sums. Lin Bin smiled slightly and extended his hand towards Zhou Rongrong. "The contract, please." "Here you go." Zhou Rongrong huffed, slapping the contract into Lin Bin's palm, the sting of the impact resonating through his hand. She shot him a glare, realizing that his visit today wasn't solely for her company, but rather to discuss business and finalize a contract. How infuriating! She was so accustomed to Lin Bin's previous adoration, where everything revolved around her, that his sudden detachment left her feeling unsettled, causing her to sulk. Lin Bin chose not to dwell on her mood as he turned towards a nearby milk tea shop, intending to buy his sister her favorite drink. Ding! A delightful notification echoed in his mind, sounding quite enchanting. The task of securing a stable sourcing channel for rural farm-fresh eggs has been completed. A reward of 2 million yuan has been transferred to your WeChat account. Please check your account. Due to the crowd, Lin Bin opted not to open his WeChat account, just yet to transfer the funds to his 3 bank cards. He stood before the counter of the milk tea shop and inquired of a young lady inside. "May I ask which is your most expensive milk tea? Ideally, it should contain no traces of Hextech." The young lady with bangs appeared momentarily bewildered. "Hex what?" Lin Bin chuckled softly, explaining, "I mean milk tea, without additives, purely natural." "Do you have any?" When one earns a fortune, it is only right to provide family with the finest quality in their food, clothing, and daily necessities. Health is paramount. "Oh, I see," the young lady nodded. "We do have one. It's the original ecological prairie fruit milk cap, devoid of artificial milk, with all fruits freshly cut." Lin Bin requested her to print a label for him to examine the ingredients. Upon reviewing it, he confirmed it listed pure milk and various fruits, with no additives whatsoever. "Sir, would you like to order?" she asked, assuming Lin Bin hesitated due to the price for this prairie ecological fruit milk cap, made from authentic ingredients. Was indeed costly. 50 yuan for a small cup, 78 yuan for a medium, and 108 yuan for a large. Not a common choice for most. 2 large cups, please," Lin Bin instructed the young lady. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him again. Lin Bin glanced down at his chest, checked his face with his phone, and finally asked, "Is there something on my face or body?" The young lady waved her hands. "No, not at all. I just thought it rare for someone to order this particular milk tea, let alone 2 large cups. Is this for your classmate?" She gazed at the suddenly present Zhou Rongrong, who was leaning on the counter, observing him with a sideways glance. Zhou Rongrong smiled confidently, thinking, "Little Lin hasn't forgotten me even while ordering milk tea. It seems he is intentionally ignoring me in a crowded place to regain some face after his failed confession. Or perhaps it's a case of teasing." She remarked, "Little Lin, I know you can't let go of me, right?" "How peculiar," she mused. "When I stop fawning over her, she comes over like an adhesive bandage impossible to shake off." Lin Bin forced a smile and replied, "Don't overthink it." "Then why order 2 cups of milk tea? Isn't it the same as before? One for you and one for me? Perhaps you could also get one for my friend, Chiniran?" Lin Bin retorted, "Dream on." He took the 2 cups of prairie ecological fruit milk cap from the young lady and said to Zhou Rongrong, "One is for my sister and one is for me. Any issues with that?" With that, Lin Bin turned and left decisively. Zhou Rongrong was left stunned to the counter. The young lady blinked, watching Lin Bin's back as he departed hastily, contemplating whether he might be an unyielding man. Zhou Rongrong's eyes suddenly turned red. She pounded her small fist on the counter, startling the young lady into taking a step back, feeling pity for her. Chinaran approached Zhou Rongrong and asked, "What happened? Did Lin Bin offend you?" Zhou Rongrong's thin lips trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of tears, struggling to hold back her emotions, unable to articulate a single word. Chuniran gently embraced her shoulders, offering continuous comfort, only to notice that her body trembled more violently. Once they settled on a nearby public bench, Zhou Rongrong's tears began to flow, and with a choked voice, she confided in Chuniran, "Iran, I don't blame Xiaolin. Perhaps I hurt him first, which is why he treated me this way. Don't you think?" Chuniran found herself at a loss for words and chose to remain silent, allowing her friend to express her grievances until she felt relieved. It was evident to Chun Iran that Zhou Rongrong was gradually developing feelings for Lin Bin, though Zhou Rongrong herself remained oblivious. She believed it best not to speak ill of Lin Bin behind his back, lest she jeopardize their budding relationship. A few female classmates, noticing Zhou Rongrong's distress, approached to offer their consolation. The male students had intended to join, but were deterred by the girl's gestures of refusal, fully aware that Zhou Rongrong, being pampered and self-centered, would not wish for her tear-streaked visage to be seen by them. Their attention then shifted to the supposedly mature Chun Xiaojian. Where's Lao Chun? Is he too embarrassed to face us after being outshone by Lin Bin? It was speculated that he might have discreetly slipped away. Chapter 21. Gifts. A golden bracelet and genuine leather shoes. Preparing the parents mentally moments later, a male classmate received a call from Chen Xiaojian. Lao Chen, where are you? I have some matters at home. You all continue singing. Oh, I've already paid, so enjoy yourselves. All right then. Chen Xiaojian quickly ended the call. Across from the Hot Fire Entertainment Center was Daeong Mall, where Lin Bin spent 10,000 yuan purchasing a golden bracelet for his mother and 8,000 yuan on 2 pairs of genuine leather shoes for his father. Afterwards, he rode his bike to the kindergarten to pick up his sister, enjoying a simple, unadulterated fruit milk cap along the way, eliciting delighted squeals from his sister, who exclaimed, "So delicious!" Upon arriving home, Lin Bin's mother opened the door and, upon seeing him carrying several bags, inquired, "What are these? Don't go wasting money carelessly. You need to save." Lin Bin, holding his sister's hand, entered the house and presented her with a golden bracelet, saying, "I bought you a gift. It's not wasting money." The bracelet sparkled under the light, leaving his mother momentarily speechless. "What are you waiting for, Mom? Give me your hand." Lin Bin took her hand and adorned her wrist with the intricately designed bracelet. His mother remained in a daze, prompting Lin Bin to chuckle. Both of his parents worked modestly paid jobs while raising him and his sister, 2 children who consumed resources at an alarming rate. Their family's expenditures were considerable, leading them to be exceedingly frugal in every aspect of life, often stretching a single yuan to cover 2. His sister, with her sweet voice, looked at their mother and said, "Brother, it seems like Mom is frozen." She tugged at her mother's clothing with her chubby hands. "Mom, don't just stand there. What do you think? If you don't like it, I can exchange it for another style of equal value." Lin Bin reassured his mother. Father remained engrossed in his newspaper, uttering not a word. However, a slight furrow of his brow suggested he was perhaps feeling a tinge of jealousy. Mother nodded, her eyes glistening with emotion, exclaiming, "How beautiful! Absolutely stunning. I thought that with a little money, you might have become extravagant and reckless, but instead, you've chosen to buy a gift for your mother. You truly are a wonderful son. You have grown up." Sister chimed in, "I'm not a child anymore either. I have grown up too, Mama." Indeed, sister had grown as well. Mother, filled with joy, affectionately stroked sister's little mushroom haircut, realizing once more the myriad benefits of raising children, deeply moved by Lin Bin's thoughtfulness. "Look at the bracelet our son bought for me. It is exquisite," Mother said, wiping away a tear before proudly showcasing it to Father. He nodded, a simple, endearing smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Quite nice indeed." Mother teased, "Your nonchalant demeanor suggests you are feeling a bit envious, isn't it?" Father shook his head. "I don't think so." "Oh, but you are," Mother insisted, her eyes twinkling with delight. Father merely offered a bittersweet smile, pondering why only the mother should receive gifts. At that moment, Lin Bin placed 2 gift bags on the coffee table before Father. "Dad, inside are 2 pairs of genuine leather shoes. They cost a total of 8,000 yuan. Please try them on and see if they fit. Do you like them?" Father's shoe size matched that of grown-up Lin Bin. Father paused, then removed his glasses, unable to conceal the smile creeping across his face. He set aside the newspaper, stood up, and began to unwrap the boxes to try on the shoes. Mother's expression shifted dramatically as she widened her eyes, staring at Lin Bin. "You mean to say you spent 8,000 on these 2 pairs of shoes for your father?" Lin Bin nodded. "Yes, I've seen Dad wear those old leather shoes for as long as I can remember. He deserves something nice and new now." Mother was clearly taken aback by the price of the shoes. The total cost was nearly equivalent to their combined monthly salaries. "How could you possibly spend such an extravagant amount on shoes for your father?" Mother struggled to come to terms with such a steep cost. How much did my gold bracelet cost? Linbin repeated, 10,000 yuan. My goodness, Mother exclaimed, rising from the sofa, her mouth agape. She removed the gold bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Linbin, shaking her head. This is too expensive. We shouldn't buy it. Money shouldn't be spent like this. Please keep it, Mother. Isn't earning money meant for spending? After all, this is gold. How can it be deemed expensive? Moreover, the craftsmanship is exquisite. Wear it well. It suits you beautifully. Linbin insisted, firmly placing the bracelet back in her hands. Mother, allow me the opportunity to honor you. Would you? Father nodded, addressing Mother. Consider how much money has been earned. Now that our son has made a substantial income, it is reasonable for him to spend accordingly. I believe it is justifiable. You should accept the gift. Observing Father, who spoke little but with profound insight, Linbin silently applauded him. Very well. I shall graciously accept the gift from my son, Mother declared, donning the gold bracelet. She was typically not one to be obstinate. Recognizing that Father and Linbin were indeed correct, and thus, she offered no opposition. I will go prepare now. We open the store at 8:30. Linbin informed his parents. I will accompany you and lend a hand, Mother replied, to assist with tasks such as mopping the floor and washing dishes. Linbin found it easier to manage the store's operations. I will join you, I suggested. My father also chimed in. I am certain I can be of assistance. Linbin waved his hand dismissively, assuring us that the store was not overly busy and that he could handle it alone. You have both worked a full day. Please rest well tonight. After some time, I will ensure you can retire early. He preemptively reassured my parents, expressing confidence that he would soon acquire a large house and car, alleviating their burdens of labor. I will cover my sister's living and tuition expenses, he promised, though he refrained from disclosing that he already had over 5 million in savings, fearing it might alarm them. Upon hearing Linbin's words, my sister hugged his leg tightly. Brother, you are too good to me. I love you. I want to accompany you everywhere, to be your little shadow. Linbin looked down at his adorable companion and couldn't help but chuckle, prompting laughter from our parents as well. If you ever find yourself overwhelmed, please let us know, our mother gently advised. She and my father were indeed fatigued. Work was challenging for everyone. Understood, Linbin nodded in agreement. My father added, your plans to buy a house and car are commendable, but remember that everything takes time. Do not rush and overexert yourself. As a man, he recognized the immense economic pressures men face regarding housing and vehicles. He hoped his son would not impose undue stress on himself, either mentally or physically. This was the first time he had shared so much with Linbin. Chapter 22. New tasks and system rewards. Rest assured, Dad, I find it quite easy to earn money. It's not as exhausting as you might think. Linbin's words prompted a nod of understanding from his father. As Linbin left, his sister insisted on joining him, so he brought her along. Upon arriving at the food street, it was only 8:05. Linbin opened the store door and plugged in the electric hot pot for tea eggs. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. New task. Sell 10 portions of tea eggs today, with 50% of yesterday's customers returning. Reward. 3 million. Linbin nodded. The task seemed manageable. It appeared the system was generously offering him funds. 3 million. That was 100,000 more than the previous reward of 2 million. Should he successfully achieve this reward, his savings would approach 10 million. Over 8 million. Linbin smiled to himself, feeling as if he were effortlessly earning money. At 8:30, after completing all the straightforward tasks, Linbin flipped the sign to indicate that the store was open for business. As the sign read open, many passers-by in the food street paused to read it, whispering among themselves. Only 2 hours into the operating hours? This isn't a business venture. It must be some young master experiencing life. It seemed they were indeed correct. You see, the proprietor is lounging about. They observe Linbin, reclining on a chair within the establishment, engrossed in his mobile device. A charming little girl frolics nearby, either chasing flies or mosquitoes in her innocent merriment. If this establishment continues in such a manner, it is bound to face bankruptcy eventually, is it not? Indeed, one cannot help but notice how indolent he appears, with no sign or name to shop, just a bare FAAD. Furthermore, selling tea-infused eggs for 10 yuan apiece? in a food street that specializes in late-night snacks? It's utterly absurd. Traditional method? Tea-infused eggs? Surely, this must be a deception. Who would purchase such an exorbitantly priced item? Perhaps these eggs are genuinely crafted using ancient techniques? A girl clad in a black skirt stroked her chin and addressed her companions, expressing her desire to sample one, but simultaneously not wishing to appear foolish. Her friends unanimously agreed that anyone who buys such overpriced tea eggs would be a simpleton. Oh, never mind. Let us skip it. Late-night snacks are far more appealing. What is so delicious about tea eggs anyway? Eventually, the girl in the black skirt was persuaded by her companions to leave. Many others, like them, were similarly deterred by the outrageous price of the tea eggs. At that moment, a slender proprietor of a stir-fried rice noodle shop passed by Lin Bin's enigmatic eatery, scrutinizing the price of the tea eggs with a slight shake of his head. What on earth is this proprietor thinking? 10 yuan for a single tea egg. Is anyone actually buying them? Curiosity piqued. He peered into the shop to discern the nature of its owner. Upon seeing the young Lin Bin idly playing on his phone, he sighed. Is he merely playing? This is hardly the demeanor of someone running a business. Approaching the entrance, he inquired of Lin Bin, "Is your shop solely dedicated to tea eggs? Why is there no sign or name?" Lin Bin, distracted by his game, offered a nonchalant reply. "The establishment is called the Mysterious Eatery. For now, we only sell tea eggs, but new items will be added shortly." The thin proprietor, Lu Yonghe, nearly chuckled, but managed to suppress it. This young owner is clearly inexperienced, having ventured into the food street without a solid plan, treating it more as a pastime than a serious business endeavor, thereby squandering funds. Such a substantial rent will surely go to waste. When Lu Yonghe returned to his stir-fried noodle shop, he recounted the incident to his wife, who shared his sentiments. Believing Lin Bin's venture to be frivolous and unsustainable in the food street, Lu Yonghe, a chatty individual, seized the opportunity to engage with fellow shop owners in a group chat. "Have you heard about the new establishment opening in our food street?" Other owners, intrigued, chimed in. "Which shop? Has the owner joined our WeChat group yet?" "Not yet. I haven't seen any newcomers." "The new shop is the one without a name, selling tea eggs for 10 yuan each. Did you notice?" "Yes, it seems a wealthy individual has come to experience life. 10 yuan for a tea egg. It's truly outrageous. I sell a large chicken chop for just 12 yuan, only 2 yuan more than a single tea egg. My stir-fried noodles are only 9 yuan, complete with bean sprouts, egg, and lean meat, while his tea egg is a mere single item priced at 10 yuan. It's absurd, truly beyond comprehension, my friends. I doubt this establishment will last long, so it's best not to include him in the owner's group for now." Lin Bin remains engrossed in his game, entirely unaware that his mysterious restaurant and tea eggs have sparked such fervent discussion among many. He anticipates the return of yesterday's customers for tea eggs, hoping that if 5 of them come back, he will complete his task and earn a reward of 3 million. Thus, he refrains from using a fan to disperse the aroma of the electric pot outside, instead allowing the rich scent of the tea eggs to attract new patrons. At last, at 8:48, the middle school girl in uniform from yesterday arrives. "Hey there, I'm back for more tea eggs," she softly calls to Lin Bin. Only then does he rise from his recliner and turn off the game, guiding his sister to the entrance. "Thank you for returning, little sister," he says as he scoops a tea egg onto a pristine white porcelain plate, creating a striking visual contrast that captivates her eyes and stirs her appetite from the previous evening. She cradles the white plate, entranced by the tea egg it holds. "Watch your step. Don't trip," Lin Bin reminds her. With a soft acknowledgement, she steps into the shop and takes her seat at table 6, where she sat yesterday. Lin Bin hands her a pair of gloves, playfully pinching her cheek and lifting her chin, signaling, "Sister, take these gloves to your sister so she can enjoy her tea eggs." Lin Bin aims to instill a sense of responsibility in his sister. After all, how will she manage independently when she leaves him and their parents? Most of the time, his sister listens well, nodding obediently, her round face wobbling like a jelly just unwrapped, making one want to take a bite. At that moment, Chu Qianqian turns to see this scene and instantly adores his sister. The moment she is near, she yearns to embrace her and gently pinch her chubby cheeks. "Sister, my brother asked me to give you the disposable gloves," his sister announces, her voice sweet and endearing. "Thank you. May I touch your face?" Chu Qianqian inquires as she receives the gloves, rising from her seat to crouch before Lin Bin's sister, gazing at her round cheeks. His sister shakes her head like a rattle drum. "No, sister, my face can only be pinched by my brother." Chapter 23. Returning Customers 1. Returning Customers 2. College student skipping class for tea eggs. Lin Bin muses that his sister has quite the principles. "What if I offer you a lollipop? Can I then pinch your cheeks?" Chu Qianqian pulls a beautifully wrapped lollipop from her backpack. "Okay." His sister nods in agreement. Lin Bin watches as Chu Qianqian beams at him, lifting his sister into her arms and playfully pinching her cheeks. His sister giggles as she unwraps the lollipop and begins to savor it. "Your sister is adorable. I'll definitely come back often," Chu Qianqian tells Lin Bin. "Great. It seems my sister is my little charm for attracting wealth," Lin Bin replies with a smile. Settling back down, Chu Qianqian settled back in her chair, opting not to place her sister down, but rather allowing her to perch upon her lap. She turned to Lin Bin and inquired, "Are there knives and forks available here?" Lin Bin, momentarily taken aback, replied, "This is not a Western restaurant. I do not have any knives and forks. What do you need them for?" With a smile, Chu Qianqian explained, "Your tea eggs are simply exquisite. I do not wish to consume them in one bite. I desire to savor them slowly. I rushed through them yesterday." Understanding her intent, Lin Bin nodded and remarked, "A metal spoon and chopsticks can also be utilized to cut the tea eggs into smaller pieces. Then please provide me with a spoon and chopsticks. I wish to eat at a leisurely pace." "Certainly," Lin Bin responded, retrieving a small spoon and a pair of chopsticks from the sterilizer in the kitchen and presenting them to Chu Qianqian. With gloved hands, she first peeled the shell from the tea egg, then adeptly used the small spoon as a knife to divide the egg into numerous petite pieces, each roughly the size of a fingernail. "All done," she announced, removing her gloves with satisfaction at her handiwork. She picked up the chopsticks, preparing to indulge, evoking the refined ritual often associated with dining in Western establishments. Her sister opened her mouth wide and exclaimed, "Sister, I want to eat tea eggs." Reluctantly glancing at the small portions on the plate, Chu Qianqian finally relented. "All right, you may have one piece. Is that acceptable?" Her sister shook her head, insisting, "One piece is too little. If you want more, I cannot allow that," Chu Qianqian countered. "I want to eat them all," her sister persisted, with a sigh of reluctance. Chu Qianqian replied, "I worked hard to buy just one. Do you wish to consume it all?" "No way. Your brother won't let me buy a second one. There are purchase limits, dear sister." Lin Bin, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled softly and suggested, "How about I make some for you at home, so you can eat your fill?" "That sounds good," her sister nodded, prompting Lin Bin to set her down. She scampered about, licking her lollipop, seemingly unaware of the fun to be had. To Lin Bin's astonishment, Chu Qianqian took over 10 minutes to eat a single tea egg. After settling the bill, she mentioned her intention to return the following day, playfully pinching her sister's chubby cheek before departing. A notification chimed in. Ding. Yesterday's repeat customers. 1. Yesterday's repeat customers count. 15. With 4 additional repeat customers expected to savor the traditional fragrant tea eggs. Half of today's task was accomplished. Once the remaining 5 tea eggs were sold, 3 million would be easily within reach. Lin Bin continued to lounge, engrossed in his phone. 5 minutes later, the same father-son duo from yesterday returned. "Boss, we'll have 2 tea eggs, please." "Brother, I'm back." The child chimed in. "Please take a seat inside." Lin Bin gestured towards the interior of the establishment. The father nodded and led his child to a table within. Lin Bin prepared a plate and served them 2 tea eggs. The father, named Zhu Daxing, turned to Lin Bin and instructed, "Boss, please pour some of the tea egg marinade over our plate." Lin Bin recalled the various moments from the previous day when Chen Xiaojian and Fu Bo had enjoyed the tea egg marinade. "Certainly," he replied, generously ladling 2 spoonfuls of marinade over the tea eggs before delivering them to the father and son. Meanwhile, the sister took it upon herself to bring 2 pairs of disposable gloves to the father and son. Lin Bin gave her a thumbs up, encouragingly exclaiming, "You are truly marvelous. Little sister, you understand without me needing to say a word." After receiving such praise, the little sister beamed with joy, trailing behind Lin Bin and clinging to his thigh like a delightful accessory. Zhu Daxing chuckled, remarking to Lin Bin, "Your sister is quite adorable." Lin Bin replied with a smile, "She can be quite the handful when she gets riled up." Zhu Daxing nodded in agreement, recalling how his son had cried throughout the night after not having enough of the tea eggs the previous day, to the point that his wife was tempted to discipline him with her belt. They are indeed delectable. Zhu Daxing's younger son, Zhu Didi, was entirely focused on the tea eggs, licking his fingers clean after finishing one, and even savoring the broth. Unsatisfied, he devoured his father's tea egg as well, and after finishing the broth in the plate, he licked it clean. "This child has an insatiable love for your tea eggs," Zhu Daxing said sheepishly to Lin Bin, feeling as though it had become a source of amusement for others. Lin Bin nodded, feeling a sense of accomplishment, and suggested, "You should bring him here often." "Thank you for your recognition and support." Zhu Daxing sighed, "I will bring him again. Otherwise, he'll be unbearable with his crying." Zhu Didi looked at Lin Bin with eager eyes, expressing his desire for more. Lin Bin replied, "Little one, 2 is already quite sufficient. Let us save some for another day. Each person is limited to purchasing 1 here. It was fine for the father-son duo to buy 2, but any more would not be allowed." Zhu Didi handed his plate to his father, saying, "Dad, I still want to drink the broth from the tea egg." Zhu Daxing shook his head, looking at Lin Bin. Lin Bin asked, "Would 1 last spoonful be acceptable? If the broth were to run out, the eggs in the pot would surely burn." Zhu Didi pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, just the last spoonful." Lin Bin served him a spoonful of the tea egg broth. In no time, Zhu Didi gulped it down. "Time to go." Zhu Daxing quickly scooped up his son and left the mysterious restaurant. Lin Bin smiled, thinking how his tea eggs could indeed drive people wild, to the point of drinking the broth. Ding! Returning customers yesterday, 2. Total returning customers yesterday, 35. Lin Bin nodded slightly, noting that he still needed 2 more returning customers. At that moment, he spotted the 4 university students from yesterday approaching at a swift pace, likely fearful of missing out on the tea eggs. "Huff, huff!" exclaimed the girl, "Meow, meow. Hands on her hips, old boss. We ran over here. Are there still tea eggs available?" Lin Bin assured them, "I saved some just for you. Please take a seat inside." One of the boys remarked, "We even skipped class to eat your tea eggs. It's no easy feat," another boy added. "I've never skipped class just for food before." "Neither have I," chimed in another. "If I told anyone, they probably wouldn't believe it." After sharing a laugh, they entered the shop and took their seats. Meow Meow, still catching her breath, pleaded with Lin Bin, "Boss, given our fervent obsession with your tea eggs, could you sell us 1 each?" Chapter 24. Half a task completed. The generous sister. A penny for a penny. The food is truly delightful, and the establishment adheres to its rules. Lin Bin waved his hand with a smile. "Very well." Meow Meow and her classmates began to savor their meal. As each person could only indulge in 1 dish, they, like Chu Qianqian, took small bites, relishing every morsel. "Boss, we have finished," Meow Meow suddenly said in a sweet voice, addressing Lin Bin, unwavering in his resolve. Lin Bin reminded himself that the shop had a policy of selling only 10 portions of each dish per day, with a 1-portion limit for each customer. He believed that Su Muxi, the most graceful and beautiful girl in the history of Ning University, rendered all other girls pale in comparison. Even Meow Meow, who was quite pretty among ordinary people, was no exception. All right, Meow Meow stood up to pay. Last time, a male classmate had treated her, but today she paid for all her male classmates, covering the cost of 4 tea eggs. They reluctantly departed from the quaint little shop, informing Lin Bin that they would return tomorrow. Ding! Yesterday's returning customers, 4. Yesterday's returning customer ratio, 50. Half of today's task is accomplished. Sell the remaining tea eggs, and rewards will be distributed. Lin Bin nodded, noting that there were still 3 tea eggs left, which he anticipated selling without difficulty. At that moment, a stout woman entered and inquired of Lin Bin, "Are you the owner of this establishment?" "Yes. I am the proprietor of the fried chicken shop across from you. You may call me Sister Fat." "Hello, Sister Fat," Lin Bin nodded, recognizing that fostering good relations with neighboring business owners might yield future benefits. "What is your name?" "You can call me Shaolin." Sister Fat nodded. "Shaolin, you are quite young, aren't you? No more than 20, I presume?" Lin Bin replied, "I am 18 this year." He almost said he was 28. as he had been that age when he had reborn into this life, successful in his career. 18. Sister Fat exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. To open a shop at such a young age, you are far more mature than many in your age group. You are quite capable. Her gaze conveyed admiration. Linbin responded, It's all right. Sister Fat, do you need assistance with something? Please let me know how I can help. He sensed that Sister Fat had not come merely to sing his praises. Sister Fat chuckled. Shaolin, you have a keen eye for people. I came to ask if you have a broom. Mine just broke. I need to borrow yours. My shop is quite messy. I have one, right over there. I'll fetch it for you. Lin Bin retrieved the broom and dustpan, presenting them to Sister Fat with warmth. She seemed amiable and rounded, a far cry from the shifty-eyed types. Making a friend here was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Thank you, Shaolin. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to call on Sister Fat. Absolutely. I hope Sister Fat will look out for me in the future. No problem at all. Sister Fat waved her hand exuberantly, then turned her attention to the electric hot pot, having caught a whiff of the rich aroma of tea and spices. Her nostrils flared. How fragrant! Linbin knew another tea egg was about to be sold. Sure enough, Sister Fat inquired, Shaolin, how much are your eggs? Is it really 10 yuan each? In a WeChat group of food street proprietors, she observed numerous discussions regarding Xiaolin and the unassuming eatery, with many expressing skepticism about both. Linbin nodded. Sister Pang, would you like to try one? Curiosity piqued. Sister Pang wondered what kind of tea egg could command such a price. She replied, Go ahead and fetch me one to taste. If it's delicious, I'll help you promote it. All right? Sure. Linbin retrieved a tea egg and placed it on the table. Sister Pang set aside her broom and dustpan to sit down, donning disposable gloves that her sister had brought her. She remarked to Linbin and his sister, You truly are meticulous. Even a tea egg comes with disposable gloves. Sister Pang, being a straightforward person, had always eaten tea eggs with her bare hands, never having used gloves before. It's about providing a good experience for the customers, Linbin explained. According to the tasks set by the system, his aim was to create exquisite dining experiences, focusing on quality rather than quantity, which was indeed commendable. All right. Sister Pang gazed at the tea egg on the table, the aroma wafting towards her. Even before tasting, she gave a thumbs up, noting that its flavor was unlike any tea egg she had tasted before. Linbin nodded. These tea eggs are made using traditional methods, incorporating red tea leaves that cost 300 yuan per pound, along with mineral-rich spring water. Consuming them promotes health and longevity, enhancing their exceptional taste. Listening to Lin Bin's explanation, Sister Pang took a bite of the tea egg and immediately declared, I'll take all the tea eggs in your pot. What? Lin Bin was taken aback that she would wish to buy all the remaining tea eggs after just one bite. Sister Pang, I have a policy here. Each person is limited to one serving per day, so I regret to inform you that I cannot sell you all the remaining tea eggs. Limited purchase. Sister Pang shook her head in confusion. However, she recognized that this was Xiaolin's business, and she would respect the rules. Very well. Can I at least buy one to take home for my husband? Unfortunately, it must be consumed on the premises. Xiaolin, you. Sister Pang conceded, all right. You may want to reconsider your marketing strategy in the future. After savoring the tea egg, she returned to her shop, where her husband soon appeared. Xiaolin, right? My wife said your tea eggs are absolutely delightful, so I came to try them. Sister Pang's husband, quite portly, indicated that both of them likely enjoyed their food. Sure. Please have a seat. What should I call you? Just call me Brother Pang, he replied with a smile. Lin Bin served him a tea egg, and he too was effusive in his praise, promising to return the next day and often thereafter. After Brother Pang finished and settled the bill, Lin Bin positioned a fan behind the electric hot pot, allowing the enticing aroma of the tea eggs to waft throughout the food street. With just one more tea egg remaining, he would complete his task for the day and claim his reward of 3 million. He aimed to sell it quickly, then take his sister out to play, treating her to numerous toys and snacks that their mother had previously denied her. Meanwhile, at Sister Pang's fried chicken shop, Brother Pang exclaimed, Wife, you are absolutely right. Xiaolin's tea eggs are incredible. The taste is exquisite, and the texture is even better. Fat Sister nodded, saying, Indeed, I must advocate for him in the WeChat group of the bosses on our street to alter their perceptions of Shaolin and his tea eggs, and invite him into the group. Fat brother concurred. I agree. Shaolin is a genuinely nice fellow. Fat sister then expressed in the Food Street Boss's WeChat group. Dear friends, the tea eggs from the nameless, mysterious little shop are absolutely delightful. When you have the chance, do try them. You will surely change your minds. My husband and I just had some, and we found them exquisite. The 20 yuan spent was well worth it. You get what you pay for. And their essay reason why a tea egg is priced at 10 yuan. After all, they're made using traditional methods, employing red tea leaves that cost 300 yuan per pound and water-rich in minerals sourced from the mountains. Chapter 25, 3 million received. Entering the Food Street Bosses group. Taking my sister to explore the children's fun street. Is this for real? Fat sister, you're not turning into a shill for that mysterious little shop, are you? Is it really that delicious? Are they truly using such expensive ingredients for the tea eggs? Why not try and see for yourself? Hurry and buy some when you have the chance, or they might sell out. I'll go and get a try. Me too. Count me in. I can hardly believe that tea eggs can be so meticulously crafted. Many of these bosses stepped out of their shops, hastily making their way toward Lin Bin's small establishment. Curiosity piqued. Is it really a queue? It must be tasty. Let's go check it out. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the line had dispersed, and Lin Bin, with an apologetic expression, stated, I'm sorry, but we've sold out. Please come back tomorrow. What? Lu Yanghe blinked in surprise and stepped forward to inquire, is it truly sold out? Indeed. Lin Bin recognized Lu Yanghe and nodded, please return tomorrow. Lu Yanghe inhaled sharply, noting that Lin Bin was currently tidying up the shop, preparing to close for the night. It was still not yet 9:30. Typically, the Food Street Bosses operated until midnight or even 2 or 3 a.m. He felt envious and puzzled. Shaolin, right? Lin Bin nodded, yes. Do you have any other matters? How can you close so early and still make a profit? It's not even 9:30, prime time for late-night snacks. And you're shutting down? Indeed. I earn well. I'm not following the path of thin margins and high volume. Lin Bin replied with a smile. Completing tasks brings in 3 million. Who still works late into the night? Impressive. The thinking of the youth is indeed different. I admire it, Lu Yanghe remarked, giving Lin Bin a thumbs up. The other bosses who had come over also began to acknowledge Lin Bin and his nameless little shop. Truly, it was a mysterious establishment. Shaolin, we welcome you to do business here. Let us share drinks and meals together in the future. These bosses, being straightforward individuals, approached with a candid and sincere manner. If they deemed you capable and relatable, they would draw closer, fostering a warm relationship. Lin Bin, nodding and smiling, responded, sure, I'll treat everyone to a meal and drinks when I have the time. No one leaves sober. Great. Lu Yanghe perceived that this young Lin did not resemble someone under 20. As the administrator of the WeChat group for the proprietors of this culinary street, he invited Lin to join, facilitating communication for any matters that might arise while allowing for casual conversations and merriment among the members. Lin Bin proactively scanned the QR code and added Lu Yanghe, thereby becoming a part of this community of business owners. Welcome, Shaolin, exclaimed the owner of the fried chicken shop, accompanied by applause. Shaolin, do join us for conversations in the future, added another member, the owner known as Big Lu. Lu Yanghe encouraged everyone to speak up, warmly welcoming their new member, the enigmatic owner of the nameless restaurant, Comrade Lin Bin. In response to the lively atmosphere in the group, Lin Bin expressed his gratitude. Thank you, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters for the warm welcome. I look forward to your guidance. His politeness earned him admiration, reflecting the essence of a cultured young individual. After a few minutes of conversation, Lin Bin closed the glass door of his shop, pulled down the roll-up gate with a clatter, and secured it. His younger sister reached out for a hug. Brother, did you just say you would take me to buy fun toys and tasty treats? Indeed, Lin Bin replied, lifting her into his arms. Earning money was meant for indulging family and oneself, which included the university belle, Muxi, whom he would see in 3 months. Ding! The host has completed today's task and received a reward of 3 million. The reward has been credited to the WeChat account. Please check. Lin Bin opened his WeChat account, reviewed the funds, and divided the money into 3 portions, transferring them to 3 separate bank cards. Let us go. Brother will take you to buy plenty of toys. Do you like plush Pikachu? Yes. Mama only bought me 2 before, but they have since broken, and I have none left. I want new ones. His sister replied in a sweet voice, planting a kiss on his cheek, showcasing her endearing charm. Then we shall get you new ones. What do you wish to buy? Brother will get it all for you. Yay. Linbin rode his electric scooter with his sister to the street of childhood delights across from the north gate of Ningda University, a place filled with vendors of all things children adore. Children relished this place, and parents with some wealth often brought their little ones, purchasing whatever their hearts desired as long as they remained cheerful and content. Wow, so many people. It's so lively, his sister exclaimed, pointing at the brightly lit street, bouncing with excitement in Lin Bin's embrace. Previously, their parents rarely brought her here due to their modest income, as spending was a luxury they could seldom afford. Lin Bin had visited this place more frequently in his childhood compared to his sister, as he was their sole child back then, leading to fewer expenses. However, with the addition of his sister, the family dynamics had shifted. Now, with Lin Bin's newfound wealth, time, and energy, their household was transformed from what it once was. Lin Bin followed the direction of his sister's finger and gazed ahead, where numerous children were joyfully playing, their faces aglow with happiness, clutching toys and an array of delectable snacks and drinks beloved by youngsters. Sister, what would you like to buy now? Lin Bin inquired. His sister pointed toward a shop dedicated to plush toys, where they both spotted an assortment of Pikachu dolls displayed in the glass window. I want Pikachu, both the large and the small, she exclaimed with excitement. Lin Bin nodded and, cradling her, entered the store. A female shop assistant approached them and, upon seeing Lin Bin's sister in his arms, beamed with delight, her voice taking on a childlike tone. Wow, your sister is so adorable. Her face is so round and big. She asked Lin Bin, may I touch her face? Lin Bin glanced at his sister. You should ask her first. The shop assistant sweetly addressed his sister. Can I play with you for a moment? Yes, but you can't pinch my face. My face is not made of dough. The sister replied. The shop assistant burst into laughter, clearly fond of children, especially Lin Bin's sister. Lin Bin joined in her laughter. My big face can only be pinched by my brother. No one else is allowed, the sister declared. The shop assistant, somewhat helpless, responded, well, I won't pinch your face then. What would you like instead? Pikachu, I want both the big and the small ones. Lin Bin gently set his sister down to let her choose for herself. I want this large pillow, she said. Sir, this one is 588 yuan, and it's formaldehyde-free. I also want this elongated Pikachu, she continued. This one is 188 yuan, also formaldehyde-free. And I want this small one. It's so cute, she added, pointing to a doll priced at 88 yuan. With each Pikachu she hugged, the shop assistant relayed the prices to Lin Bin. He nodded, instructing her to prepare the items for packaging. The shop assistant noted that they had selected the pricier options and had spent quite a bit, qualifying for a complimentary formaldehyde test. She asked Lin Bin if he had time to wait for the test results. Lin Bin readily agreed, understanding the importance of ensuring safety for his young sister. He was pleasantly surprised by the store's excellent service. Upon receiving the test results, Lin Bin saw that the formaldehyde level was indeed 0. It was true what they said, you get what you pay for. The store did carry lower quality items, but he could not ascertain the formaldehyde content in those. With 3 Pikachus, Lin Bin's sister could not possibly carry them all, so he helped her with the largest one while she tucked the other 2 under her arms. This reminded Lin Bin of a couplet from Song. 1 chicken in the left hand, 1 duck in the right, and a plum doll on my back. Lin Bin accompanied his sister as they strolled down the street, indulging in refreshing treats like liangpi, fried chicken legs, and candied hawthorns. As they exited the whimsical street, his sister let out a satisfied burp, feeling full and particularly drowsy, her eyes heavy with sleepiness, exuding cuteness. With so many items in hand and carrying his chubby sister, Lin Bin decided it was unsafe to ride his electric scooter and opted for a taxi to take them home. Upon returning home, Lin Bin assumed that his parents were already asleep, so he cautiously opened the door. To his surprise, he found them engrossed in a quiet television program, evidently unable to rest easy, waiting for their 2 children to return before they could find solace in slumber. Mom, Dad, we're back, Lin Bin whispered, fearful that his sister might awaken and begin to cry. upon noticing the multitude of packaging and toys hanging from Lin Bin's arms. His parents were momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume of his purchases. "Please help me, Mom and Dad," he said, noticing their astonishment. They immediately stepped forward to take his sister from his arms and assist in removing the various items. Lin Bin let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the sofa. While caring for his sister was often delightful, it could also be quite exhausting. "You spoil your sister too much. It must be tiring," his mother remarked, casting a disapproving glance at the heap of toys and packaging strewn across the floor. She took the baby into her room to sleep. Lin Bin chuckled, "Of course, I must pamper my own sister. I have no retort for you." After placing the baby in her crib and closing the door, his mother settled beside Lin Bin on the sofa. His father silently began to tidy up the scattered toys and packaging, placing them in the sister's room. "How much did you earn today?" his mother asked. "You're spending quite liberally," Lin Bin replied, "over 6,000. He was concerned that his parents might find the financial windfall overwhelming. His mother nodded. "That is quite a substantial amount, and it seems to be increasing." "Indeed," Lin Bin continued, "I'll obtain my driver's license before university and buy a car." He turned to his father, Lin Huoguang, "Dad, what kind of car do you like? Would you like to learn to drive? I can enroll you now." Lin Huoguang gazed at Lin Bin in disbelief. The prospect of purchasing a car before even entering university was astonishingly swift. "I've signed you up," Lin Bin said, messaging his instructor via WeChat. The instructor mentioned that registration would occur the following day, marking his father's successful enrollment. "Dear husband," his mother chimed in, "didn't you always dream of owning a car? Our son is asking you. Don't just stand there." "All right, I'll learn to drive too. Let us aim for a modest car around 100,000, similar to what ordinary families have," his father agreed. "That sounds good, Dad. However, if I continue to earn well, I'll aspire to purchase a better and safer vehicle, if that is all right." Lin Bin thought it wise to allow his parents to gradually acclimate to their newfound financial rhythm, taking everything at a measured pace. His father nodded in agreement. His mother added, "The money you earn is yours, and as long as you engage in no illegal activities, your father and I will support you." "Son," his father continued, "you should also enroll your mother in driving lessons." He wished for his wife to experience the joy of driving at least once in her life. Lin Bin turned to his mother. "Are you no longer afraid of driving? Previously, I feared driving due to financial constraints. Now that you earn so much, I no longer harbor that fear. I actually want to drive," she replied. Lin Bin laughed heartily, nodded, and used his phone to enroll her in driving lessons. After a brief conversation among the three adults, Lin Bin's mother inquired, "Have you and Rong Rong been having some disagreements lately?" Lin Bin, puzzled, responded, "What do you mean?" His father had called to mention that Rong Rong had stopped eating. "Perhaps she has lost her appetite?" Lin Bin suggested. "That may not be the case. Uncle Zhou mentioned she seems to be upset and has been crying," his mother replied. "Upset and crying?" Lin Bin pondered, noting that Zhou Rongrong rarely behaved in such a manner. It struck him as peculiar. The narrative diverged significantly from his previous life. His mother nodded, affirming, "It appears to be true. Uncle Zhou is quite distressed. Aunt Lianhua said Rong has locked herself in her room, refusing to eat or drink, almost as if possessed." "That sounds rather serious," Lin Bin remarked. "Could it be that when I encountered her at the milk tea shop and bought 2 cups without giving her one, it embarrassed her in front of others?" His mother responded. "Uncle Zhou called to ask if you could visit their home and perhaps persuade Rong to come out for a meal or a drink." Lin Bin rolled his eyes internally. It seemed that the young lady from the Zhou family was once again in a temper. Even his usually taciturn father spoke up for Zhou Rong. "Son, your Uncle Zhou saved my life many years ago. You should go and offer him some assistance. Rong's current state must be weighing heavily on him." Lin Bin was reluctant to entangle himself with Zhou Rong, fearing that once he entered university and began dating Xiao Shi, this young lady might become an obstacle in their relationship. His mother interjected. "Rong mentioned to me that she doesn't want you to date before graduation, which likely indicates her desire to be with you." His father added, "It seems Rong indeed harbors feelings for you. She simply prefers not to engage in a romantic relationship before finishing her studies." Lin Bin replied, "Her choice to avoid romance before graduation is her concern, but the girl I deeply care for is someone I will meet in university, and I must pursue a relationship." I intend to marry quickly and provide you with several grandchildren, perhaps even an entire football team." His mother chuckled heartily, while his father maintained a serious demeanor, remaining silent. Chapter 27. New task. Gain the approval of all street food vendors for the traditional fragrant tea egg. He said nothing further. But Lin Bin sensed his father's thoughts and declared, "All right, I will visit her tomorrow." Since Uncle Zhou had saved his father's life, he felt compelled to assist Rong Rong. The weight of such a life-saving grace was too great to ignore. Upon hearing this, his father put on his glasses and resumed reading the newspaper. His mother patted Lin Bin on the shoulder, saying, "That's the spirit. Make sure to head over to Uncle Zhou's house early tomorrow." "Okay, I'll take a shower now. And you both should head to bed soon," Lin Bin replied as he gathered his bathrobe and towel, heading into the bathroom. He enjoyed a soothing hot shower, feeling as though every pore in his body opened up in an instant. The leisurely pace of his reborn life was comforting, and he relished it. While drying his hair in his room, a delightful notification from the system chimed. Ding. New task. Prepare tea eggs tomorrow and gain the approval of all street food vendors. Reward, 5 million. 5 million. Lin Bin's eyes lit up. The rewards were increasingly substantial. This was truly remarkable. Reviewing the task, he noted it presented a slight challenge, but was not excessively difficult. Lin Bin had already devised a simple solution to complete his task. Upon waking from slumber, he received a call from Hao Jiaowen, who informed him that he had delivered the rural free-range eggs to the food street. Consequently, Lin Bin rode his small electric scooter to the location, opened the store, and assisted Hao Jiaowen in moving over 1,000 eggs into the shop, stacking them in a corner. He paid Hao Jiaowen a sum of 320 yuan. With newfound wealth, he vowed never to delay payments to the uncles and aunts from the countryside. Hao Jiaowen, beaming with gratitude, expressed his appreciation, ready to return to his village to discuss expanding the scale of their free-range chicken farm. "Goodbye, Boss Lin. Until next time, wishing you prosperous business." "Thank you. Take care. Uncle Hao." "Farewell." After Hao Jiaowen departed, Lin Bin set to work preparing tea eggs, completing a total of 128. The food street boasted 32 shops, each typically staffed by 2 or 3 individuals. Lin Bin resolved to deliver 3 tea eggs to each shop for a taste, aiming to earn their approval and fulfill the new task issued by the system, thus claiming a reward of 5 million. As most shops typically opened at 6 in the evening, he decided to wait until the evening rush, having spent an hour preparing the tea eggs. He set aside 10 tea eggs to deliver to Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua, ensuring that Zhou Rongrong would also receive a portion, for she loved them. And if she didn't tea, it would be her choice. "Hello, is this Uncle Zhou?" Lin Bin dialed his number. "It's me, Shaolin. Are you looking for Rongrong?" Uncle Zhou's voice brimmed with joy, as if he had discovered a life-saving remedy. "Yes, are you home?" "We are here. Aunt Lianhua, Rongrong, and I are at home. Hurry over and persuade Rongrong. If this continues, it could lead to dire consequences." "All right, I'm on my way." Lin Bin hung up, locked the shop, and rode directly to Zhou Rongrong's residence. To avoid any misunderstandings about his intentions towards her, he called upon Debo to accompany him upstairs. Zhou Rongrong lived in a newly constructed building, characterized by spacious and brightly lit elevators and corridors. Lin Bin mused that once his parents accepted the reality of his newfound wealth, he would purchase a grand new home for his parents and sister to inhabit. "Ring the doorbell," Debo instructed. Lin Bin was relatively familiar with Zhou Rongrong's parents, merely dropping by for a casual visit. He pressed the doorbell, and the door swung open. "Shaolin, you finally arrived." Uncle Zhou, visibly anxious, ushered Lin Bin inside, casting a glance at Debo's face flushed with embarrassment, and he nodded shyly, clearly nervous as it was his first time entering Zhou Rongrong's home. Trailing closely behind Lin Bin, as if he were a younger brother accompanying his elder sibling, Lin Bin settled onto the sofa, with Debo following suit. Whatever Lin Bin did, Debo mirrored, which was just as it should be. Aunt Lianhua couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Debo. "Aunt Lianhua, I brought you some tea eggs." "Uncle Zhou, please sit down and enjoy," Lin Bin generously offered to Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua, casting a glance at the door to Zhou Rongrong's room. "Little Lin, you are so thoughtful. I was just craving them." Aunt Lianhua smiled. regarding Lin Bin as if he were her own son. Alas, no matter how hard she and Uncle Zhou tried, they could never have a plump son. What about Rong Rong? Lin Bin deliberately called out. I brought her tea eggs too. ISN, she feeling a bit peckish? In gratitude for Uncle Zhou's saving grace towards his father, he felt compelled to act this way, hoping Zhou Rongrong would not misconstrue his intentions. Given how much she had relished the tea eggs he made before, he figured she would not refuse them. Little Lin is indeed so kind to my Rongrong. Uncle Zhou, the chief of the local police station, had honed his ability to read the room through his work and recognized Lin Bin's loudness had a purpose, sharing a knowing glance in agreement. The living room fell into silence, and all four of them turned towards the door of Zhou Rongrong's room. Why hasn't she come out yet? Lin Bin pondered inwardly. Inside the room, Zhou Rongrong suddenly sat up in bed. The blanket slipped off and fell to the floor. Little Lin is here? Why'd he come? My hair. I haven't even put on any makeup. She clutched her tousled hair, nearly exclaiming, why didn't he give me a heads up? I can't go out looking like this. No, I can't go out, she whispered to herself. Going out would only prove I've lost, that I like him, that I can't live without him. She sat there, dazed, before finally retrieving a mirror and tying up her hair. After examining her face from different angles, she nodded to herself, murmuring, naturally beautiful, even without adornment. Rongrong, come out. Little Lin has come to see you. Uncle Zhou's voice filtered through the crack of the door, presumably standing just outside. I want to go out. Why should I have to greet him? Zhou Rongrong huffed in frustration. The more she recalled Lin Bin's recent indifferent behavior and words, the angrier she became. Little Lin brought you his homemade tea eggs, Uncle Zhou continued, his voice rough yet gentle when addressing Rongrong. Zhou Rongrong blew a few stray hairs from her forehead, remaining silent, one foot swinging out of bed only to retract, and then both feet hesitating at the edge. He brought you 10 tea eggs, enough for you to feast. I told your mother you weren't hungry, and he immediately made the tea eggs and brought them over. Chapter 28. No more running, no more hiding. Zhou Rongrong cried, torn between her father and Uncle Zhou's friendship. Lin Bin glanced at Uncle Zhou and thought, this is a blatant lie. He didn't make the tea eggs specifically for Rongrong. Dabo nudged Lin Bin with his elbow. No way. Are you really that considerate? Lin Bin replied, you all have quite the imagination. I'm not coming out. I refuse. Zhou Rongrong shouted from within her room. Then, little Lin, you should just leave. Uncle Zhou said to Lin Bin. Lin Bin gave it little thought and said, then I shall take my leave. He rose from his seat, and just as the door opened, a voice cried out, do not leave. Zhou Rongrong sprang from the room, clad in a panda-themed pajamas and sporting a pair of yellow flip-flops, pointing at Lin Bin. Is this how you choose to appear? Lin Bin burst into laughter. At this moment, Zhou Rongrong had shed her image as the goddess of Ningxi High School. You two continue your conversation, she declared. Zhou Shu and Aunt Lien exchanged glances, retreating to their bedroom, leaving only a narrow crack to observe the scene. Lin Bin noticed their 4 eyes blinking in unison. Where should I hide as the third wheel? Dabo glanced at Lin Bin, then at Zhou Rongrong, inquiring. Just sit there. We are not a couple. You're not a third wheel. Zhou Rongrong tilted her head and plopped down on the sofa, awaiting Lin Bin. What era are we in? And yet you still act like a spoiled princess. Lin Bin shot her a disdainful look before slowly taking a seat. Did I grant you permission to sit? Zhou Rongrong pouted, her gaze fixed on a bag of tea eggs on the table as she licked her delicate lips. If you want a tea egg, just say so. Lin Bin stood and placed the tea egg before her, then resumed his seat, prompting no objections from Zhou Rongrong. I heard you have no appetite. Lin Bin chuckled. Zhou Rongrong scoffed. You think too much. She peeled a tea egg and tossed it in her mouth. Do I look like someone who has no appetite? Since you are fine, I shall take my leave. Lin Bin stood again. He had come only out of gratitude for the life-saving bond between Zhou Shu and his father, wishing not to become entangled with Zhou Rongrong. Stop right there. Zhou Rongrong glared at Lin Bin, her anger palpable. Dabo sensed the tension in the living room and longed to find a place to hide from the impending conflict. After glancing around, he concealed himself behind the sofa, leaving only his eyes visible. Is there something else? Lin Bin inquired, turning to Zhou Rongrong. In the couple's bedroom, Zhou Shu and Aunt Lien inhaled deeply, exchanging glances before commenting. Should we intervene? Is it necessary? It looks like a fight is about to break out. Haven't we seen enough? True. Rong is never easy to manage. She's always the one to strike first, poor Lin. Aunt Lien held a particular fondness for Lin Bin, often reprimanding Rong after her outbursts toward him. Zhou Shu's breath quickened as he fixated on the two in the living room, his gaze unwavering. Please, do not resort to violence, Debo interjected, clearing his throat in an attempt to mediate. Typically, it was Zhou Rong who initiated the conflict, while Lin Bin merely dodged or fled. Not running away, Zhou Rong asked Lin Bin, picking up a cushion from the sofa. Realizing her anger was rising, Lin Bin, for the sake of Zhou Shu and his father's friendship, was willing to make a sacrifice. He shook his head, raised his chin, and adopted a fearless demeanor, proclaiming, "No more running. I have evaded for so long. I wish to stand my ground. Nor do I intend to hide." Zhou Rong exhaled deeply, on the verge of tears. Yet suddenly found herself unable to hide her feelings any longer. She decided not to retreat. Lin Bin gazed into Zhou Rong's eyes and slowly said, "You." Zhou Rong noticed that Lin Bin had transformed into someone entirely different from the person she once knew. Unbeknownst to her, she too had changed. She could no longer bear to strike him. She simply plopped down on the sofa, glaring at Debo, and commanded, "Close your eyes. Block your ears." Double, aware of Zhou Rong's fiery temper and her propensity to strike, nodded and quickly complied, closing his eyes and using his fingers to cover his ears. He said, "I'll close my eyes and block my ears. I shall open them only when you tell me to, and I will uncover my ears only when you allow it. Keep your mouth shut too." Zhou Rong gritted her teeth. At that moment, Debo was both deaf and blind, yet his mouth remained open. Zhou Rong suddenly covered her smiling face with a cushion and began to weep on the sofa, emitting soft sobs without uttering a word. Uncle Zhou furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of heartache. He reached for the door, intending to comfort his precious daughter with a hug from Lin Bin, but was stopped by Aunt Lianhua, who shot him a disapproving glance, saying, "What? Do you intend to strike young Lin?" Uncle Zhou shook his head, "Of course not." Aunt Lianhua replied, "Let the children resolve their own matters." Uncle Zhou sighed, conceding, "Very well. The children have grown up, they can handle their own affairs." Lin Bin could hardly bear to see a girl cry, and Zhou Rong's wails were particularly heart-rending. He felt that if this continued, Uncle Zhou's heart might shatter into 1,000 pieces, especially since they were in his home, where his father shared a close friendship with him. After a moment's hesitation, he finally approached and sat beside Zhou Rong, saying, "Could you please stop crying? Go away." Zhou Rong shifted her small frame away from Lin Bin, crying even harder, "Wah." Lin Bin knew that the one phrase girls loved to hear most could soothe her, so for the sake of Uncle Zhou and his father's friendship, he uttered, "Rong, I was wrong this time, truly wrong." "Where did you go wrong?" Zhou Rong finally lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Lin Bin, yet she remained furious, her little nose twitching as tears threatened to spill. Behind the door of the elderly couple's bedroom, Uncle Zhou relaxed his brow, saying, "Rong has finally pulled her head from the cushion." Aunt Lianhua nodded. "It seems young Lin is about to win her over." Uncle Zhou replied, "Let's hope so." Lin Bin, noticing the impending tears on Zhou Rong's nose, couldn't help but chuckle. He handed her a tissue, saying, "You're about to have a runny nose. Hurry and clean it up. It's truly unbecoming." "Unbecoming is still better than you," Zhou Rong retorted, snatching the tissue from Lin Bin's hand to wipe her nose, then tossing it forcefully into the trash. With her misty eyes still fixed on him, she continued, "Now answer my question. Where exactly did you go wrong? There were many mistakes. Be specific." "I only bought milk tea for myself and my sister. And I shouldn't have blocked your number. And I've been quite cold to you lately, but there's a reason for that." Lin Bin contemplated revealing the truth to her, that his aloofness was not a consequence of a failed confession, but rather due to his newfound affection for another cherished girl. No need for explanations. I do not wish to hear them. Chapter 29. Wipe the corner of the mouth. A collective heartbreak. The youngsters in the sunshine. How familiar these lines were. Lin Bin opted for strategic silence, deciding to wait until her mood improved to speak. "Peel the tea egg for me, and I'll forgive you," Zhou Rong declared. tilting her head back and wiping away her tears. Do you truly not regard your parents as such? Is this behavior appropriate? Linbin glanced at Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua peering through the door crack, only to find them nodding approvingly with smiles on their faces. This was utterly incomprehensible. Could graduation have led Zhou Rongrong to act so recklessly? Just do it already, quickly, Zhou Rongrong urged, pouting her lips in a haughty manner. In gratitude for Uncle Zhou's life-saving assistance to his father, and in honor of their friendship, Lin Bin resolved to make a small sacrifice. He retrieved a tea egg, swiftly peeled it, and brought it to Zhou Rongrong's lips. A little further, just a bit more, Zhou Rongrong beamed. Lin Bin was accustomed to her moods. Her tempers flared and dissipated with equal speed. All right, he conceded, albeit reluctantly, hoping such instances would not recur. Nom. Zhou Rongrong devoured the tea egg in one bite, nodding with satisfaction and breaking into a delighted smile. Phew! Lin Bin relaxed his shoulders, feeling accomplished at last. Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua emerged from the doorway, smiling. Little Lin truly cares for our Rongrong, Aunt Lianhua remarked. Thank you, little Lin, Uncle Zhou expressed with evident gratitude. It is quite challenging to soothe Rongrong when she is upset. Not at all, as long as Rongrong is happy, Lin Bin replied, preparing to leave and calling for Debo. At that moment, Zhou Rongrong stood and called out to Lin Bin's retreating figure, wait. Lin Bin turned, wearing a wry smile. Oh dear, must you torment me so? Debo's heart raced, his hand trembling with the phone. He regretted coming, feeling that Lin Bin had merely dragged him along as a pawn. What more could there be? Lin Bin managed to smile through gritted teeth. Zhou Rongrong giggled. Your smile is so reluctant. It's quite insincere. Lin Bin replied, just bear with it. The fact that I'm not crying is already a victory. I have one more thing, she said, pointing to the corner of her mouth before sitting down and glancing at the empty tissue box on the coffee table. Lifting her chin slightly. What is it? Is there something else? Lin Bin asked impatiently, noticing Zhou Rongrong's improved spirits. There's something here, isn't there? Zhou Rongrong again gestured at the corner of her mouth. Do you want me to wipe your mouth? Lin Bin's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua. Was it appropriate to engage in such intimate actions before her parents? How audacious this young lady was. Well done, clever little Lin, Zhou Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, who provoked Lin Bin for several days. She simply wanted him to cater to her whims as a form of retribution. This was inappropriate. Even a reincarnated Lin Bin at the age of 28 could not engage in such antics, especially with her parents watching closely. It was utterly unacceptable. Debo was taken aback. This demand from the campus belle was indeed excessive. To request Ah Bin to comply in front of her parents. Had she truly considered the implications? At that moment, they all witnessed Uncle Zhou exchanging glances with Aunt Lianhua, sharing a smile, and unexpectedly leaving the house hand in hand, closing the door behind them. Wait for me. Debo, who had initially intended to capture a photo or video to share with their class, shouted loudly upon hearing the door close. Debo, you can't leave, Lin Bin exclaimed, feeling a twinge of panic. He had no desire to engage in such behavior. Having Debo present as a buffer was quite convenient. Huh? Debo glanced between Zhou Rongrong and Lin Bin, perplexed. What is going on? What am I supposed to do if I don't leave? As Debo stepped towards Zhou Rongrong's front door, Lin Bin's booming voice rang out like thunder. Dare you? If you walk out now, we will no longer be brothers. Huh? Debo turned around, a look of distress on his face. Zhou Rongrong nonchalantly remarked, Debo, feel free to stay or go. Debo felt like crying. Come on, Zhou Rongrong said to Lin Bin, glancing at the empty tissue box on the coffee table. Lin Bin shook his head, no way. Can't you do it yourself? Zhou Rongrong replied. As long as you help me wipe my mouth, I promise I won't bother you again. Really? Lin Bin inquired. That sounds good. Zhou Rongrong nodded. Of course it's true. All right then, I'll help you wipe your mouth. Lin Bin took a seat beside Zhou Rongrong, retrieving a tissue and gazing at her curved lips. Debo interjected, just wipe her mouth, okay? I really don't want to witness your live show. At that moment, he pulled out his phone and activated the camera. Get lost, Zhou Rongrong exclaimed. We would never do such a thing. That's good, Debo chuckled, nodding in agreement. Are you going to take a picture? Zhou Rongrong asked Debo. He nodded. Just to keep a memento? Sure, Zhou Rongrong agreed, finding it rather amusing. However, Lin Bin insisted, you better not record it, otherwise I'll have words with you. Debo, with a mischievous grin, thought, with some excitement, that he was willing to take the risk. Can we start? Zhou Rongrong gazed into Lin Bin's eyes, reclining on the sofa, half lying down. In the sunlight, she appeared like a girl straight out of comic book, brimming with youthful vitality and charm. Lin Bin, too, appeared somewhat more handsome in the sunlight. He noticed Zhou Rongrong smiling softly, yet he felt nothing, his heart occupied solely by the treasure named Su Muxi. For her sake, and to ensure Zhou Rongrong would no longer bother him, Lin Bin's hand, holding the tissue, finally moved, gently pressing against the corner of Zhou Rongrong's mouth. At that moment, Debo snapped a photo and discreetly shared it in the class group chat. Instantly, the group erupted with excitement. Oh my gosh, what are they up to? The campus belle is dating. With Lin Bin? No way, is this for real? Where is this happening? Debo chuckled as he tapped the screen to reply. Isn't it true that the school beauty filmed this at her home? You were right there. What a bright light. Are you a little strange? Debo responded with a laugh. They insisted I stay. How thrilling. It's really nothing much. Just a little wipe at the corner of my mouth. What juicy gossip. Lin Bin is dating the school beauty. Is it true, Lin Bin? Zhou Rongrong. Are you in a relationship with Lin Bin? The parties involved need to clarify this. Lin Bin. Lin Bin. Lin Bin. Zhou Rongrong. Zhou Rongrong. Zhou Rongrong. Oh no. I didn't even see old Chen make an appearance. He must be heartbroken. Where's brother Fu? He gave up on Zhou Rongrong long ago. Many boys in our class are about to face heartbreak. Indeed, it's not just our class, but the entire Ninghai High School. A collective heartbreak. At that moment, Chen Xiaojian was shopping for equipment for a camping barbecue trip to Longmen Beach at the department store. Feeling a bit weary, he took a seat to rest. Upon seeing the messages in the group and the intimate photo, the items he was holding clattered to the ground. Chapter 30. My sister is adorable. It's all the fault of these delicious tea eggs. I almost couldn't resist. After securing Zhou Rongrong, Lin Bin and Debo spent a few hours gaming at an internet CAF. When 5 o'clock arrived, he went to pick up his sister from kindergarten, as she was a crucial part of his plans for the evening. His parents returned home around 5:30 and 6, and since Lin Bin had not yet unlocked many recipes, they would be preparing dinner. After dinner, Lin Bin carried his sister to a food street shop. He tidied up a bit, heated the tea eggs in the pot, and then lay back to play some small games while his sister watched. Life was so leisurely and joyful. Due to a high number of returning customers, Lin Bin sold out of the daily limit of 10 tea eggs in less than half an hour. The remaining ones were set aside for the shop owners on this street to sample. At 9:11, Lin Bin shouted in the food street owners group, "Thanks to all the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters for your support. The small shop is now giving each of your establishments 3 tea eggs for free to taste. If anyone has time, come over to claim your eggs." Responses flooded in quickly. "I'm on my way. Little boss Lin is so generous. Can't pass up free food. I'm heading over to collect. Thank you, little boss Lin. Much appreciated. I wish you prosperous business." A middle-aged man with thick glasses approached, smiling broadly and revealing yellowed teeth. "Hello, what should I call you?" Lin Bin surmised that he was the owner of a snack shop coming to claim the free tea eggs. "I'm Uncle Hao, selling iron plate squid." He replied with a grin. "All right, Uncle Hao. Sister, please hand the eggs to Uncle Hao," Lin Bin instructed his sister. "Okay." His sister held out a white plate containing 3 reddish-brown tea eggs. "Here you go, Uncle," she said, her big eyes twinkling, her voice sweet and endearing, making it hard not to adore her. "Thank you. Oh my goodness, your sister is truly adorable." Uncle Hao smiled as he accepted the tea egg, his gaze lingering on his sister's round face. Lin Bin discerned that he held a deep affection for her. Indeed, having such an adorable sister here was quite fortunate, serving as a little mascot of prosperity. Unable to resist, Uncle Hao reached out, intending to pinch her plump cheeks, but the sister, startled, scurried behind Lin Bin, peeking out with her little head and blinking her large eyes, eliciting hearty laughter from Uncle Hao. How he yearned to have a daughter as charming as her. "My face can only be pinched by my brother. No one else is allowed," the sister declared fiercely at Uncle Hao. This only made Uncle Hao laugh more heartily. nodding in agreement. All right, dear sister, Uncle Hao will refrain from pinching your cheeks in the future. MHM. She nodded emphatically. As long as others kept their hands off her face, she would temper her fierceness, though she still regarded Uncle Hao with suspicion, wary that he might be one of those bad uncles her mother often warned her about. I shall take my leave then. I'm off to share your tea eggs with my wife, Uncle Hao announced to Lin Bin. Lin Bin reminded him, do remember to leave a favorable review in your heart. Certainly, Uncle Hao replied as he turned to depart. At that moment, numerous snack shop owners began to converge eagerly, creating a palpable sense of competition. Lin Bin raised his hand to calm them. There's no need to rush. Each shop owner is entitled to their share. There are 32 shops here, and I've calculated the quantities. Each shop will receive 3 tea eggs. His declaration slowed their advance, as they greeted Lin Bin and collected the tea eggs from his sister's hands. Thank you, Boss Lin. These tea eggs smell delightful. They look utterly delicious. The aroma is so rich, unlike any tea eggs I've encountered before. They truly whet the appetite. We will surely take good care of Boss Lin in the future. They expressed their gratitude, committing Lin Bin's features to memory, admiring his amiable and generous demeanor. After securing their tea eggs, many hurried back to share them with their families, while others lingered, captivated by the charming sister, engaging her in conversation, their fingers itching to touch her round face. Little Lin, your sister is simply too adorable. Oh no, I'm completely smitten. Her face is so plump and delightful. I wish I could take her home. Sister, will you consider me your godmother? They all bent down or crouched to interact with her. Their voices softened, which only frightened her further, prompting her to hide behind Lin Bin once more. Lin Bin chuckled, pleased with the successful execution of his plan, crediting it all to his sister. Finally, the tea eggs meant for distribution had been handed out. Now, he awaited the approval of the various snack shop proprietors. There were still 3 tea eggs remaining in the pot. He retrieved one, allowing it to cool slightly before peeling off the shell, and held it up to his sister's mouth. Sister, you've worked hard. Let me peel an egg for you to enjoy. She shook her head, declaring, helping my brother is not tiring. It's not hard at all. Such a sweet sister she was to him. Lin Bin smiled radiantly, opening his mouth to his sister with a playful ow-woo, signaling her to take a bite of the tea egg. Ow-woo. His sister eagerly opened her mouth, devouring half of the tea egg, her cheeks puffing up on either side. Delicious. Even before she had swallowed, she was ready for another bite. Lin Bin moved the remaining half of the egg away, instructing her to chew and swallow what she had before he would offer her more. Okay. His sister, ever obedient, nodded, her cheeks swelling again. She devoured one, then another, until she had consumed a third. Lin Bin provided for her, not partaking in any himself. Brother, I'm full, she said, patting her belly. Good to hear. Do you want to sleep now? No. I want to help you clean the shop before we go home. Then let us get to work. Lin Bin handed herabrum. You sweep, and I'll wash the pots. Sure. They commenced their tasks slowly, as there was little to do. Meanwhile, in a Hao's grilled squid shop, Uncle Hao had just finished a tea egg and was eyeing the last one on the plate. Smack! His wife swatted his hand away, glaring at him. That's for our daughter. Haha, all right. This tea egg is just too delicious. I couldn't resist. Get back to work. Okay, dear. Don't be angry. Let us get to it. Uncle Hao's wife, the Kaiwa, glanced longingly at the tea egg, swallowing hard. She pinched her own cheek to restrain herself. Ultimately, fearing she might succumb to temptation and eat the egg meant for their daughter, she placed it in a bag, storing it on the shelf and covering it with various bowls. In Chapter 31, a 5 million reward. The scores are out. Which school to report? In the big bowl grilled cold noodle shop, the boss exclaimed, the tea flavor is just right. The boss's wife responded, the 5-spice seasoning is perfectly balanced. It's delicious. I'll be sure to buy it every day. Go ahead, it's tasty. At Shinji Chicken Pot Shop, the owner swallowed 3 tea eggs in quick succession, his expression of joy rivaling that of a triumphant applause for love. Minutes later, in the mysterious restaurant, Lin Bin lifted his sister up, and once all the plates were returned by the owners, they headed home. Ding! A delightful system notification chimed in his mind. The traditional fragrant tea eggs you crafted have received unanimous approval from all the shop owners. Task perfectly completed. A reward of 5 million has been credited to your WeChat account. Please check. 5 million, along with his previous savings of over 8 million. Lin Bin had now become a millionaire. What a delightful way to earn, he thought to himself, chuckling inwardly. Time passed swiftly, and the scores for the college entrance examination were finally released. Lin Bin's score mirrored that of his previous life, 578 points, surpassing last year's admission cutoff for Ning University by 30 points. If all goes as expected, he should also attend this university in this lifetime, where he would encounter Muxi and perhaps even engage in romance on campus. At 8:30 in the evening, Lin Bin opened his shop as usual, selling the traditional fragrant tea eggs. For some unknown reason, the system seemed to have vanished or fallen into slumber. During this lengthy period, it had not issued any tasks, remaining utterly silent. Yet, Lin Bin continued to adhere to its stipulations, selling only 10 tea eggs each day, just as he had done before. Once he sold out, and since his sister was too worn out from play to join him today, Lin Bin found himself alone, tidying up the shop. At that moment, a tall figure entered the store. Lin Bin sensed someone looking back and realized it was Uncle Zhou. Shaolin, how did you score? Uncle Zhou inquired eagerly upon entering. 578 points, Lin Bin replied truthfully, as Uncle Zhou was not a stranger. That is quite impressive. Congratulations, Shaolin. Your score is commendable, Uncle Zhou exclaimed joyfully. Lin Bin nodded. Having been reborn, he was not overly excited, displaying a calm demeanor. Are you not happy? Uncle Zhou, sensing Lin Bin's indifference to his score, inquired with concern. No, not at all. You have done remarkably well. Well, it's acceptable, Lin Bin reassured him. Really, Uncle Zhou, I am fine. Please do not look at me like that. He leaned back slightly as he spoke. While the score was not exceptionally high, gaining admission to a top-tier university was relatively easy. That is good to hear, Uncle Zhou replied, visibly relaxing. By the way, did you come specifically to see me about something? Lin Bin asked. Not exactly. I was just passing by, Uncle Zhou replied, though his straightforward nature suggested otherwise. Lin Bin was quite familiar with him. Are you sure? Don't you want to know Rongrong's score? Uncle Zhou shifted the subject with a hint of anticipation. I already know, 612 points, Lin Bin said with a smile. How did you find out so quickly? Are you particularly interested in Rongrong's score? Uncle Zhou asked, pulling Lin Bin to sit at the dining table, facing each other. We're classmates, so I found out rather quickly. Lin Bin thought to himself that he could not reveal he knew because of his rebirth. Uncle Zhou took the time to come find you because he has a favor to ask, Uncle Zhou stated. Lin Bin nodded. Speak freely, Uncle Zhou. I am listening. Uncle Zhou wants to know which university you plan to apply to, he said. Upon hearing this, Lin Bin surmised Uncle Zhou's intention for visiting. From elementary through high school, he had played the role of a guardian for Zhou Rongrong, and now, as they approached university, it was likely that Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua wished to continue this protective role, concerned for their precious daughter navigating campus life alone. Thus, it seemed Uncle Zhou had come for that reason. Lin Bin deliberately lowered his head and furrowed his brow, hesitant to reveal that he intended to apply to Ningda. The local university ranked third, fearing it might complicate matters with Zhou Rongrong and inadvertently hurt his future wife, Muxi. Uncle Zhou, I am quite conflicted at the moment and have yet to make a decision. It's very difficult. This is indeed a matter of great significance for a lifetime. It is prudent to exercise caution. Uncle Zhou, devoid of any suspicion, nodded in agreement. Indeed, this decision pertains to your lifelong studies, life, and career. It holds great importance. Lin Bin felt a surge of joy at Uncle Zhou's belief in his words. Once you have made your decision, do ensure to inform me, Uncle Zhou advised as he rose to his feet. Lin Bin nodded, of course, but I might forget to tell you in the end, so please remind me. Uncle Zhou, a diligent and dedicated chief of police, was often overwhelmed with work and frequently overlooked this matter amidst his busyness. Well, my eagerness to know which school you will enroll in is for Rongrong's sake. As you must understand, Uncle Zhou finally confided in Lin Bin. I wish for you to continue accompanying Rongrong to and from school, ensuring her safety along the way. Rongrong was the apple of Uncle Zhou's eye, and Lin Bin was well aware of this. However, As one matures, separations are inevitable, and it was time for him to part ways with Muxi. For his heart was now filled with another girl, Muxi. In the eyes of many classmates, Muxi was the belle of Ninghai High School, academically gifted, multifaceted, and exuding a captivating charm at every moment. Teachers adored her, parents cherished her, and Lin Bin's own parents were equally fond of her. Her excellence warranted such admiration. Yet, Lin Bin was acutely aware that Muxi far surpassed Muxi in every aspect. By his standards, she was at least twice as beautiful, infinitely more gentle, and her soothing presence was immensely healing. Muxi was a paragon of virtue, a nurturing soul who never raised her voice but remained serene and composed. In comparison, Lin Bin found Muxi to be an impulsive, willful, and often exasperating dynamo. "I entrust you with Muxi's safety," Uncle Zhou remarked, noticing Lin Bin's slight bow. As if deep in thought, he intended to wait for Lin Bin to speak, but, pressed by the urgency of the case, continued, "Once you have decided on your university, please let either me or Aunt Lianhua know." "Understood," Lin Bin replied, and Uncle Zhou patted him on the shoulder before departing, quickly vanishing from the entrance of the food street in his vehicle alongside several colleagues. "This is challenging," Lin Bin sighed, shaking his head slightly. He reassured himself, "Let's not dwell on it. I'll just go home and play with my sister. A way will surely present itself when the time comes." Chapter 32. Could it be? Could it really be? Little Lin observed that everything seemed perfectly normal. On his way home, Lin Bin bought a large bag of lollipops for his sister. Upon entering, he found his parents engrossed in a silent television show. The living room was devoid of his sister's presence. She must have been exhausted and still asleep. What a little sloth, he thought, sleeping from the afternoon until now. Shaking his head, he closed the door behind him. His parents, evidently awaiting his return, turned their attention toward him. "Welcome back. Go wash up, and then we shall discuss your momentous life decisions." His mother smiled gently at Lin Bin and said, "Ah, a significant event in life?" Lin Bin was taken aback, fearing that his parents were about to arrange a marriage or a matchmaking session for him. "Why the surprise?" his mother inquired. "I thought you were going to arrange my marriage," Lin Bin chuckled. "No, your father and I were waiting for you to discuss your college application," his mother replied with a smile. "Isn't going to college also a significant event in life? It's not only marriage that holds such importance." "Oh, I'll just take this bag of lollipops to my sister's room and leave it there for her to find when she wakes up," Lin Bin said as he gently opened the door to his sister's small room. She was still asleep, her little mouth pouting slightly as if blowing bubbles. He placed the lollipops on her bedside table, tiptoed out, and quietly closed the door behind him. Settling down on the sofa, Lin Bin took a sip of the warm water his mother had poured for him and said, "So, what is on your mind, Mom and Dad?" His father, usually reserved, let his mother initiate the conversation. "Son, we remember you mentioned wanting to apply to Ning University?" Lin Bin nodded, "Yes, indeed." "And now?" his father prompted. "I still wish to apply to Ning University. I want to study there and be close to both of you," Lin Bin replied. His mother exchanged a glance with his father and said, "Our son is quite sensible, truly thoughtful." His father nodded in agreement. "We've inquired at home and checked, and your scores are significantly higher than last year's minimum at Ning University, so you shouldn't have to worry about falling short," his mother expressed, a hint of concern in her voice. They were well aware that their son understood academic matters far better than they did, and sometimes it was essential to heed his advice. "There is a high probability that you won't fall short. Please, don't worry too much," Lin Bin reassured them. Having returned to his life without deliberately altering its course, he was confident that he would be accepted by Ning University just as he had in his previous life. Destined to meet and fall in love with Muxi. His mother sighed in relief and said, "That's wonderful, truly wonderful. You're doing great, my son. I believe your score is commendable. But remember to remain humble and diligent once you enter university." Lin Bin nodded in acknowledgement. He had only been running his shop for 2 hours a day, which would not hinder his studies. Obtaining a diploma and degree was not an insurmountable challenge. And university was far less rigorous than high school in terms of learning and examinations. His father set down the newspaper, adjusted his reading glasses, and told Lin Bin, "Once you've applied to Ning University, You must return home and arrange a celebration to make your grandparents happy. That is a certainty, Lin Bin replied, nodding. After chatting with his mother for a few more minutes, Lin Bin took a shower, dried his hair in his room, and lay down, only to notice the notification light on his phone blinking. He unlocked it to see who had messaged him. It turned out to be Aunt Lianhua. What could she possibly want at this late hour? Shouldn't she be sleeping or playing mahjong with the other ladies? He pondered as he opened the WeChat message. Aunt Lianhua, little Lin, are you asleep? The message had been sent 10 minutes prior, so she was likely waiting for his reply. Lin Bin responded, not yet, Aunt Lianhua. Is there something I can assist you with? Aunt Lianhua responded promptly. Congratulations on your excellent examination results. Lin Bin replied, thank you for your kind words, Aunt Lianhua. She inquired, which school are you considering for your application? Have you made a decision? Upon reading her message, Lin Bin recalled the earlier visit from Uncle Zhou. They must have come for the same reason. Therefore, in the interest of Su Muxi, he decided to weave a small lie and give a nonchalant response. I'm still contemplating and uncertain, he replied. Aunt Lianhua encouraged, that's fine. Take your time to consider. Be sure to inform Aunt Lianhua once you've reached a conclusion. Lin Bin affirmed, sure. She added, make sure to rest early. Good night, Shaolin. Good night, Aunt Lianhua, he replied. Setting down his phone, Lin Bin exhaled deeply. The fabrications he spun for Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua were becoming increasingly effortless, yet his conscience felt a twinge of guilt. Never mind, time for bed. Tomorrow, I shall purchase a car, he reassured himself. In less than 2 months, he had obtained his driver's license. Meanwhile, at the Zhou residence, Aunt Lianhua reclined on the sofa, her interest in playing mahjong waning, as she occasionally glanced toward the door of Zhou Rongrong's room. Like Uncle Zhou, she harbored a desire for Lin Bin to accompany Zhou Rongrong to and from school, ensuring her safety. Ideally, they would end up together, marry, and start a family. Aunt Lianhua had long regarded Lin Bin as a future son-in-law in her heart, a sentiment echoed by Uncle Zhou. It was precisely Lin Bin's patience that allowed him to endure their daughter's capriciousness. Anyone else might have fled in tears. It puzzled her. Zhou Rongrong was so beautiful and possessed such grace. Had Lin Bin truly never been smitten by her? Sipping her cold tea, Aunt Lianhua furrowed her brow in confusion, pondering whether he had feelings for someone else. Since neither Zhou Rongrong nor Lin Bin spoke of it, and neither Xin Yulin nor Lin Huang mentioned it, she and Zhou Dahai remained oblivious to Lin Bin's failed confession to their daughter. The audacity of the younger generation. Shattering traditions. Could it be that Aunt Lianhua was contemplating a romance between boys? Her eyes widened in realization, and she stood frozen for a moment before pacing the living room, muttering, no way, no way. Shaolin seems perfectly normal. At that moment, the doorbell rang. She halted, her senses heightened. Hadn't Zhou Dahai mentioned he would be occupied with a case tonight and would not return home? Who could it be? She called out, steeling herself as she approached the door and peered through the peephole. Upon recognizing Zhou Dahai, a smile broke across her face, the tension in her heart dissipating. She had always feared potential retaliation from criminals or their accomplices against the Zhou family. Aunt Lianhua opened the door. Did you finish the case? Was it successful? She inquired, scanning her husband for any signs of injury. Me fine, Zhou Dahai replied, his heart warmed by her concern as he spoke jovially. That is good to hear. Please lower your voice. Rongrong may already be asleep, Aunt Lianhua cautioned, glancing toward her daughter's room. Yes, of course. By the way, let us retreat to our room to discuss Rongrong and Lin Bin's university matters. Chapter 33. There is no need to be overly outstanding. Being a girl is sufficient. Zhou Dahai and Lianhua entered their bedroom. Lianhua remarked, I just asked Shaolin, and he said he is still uncertain about which university to apply to. Zhou Dahai chuckled. He simply does not intend to disclose it to us. Lianhua retorted. You still find this amusing? Zhou Dahai replied with a smile. His withholding of information does not imply that we are oblivious. Lianhua felt an urge to pinch Zhou Dahai's ear, but refrained, saying, stop playing coy. Quickly reveal which university Shaolin is considering. Zhou Dahai responded, Ning University. Lao Lin and Xiao Shen informed me. Lianhua was momentarily taken aback before stifling a laugh. She mused that Shaolin would never suspect that his parents had turned traitors. Indeed, Lao Lin and the others were quite considerate, Zhou Dahai burst into laughter, and soon Halianua joined in. After a brief silence, Halianua pondered aloud. Do you think Shaolin might not be fond of girls? Zhou Dahai exclaimed, what do you mean? Is it that he prefers boys? The color drained from Zhou Dahai's face. Halianua nodded. This is merely my speculation. It may not be accurate. Otherwise, why would he overlook someone as beautiful and graceful as Rongrong? It makes no sense. Zhou Dahai reflected on the day when Rongrong was despondent, and Shaolin's indifference was evident. He inhaled sharply and shook his head slightly. How could Shaolin act in such a manner? Lao Lin and the others would be heartbroken if they found out. Halianua clenched her teeth and inquired, should I share my suspicion with Lao Lin and the others? Zhou Dahai furrowed his brows, pacing back and forth while shaking his head. Why is the world so chaotic? If Lao Lin learns of this, he might erupt with fury. I have never witnessed Lao Lin in a fit of rage. Xiao Shan would surely be heartbroken. Should we say something? If Shaolin truly prefers boys. I shudder to imagine. After much contemplation, he finally found his footing, turning to the equally contemplative Halianua and declared, I believe we must speak up. Halianua concurred. I share your sentiment. A fine young man like him must not fall into such a predicament. She had always hoped that Lin Bin would marry Rongrong. And if his inclinations truly shifted beyond redemption, it would be disastrous. As members of the older generation, they believed such matters could be salvaged. You should call Xiao Shun first. It would be awkward for me, a man, to broach the subject. Moreover, we cannot inform Lao Lin beforehand, or else he might flip the table in anger, which would create a significant problem. Zhou Dahai urged Halianua. Nodding in agreement, she retrieved her phone to call Xunyuan. While Lin Bin was nestled in slumber, 3 gentle knocks echoed at the door. Son, are you awake? Not yet, but I will be shortly. Lin Bin displayed no signs of displeasure, even as he feigned sleep. After all, the woman outside was his mother. Had it been that young lady, he would have certainly expressed his irritation. Then open the door. Mom wishes to have a word with you, just for a moment. What about? We will discuss it once you let me in. All right, I shall open the door now. Lin Bin discerned a hint of urgency in his mother's tone. Clad in a set of pajamas, he slipped on his flip-flops and proceeded to open the door. Upon seeing his mother's slightly cold expression, though not overtly angry, he inquired, what seems to be the matter? Have you had a quarrel with Dad? Let's discuss it inside. His mother brushed past him and settled into the study chair in the room, gesturing for Lin Bin to sit across from her on the bed. Why the serious demeanor? Lin Bin chuckled, addressing his mother. She remained solemn and directly asked, Son, there is something I wish to clarify with you. Please do not hold it against me, all right? Go ahead and ask. Lin Bin nodded with a smile, ready to answer whatever his mother wished to know. Aunt Lianhua suspects that you may prefer boys over girls. I must ask, is there any truth to this? His mother inquired with grave seriousness. Lin Bin felt an urge to laugh, but restrained himself, responding earnestly, Mother, I assure you, I am perfectly normal. I am indeed fond of girls. Then why does Aunt Lianhua claim you seem disinterested in Rongrong? Could it be that after your confession, your orientation has shifted? His mother's concern was palpable. Coming from her old-fashioned mindset, she found it difficult to accept such notions. But while she did not interfere with others' matters, she found it hard to reconcile when it concerned her own son. Not at all, Mother. How could I have confessed to Rongrong if I were to have an unusual orientation? This is clearly a misunderstanding, Lin Bin replied, suppressing a laugh. Aunt Lianhua's imagination is quite remarkable. How could she even think of such a thing? It's perplexing. Nonetheless, could it be that there has been a change since your confession? The universal concern of mothers for their sons was evident. No, did I not tell you? The girl I like will meet me at Ning University, and we will fall in love. I will bring her home to introduce you and Dad, Lin Bin explained with a measure of patience. In contrast, if it were Rongrong, she would have simply turned away in silence. His mother looked into Lin Bin's eyes, questioning, is that truly the case? Indeed, Lin Bin affirmed with a firm nod. Is it an online romance? Yes, it is, he confirmed, realizing he could not divulge the truth of his rebirth. Online relationships are often deemed unreliable. Yet, his mother remained anxious. It is quite reliable. She surpasses Rongrong in every aspect. Her figure, beauty, and intellect are exceptional. She can even paint, and she's incredibly gentle and kind, quiet and serene. That is the type I truly admire. As Lin Bin spoke of Su Muxi, he became animated, unable to contain his excitement as he envisioned their forthcoming meeting. His mother felt somewhat reassured. A preference for gentle, kind, and quiet souls suggested a normal orientation. She then rose and said to Lin Bin, "You need not seek someone overly exceptional. As long as she is a girl, that suffices. And, most importantly, if you like her, that is what matters. Now get to bed early." Lin Bin nodded, watching his mother close the door behind her as she departed, a smile lingering on his face. The warmth of her concern enveloped him, filling his heart with joy. "Mom, may you live a long and healthy life," Lin Bin whispered as he lay down and drifted into slumber. The following day, sunlight poured in like liquid gold. Lin Bin opened his eyes, only to discover a pet resembling a fluffy cat nestled within his blankets. He lifted the covers and found his round-faced younger sister burrowing into him. "Sister, what are you doing?" he inquired. "I'm here to sleep with you," she replied. "What time is it?" "It's time to get up. How about I take you to buy a car today?" "A toy car that costs a few dozen yuan?" she asked. "No, a real one, large enough to accommodate our entire family," Lin Bin reassured her, gently tousling her mushroom-shaped hair. "All right, let's go brush our teeth, wash our faces, and have breakfast," his sister exclaimed, jumping up. Their parents, having to go to work, could not accompany Lin Bin on his car-buying expedition, although his sister was supposed to attend class. Lin Bin called her teacher to explain she was unwell, and the teacher readily accepted the excuse. After breakfast, Lin Bin led his sister to a nearby flagship store. The sales staff greeted them with enthusiasm. Having researched the latest models beforehand, Lin Bin wasted no time and placed an order, completing the payment and taking delivery on the spot, leaving several salespeople astonished. As Lin Bin and his sister exited the store and settled into their new vehicle, the sales staff exchanged incredulous glances, whispering he bought an 800,000 yuan car just like that, without batting an eye. Must be wealthy. Do they have a mine at home? One person shook their head slightly, thinking, how can someone so young afford a car when I've yet to own one? Inside the car, his sister was clearly delighted. "Brother, what a big car." Lin Bin nodded, fastening her seatbelt in the passenger seat. "Why do I have to be strapped in?" she asked. "It's for your safety, not to restrain you," he explained, just as his mother called. "Hello, Mom, what is up? Have you arrived at the store? I bought it, and am about to drive home." "That's wonderful. How much was it?" 800,000 yuan. "What?" His mother fell silent for a moment. "Indeed, it's 800,000. It's not excessive. Safety and performance are paramount," Lin Bin clarified, emphasizing that he had no intention of purchasing a luxury vehicle worth millions, as that was unnecessary. However, he could not settle for a common car costing only a few $100,000, given the frequent issues those vehicles encountered. It was essential for their family's mode of transportation to be safe and reliable. Honestly, you just love to squander money. A car costing 200,000 to 300,000 would suffice, yet you splurged on one for 800,000. His mother scolded him for quite some time. Lin Bin replied, "In the past 2 months, I've earned nearly a few million. Spending on a car worth several 100,000 isn't unreasonable, Mom. I also plan to buy a large house for our family soon." In truth, he currently possesses over 12 million in savings. However, to be candid, he fears it may overwhelm his parents. They have never encountered such a sum throughout their lives. Very well, a purchase is a purchase. Therefore, we must host a celebratory banquet this evening to invite relatives and friends for a feast. His mother seemed somewhat resigned as she remarked, "All right, I shall reserve a private room at a restaurant to avoid the hassle of cooking myself, especially with many guests and large portions." This was a tradition in Lin Bin's hometown. Whenever someone acquires a new house or car, it is customary to treat others to a meal to create a lively atmosphere. He naturally nodded in agreement. "Very well, please make the reservation and inform Mom. Your father and I are currently occupied, but we shall join you after work. Remember to call Rong Rong and her parents. Don't forget." Understood. His mother resumed her tasks. After hanging up, Lin Bin had already devised a plan. In a fortnight, he intended to purchase another grand residence. He wished to provide for his parents in their retirement, relieving them of their burdensome toil. His parents had gradually acclimated to the notion of his substantial earnings, no longer in a state of shock, disbelief, or concern as they once were. Subsequently, Linbin made 2 phone calls to Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua to inform them about the car-buying banquet. He would later relay the specifics regarding the time and location to them. As for Zhou Rongrong, it sufficed that she would come with her parents. No further call was necessary. Once these tasks were completed, Linbin pondered which restaurant to book for a private room and menu. He decided to pick up Dabo first, to meander about the streets together before making a final decision. Wandering alone was rather dull. Linbin mused, allowing Dabo to wait at his doorstep. Dabo had lent significant assistance to his shop over the past 2 months. His presence at the car-buying banquet was essential. With nothing pressing, Dabo mentioned he would head over to Linbin's home. Upon arriving downstairs, Linbin spotted Dabo clad in beach shorts and a short-sleeved white t-shirt. Stepping out of the car, Dabo was momentarily stunned. "Dabo, why the daze? Goodness, whose car is this?" Dabo exclaimed, striding forward to inspect the vehicle, calling out, "Is this a new car?" Linbin nodded affirmatively. Dabo, filled with envy, inquired, "Did your parents purchase it?" Linbin replied, "I bought it. What do you think?" Dabo exclaimed, impressive, "My brother, you've struck it rich." He circled the car several times, his eyes brimming with admiration and excitement. "Have you obtained your driver's license?" Linbin affirmed, "Of course. How could I dare drive without it?" Dabo gave a thumbs up, praising, "You're quite swift, Abin." Many of my classmates plan to wait until college to learn to drive and obtain their licenses. All right, let us not waste time. Let us get in the car and head to a restaurant to make a reservation for our meal and drinks. Linbin nodded, gesturing for Dabo to enter the vehicle. At that moment, a familiar figure rushed towards them. Shaolin. Zhou Rongrong dashed up to Linbin, grinning broadly. "What else with that smile? It's making me uneasy. Just say what you need." Linbin addressed Zhou Rongrong. "You just bought this car, didn't you?" Zhou Rongrong approached the vehicle, speaking to Linbin. "My parents informed me that you are hosting a car-buying banquet tonight." "Indeed," he replied. "Why didn't you call me?" Zhou Rongrong glared at Linbin. "Linbin, I was just occupied. Didn't I call your parents?" "They told you the same thing." Zhou Rongrong, "It's not the same." Dabo, genuinely worried they might come to blows, intervened between the two, urging them to speak calmly and avoid quarrels. "Oof." Zhou Rongrong turned her head aside, crossing her arms. Linbin took a step back and settled into the car, unwilling to engage in a war of words with this spoiled young lady. It seemed futile. "Dabo, get in the car. Let us find a restaurant." Linbin's voice floated through the open window. Dabo nodded, turned, and opened the door to take a seat in the back. Zhou Rongrong turned back and ran to the front passenger side, opening the door and cheerfully asking her sister, "Yin, would you sit in the back?" "No, I want to sit here." "Children can't sit here." Zhou Rongrong unbuckled her sister's seatbelt, and despite the latter's struggles, she lifted her and tossed her into the back seat. The sister wailed in protest. Zhou Rongrong laughed as she settled into the front seat and fastened her seatbelt. "Let us go. I'll join you in finding a restaurant. I'm quite familiar with this." Linbin glanced back at his sister and then at Zhou Rongrong, shaking his head. Indeed, Zhou Rongrong's mother owned the entire food street and was quite affluent, while her father was the precinct's chief, so their family enjoyed a comfortable life. Often dining out. Chapter 35. Capable of driving with a license. Linbin led the way. The school belle sat in the passenger seat. "Don't cry, little sister. Wait until I get out of the car, and I'll help you deal with her, okay?" Linbin reassured his sister. If the child cried without comfort, his ears would pay the price. He shot a glare at Zhou Rongrong. "Can you please stop bullying my sister?" Zhou Rongrong, complying, nodded. "I was wrong. I should have picked on Yin Yan." Only then did the sister cease her tears, wipe her eyes, and lie back on the seat, melting Dabo's heart with her adorableness, causing him to chuckle incessantly. "Dabo, keep an eye on my sister in the back," Linbin instructed. "No problem." Linbin started the car, and the trees lining the street receded into the distance. Zhou Rongrong glanced at Linbin, a subtle smile gracing her lips, thinking that this young Lin had a touch of charm when driving. "By the way, Lin, which school are you planning to apply to?" Zhou Rongrong inquired. Linbin nonchalantly replied, "I haven't decided yet." "Ha ha!" Zhou Rongrong burst into laughter. "What is so funny?" Linbin asked, perplexed. "Still undecided?" Yes, indeed. Ha ha. Zhou Rongrong laughed heartily again. Are you crazy? What is so amusing? I'm laughing at your foolishness. Linbin glanced at her. Your parents told my parents that you're applying to Ning University. Zhou Rongrong said with a triumphant smile, leaning forward and back in delight. Linbin was taken aback, realizing he had overlooked that detail. Are you trying to avoid me? Zhou Rongrong's playful demeanor turned serious. Debo sensed the tension in the car and quickly pulled out his phone, aimlessly browsing various group chats. The sister sat up, glaring at Zhou Rongrong, her expression fierce. Sister Rongrong, you naughty girl. You mustn't bully my brother. I haven't tea, Zhou Rongrong retorted, turning to face the younger girl. Subsequently, Lin Bin turned to look at her and asked, Are you avoiding me? Lin Bin's breath caught in his throat, realizing that a woman's intuition could indeed be quite formidable. Damn it, he could only muster the courage to respond. No, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. With an air of pride, Zhou Rongrong declared, Do you really think I would attend the same school as you? How naive. My grades surpass yours, and I have already enrolled in the financial university across from Ningda. Lin Bin relaxed his posture and smiled. Indeed, it seems I am merely a toad aspiring to court swan. Internally, he rejoiced. Without her in the same school, he and Su Muxi would no longer be disturbed. That's right. You are indeed a toad. Zhou Rongrong leaned back against her seat, tilting her head. Yes, I am. Lin Bin could hardly be bothered to engage with her further. After a lengthy silence, Debo in the back seat finally exhaled with relief. He found their bickering tiresome and preferred the tranquility that ensued. He captured a video of Lin Bin driving, with Zhou Rongrong seated in the passenger seat, and promptly shared it in their senior class group chat. Instantly, numerous classmates commented, Whoa, the driver is Lin Bin. When did he learn to drive? Zhang Bo replied, He practiced driving over the summer. Did he even get his license? P.S. Brave to be on the road. Indeed, he must have obtained his license. Impressive. He got it in about 2 months. Amazing. Zhang Bo added, Anyone who wants to learn to drive should sign up once they get to university. Driving is so cool. Absolutely. It's incredibly stylish. I envy him. Lin Bin is ahead of us. Let us catch up. Finally, someone noticed the school beauty. Wait, isn't the person in the passenger seat Zhou Rongrong? From this angle, it must be her. That seat is reserved for girlfriends and wives. As expected, they are indeed in a relationship. Envy for Lin Bin. We envy Zhou Rongrong too. Feeling her phone vibrate with notifications, Zhou Rongrong opened the class group chat and discovered the flurry of messages. Her expression instantly turned icy. She hastily replied, Lin Bin and I are not dating. Stop denying it. Last time you even had lipstick on your lips. What's next? Are you two going to exactly? What are you trying to hide? We can all see it. It's fine to be together after graduation. Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness. May you marry soon and have children. TCH. There's no way to clarify this. Zhou Rongrong shut her phone, her face stern, resolutely ignoring Lin Bin, though she couldn't quite understand why she felt a flicker of joy. After Lin Bin took a leisurely drive around the southern district, Zhou Rongrong finally spoke, instructing him to pull over at a parking spot beside an opulent restaurant. Here, Bafong Lu. The food inside is quite delectable. Lin Bin nodded, holding his sister's hand. He observed that the building was approximately 10 stories tall, resplendent on the first floor, bustling with elegantly dressed men and women. This place must be quite expensive, Debo whispered, as he and Lin Bin came from humble, yet stable backgrounds. Until now, I had never dined at such an opulent hotel. They are nothing like Zhou Rongrong, who has a wealthy landlord at home. Let's go in and make a reservation, Lin Bin said, leading his sister toward the lobby on the first floor. At that moment, Zhou Rongrong called out to them, saying, You can't just walk in. This hotel requires a membership for reservations. I brought my family's membership card. Lin Bin and his sister turned to Zhou Rongrong. It's all thanks to you, our little heiress. Lin Bin exclaimed as he accepted the golden membership card she handed over, the surface of which possessed a pleasantly tactile quality. The little heiress, Debo, couldn't help but chuckle and remark to Lin Bin, You won't be able to withstand the pressures of studying and doing business. Will you end up living with a wealthy woman? Ha! Get lost. Zhou Rongrong waved her hand. I don't need him. Lin Bin smiled and replied, I have my pride. I would never seek out a wealthy woman. After securing a private room on the 8th floor, room 808, Lin Bin drove his sister and the others to the seaside to enjoy the refreshing breeze, savoring the ease of life. In this rebirth, life has never felt so comfortable. After settling down in a seaside pavilion for about 10 minutes, Lin Bin received a call from Chen Xiaojian, who asked him to step aside for a chat. "Is there something you need, Lao Chen?" Lin Bin inquired, suspecting that the matter concerned Zhou Rongrong. Such a devoted admirer, endlessly persistent. "Lin Bin, I have given up on Zhou Rongrong, so you needn't worry. I won't compete with you anymore." What a statement. Chen Xiaojian certainly thought highly of himself. Lin Bin shook his head slightly. "Please take good care of her in the future. I appreciate it." "All right, don't worry about it. Goodbye." Lao Chun's voice quivered with emotion, clearly signifying that his youth had come to an end today. Not long after hanging up, Lin Bin received another call from Boss Fu. "Lin Bin, after this period of torment, I've realized that I truly cannot let go of Zhou Rongrong. However, I will respect her choice. She must have made the right decision in choosing you. You must love her well and treat her kindly. I wish you both happiness." Chapter 36, Longevity Noodle Soup. Tasting task sure, Lin Bin replied, as he wasn't very familiar with Fu Bo and preferred not to engage in lengthy conversation. At 6:30 in the evening, Lin Bin and the others arrived at the private room in Baifeng restaurant, and shortly after, his parents joined them. Uncle Zhou was delayed due to some matters, but arrived with Aunt Lianhua 15 minutes later. "Oh, I never expected that Xiao Lin would buy a car." Hai Lianhua praised Lin Bin with a thumbs up, casting a glance at Zhou Rongrong that implied, "Look at Xiao Lin. He is earning money from his business and has bought a car. What about you? You're still like a child, only eating, sleeping, and playing. When will you grow up?" Zhou Rongrong turned her head away, not wanting to meet Aunt Lianhua's gaze. Uncle Zhou engaged in conversation with Lin Bin's father, discussing the recent purchase of a car. "Xiao Lin is doing well. He bought a car," Lin Bin's father remarked. "He has grown up. He is much better than before." Uncle Zhou inquired, "What kind of car did he buy?" "Let's go see it later," Lin Bin's father responded, and Uncle Zhou, with an incredulous expression, asked, "How much did you spend?" Father replied, 800,000. 800,000. Uncle Zhou turned to Lin Bin, who nodded in affirmation. "Can you really earn such a sum from small shop?" Uncle Zhou inquired, puzzled. Lin Bin smiled and nodded, "Indeed. I also create videos and write articles online about my shop and gourmet cuisine. Relying solely on the shop's income would not yield such a figure." Uncle Zhou nodded in understanding. "I thought as much. It is improbable to make enough profit from small shop in just 2 months to purchase a car." Lin Bin nodded. At that moment, the dishes were served. 5 beautiful waitresses dressed in kipeos brought an array of dishes that left everyone wide-eyed. There was an enormous lobster, thick as a thigh, the kind whose species was unknown to them, alongside numerous meat dishes of which they could only recognize a large bowl of beautifully colored braised pork knuckles, sweet and sour ribs, and saltwater shrimp. The younger sister licked her lips in anticipation. Having achieved great success in his previous life, Lin Bin was not astonished by the lavish spread before him. Uncle Zhou's family were members of this establishment, clearly frequent patrons, so they engaged in casual conversation, seemingly unaffected by the opulence laid out before them. Meanwhile, Lin Bin's parents, who had lived frugally all their lives, were seeing such an extravagant spread for the first time, casting glances at Lin Bin as if to caution him against spending so lavishly. They seemed to convey that he should save some money for the future, particularly for marrying a wife. "Let us dig in," Lin Bin announced to everyone. "Wait a moment, I have something to say." Uncle Zhou interjected as he poured himself a glass of baijiu. "First, congratulations to young Lin for buying a car. Cheers," hailed Lianhua, raising her glass. Others followed suit, lifting their glasses in celebration, congratulating Lin Bin with cheerful words. The younger sister stood up, wobbling with her glass of orange juice. Lin Bin's parents nodded, filled with pride. Dabo cheered the loudest in congratulations, expressing gratitude to Lin Bin for treating them to such a splendid feast. "Dig in," Lin Bin urged them to start. The meal left Dabo completely stuffed. The food was simply exquisite. The younger sister also burped in satisfaction. Lin Bin's father and Uncle Zhou engaged in toasting back and forth, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Lin Bin's mother and Aunt Lianhua occasionally exchanged glances at Lin Bin and Zhou Rongrong, whispering softly to one another, seemingly in quiet discussion. At 8 o'clock, Lin Bin stood up and stepped out of the private room to call Sister Fat, requesting her assistance in writing a notice for the shop stating that the owner would take a day off to be posted on the door. This was to prevent returning customers from waiting in vain after 8:30. He also updated his friends on social media, announcing a day off. The comments flooded in from returning customers, pleading, "Can you not take a day off? Tonight's cravings will be unbearable. I want to be able to sleep without those tea eggs. Lin boss, how could you be so cruel to take a day off?" Lin Bin felt a sense of accomplishment as he read these comments. His tea eggs were evidently well-loved. After finishing this task, he returned to the private room to continue eating and drinking until he became quite inebriated. Zhou Rongrong, having only drunk beverages, assisted Lin Bin in exiting the room. The waves swayed against the wall as they walked unsteadily, filled with envy for Lin Bin. Today, Halianhua had only consumed a single cup, leaving her solely responsible for driving Lin Bin's family. Upon entering Lin Bin's new car, she couldn't help but express her admiration repeatedly. It was not until 9 o'clock the next morning that Lin Bin finally awakened, stretching luxuriously and feeling utterly refreshed. As he prepared to rise and attend to his morning routine, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! The system has awakened. New task issued. Establish a WeChat group for 100 people to taste test within 3 days and complete the tasting of the longevity clear soup noodles. Reward 10 million. 10 million. The system had just awakened and already bestowed such a grand reward. Could it be that it had leveled up? Lin Bin pondered, excitement bubbling within him. The rewards were becoming increasingly substantial, yet the task's difficulty remained unchanged. This was a chance for him to effortlessly succeed. How splendid! Indeed, the system has upgraded to System 2. How did you upgrade? What must I do to expedite your advancement? Lin Bin inquired through his thoughts. All you need to do is reject the rat race and relish life. Is it really that simple? Lin Bin exclaimed in disbelief. Yes. It is not as complicated as you might think. As the system upgrades, the task rewards will naturally follow suit. That's wonderful. Thank you, system. You're welcome. Enjoy this life of rebirth to the fullest. With renewed vigor, Lin Bin sprang from his bed to wash up. It was Saturday, and his parents were home, preparing a warm breakfast, eagerly awaiting the rise of their 2 children. Hurry up and eat breakfast. His mother called to Lin Bin and his sister, who were busy brushing their teeth. Okay, his sister mumbled, her cheeks puffed out with a toothbrush, foam spilling from her mouth. Lin Bin couldn't help but smile at the sight. His sister was the family's source of joy. Their father silently captured a photo of the siblings, preserving a moment of warmth. Finally, Lin Bin and his sister arrived at the dining table. Their mother had prepared a large pot of century egg and lean meat porridge, steamed several hefty meat buns, fried a few eggs, and heated milk, all to ensure Lin Bin and his sister received proper nourishment. No matter how hard it was, she was willing to do it. Mom, you've worked hard. Let me serve you a bowl of porridge, Lin Bin said, filling a large bowl and placing it before her, topping it with a meat bun, recalling that this was her favorite way to enjoy it. His mother felt a warmth in her heart and began to eat with a smile. You two should eat quickly. Once you're done, your father will drive us for a spin by the seaside. Sounds great, Lin Bin exclaimed, taking a big bite of the meat bun, savoring the juicy flavor, and glancing at his father, who rarely smiled. His father had also obtained his driver's license and was eager to take the family's new car for a ride. After all, Chapter 37. Searching for healthy rural ingredients, owning a car had always been his father's dream. Few men could resist the allure of automobiles. His mother also longed for the freedom of driving. Lin Bin said, Mom, you need to put in some effort and learn to drive well, so you can hit the road on your own sooner. I will do my best. His mother nodded in agreement. His younger sister exclaimed, I want to learn to drive too. Lin Bin chuckled and ruffled her hair, teasing, You're only 5. What do you know about driving? I know. It means learning to drive big cars. His sister replied earnestly, nodding her head emphatically. After breakfast, the family set out. Their father went to the garage to retrieve the car, and everyone climbed inside. We're off to the beach. His sister perched beside Lin Bin, eagerly peering out of the window. Their mother settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt with a smile. She never imagined that after buying a house, they would also acquire a car. Even more astonishing was the fact that it was purchased by her son. As they departed, their father cheerfully announced the start of their journey, slowly steering out of the gates of the old-school district towards the western coastline. During the drive, Lin Bin created a WeChat group named Mysterious Restaurant Tasting Group. He then generated a QR code and shared a post in his moments, inviting anyone interested to join the tasting group. Beneath the text was the QR code image. Lin Bin had no fewer than dozens of returning customers on WeChat. A minute later, the group notification chimed. A large wave has joined. 10 minutes later, the group boasted 10 members, most of whom were Lin Bin's middle and high school classmates. They were all aware of Lin Bin's enigmatic little restaurant, where a tea egg sold for 10 yuan. Rumor had it that they were delectable, with a daily limit of 10, often selling out before they even arrived. With the tasting group established, how could they possibly miss out? Thus, they eagerly joined. Half an hour later, the tasting group had swelled to 58 members. Lin Bin nodded with satisfaction, estimating that by 8:30 that evening, he would achieve his goal of a 100-member tasting group. He decided to complete the tasting task for the longevity clear soup noodles all at once. The temptation of 10 million yuan was quite substantial, and the task was not overly difficult. Since they had time to spare at the restaurant, why not finish it all at once? Their father drove with a beaming smile, and their mother felt as if he had regained years of youth in that moment. She turned to Lin Bin and said, "Your father has a car now. He seems 10 years younger." "Really?" Lin Bin laukithatili. He glanced at his father, who indeed appeared quite different from before the car purchase. Ninghai City's coastline featured a clean, wide seaside avenue, perfect for leisurely drives while admiring the scenery. This was the family's first experience driving along the coast, and their spirits were high. As thoughts crossed her mind, their mother turned to Lin Bin and said, "Son, once you receive your college admission results and enroll in Ning University, we will drive back to our hometown so your grandparents can see you. We will also host a celebration back home." In Lin Bin's rural hometown, having a grandchild attend university meant a celebratory banquet, typically involving dozens of tables filled with relatives, friends, teachers, and classmates, all gathering to eat and enjoy the festivities. It was indeed a significant occasion. Lin Bin nodded in agreement. Sure, it shouldn't be long now. At that moment, his grandparents would undoubtedly be overjoyed. His mother, reflecting on this, felt a swell of pride. Her son not only excelled in his studies and gained admission to university, but also opened a shop, earning enough to purchase a luxury car worth 800,000. Among his peers, such accomplishments were exceedingly rare, akin to a crane standing tall among chickens. He missed his grandparents dearly and yearned to return to his hometown. Lin Bin recalled his dark-skinned grandparents, their kind expressions revealing the simplicity and warmth of rural life. His younger sister chimed in, expressing her desire for a hug from their grandparents. Soon, very soon, Lin Bin reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. After his father indulged in a drive, Lin Bin took them home before heading to the Hongqi market to procure ingredients for the evening's tasting task. Fresh vegetables free from pesticide residues, tomatoes, and scallions grown in their own fields. Upon arriving at the market, he chose to scour the outdoor stalls instead of entering. He soon encountered a few individuals feigning to be farmers selling produce and shook his head in disapproval, certain that their offerings were not cultivated in the countryside. Ultimately, he called Hao Jiran to inquire, "Uncle Hao, do you grow vegetables at your hometown? The kind that are organically cultivated without pesticides or chemical fertilizers for personal consumption?" Hao Jiran replied, "What specific vegetables do you need? I have some growing in my backyard." Lin Bin specified, "I need greens, scallions, and tomatoes." Hao Jiran responded, "I have greens and scallions, but the quantity is limited, making it difficult to supply your shop consistently. We do not grow tomatoes." After some contemplation, Lin Bin asked, "Could you find a way to help me gather these and ensure a stable supply?" Hao Jiran pondered before affirmatively stating, "Absolutely. I will cultivate vegetables specifically for you." Lin Bin nodded, recognizing that neglecting a lucrative opportunity would be foolish. "That sounds good. However, for now, could you see if you can provide for me tonight and over the next few months? I don't need a large quantity. I only plan to sell a maximum of 10 bowls of clear soup noodles daily." He and Uncle Hao discussed the logistics. Ultimately, How Jiran mentioned that many villagers grew various vegetables in their front and backyards. And since these were for personal consumption, they did not employ pesticides or chemical fertilizers. While the supply might be modest, it could be consistently provided. However, Lin Bin would need to either drive to collect the goods himself or pay someone to deliver them. To select the ingredients he preferred, Lin Bin opted to go himself. After all, he had a vehicle, and How Jiran's village, Dang Village, was the closest to Ninghai City. How Jiran informed him that he was unavailable to accompany Lin Bin that day, but provided him with the village chief's contact information, along with the numbers of several villagers who frequently cultivated vegetables. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Lin Bin utilized half an hour in the shop to prepare 10 tea eggs. Upon checking the tasting group, he discovered that the number of participants had reached 86, nearly 100. This tasting task is limited to 10 bowls of clear soup noodles. Don't overexert yourself. Understood. Lin Bin shared an announcement regarding the evening's tasting event on his social media. The content is quite straightforward. At 7:30, he will announce the registration for the tasting event. Those wishing to participate should send the digit 1, and the first 10 individuals to do so will be the fortunate ones. Below in the comments section, there are eager participants in the tasting group. I must win this. After being single for over a decade, my moment to showcase my swift fingers has arrived. I really want to taste the dishes made by Lin Bin. It's quite a challenge. Could you perhaps give Teacher Wu a chance? And also allow Teacher Huang a chance as well. What Lin Bin did not anticipate was that both his biology and English teachers had joined the group and were quite active. In Chapter 38, meeting the village head under the big tree, Lin Bin, adhering to the time-honored tradition of respecting teachers in Xia country, addressed all the group members. Could we perhaps reserve the first 2 spots for my esteemed teachers? Responses flooded in. Though I am reluctant, I must agree. Count me in. Me too. Let us give way to the teachers. After reviewing dozens of supportive remarks advocating for the teachers, Lin Bin nodded and typed a message to all group members. It's settled then. When I announced the tasting spots at 7:30, let the 2 teachers sign up first, and then I'll call on the rest of you to register. The group members enthusiastically acknowledged this. Subsequently, Lin Bin contacted 2 villagers from Dang Village as well as the village head, arranging to meet them at the village entrance to tour their homegrown vegetables. Dang Village is located approximately 20 kilometers southeast of Ninghai City, and he arrived shortly after following the navigation. Under the large tree at the village entrance stood 4 individuals who were presumably the village head and his companions. Lin Bin parked his car beneath the tree, exited, and was greeted by an elderly woman wearing a straw hat and a gray floral blouse, who waved at him and spoke in the local dialect. Although Lin Bin could not comprehend her words, he smiled back. This elderly woman turned out to be Hao Jiaran's mother. Are you the young boss, Lin? The village head, Zhang Fugue, approached, admiring Lin Bin's new car, and warmly shook his hand with a welcoming smile. Yes, hello, village head. Lin Bin nodded and returned the friendly gesture, never one to maintain a cold demeanor. Lin, just call me Old Zhang from now on. Today, I will personally show you around the village. Zhang Fugue seemed quite adept at socializing, and Lin Bin surmised that he was likely aware of the collaboration between him and Hao Jiaran regarding the supply of free-range eggs. Such cordiality is a timeless principle in human interaction. Nonetheless, Zhang Fugue's demeanor was entirely appropriate. As village head, he bore the responsibility of guiding his fellow villagers towards prosperity and a better life. In this regard, he was indeed a commendable village head. All right, Old Zhang, let us first check out the vegetables at your home, Lin Bin suggested. Please, it's just a short walk, Old Zhang gestured. Very well. Along the way, Old Zhang shared anecdotes about Hao Jiran and her mother, as well as details regarding the free-range eggs. Lin Bin learned that Hao Jiran's mother was called Grandma Kaiyun, a woman of unwavering diligence whose life had not rewarded her with prosperity. Fate had dealt her a harsh hand. She lost her husband at a young age and single-handedly raised her son. After listening to Lao Zhang's introduction of Grandma Kaiyun, Lin Bin felt an overwhelming sense of respect for her resilience and her continued ability to face life with a smile. She expressed her generosity by offering all the vegetables grown in her backyard for free, thanking him for his continued purchase of her farm-fresh eggs. Lao Zhang translated her words for Lin Bin, who responded with gratitude. However, He found it difficult to accept the rural offerings without compensation. As their conversation progressed, they arrived at Lao Zhang's home, a charming two-story house with both front and backyards, enclosed by a bamboo fence, surrounded by wild grasses and flowers. Exuding the essence of rural life, Lin Bin was reminded of his own hometown, where he returned annually to visit his grandparents and relatives. "Come in," Lao Zhang urged. Pushing open the bamboo gate to the front yard, Lin Bin stepped inside, greeted by a vast expanse of green vegetables, with numerous dragonflies and butterflies flitting above, a testament to the thriving ecosystem. "How do you find it?" "Our environment here is exceptionally pristine, untouched by industrial pollution, with clean soil and water. Everything grown here is incredibly beneficial for health," Lao Zhang remarked, and Lin Bin had no reason to doubt him. He noticed several holes in the vegetable leaves beneath his feet, a clear indication that no pesticides had been used. If they had, there wouldn't be so many holes. The visually appealing produce found in city markets and supermarkets often bore the marks of manipulation. "Indeed, this is precisely the kind of organic produce I seek." Lin Bin nodded appreciatively, crouching down to observe several small insects scuttling across an aged vegetable leaf, their nibbling likely the source of the holes. He turned to Zhang Fuguwei and inquired, "Lao Zhang, you haven't used any chemical fertilizers on these vegetables, have you? Why waste money on fertilizers?" "We only use natural rural fertilizers, made from manure and urine," he replied. The younger villagers nodded in agreement, affirming the village head is correct. "We grow these for our families, so we certainly don't use those chemicals." "That's wonderful," Lin Bin replied, satisfied. He took out his phone to film a video, capturing close-ups of the holes and small insects, sharing it on his social media with the caption, "These are carefully selected, organic vegetables from the countryside, grown without pesticides or chemical fertilizers, truly healthy to consume." As soon as he posted, likes poured in from eager food enthusiasts. "Boss Lin is dedicated. Impressive. I'm in love with Boss Lin. Good stuff. Rural produce is the best. Can't wait for Boss Lin to reopen his shop. I'm already starving." "Lao Zhang, you must have more than just greens, right? I also need scallions and tomatoes," Lin Bin said as he moved forward. Suddenly, he spotted a small snake, and with a jolt of surprise exclaimed, "Whoa, there's a snake here." Fear gripped him, for while he was unafraid of many things, snakes were not among them. Old Zhang calmly flicked a stick to send the small snake flying, suppressing a smile as he reassured Lin Bin, "The water snakes around here are harmless. Their bites feel akin to an ant sting, merely a bit itchy and painful." Two male villagers, both in their 30s, stifled their laughter behind Lin Bin. Grandmother Kaiyun, concerned about Lin Bin, who had been slightly startled, asked, "Child, you weren't too frightened, were you?" As Xiao Zhang mentioned, "These snakes pose little threat and are quite fearful of humans." Lin Bin exhaled, feeling more composed. "I'm all right now. I just have an innate fear of such slippery creatures, which caused my reaction to be rather intense. I apologize if I startled you." He offered an embarrassed smile. "You didn't frighten us, not at all. Everyone has something they fear. It's quite natural," Old Zhang said, patting Lin Bin on the shoulder. "Come on. There are tomatoes and scallions you wanted behind the village chief's house." One of the male villagers, picking up a stick and standing beside Lin Bin in a protective manner, declared, "Let me clear the path for you." Lin Bin felt warmth in his heart at the villagers' genuine spirit and expressed his gratitude as he followed them to the village chief's backyard. Upon arriving, they discovered 6 small plots of land cultivated with tomatoes, scallions, and green beans. Chapter 39. Xiao Nan went mad. Lin Bin nodded, realizing these ingredients would suffice for his exquisite dishes. He then visited the backyards of the 2 young male villagers, finding them equally abundant in vegetables and fruits, even surpassing the village chief's yield. While touring their homes, Grandmother Kaiyun returned to present Lin Bin with a generous bundle of fresh greens, insisting in dialect, "Child, take these. They're free of charge. Come back anytime if you need more." Old Zhang translated her words. Lin Bin declined, yet Grandmother Kaiyun insisted, leaving him no choice but to nod in acceptance, planning to transfer some money to the village chief for her before departing. Lin Bin inquired of Old Zhang, "What is the market price for these greens around here?" Old Zhang replied, "Generally, they sell for 4 to 5 yuan. That's comparable to the prices in the city." Lin Bin remarked, "Can it possibly be the same?" He questioned Old Zhang. In the future, I will purchase your vegetables and fruits at 3 times the market price. What? Old Zhang widened his eyes in disbelief. The other two male villagers, Xiao Nan and Adong, were taken aback, suspecting they had misheard. They exchanged glances, blinking in astonishment. Though grandmother Kaiyun did not comprehend Mandarin, she sensed the villagers' reactions and realized that Lin Bin's words were beyond their belief, leaving her quite astonished. Your agricultural products are free from pesticides and chemical fertilizers, and in my eyes, that renders them invaluable. After all, health is priceless. Do not doubt it, Lin Bin explained. Old Zhang chuckled. I thought you were joking. It's simply hard to believe. Xiao Nan and Adong nodded, smiling as they remarked here. The market price for greens rarely exceeds 6 yuan. Only during a particularly harsh winter did prices soar to 10 yuan, nearly rivaling that of pork back then. We never expected you to offer such purchasing prices. Truly, you are a generous boss. From now on, I shall continually cultivate vegetables for you, providing a steady supply. Lin Bin nodded, expressing his gratitude for your support. We ought to thank you. Xiao Nan nearly bowed to Lin Bin in reverence. If the purchasing price for a pound of greens is 15 yuan, those who cultivate their own vegetables will reap substantial profits. However, I have certain conditions regarding this high price, Lin Bin stated with a serious demeanor. Please go ahead. Old Zhang's tone reflected a deeper respect, completely disregarding Lin Bin's youth. Firstly, you must never use pesticides or fertilizers. Should you do so, I will cease all purchases. The reason my prices are elevated is due to the premium quality of my produce and the limited volume of procurement. Lin Bin glanced at Old Zhang, Xiao Nan, and Adong, who all nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Secondly, you must prioritize supplying me. Is that agreeable? Certainly. Old Zhang nodded emphatically. Originally, these vegetables were grown solely for personal consumption, and only surplus would be sold at the market for a modest return. Selling to Lin Bin is undoubtedly the best option, as the prices are remarkably high, 3 times the market rate. Very well, when I return next time, we shall formalize our agreement with a contract, Lin Bin said with a satisfied smile. Excellent. Then Lin Bin began to pick the largest tomatoes and the finest green onions. He filled a basket with tomatoes, weighing approximately 20 pounds. This batch belonged to Xiao Nan, who weighed it at 255 pounds, then rounded it down to 25. Lin Bin paid him 375 yuan via WeChat. Currently, tomatoes in the city are priced around 5 yuan. I offer you 3 times that, which amounts to 15 yuan per pound. 25 pounds corresponds to this total. You can verify the calculations, right? Xiao Nan grinned widely and nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely correct. What a fortune. Old Zhang chuckled. Look at him. He can't stop smiling. Xiao Nan exclaimed to Lin Bin. Thank you, Boss Xiao Lin. Thank you. Lin Bin replied. No need for thanks. This is a transaction, and you deserve it. The green onions were light, weighing merely 3 pounds, also sourced for Xiao Nan's farm. The market price is 9 yuan per pound, and Lin Bin paid him an additional 81 yuan, prompting another joyful grin from Xiao Nan. He felt elated. Old Zhang Adong. I will come by tomorrow to pick from your fields, Lin Bin added, wanting to ensure they felt fairly treated. Old Zhang and Adong nodded affirmatively, assuring him they would await his return in the village. Lin Bin informed Grandma Kaiyun that he would gift her a basket of greens, weighing 10 pounds. Before departing, he left 150 yuan in cash with Old Zhang for her. Old Zhang, Xiao Nan, and Adong escorted Lin Bin to the village entrance, watching as he drove away, gradually disappearing from their sight. This young boss Lin is quite adept at managing relationships, Old Zhang remarked, nodding slightly as he gazed at the distant vehicle. Addressing Adong and Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan agreed. Indeed, otherwise, how could he be the boss while we remain mere country folk? Adong, filled with anticipation, remarked, we eagerly await Boss Lin's return tomorrow. Upon returning to the food street, it was only 5:35 p.m. Lin Bin brought the vegetables into the shop, immersing them in clean water and washing them several times to remove any lingering sand and dust. He was confident that there were no pesticide residues, as he believed in the integrity of the rural folks. After completing this minor task, Lin Bin received a call from Hao Jiaran, who inquired whether he had safely returned to the city. Lin Bin thought to himself that this partner was quite considerate, speaking in a heartwarming manner. He replied affirmatively, and after a casual exchange, they hung up. He then closed the shop and drove to purchase Xiaofeng brand flour, applying various techniques for kneading and stretching the dough. Having incorporated the longevity clear soup noodles into his repertoire, he preferred to make the noodles himself rather than procure pre-made varieties in bulk. Once he finished his tasks, he indulged in some light games, reclining comfortably in a chair, thoroughly enjoying the moment. On social media, many people commented on his updates, urging him to announce the tasting slots for his dishes. The tasting group buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the longevity clear soup noodles for the evening and beyond. Mr. Lin, please hurry and release the tasting sign-up notice. Mr. Lin, I noticed the fresh, organic ingredients you have prepared. No wonder the tea eggs were so delicious. Your selection of ingredients is truly discerning. They were particularly looking forward to 7:30 p.m., hoping to secure a spot for the complimentary tasting. Finally, the number of members in Lin Bin's tasting group reached 100. At 7:30 p.m., he promptly released the notice for sign-ups. Instantly, many responded with the number 1. As previously agreed, Lin Bin reserved 2 slots for Teacher Huang and Teacher Wu, while the remaining 8 spots were filled based on the order of registration. Teacher Huang sent a kneeling emoji accompanied by a message of gratitude, which amused Lin Bin. How had his former teacher become so informal after graduation? Or was it that with Lin Bin now a shop owner, the teacher had adapted his demeanor to secure a meal? Chapter 40. Culinary delights should not be wasted. At 8:30 p.m., Lin Bin commenced operations. Due to the overwhelming number of returning customers, he sold out of 10 tea eggs in under 10 minutes. At this time, there were over 10 patrons seated in the shop, among whom 10 were members of the tasting group. Teacher Huang and Teacher Wu arrived together, sitting at the same table, eagerly watching Lin Bin, who had just finished his tasks. Lin Bin, shall we begin the tasting of the clear soup noodles? Teacher Huang inquired with a smile. Lin Bin nodded, responding, we may begin. We will serve the dishes in order, with you and Teacher Wu first. Please hold on for a moment. All right. Teacher Huang nodded vigorously, his face beaming with delight. After having previously visited the small shop and tasted Lin Bin's tea eggs, he had become a devoted fan. He anticipated that the clear soup noodles Lin Bin would prepare would be equally delectable. If he frequented the shop long enough, his aversion to food might dissipate, and he might gradually gain some weight. Teacher Wu remarked to Teacher Huang, Old Huang, whenever you come here, you must call me. I absolutely adore Lin Bin's tea eggs. His culinary skills are exceptional. Everything he makes is simply delightful. Teacher Huang let out a soft hum, occasionally glancing towards the back kitchen alongside Teacher Wu. Their impatience was not theirs alone. Several returning customers and students seemed equally eager, their eyes filled with anticipation. Wishing to rush into the kitchen the moment Lin Bin finished preparing the clear soup noodles to snatch a bowl and devour it. Inside the kitchen, Lin Bin busied himself washing pots, heating oil with precision. He skillfully cracked a rural free-range egg into the pan, which spread out evenly, shimmering in golden hues reminiscent of the sun. Under the kitchen lights, it glistened as if sprinkled with gold dust, igniting a ravenous appetite in all who beheld it. A group of onlookers who had sneaked a glance swallowed hard in admiration, exclaiming, Ah Bin, your fried egg is absolutely divine. It smells so aromatic. Is it meant to accompany the clear soup noodles? Lin Bin nodded affirmatively. At that moment, Teachers Huang and Wu entered, their gaze fixated on the golden egg before Lin Bin, stirring their hunger. Unable to contain himself, Teacher Huang urged, Lin Bin, could you please be a bit quicker? I am utterly famished, truly starving. With a chuckle, Lin Bin replied, All right, I will prepare the first serving of clear soup noodles for you. Paired with this fried, free-range egg, I assure you, it will be to your satisfaction. Teacher Wu glanced at Teacher Huang, chuckling, It seems you are quite impatient, aren't you? Indeed, replied Teacher Huang. We'll just wait here and savor the aroma. Both teachers leaned against the kitchen door. Lin Bin, unfazed, proceeded with his next steps. He added a drizzle of oil to the pan, tossing in a handful of diced tomatoes, stirring continuously until their juices thickened. He then poured in boiling spring water, bringing it to a boil before adding the noodles. After 3 minutes, he added a handful of leafy greens, waiting until they wilted before serving the concoction into a large white ceramic bowl, garnishing it with a sprinkle of chopped scallions. Thus, the first bowl of longevity-enhancing clear soup noodles was successfully crafted. Dabo, please assist Teacher Huang by bringing the clear soup noodles and fried egg to the table for him to enjoy. Lin Bin instructed. Dabo moved to do so, but Teacher Huang, quick as a flash, snatched the bowl of clear soup noodles for himself, saying, "I'll handle this, Dabo. You can help me with the golden fried egg." Understood. Dabo carefully lifted the golden egg, following behind Teacher Huang to place it on the table. As soon as Teacher Huang sat down, the fresh, natural aroma of the clear soup noodles wafted throughout the establishment. Everyone present, eager to sample the dishes, turned their attention to the source of the delightful scent. The aroma of the scallions is heavenly. There's a sweet and tangy note from the tomatoes. The greens have a subtle flavor, fresh and invigorating. How peculiar. The ingredients here at Lin's are so pure. It's unlike any other restaurant. Indeed, many eateries fail to showcase the inherent flavors of their ingredients. Often, what we taste are merely the seasonings. Precisely, they observed as Teacher Huang took a bite of the noodles and sipped the clear broth, his features relaxed, his head nodding gently as he closed his eyes, clearly relishing the experience. "How is it, Teacher Huang? Care to share your thoughts?" Dabo inquired, licking his lips. Teacher Huang shook his head. Dabo, puzzled, asked, "Does it smell delightful but not taste good?" Teacher Huang remarked, "What I mean is, I shall refrain from speaking for now. Let me finish my meal first." Dabo chuckled. "Is there any need to elaborate? It must be delicious, for you seem so engrossed in your food. Please continue." Teacher Huang, Dabo encouraged with a smile. Nodding, Teacher Huang took a bite of the golden fried egg paired with the clear soup noodles, and his body momentarily stiffened. He began to chew slowly, his eyes lighting up, nodding repeatedly. Observing Teacher Huang's enjoyment, Teacher Wu couldn't restrain himself. His throat bobbed several times. "It appears to be exceedingly delicious. No wonder it is crafted by Lin Bin, who is meticulous in his choice of ingredients. The key to culinary excellence lies in the selection of materials. It seems that your aversion to food has been cured by Lin Bin." Teacher Huang nodded in agreement, yet continued eating, unwilling to speak. A phrase echoed in his mind. One must not squander the delights of gastronomy. Witnessing Teacher Huang relishing his meal, those sampling dishes in the restaurant began calling out towards the kitchen. "Boss Lin, could you please hurry? We are utterly tantalized. Hey, little Boss Lin, could you speed things up?" They were aware he prepared each portion with great care, hence the delay. Indeed, good things come to those who wait. I'm willing to wait for Boss Lin without urging him. The second bowl of clear soup noodles emerged, accompanied by another golden fried egg. Teacher Wu, seated across from Teacher Huang, inhaled the fragrant steam rising from the noodles. Instantly, he felt a refreshing coolness flowing through his lungs. His spirits soared. What was this? Teacher Wu had never experienced such a comforting sensation from noodle soup before. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, this is the longevity-promoting clear soup noodles. I feel revitalized. It imbues one with such vigor. All fatigue has vanished. Remarkable." Teacher Huang nodded in agreement, noting that he had never felt such ease in his years of work. This was an unprecedented zest. Teacher Wu fell silent, concentrating on his noodles and broth, occasionally taking a bite of the golden fried egg, his face radiating pure enjoyment. Mirroring Teacher Huang's reluctance to converse, they were both captivated. The clear soup noodles had undoubtedly conquered the appetites of the two teachers. The golden fried egg appeared utterly delectable. "I am famished." As they observed Teachers Huang and Wu engrossed in their meal, the patrons turned their attention towards the kitchen, watching Lin Bin's slow movements, feeling as restless as ants on a hot pan. A couple, regulars who often came for tea eggs, asked Lin Bin, "Little Boss Lin, do you need our assistance?" "We can hardly wait." The elderly gentleman speaking was Yuan Ping, a retired university professor. Throughout his busy teaching career, he had suffered numerous ailments, including back pain and leg aches. However, after indulging in tea eggs here, those issues gradually faded. His wife, Ku Chunhua, experienced similar relief from common ailments of the elderly. such as shoulder inflammation and spinal discomfort, all thanks to Lin Bin's tea eggs. The couple had become loyal patrons of this mysterious establishment, visiting daily. No more. I prefer to take my time and craft each dish to perfection. This way, you will find satisfaction in every bite, Lin Bin remarked, turning to Grandpa Yuan Ping and Grandma Ku Chunhua in the shop. 5 minutes later, a bowl of clear soup noodles and a golden fried egg were served before Yuan Ping and Ku Chunhua, who began to savor their meal together. After a mouthful of noodles, they paused, exchanging glances before exclaiming in unison, "What a refreshing flavor! I feel as if I could live a few more years. Indeed, my mind feels so much clearer, and my body is invigorated." They gave Lin Bin, who was busy in the kitchen, a thumbs up, praising, "The dishes made by Boss Lin are truly conscientious. He uses only the finest ingredients, which is why they taste so exquisite. Moreover, they are beneficial for health." Hearing this, Lin Bin couldn't help but smile, filled with a sense of accomplishment. It was all thanks to the inexhaustible spring water from the Spirit Spring secret realm. Eventually, all 10 bowls of clear soup noodles were tasted by everyone, garnering unanimous acclaim. Ding! A delightful notification resonated in Lin Bin's mind as he reclined behind the counter. The trial dish task for the longevity-enhancing clear soup noodles has been completed. A reward of 10 million has been transferred to your WeChat account. Please check your balance. With a gentle tap on his phone screen, Lin Bin confirmed the funds had indeed arrived, and he divided the money into 3 parts, transferring them to 3 different bank accounts. He felt elated, as his savings had now reached 22.06 million. The prospect of becoming a billionaire was within reach. The experience of relaxation was absolutely wonderful. He silently thanked the system, planning to take his parents to purchase a villa soon. In Lin Bin's mind, money was meant to be spent. If not, it was merely a pile of worthless paper or a string of numbers. As the tasting concluded, Teacher Huang and the others were reluctant to leave, all wishing for another generous bowl of clear soup noodles. However, Lin Bin's shop had quite a few rules, which were non-negotiable, so they had to rise to depart. Teacher Wu, like the others, decided he would frequent this place for meals in the future. His previously debilitating tinnitus had miraculously vanished. How could he not return? Considering the 10 yuan price for a tea egg, he felt the price of the clear soup noodles might prevent him from visiting often. He asked Lin Bin, "By the way, Lin Bin, what do you plan to charge for this large bowl of clear soup noodles?" "The price is set at 50 yuan per bowl," the system replied. Lin Bin was momentarily taken aback. That price seemed exorbitant. Typically, a small bowl of clear soup noodles costs 6 yuan, while a large bowl is 8. 50 yuan was several times that. "Have you not thought this through?" Teacher Wu inquired again. Teacher Huang and the others who had come to taste the dish also turned their attention to Lin Bin, deeply concerned about the pricing of the clear soup noodles, not wanting the price to be prohibitively high, as money was not easily earned. Lin Bin hesitated, feeling a bit shy, and said, 50 yuan per bowl. "What?" Teacher Wu's eyes widened in shock. 50 yuan for a bowl of clear soup noodles. That is an astronomical price. He had consumed the most expensive bowl of clear soup noodles, which cost merely 10 yuan. Teacher Huang gasped, staring at Lin Bin in disbelief, convinced that Lin Bin had lost his mind. Debo, standing nearby, inhaled sharply, thinking to himself that this was extortion. "Are you joking, Boss Lin?" questioned a boy from class 32, named Jiang Hao, who blinked and then chuckled. He had intended to frequent this place for clear soup noodles and tea eggs. But if the prices were this exorbitant, he certainly could not afford it. "Indeed, Boss Lin has quite the sense of humor," laughed a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, entirely skeptical of Lin Bin's outrageous pricing. Faced with the astonished and disbelieving expressions of the crowd, Lin Bin had no choice but to assert, "Yes. You did not miss here. A generous bowl of clear soup noodles paired with a golden fried egg is priced at 50 yuan. I am not jesting. I am grateful for your support of my small establishment, but please consume within your means." Teacher Huang felt as if he could weep. His monthly salary was a mere 4,800 yuan, and he would have to restrain his indulgences here in the future. He was, however, relieved that tonight's tasting was complimentary, allowing him to savor the flavors. Teacher Wu cleared his throat and cautiously remarked, "Lin Bin, I personally believe this pricing far exceeds market rates. I fear you may struggle to sell or even finish your stock. Teacher Huang nodded in agreement. Double emphatically concurred, expressing his concerns. The others chimed in, urging, Boss Lin, please consider lowering your prices. I would love to visit often. Little boss, I beg you. Could you perhaps set a more reasonable price? At such a high cost, I could only afford to come once a month. Despite their apprehensions regarding the price, the delightful taste and texture of the clear soup noodles, along with the traditional tea eggs they had previously enjoyed, made them eager to return. Lin Bin felt compelled to elucidate. As you all have seen on my social media, I meticulously select all my ingredients, free from pesticides and chemical fertilizers, ensuring a healthier experience for consumers. At this point, Yuan Ping and Ku Chunwan nodded in agreement. Teacher Huang, having touched his waist, realized he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Teacher Wu recalled that his tinnitus had improved after consuming the clear soup noodles. Lin Bin continued, the vegetables we source from the city are priced at 5 yuan per gene, yet I purchase homegrown produce from farmers at 15 yuan per gene, which is 3 times the city rate. The same applies to other ingredients, such as tomatoes and scallions. 15 yuan per gene for vegetables, De Bo murmured, casting a doubtful glance at Lin Bin, questioning the necessity of such expensive, high-quality, and wholesome ingredients for mere clear soup noodles. Teacher Huang reflected on the clear soup noodles he had just tasted. The vegetables were fresh, juicy, and devoid of any off-putting flavors, nodding repeatedly, convinced that Lin Bin would not deceive him. Yuan Ping whispered to Ku Chunhua, Boss Lin's ingredient costs are astonishingly 3 times the market rate. He is certainly investing heavily. Ku Chunhua nodded in admiration. It is truly remarkable. No wonder the dishes are so delectable. The others remained skeptical, still listening intently to Lin Bin's explanations. The eggs are sourced from rural free-range chickens, distinctly different from the ordinary eggs we typically consume, a fact that is readily apparent to everyone present. Nods of agreement circulated among the group. Lin Bin emphasized a crucial point. The water I use for cooking is pristine spring water, untouched by any processing, which will invigorate your health and prolong your life. Chapter 42. I'm unworthy of this meal. Indeed, the effects are remarkably evident. Ku Chunwan nodded in agreement, stating that the price seems reasonable. Health is priceless. When you grow older, you will come to realize this, she added, and Yuan Ping echoed her sentiments, affirming the price's fairness. Indeed, remarked Teacher Huang, my back pain and leg aches have nearly vanished. Thus, the premium price is justified, and I can accept it, though I will limit myself to 1 or 2 bowls a month to avoid overindulgence. Teacher Wu concurred, sharing, I have been feeling weak and experiencing tinnitus, but after just 1 bowl of noodles, I feel much better. I will try to come regularly, though I am uncertain when my salary will see a significant increase. As a worker, I will return, but I cannot do so frequently. Others shared similar sentiments, lamenting the need to earn more. As the clock struck 10:30, Lin Bin promptly closed the shop and rode home on his electric scooter. Meanwhile, De Bo shared photos and videos of teachers Huang and Wu enjoying clear soup noodles at Lin Bin's establishment in the class group chat. Teachers Huang and Wu visited a bin's shop for noodles. I want to promote a bin's business. De Bo aimed to assist Lin Bin, knowing that selling a bowl of clear soup noodles for 50 yuan would be a challenge. Despite recognizing the truth in Lin Bin's words, he worried about the noodle sales and feared Lin Bin's potential financial downfall. Chen Kuan inquired, do teachers Huang and Wu know that Lin Bin has opened a shop? Zhang Bo confirmed yes. Bin mentioned they have visited several times before to enjoy the traditional tea eggs, which are absolutely delicious. Jiang Xinmei expressed surprise at how familiar the teachers were with Lin Bin, attending his shop to show support. Other classmates chimed in. What kind of noodles did the teachers have? They seemed to be enjoying themselves. They laughed at Teacher Huang's somewhat unrefined eating manner and noted that Teacher Wu's eating style was hardly any better, as if he had never tasted food before. Zhang Bo interjected, they had clear soup noodles. The flavor is exquisite. You must try them to believe it. Truly, I am not deceiving you. He added, moreover, consuming these noodles can strengthen your health and prolong your life. Please, everyone support my friend Bin's business. Thank you. What's the price for a bowl? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Bo replied, 50 yuan for a large bowl. Instantly, the class group exploded with disbelief. What? 50 yuan for a bowl of clear soup noodles? I have never heard of such an exorbitant price. Are the noodles made of gold? This is outrageous. We cannot support this. What kind of pricing is this? I am unworthy of this bowl of noodles. I am shocked to my core. What was Lin Bin thinking? Has he lost his mind? We genuinely worry that his little shop may not survive. His pricing is utterly fantastical. Zhou Rongrong, your husband is on the verge of madness. You must intervene swiftly to prevent him from driving this promising establishment into bankruptcy. Zhou Rongrong, keep a watchful eye on Lin Bin. As Zhang Bo observed the rapidly scrolling chat interface, his words were drowned out, and he found himself unable to clarify his point. Nonetheless, he persevered in voicing his thoughts. This clear soup noodle is unlike any we usually consume. Do you all remember the tea eggs Lin Bin sold previously, which are still available now? They were priced quite high, at 10 yuan each. Yet, they sold out every single day. The vegetables in this clear soup noodle, such as the greens, tomatoes, and scallions, are meticulously selected from homegrown produce, free from pesticides and fertilizers, ensuring they are wholesome and harmless. The water used to boil the noodles is spring water, rich in minerals. Yet, despite his fervent explanations, many remain skeptical. Only a handful of economically stable young men expressed their intention to visit Lin Bin's shop to sample his newly launched clear soup noodles when time permitted. Downstairs in the community, Lin Bin parked his electric scooter and was about to head upstairs when his phone rang. The caller ID read, demonic young lady, a term denoting the mischievous nature of the caller, none other than the petite wealthy woman, Zhou Rongrong. Preferring to avoid an argument or entanglement, Lin Bin answered the call. Xiao Lin, you've launched a new dish, haven't you? Zhou Rongrong inquired immediately. Lin Bin nodded. Yes, you should have seen my update. Zhou Rongrong retorted. I don't monitor your activities every second, you know? You narcissist. Lin Bin, feeling a headache coming on, wished Zhou Rongrong would get straight to the point. What is up, Rongrong? Do you need my assistance with something? I just saw that you're pricing a bowl of clear soup noodles at 50 yuan. Yes. Why don't you just rob a bank while you're at it? I can provide you with a gun and a mask. Seriously, do you intend for your little shop to go bankrupt? My shop is doing quite well. Actually, I've made a substantial profit. Nonsense. If you continue this reckless behavior, you will inevitably face ruin. Lin Bin discerned that the demonic young lady was genuinely concerned for him, though her tone often skewed harsh, leading his emotions astray. That one tea happened. I've purchased a car and am planning to buy a villa in the coming days. My income isn't solely from shop. I have other, larger sources of revenue. You can't even talk to me anymore, can you? Zhou Rongrong abruptly ended the call. Lin Bin stared at the darkened screen of his phone, managing a wry smile. This tempestuous woman hangs up the moment she gets angry. Am I not just like her? Chuckling softly, Lin Bin proceeded toward the apartment building. Suddenly, his phone rang again, but it was not Zhou Rongrong. It was her mother, Aunt Lianhua. Naturally, he answered the call. Aunt Lianhua. Lin Bin greeted sweetly, as he shared a closer rapport with Aunt Lianhua than with Zhou Rongrong. Ah, Aunt Lianhua responded cheerfully. Aunt Lianhua, do you have something to discuss with me? Lin Bin speculated that Aunt Lien wished to discuss the pricing of his new dish, the clear broth noodles. It was likely that Zhou Rongrong had mentioned this matter to her. Indeed, Aunt Lien remarked, Xiao Lin, it's not easy to run a small shop. You must be cautious with the pricing of your clear broth noodles. I don't want to see you fail and lose money. Do you understand? I'm not being reckless. Aunt Lien, if others sell a bowl for 6 or 8 yuan, and you price yours at 50, isn't that a bit absurd? Lin Bin counted. Don't forget, my traditional tea eggs are also priced several times higher than others, yet they sell out every day. True, but that's because you produce such a limited quantity, she replied. Exactly. I offer gourmet dishes, and a higher price is quite reasonable, isn't it? Moreover, the income from the restaurant is merely a small fraction of my total earnings. My main venture is utilizing the restaurant space to write culinary novels online, create articles, and produce food videos. That is where the bulk of my income lies. Chapter 43. Finding time to buy a large villa. If you have other sources of income, then it's not a problem, Aunt Lien concluded before hanging up the phone. She must have called Zhou Rongrong afterward. Lin Bin smiled to himself and prepared to head upstairs to his home. Beep. New task. Sell 10 portions of longevity clear broth noodles within 3 days. Reward, 20 million yuan. Lin Bin's heart soared at the prospect. 20 million. Completing this task would yield such a reward. The pinnacle of his prosperous life was about to unfold. How exhilarating. Thank you, system. You're welcome. Good luck. All right. Lin Bin nodded as he stepped into the elevator. He pondered the challenge of this task. A bowl priced at 50 yuan might deter many potential customers. Even affluent individuals would hesitate to consider themselves foolish enough to spend that much on a single bowl of noodles. Thus, he would need to devise a strategy. Regardless, he was determined to succeed, with plans already forming in his mind. Upon returning home, he found that his parents were still awake. His younger sister was also awake, bouncing around on the sofa. The moment she spotted him, she leaped off the couch and rushed over. "Brother, hug me. I missed you," she exclaimed joyfully, clinging to Lin Bin's leg. He scooped her up into his arms. "You're going to spoil her." Their mother feigned annoyance, shaking her head at her daughter's bare feet. Lin Bin chuckled. Of course, he would indulge his sister. "Mom, I'll give her a foot wash before she goes to bed," he said. His mother nodded. "If she resists, don't indulge her." Lin Bin acknowledged her with a grunt. His sister chimed in, "I always listen to my brother. If he tells me to wash my feet, I will wash them without hesitation." "All right," noted, their mother laughed. His sister, though young, had a clever way of amusing the adults. Even their father, who was reading the newspaper, couldn't suppress a slight smile, unnoticed by anyone. "How was business today?" their mother inquired, concerned. Lin Bin nodded as he sat down beside her with his sister in his arms. "Pretty good. I sold out all the tea eggs." Mother nodded, feeling reassured, yet continued. "I heard from Rongrong that you've introduced a new dish, a bowl of clear soup noodles priced at 50 yuan. What a gossip." Lin Bin inwardly cursed Zhou Rongrong for her loose tongue. He sensed that this matter could not remain concealed now or in the future, so he simply nodded and replied, "Indeed, I use only the finest ingredients, which justifies the price. My intention in opening this establishment is to serve exquisite dishes." Exquisite dishes? No matter how refined. Can you truly charge 50 yuan for a bowl? Who can afford that? Mother, being a woman of timid disposition, feared the prospect of Lin Bin's venture failing, which might lead to substantial debts. The society was replete with tales of failed businesses and their dire consequences. At that moment, father also cast a worried glance at Lin Bin, opting to remain silent and listen to his son's genuine thoughts. Lin Bin gently addressed his mother, "Mother, my intention in opening this restaurant is not to pursue a strategy of thin profit margins through high volume. You witnessed the tea eggs I sold at 10 yuan each. I only sold 10 a day, yet they were all gone." Mother shook her head slightly, still feeling skeptical. Could a boutique restaurant thrive in a night market food street? "First and foremost, you must understand that my earnings do not rely solely on the restaurant's revenue. The majority comes from other avenues. Otherwise, how could I afford car?" Lin Bin recalled his impending house purchase and continued, "Tomorrow, let us see if you and father are free. We can go house hunting together. Let's buy a grand villa. It's time to move out of this cramped old community. You should also start considering your retirement plans. I will take care of you." Mother was taken aback. Father ceased reading the newspaper, both staring at Lin Bin in disbelief. "Didn't you just buy an 800,000 yuan car? How can you afford a house now? A grand villa, no less. Am I hearing this correctly?" Mother exclaimed incredulously. "A grand villa?" Father muttered, adjusting his reading glasses, unable to contain his surprise. Seeing their astonished expressions, Lin Bin couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, no further explanation was necessary. By purchasing a house and a car, he would provide them with a comfortable and affluent life, earning their unwavering support for his every endeavor. He nodded at his parents and affirmed, "Yes, you heard correctly. Let us find some time to view grand villas together and make haste to move from here. This old community is cramped, poorly lit, and inadequately ventilated. As you age, it's not suitable for you to reside here. We must find a better place that promotes your health." Mother shook her head, still struggling to believe that they were on the verge of acquiring a new home, let alone a grand villa. Father, now reading the newspaper, appeared skeptical. Yet, his sister had unwavering faith in his words, which had remained unchanged throughout their lives. nestled in Lin Bin's embrace. She chirped, "I believe in brother's words. Our family is getting a bigger house." Lin Bin corrected her, "It's a grand villa, not just a big house." Yes, just as brother said, a grand villa. The siblings harmonized their excitement. Thus, I assure you, mother and father, there is no need for concern regarding the operations of my little shop. If it were unprofitable, I wouldn't pursue it, would I? Wait until tomorrow, and I shall prepare a bowl of clear soup noodles for you. I trust you will agree to my price of 50 yuan per bowl, Lin Bin remarked as he opened the mobile banking app linked to one of his bank cards, displaying his balance to his mother. Look, this is my modest savings. I earned another million tonight. I cannot claim to have made 10 million. For I fear the shock may be too much for your delicate hearts, and I wouldn't want any health issues to arise from such surprises. Spending 800,000 on a car and earning a million does not seem particularly shocking when viewed purely from a numerical perspective, does it? Another million earned tonight? His mother was taken aback. Had she not known Lin Bin's character, she might have asked Zhou Dehai to investigate whether Lin Bin was genuinely making money through writing culinary novels and producing food videos. Indeed, that 5 million represents my total earnings over the past 2 months. Not too shabby, right? You feel reassured now, mother? It took a long moment for her to regain her composure. 5 million. No wonder her son mentioned buying a grand villa tomorrow. Ninghai, unlike Beijing or Zhonghai, is not classified as a top-tier city, and 5 million could indeed purchase a substantial villa. Upon hearing this, his father could no longer remain calm. He approached Lin Bin to inspect the mobile banking interface. You have earned over 5 million in just 2 months? His father gazed at Lin Bin, equally incredulous that his son could amass such wealth. Lin Bin nodded, "Ruklizo." His father, with a serious tone, inquired, "You haven't engaged in any illegal activities, have you?" Lin Bin chuckled and promptly replied, "Not at all, the money is clean. You need not worry, mother and father. Do I appear to be someone who engages in criminal activities?" Chapter 44. The grandparents in line, his sister chimed in with a smile. Not at all. Ultimately, his father chose to believe Lin Bin. His mother nodded in agreement. Then let us go and view the villa tomorrow, selecting one that pleases us all. Lin Bin suggested to his parents. All right, I will request a leave of absence from work, his father stated. I shall do the same, his mother echoed. Lin Bin looked at them and remarked, Why request leave? You should consider retirement instead. His mother was momentarily taken aback. This was not a prospect she had ever contemplated. She had previously focused on financing Lin Bin's university education, with a younger sister to eventually support through primary, middle, high school, and university. The expenses during their educational journeys were considerable. His father lowered his head in contemplation. Lin Bin continued, I have earned enough to support our family comfortably. You need not toil at your jobs, enduring the whims of others. Would that not be better? His father looked at his son, his eyes slightly misty. In his eyes, Lin Bin had grown into a man capable of supporting a family. What do you think, father? Lin Bin inquired. At a loss for words, his father simply nodded. I shall take your nod as consent for retirement. His father affirmed with another nod. Lin Bin turned to his mother, who still appeared hesitant. Mother, what concerns you? Like father, you could resign and enjoy a leisurely retirement. Wouldn't that be preferable? He truly wished for his mother to no longer be a humble cog in the workforce, laboring tirelessly and potentially facing indignities. Ultimately, my mother nodded in agreement. All right, I will apply for retirement tomorrow and stay at home. That's the spirit, Lin Bin exclaimed. Starting tomorrow, let's take our time and dress nicely to visit the villas. Sounds good. Finally, I can shed this work uniform. You are truly remarkable, son. You have liberated your mother. Purchasing a house holds immense significance for my parents, a matter of great importance that cannot be taken lightly. Thus, they dedicated an entire day to view 6 grand villas, yet they refrained from making an immediate purchase, opting instead to discuss it further at home and contact the sales agent once a decision was reached. For the most part, my parents have always respected my opinions, and naturally, Lin Bin reciprocated their cautious approach. After all, moving into a villa is merely a matter of days away. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Lin Bin leisurely drove to Dang Village, where he gathered fresh vegetables, tomatoes, and scallions for making clear soup noodles. He returned at 6:15. Upon arriving at the shop, he received a call from his homeroom teacher, Mr. Yan. Lin Bin, what's the matter? Their relationship during school was neither particularly close nor distant. They were not the type to frequently interact. Is there something you need assistance with? Lin Bin answered the call, feeling at ease. This is Lin Bin, right? Yes. That's me. I call to advise you to take your business seriously and do your utmost to avoid failure. Mr. Yan's words hinted at the topic of discussion, likely the pricing of the clear soup noodles. Last night, he had observed his classmates in their WeChat group expressing concerns about his pricing strategy. Most were skeptical and worried that his small shop might not survive. Mr. Yan's concern warmed Lin Bin's heart. He was pleasantly surprised that his homeroom teacher remembered him, a student of modest academic standing, and had taken the time to call and remind him to manage his business diligently to avoid losses. Rest assured, my business is doing quite well. I won't incur losses, Lin Bin replied. Listening to your advice, I will lower the price of the clear soup noodles, even to 12 or 15 yuan if necessary. 50 yuan is simply too exorbitant. Who can afford that? Think about it. Doesn't that make sense? If you're still worried, feel free to come by and check on things while supporting my business, Lin Bin said with a smile. I'll head over with a few colleagues shortly. Great. I'll be waiting for you. At 8 o'clock, with half an hour remaining before opening, Lin Bin hung a small blackboard at the shop entrance, inscribing a few lines. Today's menu: longevity clear soup noodles. Price: 50 yuan per bowl. Only 10 bowls available today. Two girls passing by glanced at the blackboard, exchanged knowing smiles, and then whispered to each other, selling clear soup noodles in a night market with bold flavors? Can that work? What do you mean? He is pricing it at 50 yuan per bowl. That is utterly absurd. Is he joking? No one will buy that, right? I might consider paying 6 yuan for a bowl. Me too. The two young women are third-year students at Ningda, one named Jiang Qin and the other Liang Shan. They casually passed by the enigmatic restaurant, heading toward the back while chatting and laughing. They were not alone. Numerous patrons of the culinary festival night market were equally taken aback by the price of the clear soup noodles, shaking their heads in disbelief. A few curious gentlemen approached Lin Bin, inquiring whether the price had mistakenly been inflated by an extra zero. Was it indeed 50 yuan a bowl? After Lin Bin confirmed that the price was correct, they promptly turned away, muttering as they walked off. This owner must be insane. Does he think people are fools? Are the noodles made of gold? Selling them at such a steep price is absurd. Before long, it was 8:30. To everyone's astonishment, a long queue had formed in front of the unassuming restaurant, which many had previously dismissed. The first two in line were none other than the elderly couple Yuan Ping and Ku Chunhua. Little boss Lin, we are back again. Are you not serving tea eggs today? Lin Bin replied with a smile. The menu is random each day. Yuan Ping gently shook his head. Is it again limited to only 10 portions? Lin Bin nodded, affirming that the rules could not be altered. Ku Chunhua, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, I was hoping to enjoy clear soup noodles with a tea egg, but I guess that was wishful thinking. She then chuckled, resigning herself to respect Lin Bin's peculiar regulations. Thank you for your understanding and support, Lin Bin continued with a smile. Same as always, 2 portions of the longevity-enhancing clear soup noodles. Yuan Ping stated. Lin Bin nodded. Very well, please hold on a moment. Meanwhile, the elderly patrons behind, Ku Chunhua eagerly called out. 1 portion of clear soup noodles for me. 2 portions for my partner and me. We'll have 3 portions. Lin Bin observed these seniors, all clad in identical Tai Chi outfits, clearly devoted to health and longevity, aspiring to live to 100 years or more. It seemed they had come based on the recommendations of Yuan Ping and Ku Chunhua. Sure enough, as Lin Bin suspected, Ku Chunhua said to him, Little boss Lin, these folks behind us are our old friends. Upon hearing our recommendation of your traditional tea eggs and clear soup noodles, claiming they enhance health and prolong life, they all decided to join us. Chapter 45. The rules remain unchanged. Come back another day. Thank you for your support. Lin Bin nodded. At that moment, the bustling crowd that had previously filled the food street came to a halt, turning their attention toward the queue. Wow, look at how many people are waiting. It really sells well, doesn't it? Surely, they must have hired actors. I bet they did. Many bubble tea shops use this tactic to create a scene of bustling business and attract consumers. Jiang Qin and Liang Shan, having just returned with their grilled cold noodles and fried chicken, curiously glanced at Lin Bin and his customers as they passed in front of the mysterious restaurant. Exchanging glances, they remarked, "Are these people fools? Eating clear soup noodles for 50 yuan a bowl? Old folks are so easily deceived." Indeed, these seniors have both money and leisure. In this day and age, are scammers so brazen? It's outrageous. They gritted their teeth, fixating their gaze on Lin Bin, who was greeting the patrons. Yuan Ping and Ku Chunhua, accompanied by their seasoned companions, settled into the establishment. Lin Bin offered a slight smile, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry, but we have sold out of our 10 daily servings. Please come again another day. We appreciate your support and understanding." Prior to their arrival, Yuan Ping and Ku Chunhua had clearly outlined Lin Bin's peculiar regulations to their companions, who nodded in acknowledgement, albeit with a hint of disappointment and regret on their faces. "I suppose I shall arrive earlier tomorrow," one mused. "Isn't it strange? How can a business thrive with such limitations? Why only 10 servings?" Curiosity got the better of one, prompting an inquiry to Lin Bin. He replied, "It is to ensure quality and accountability to each customer." "How commendable!" An elderly gentleman with graying hair and a goatee exclaimed. Giving a thumbs up, "I shall return tomorrow, and if not, the day after. I refuse to believe I can't sample a bowl of your clear broth noodles. Old Joe, I'll come too, remind me." "Certainly," Lin Bin replied as he turned to add 3 words to the small blackboard. "Sold out." "What?" Jiang Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's already sold out? How could that be in such a short time?" Liang Shan was skeptical, convinced it was a ruse. "A marketing tactic." Jiang Qin nodded in agreement. "Perhaps it's a strategy to incite hunger?" Liang Shan remarked, "That seems to be the case. Is this owner a marketing wizard? Or perhaps a charlatan?" They labeled Lin Bin as such. Intrigued, I found myself observing the patrons, curious whether they were genuine diners or mere plants. Jiang Qin tugged at Liang Shan, prompting them to covertly scrutinize from their diagonal vantage point. They soon noticed Lin Bin serving steaming bowls of clear broth noodles to the elderly patrons, who eagerly slurped the noodles and savored the broth, their faces radiating joy. "So they aren't tea actors after all?" Jiang Qin observed as some finished their meals and proceeded to pay. Lin Bin's WeChat notifications chimed continuously. "WeChat payment, 50 yuan. WeChat payment, 50 yuan. WeChat payment, 100 yuan. They had dined and paid. Thus, they were undoubtedly not imposters. Liang Shan nodded at Jiang Qin. "Have we misjudged this handsome owner?" Jiang Qin chuckled sheepishly. "I was about to report him for swindling the elderly." Liang Shan blushed. "So was I. Shall we venture in to taste for ourselves?" "But he wrote sold out. It might not truly be gone." "True. Let's go see." Thus, the two entered the establishment. Jiang Qin inquired of Lin Bin, "Are there any clear broth noodles left?" Lin Bin smiled. "We sell only 10 servings each day, and we have reached our limit." He had reserved some ingredients for Old Yin and his family's noodles, but they could not be sold to them. Rules are rules, and he had no desire to overextend his offerings. The system encouraged him to relax and enjoy the myriad pleasures of life, and he was more than willing to heed its call. Jiang Qin pressed, "Could you make just one more for us to try?" Liang Shan added a playful tone, "Please, dear owner, grant us a taste of your clear broth noodles. We only serve 10 dishes each day. Once they are gone, our business concludes. The store has its regulations. You may come earlier another day. Thank you for your support." Lin Bin remained resolute. With a slight pout, Jiang Qin and Liang Shan departed from the enigmatic restaurant. They glanced back in confusion, remarking, "This establishment is truly peculiar. It has business yet chooses not to engage. Indeed, the owner is quite an eccentric. The store is even stranger, lacking a name entirely. Their isn't even a menu. How casual. Could it be that a wealthy young heir is running this place to experience life?" Liang Shan gazed at Jiang Qin with wide eyes, contemplating the possibility. Jiang Qin felt a surge of delight at her conjecture edging closer to reality, nodding emphatically. "Are you planning to pursue him?" Liang Shan inquired of Jiang Qin. "What about you?" Jiang Qin countered. "I asked first. You must answer first. I am indifferent. You speak first. Let me ponder for a moment. I shall consider as well." Inside the restaurant, an elderly gentleman rotated his wrist, now devoid of the characteristic cracking sound. He cheerfully addressed Lin Bin. My old wrist injury has truly healed. Lin Bin nodded. That is splendid news. The spring water is indeed miraculous. The 50 yuan spent was well worth it. The elderly man exclaimed, his face beaming. His old injury had often tormented him on rainy days, disrupting his sleep and affecting his health. No longer will that be the case. Other elderly patrons had also noticed improvements in their health. My calf muscles no longer ache. It seems my hearing has improved somewhat. I now feel a warmth in my stomach. My stomach ailment must be getting better. I feel much clearer-headed. I feel rejuvenated by 2 or 3 years. Little boss Lin, we shall come here for meals every day. However, it remains uncertain whether they will secure a spot for dining. Can the regulations be amended? Lin Bin shook his head. They cannot be altered. I appreciate your support. I will establish a reservation process in the future, so you 1T have to queue. Just come for your meal when you have reserved. That sounds good. I hope we can reserve in advance soon. Standing in line can be quite bothersome. Little boss Lin is truly considerate. May your establishment thrive for many years to come, benefiting us seniors. Thank you. By the way, what is your restaurant's name? We can help promote it and attract more business. Lin Bin replied, Mysterious Restaurant. An elderly man chuckled. Indeed, it is sufficiently mysterious. Others nodded in agreement, of course. It is mysterious. The dishes served each day depend on Little Boss Lin's mood. Moreover, only 10 servings are prepared each day. Even more peculiar. Each person is limited to purchasing just 1 serving daily. I truly cannot comprehend Little Boss Lin. After bidding farewell to the elderly patrons, Lin Bin heard the delightful chime of the system notification in his mind. Ding! The host has sold 10 servings of longevity soup noodles within 3 days. A reward of 20 million has been transferred to your WeChat account. Please check. Lin Bin glanced at his WeChat account interface, his heart brimming with joy, and subsequently divided the funds into 3 portions, transferring them to 3 bank cards. At that moment, the high school class teacher, Old Yin, approached with 3 colleagues. Chapter 46. Unnecessary Worries. Old Yin, good day, teachers, Lin Bin greeted first. Old Yin called, Lin Bin, my student. After settling the teachers comfortably in the shop, Lao Yin surveyed the surroundings before addressing Lin Bin. Well done, young man. You've opened a store right after graduation. And I've heard you've even made enough to buy a car? Lin Bin humbly nodded, attributing his success to the guidance of his teachers. The educators collectively acknowledged, Lao Yin, your student is remarkable. He has opened a store before even entering college, and it looks quite impressive. Indeed, it was astonishing for someone so young to earn money and purchase a car. At that moment, the eyes of the teachers sparkled with envy. Their salaries were fixed and modest, barely sufficient to support their families, and the thought of buying a car required years of careful consideration. Even Lao Yin himself felt a twinge of envy towards Lin Bin. Owning a shop offered freedom, no one to supervise, and all the income was his own. Simultaneously, Lao Yin felt a sense of pride hearing his colleagues praise his student. He was not one of those stubborn individuals clinging to outdated beliefs. He believed that as long as one earned enough money to support a family without breaking the law, that was a mark of success. If one could also give back to society, that was even better. He wholeheartedly supported Lin Bin's decision to run a business while attending university, alleviating his parents' financial burden. Wait here, I'll prepare some clear soup noodles for you, Lin Bin announced. Lao Yin, his homeroom teacher, was delighted that Lin Bin wished to express his gratitude by serving a bowl of noodles to him and his colleagues. Perhaps in the future, his colleagues would become devoted fans of his mysterious restaurant. Lao Yin nodded, feeling gratified. We appreciate it. Lin Bin, you truly are considerate. One teacher rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with anticipation. I'm eager to taste what a 50 yuan bowl of clear soup noodles is like. Another teacher chimed in. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Bin entered the kitchen, slowly immersing himself in the task, washing pots, heating oil, and sought diced tomatoes. The refreshing, sweet and sour aroma wafted from the kitchen doorway. Lao Yan's eyes brightened, his mind sharpened. The scent of tomatoes was tantalizing, igniting an appetite. A young teacher named Lai who inhaled deeply, his throat bobbing. No wonder Lao Huang and Lao Wu raved about how delicious it was after trying it. It truly smelled delightful. A middle-aged female teacher named Gua Xiaomei nodded in agreement. remarking that the slightly tangy flavor was enticing to most women, stirring their appetites. An older teacher, named Chao Diyun, stretched his left shoulder and mentioned, "I've heard that the clear soup noodles have health benefits and can prolong life. I hope that's true. My shoulder often aches, making it hard to sleep well." Lao Yan, busy caring for his granddaughter lately, had not kept up with the messages in the chat group. He just learned that Lin Bin priced the clear soup noodles at 50 yuan due to their reputed health benefits. He nodded thoughtfully, rubbing his knees, which had been injured during his younger days playing basketball. He had neglected them, and now, as age caught up with him, they often ached. Though he hoped the noodles indeed had beneficial effects, he still found it hard to believe. It seemed too good to be true. Lin Bin presented a generous bowl of clear soup noodles accompanied by golden fried egg. He first served Lao Yan, informing the other teachers that their dishes would soon grace the table. After finishing his meal, Lao Yan felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, continuously praising the deliciousness of the noodles. Rising to his feet, he took a few steps, astonished and elated. He exclaimed to the other three teachers, "Indeed, the persistent ache in my knees has vanished." Chao Dayan gazed at Lao Yan's knees, chuckling. "Lao Yan, are you pulling our leg?" "Absolutely not," Lao Yan affirmed. Chao Dayan slapped his thigh in delight. "How wonderful." The other two teachers widened their eyes, yet remained skeptical, teasing Lao Yan. "Lao Yan, you wouldn't be biased just because Xiao Lin is your student, would you?" Their laughter followed. Lao Yan insisted earnestly, "My dear colleagues, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. There is no trickery. This clear soup noodles truly possess the virtues of strengthening the body and promoting longevity." Chao Dayan nodded. "I believe you. Surely Lao Huang and Lao Wu cannot be deceivers as well. That is impossible." The other two teachers, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement as the clear soup noodles were finally served. No wonder this dish is called longevity clear soup noodles. It is indeed remarkable. As the fragrant and refreshing aroma wafted before them, their appetites surged, and they swiftly polished off their bowls, leaving not a drop of broth behind, clean as if licked by a dog. "Delicious," praised Chao Dayun, patting his belly. Though he had dined prior, he managed to finish an entire bowl. Lao Yin nodded, declaring, "This is the finest clear soup noodles I have ever tasted in my lifetime. The noodles are evidently handmade, delightfully chewy. The vegetables are fresh, juicy, and do not get stuck in the teeth, while the tomatoes strike a perfect balance of sweet and sour, never cloying. And the flavor of the green onions is pure and fragrant, truly the finishing touch." The other two teachers echoed their effusive compliments. Most importantly, they soon realized that their minor ailments had dissipated. Chao Dian flexibly rotated his shoulders, joyfully exclaiming, "It feels wonderful. No pain at all." Lai Hu touched his neck in astonishment. "I had a stiff neck last night, and now it's gone." Guo Xiaomei, who had yet to reach menopause, felt a warm sensation in her abdomen, free from menstrual pain, although she hesitated to voice it, simply nodding repeatedly, inwardly resolving to frequent this place for clear soup noodles in the future. "Shaolin, how much do I owe you?" Guo Xiaomei inquired, preparing to pay. Still, she felt that 50 yuan was a bit steep, as middle-aged women, striving to support their families, naturally spend more cautiously than many young girls without a care. "What you just enjoyed was complimentary. I've already fulfilled my daily sales quota." Lin Bin smiled gently. "No, we cannot accept this for free." Guo Xiaomei felt embarrassed about the notion of having dined without payment. "It truly is unnecessary. Just step outside and glance at my little blackboard, and you'll understand." Lin Bin guided them outside, showing them the small blackboard where the words "sold out" were displayed. He explained to Lao Yin and the others, "What you just savored was a non-sale item, reserved solely for friends and family. Therefore, it is complimentary. Thank you all for coming and boosting the atmosphere. I truly appreciate it." Lao Yin gazed at the small blackboard for quite a while before exclaiming, "Only 10 servings sold in a day?" He genuinely feared that Lin Bin might incur losses and have to shut down the restaurant. Lin Bin reassured him, saying, "Indeed, I can effortlessly earn 500 yuan. Moreover, I have other significant sources of income, so there will be no losses." He sensed Lao Yan's deep concern for both him and the fate of the mysterious restaurant, thus feeling compelled to assuage his worries. "Could you wait for a moment? I could drive you back, Lin Bin inquired of Lao Yin and his companions. Lao Yin abruptly came to his senses. What was he worried about? Lin Bin had already purchased a car. How could he possibly face losses? Chapter 47. Purchasing a house as a studio, no need. We rode our bikes here. Lao Yin replied, and it was evident from his expression that his earlier anxiety had dissipated. Then take care on your way, Lin Bin said as he watched them leave on their electric scooters. Following this, he tidied up the restaurant a bit before driving home. On the way, the system issued a new task. Ding. New task. Achieve 5 returning customers for the clear soup noodles by tomorrow. Reward, 50 million. 50 million. Was the system compensating him for the hardships he endured in his previous life by allowing him to enjoy life in this one? Was this not a way to earn money effortlessly? Lin Bin was confident that he would accomplish tomorrow's task with ease. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind. Better for one person to enjoy a dish 1,000 times than for 1,000 people to have it once. The system was evidently guiding him and his mysterious restaurant down this path. It was indeed the right course. Upon returning home, Lin Bin was greeted by the joyful expressions of his parents, who were playing with his younger sister. Mom and Dad, I'm back. That's all that matters, his mother exclaimed as she approached him, noticing a bamboo basket in his hands. What is this? I brought back some vegetables from the countryside. I'm going to prepare clear soup noodles for you, Lin Bin replied, eager to share the delicious meal with his family. As for the miraculous spring water, they had already replaced their regular water with it for cooking and drinking, ensuring that his family would remain free from ailments and live healthily into their hundreds. Or even 200s, without complaint. Sound great. I'll help you wash the vegetables, his mother offered. She often spent time with Lin Bin, engaging in casual conversation, providing him with warmth and relaxation. With her assistance, 4 large bowls of clear soup noodles were soon ready on the table. As expected, his parents praised the dish, ultimately declaring it worthy of a 50 yuan price tag. His sister licked the bottom of her bowl, clearly enjoying every last bit, despite it not being a traditional accompaniment to a meal. Lin Bin took a sip of the clear soup, feeling a comforting warmth spread through his body, followed by a refreshing clarity of mind. Observing his parents, their faces radiated with a healthy flush, and it seemed that their gray hair had noticeably diminished, likely a result of consuming the miraculous spring water recently. As Lin Bin collected the bowls, he asked his mother, "Have you and Dad decided which villa to buy?" His mother shook her head slightly. "We are still considering. This is a significant decision that cannot be rushed." "Indeed, your mother and I need to deliberate carefully." Lin Bin held no objections. His parents' reactions were perfectly understandable. Parting with 5 million was no trivial matter. It warranted careful consideration, and haste was unwarranted. "Take your time to think it over. I shall not rush you," he affirmed, nodding as he placed his dishes into the basin, preparing to wash them. At home, he wished to assist his parents as much as possible. In his previous life, he had been utterly indifferent to household chores. But now that he had opened a business, he found solace in completing tasks such as washing dishes and cleaning floors. He gradually grew fond of domestic duties. "I'll take care of it." His mother snatched the dishwashing basin from him. Unable to catch her in time, Lin Bin resigned himself to the notion of secretly undertaking some household chores in the future, allowing his mother to live a little easier and happier. By the way, how long until the admission notice is released? Aside from purchasing a villa, this matter had recently captured his father's attention. "It should be soon," Lin Bin replied. "We just need to wait for the schools and teachers' notifications." Once the notice arrived, he would be off to register and meet Xiao Shi. Lin Bin was filled with anticipation. He planned to explore the new residential area around Ning University the following day, intending to purchase a spacious apartment for Xiao Shi, ensuring she had her own studio for painting, preferably with a sea view and ample greenery surrounding it. In his previous life, she had sold her artworks and her personal exhibition hall to support his career. In this life, it was his turn to support her. He vowed to protect her for a lifetime. Ding! The host intends to prepare an art studio for Xiao Shi, triggering and completing the sweet pet task. Reward: master-level combat skills. Would you like to fuse? Ah, splendid. This will serve as a self-defense skill. Excellent. Lin Bin eagerly accepted the fusion. With such a skill, he could ensure his own safety and protect his family and Xiao Shi. As his wealth increased, He recognized the potential for unsavory individuals to take notice, so it was wise to remain cautious. He was grateful for the timely reward of combat skills from the system. After the fusion, Lin Bin felt his muscles tighten. He poked at his biceps and abs, marveling at their hardness and elasticity. Images of fierce martial arts moves flashed through his mind, and his muscle memory solidified. Curious about his newfound strength, he stepped into his bedroom and crushed a bottle of mineral water with one hand. Then, with a single punch, he shattered a sandbag, sending sand spilling everywhere. Impressive, Lin Bin chuckled, feeling an abundance of strength coursing through him. The following day, at 9 o'clock, Lin Bin awoke naturally. After freshening up and having breakfast, he set out, driving to the southern gate of Ning University. This area, near the seaside, was dotted with residential complexes. He parked his car and searched the community bulletin board for a real estate agent's contact number, dialing a salesperson named Hulan. "Hello, sir. I'm here to purchase a property." "Oh, great. Where are you right now? I'll show you around our houses and the community environment. I'm at the bulletin board near your community's north gate." "All right, please hold on. I'll come to pick you up and take you to the sales hall." "Okay." Lin Bin settled into a public bench nearby, awaiting his appointment. Approximately 5 minutes later, a black Volkswagen came to a halt before him. The window glided down, revealing a woman clad in formal attire, likely in her 30s, possessing an unremarkable appearance, yet exuding a serene demeanor. "Are you the gentleman who called me earlier?" Hulan scrutinized Lin Bin, initially incredulous that such a young man would venture out alone to purchase a property, her expression betraying a hint of astonishment. Having been reborn, Lin Bin was now merely 18, his youthful visage inevitably leading her to such assumptions. "Yes, my surname is Lin, Lin from the Schwalma character," he replied, rising slowly and taking his time to introduce himself. At this moment, Hulan began to perceive a certain maturity emanating from Lin Bin, piqued by curiosity. "Mr. Lin, please, step inside. I shall accompany you to the sales hall." After a brief hesitation, she opted to address him as Mr. Lin rather than handsome boy. "Let us go." Lin Bin skillfully opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat, taking in the expansive greenery and various amenities of the newly constructed community. "Selecting a workspace for my future wife requires utmost care. This community is newly built, yet it boasts a high occupancy rate. The residents here are individuals of commendable quality." With excellent security measures in place, Hulan casually conversed with Lin Bin before seamlessly transitioning into her role as a real estate agent. Chapter 48. Do you wish to hide a beautiful woman in a golden house? The community was quite extensive, taking nearly 10 minutes to reach the sales hall. Hulan invited Lin Bin to take a seat at a beautifully designed wooden high stool by a small table and inquired about his beverage preference. Lin Bin requested merely a glass of warm water. Upon returning with the water, Hulan spread out a brochure before him, continuing her introduction. Passers-by, including Hulan's colleagues, occasionally cast curious glances at the seemingly 18-year-old Lin Bin, speculating on whether he was a young CEO or a wealthy heir from some company. After all, what other reason could he have for purchasing property? Conversely, some suspected he was merely causing trouble and not genuinely interested in buying. Is there something amiss with this sales approach? Why entertain a child like him? The explanation seems unnecessarily laborious. When Lin Bin proceeded to purchase a property for over $1,500,000 in cash, the onlookers were left astounded. It is rare for individuals to buy homes outright. Most rely on loans. $1,500,000. Such a sum is significant. In Ninghai City, many toil their entire lives without amassing enough to secure a residence in the esteemed Ronghua community. Yet, this youth effortlessly swiped his card without a moment's hesitation. Impressive. After a brief exchange, Lin Bin grew to trust Hulan, and upon discovering a property with an ocean view amidst lush greenery, he made a decisive purchase. After all, property prices in Ninghai City have never decreased. In fact, they have surged dramatically, leaving many young people toiling tirelessly yet unable to secure a home in the city. Lin Bin, having received the keys to his new residence, requested Hulan to guide him to the property. Building 8, apartment 818. Lin Bin opened the door, his eyes brightening as the sunlight streamed in, illuminating the polished floor, reflecting light just as Ulan had described. Splendidly. After taking a few steps, a brisk breeze greeted him. Hulan's hair danced in the wind, affirming her claim about the excellent ventilation. Lin Bin wandered into the spacious hall and dining area, then checked the 3 bedrooms. By his estimation, he was correct. This was indeed a grand 150 square meter residence featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. Upon reaching the balcony, Lin Bin beheld the vast expanse of the sea, dotted with boats, and nearby, the Yellow Cow Island. A little further was Tangdao Bay Park, bustling with activity amidst flourishing flora. He imagined that she would surely adore this place, and he nodded in satisfaction, envisioning scenes where she stood or sat on the balcony, painting the ocean, while he stood behind her, admiring her artistry, eventually embracing her. "Mr. Lin, are you satisfied?" Hulan inquired with a smile. Having secured a full payment for the house, she anticipated a commission of 50,000 yuan, which brightened her spirits considerably. "I am satisfied." "You've worked hard," Lin Bin replied. "As long as you're content, don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything in the future," Hulan remarked, her gaze revealing a maturity in Lin Bin. She surmised that he might well purchase a 2nd or 3rd property, making it prudent to cultivate a good rapport. "Very well. I shall not disturb you further. Goodbye." Goodbye. Time passed swiftly as Lin Bin prepared to drive to Dang village to harvest vegetables at 5:30 in the afternoon. The village chief, Old Zhang, called to suggest he handle the vegetable gathering and delivery, or send someone else to do so, sparing Lin Bin the trouble of running back and forth. Lin Bin found this arrangement agreeable and nodded in agreement, repeatedly emphasizing to Old Zhang the need to select only the finest produce, ensuring quality remained uncompromised. Old Zhang readily assured him, no problem. At 8:30, Lin Bin arrived punctually at the food street, opening the door to the mysterious restaurant for business. Old Zhang arrived in a van, shaking Lin Bin's hand before unloading the farm-fresh ingredients into the establishment, enlisting the aid of a young girl from the village to wash and prepare the vegetables. Indeed, Old Zhang was quite resourceful, a true village leader. After Old Zhang and the girl, Xiao Kaiwa, departed, Zhou Rongrong appeared before Lin Bin, skipping into view with a playful smile. "Xiaolin, I'm here." Upon seeing her, Lin Bin felt a headache coming on. He nodded, a gesture of welcome, albeit a reserved one. "Not welcoming me?" Zhou Rongrong teased, entering the restaurant with her hands behind her back, inspecting everything as if on an official visit, though her intentions remained unclear. "Are you here for something?" Lin Bin inquired, wishing to curtail her aimless wandering before him. It was perplexing how, despite his lack of interest, she persisted in her pursuit. "I just wanted to check on my childhood friend and see how business is going." "What's the matter? Aren't you pleased to see me?" Zhou Rongrong replied. Lin Bin, maintaining a cool demeanor, responded, "Can't you tell? I don't wish to bicker today. I simply want to ask how business was yesterday. With such high prices, did anyone buy anything? Did you sell out?" Lin Bin replied, nonchalantly, "Sold out. You may leave now." Zhou Rongrong appeared to disregard his words entirely, continuing, 50 yuan for a bowl. Will those who have dined here not feel foolish and refrain from returning?" Her concern stemmed from a fear that Lin Bin might feel disheartened should his venture fail. However, her words took on an unintended tone, leaving even her puzzled. "Most of my patrons are repeat customers," Lin Bin replied casually as he played a game, reclining comfortably in a chair. With a sigh, Zhou Rongrong responded, "I hope that's the case. You know, your decision to open this establishment is quite unconventional, and I genuinely worry." "Enough with the worry. I'm the boss. And you're not the boss's wife," Lin Bin said without much thought, still engrossed in his game. Zhou Rongrong halted in her tracks, turning to glare at him with fiery eyes. "Xiaolin, so you're feeling proud now that you're the boss? What are you talking about? Do I enjoy being the boss's wife? Huh, you're overthinking." Frustrated, she snatched Lin Bin's phone from his hands, exclaiming, "Focus on your business and be a proper boss. Just don't go bankrupt." "Dear lady, are you angry again?" Lin Bin chuckled, reaching for his phone, only to notice the dark expression on Zhou Rongrong's face. "Answer me one question, and I shall return it." Zhou Rongrong pressed the phone against her chest with determination, almost as if she might crush it. Lin Bin hurriedly nodded. "All right, go ahead, ask away." My best friend Hu Tao mentioned seeing you purchasing a house in the Ronghua community. Is that true or false? Lin Bin replied, she must have misseen. I've been too busy with the restaurant and cooking to think about buying a house. He couldn't let Zhou Rongrong discover that he had acquired a property for Xiao Shi under the guise of a studio. Otherwise, complications could arise should they cross paths in the future. Zhou Rongrong unlocked her phone and showed him a photograph. It was taken in the sales hall of the Ronghua community, where Lin Bin was seated closely with Hulan, discussing the promotional materials on the table. Tilting her head, Zhou Rongrong smirked. Xiao Lin, are you planning to keep a mistress in a golden house? Chapter 49. Calling Xiao Lin for familiarity, task completed. Yes, I already have someone I admire. Lin Bin seized the opportunity to declare. Zhou Rongrong paused, then burst into laughter. Huh, you have someone you like? Indeed. Lin Bin affirmed with a nod. Impossible. You just confessed to me not long ago. Zhou Rongrong shook her head in disbelief. Truly, I have a girl I love deeply. Lin Bin reiterated, his sincerity evident on his face. Yet Zhou Rongrong remained unconvinced, laughing as if she hadn't heard him. Eventually, she ignored him, engrossed in her phone. Lin Bin, aware of her disbelief, decided to let it be for now. Perhaps when he and Xiao Shi were together, holding hands in her presence, she would eventually realize that his heart was no longer unclaimed. A few minutes later, Debo arrived with 5 classmates from their senior year, greeting Lin Bin from afar before entering the establishment. Upon spotting Zhou Rongrong, they chuckled. The boss's wife is here too. What a lovely school bell. Was it sympathy for your husband? Zhou Rongrong had just been infuriated by Lin Bin and felt averse to speaking. Yet she couldn't help but cast him a glance and assert, who is the boss lady? It is not me. Her anger was rather fierce, prompting her classmates to flock to Lin Bin for casual conversation to divert their attention. After a while, Debo inquired of Lin Bin, do you think those who dined on the clear soup noodles yesterday will return for a second visit? The clear soup noodles, priced at 50 yuan a bowl, are not likely to attract repeat customers easily. He was concerned that Lin Bin's little shop might struggle to thrive. Lin Bin smiled faintly and reassured him, rest assured, I believe we shall soon see returning patrons. His establishment specializes in exquisite dishes, precisely catering to those who return for more. Other classmates voiced their concerns as well. Lin Bin encouraged them to wait and see, confident that numerous repeat customers would come through the door. As he aimed for returning patrons, he refrained from calling out and simply sat with his classmates, indulging in mobile games while awaiting their arrival. 10 minutes later, Yuan Ping and Ku Chunhua returned, accompanied by a large group of elderly gentlemen and ladies dressed in Tai Chi attire. Little boss Lin, we are back, they proclaimed. Today, we shall endure and not queue, allowing our old friends to savor the clear soup noodles. Lin Bin nodded in acknowledgement. Yuan Ping and Ku Chunhua displayed commendable loyalty. Yet they surveyed the interior of the shop, their throats involuntarily bobbing. Zhou Rongrong stood up, feeling both joy and confusion. She was elated that Lin Bin's clear soup noodles had indeed attracted returning customers. Yet, she puzzled over whether these individuals were foolish. After all, paying 50 yuan for a bowl of noodles without feeling swindled was quite perplexing. Perhaps they were affluent. She nodded in conclusion. Debo observed the line of elderly patrons forming outside the shop, and, after a moment of surprise, broke into a broad smile. He had never anticipated that the clear soup noodles would have such loyal customers. He felt genuinely pleased for his brother, Lin Bin, and set aside his earlier worries. The other classmates exchanged glances, their faces reflecting shock and bewilderment. Were these elderly patrons truly die-hard fans of Lin Bin? Indeed, they must be well off. After all, spending 50 yuan on a bowl of noodles and returning for seconds and thirds is beyond what most would tolerate. Thus, today, all 10 bowls of clear soup noodles were sold. Among the diners, 6 were returning customers. The task was nearing completion. Lin Bin prepared the clear soup noodles for them. And once they finished eating and made their payment, the task would be accomplished. Delicious. The same flavor as yesterday, exclaimed one. I adore these chewy noodles. The fresh, organic vegetables from the countryside are delightful. The tomatoes are perfectly tangy and sweet. Splendid indeed. I relish the scallions. Their flavor is robust. The elderly patrons engaged in lively discussion as they savored their meal, occasionally giving Lin Bin a thumbs up in praise. Watching them enjoy their meal so heartily, Zhou Rongrong pursed her lips, feeling a craving for a taste as well. They both felt the same. The other students, who had never tasted it before, fixated their gaze upon the clear soup noodles and golden fried eggs of the elderly patrons, unable to look away. Zhou Rongrong, who had been irate moments ago, now smiled brightly in front of Lin Bin. Shaolin, I too wish to savor the clear soup noodles and golden fried eggs. Lin Bin replied nonchalantly. I sell only 10 portions a day, and they're all gone. Zhou Rongrong playfully pouted, nearly clinging to Lin Bin's arm. Shaolin, what kind of relationship do we share? Could you possibly make one more serving for me? A rule is a rule. I only sell 10 portions daily. But you could simply not charge me. Then it wouldn't count as a sale. Lin Bin was well aware that this wouldn't contravene the regulations. He had prepared it for Old Yin and the others the previous night. However, he was reluctant to make it for Zhou Rongrong, fearing that should she taste it, she might come to pester him daily. How could he run his business and enjoy intimate moments with Xiaoxi? It would be best to cut this little tale off early. He maintained a stern expression and told Zhou Rongrong, come to my house after closing, and I'll cook for you, all right? Zhou Rongrong pondered for a moment, her eyes twinkling before she nodded in agreement. All right, a man of his word. Of course. They linked their pinkies, a firm promise sealed. The beau beamed with a knowing smile, while the other students felt a pang of envy. Physical contact with the school beauty was a dream for many boys. The elderly patrons finished their meals, engaging in casual conversation with Lin Bin, resembling old friends who could discuss anything. Shaolin, remember to open the shop tomorrow. I shall return. No problem. Your female classmate is quite pretty. Is she your girlfriend? No, just a classmate. Zhou Rongrong, while feigning modesty before the elders, felt a fiery sensation within her heart, casting a significant glance at Lin Bin for him to comprehend. Lin Bin sensed that Zhou Rongrong might have developed feelings for him, though it could also be a mere illusion. Her various displays could stem more from possessiveness and pride. We're leaving now, Shaolin. Goodbye, Shaolin. See you tomorrow night. After paying, the elderly patrons began to refer to Lin Bin as Shaolin, creating a sense of familiarity. All right, let us not be strangers. Lin Bin waved farewell to the elderly. Debo stepped closer to Lin Bin, teasing Wow Bin. You become quite familiar with this group of elderly folks. Lin Bin smiled faintly. Good culinary skills. What can I say? Double left. Keep pretending. Just like that. 500 yuan effortlessly lands in your pocket. That's 15,000 a month. Simply exhilarating. Meanwhile, Lin Bin's peers of similar age found their pockets emptier than their faces, too shy to ask their parents for money, yet burdened with the frustration of needing funds. After a brief chat with Debo and the others, Lin Bin heard the delightful notification from the system in his mind. Ding. Task completed. Chapter 50. Move into the mansion. Host a promotion banquet back home. A reward of 50 million has been transferred to your WeChat account. Please check. Lin Bin returned home after closing the store and meticulously divided the funds into 3 bank accounts. 2 days later, his parents finally reached a decision, and Lin Bin purchased a villa in the Guoguang district, situated 5 kilometers from the city center, for a total of 22 million yuan. It took them a day and a half to complete the move. Thanks to the comprehensive services of a moving company, Lin Bin's parents experienced no hardship during this transition. The relocation cost over 5,000 yuan, but Lin Bin felt it was a worthwhile expenditure, having toiled for the first half of their lives. His parents deserved to relax and indulge in a life of abundance during their later years. Standing in the grand foyer of their new home, Lin Bin's mother surveyed her surroundings. The wall sconces, the artwork, the leather sofa, and the dining table, all exuding a sense of design, brilliance, and exquisite taste. I truly never expected that in our lifetime we would reside in a villa, especially one so beautiful and close to the city center, she remarked. Lin Bin's father adjusted his glasses, gazing up at the magnificent chandelier, nodding in agreement with a smile. Indeed, my dear, our good life has finally arrived. His mother turned to Lin Bin, who was cradling his younger sister, and said, It is all thanks to our son. He is our pride and the pillar of this family now. Absolutely, his father added. He willingly takes a back seat now. He used to be the main support of the family, and now that role belongs to Lin Bin. Lin Bin humbly acknowledged, "It is your guidance that has enabled me to earn so much. Your excellence has inspired my own." His younger sister, however, would not allow such modesty, exclaiming in her childish voice, "Brother is the most amazing person in the world. He bought a big car and now a grand villa. My classmates' brothers aren't as impressive. They're just kids." Lin Bin, along with his parents, shared a hearty laugh. Soon after, the family dispersed to their respective rooms. The villa spanned 3 stories, with the first floor featuring a dining room, a living room, and 2 bedrooms. Given their advancing age and mobility issues, Lin Bin insisted that his parents reside on the first floor. His younger sister, still quite young and in need of care, was also placed on the first floor, especially since Lin Bin often found himself away from home, and their mother preferred not to have her too attached to him. However, his sister began to cry, adamantly refusing this arrangement and insisting on living with Lin Bin on the second floor. The 3 adults, Lin Bin and his parents, could not pacify the little girl, and thus reluctantly agreed to let her occupy the bedroom next to Lin Bin's. Once settled, she dashed outside to play in the front and backyards, which were adorned with a plethora of ornamental flowers and a swimming pool. She was filled with joy. After the move, Lin Bin's parents hosted a gathering for some friends in their new villa, celebrating the housewarming. Their friends were envious of Lin Bin's parents, marveling at their son's financial success, which had afforded them a villa and a luxury car, elevating their standard of living manifold. Uncle Zhou's family was particularly astonished, unable to fathom that Lin Bin had purchased a villa for his family. When pressed about the sources of his wealth, Lin Bin deflected with his previous explanations, evading further inquiry. Zhou Rongrong was aware that the 3rd floor remained vacant and found herself longing to reside there, envisioning days spent playfully pinching Yan Yan's cherubic cheeks and engaging in witty banter with Xiao Lin. A delightful prospect indeed. Being an only child, she often felt a profound sense of solitude and ennui, yet could not conjure a plausible reason to make such a decision, so she let the thought pass. Time flew by, and, at last, the admission letter from Ning University arrived. Lin Bin drove the family back to their ancestral home in Inga Village, Chinatown. His father had already informed his grandparents about their return, as they were to celebrate both the graduation banquet and housewarming. The grandparents were overjoyed and had begun preparations throughout the village, proudly announcing that their grandson Lin Bin had been accepted into Ning University. Eagerly awaiting their arrival, they stood at the village entrance. "Look, it's Grandpa and Grandma," exclaimed Lin Bin's sister from the passenger seat, pointing excitedly. Lin Bin, too, spotted the kindly faces of his grandparents, rolling down the window and calling out to them from a distance. He had missed them dearly. As the grandparents turned to face the car, their weathered faces broke into radiant smiles, the deep lines of age softening with joy. "Binbin, Yan Yan, Hu Guang, Xiao Shun." The vehicle came to a halt before them, and several villagers paused to gaze, their eyes lingering on Lin Bin's brand-new car. "Is it the family of old Lin? What a magnificent vehicle. Must be worth hundreds of thousands." They marveled. As Lin Bin's family exited the car, he invited his grandparents to take a seat inside, eager to drive them home. They had never before experienced riding in a car purchased by their own family. The pride and joy on their faces were unmistakable as they nodded, chatting with the villagers while being assisted into the car by Lin Bin's parents, who were busy distributing cigarettes and liquor. "Old Lin, your family has done well. What a fine car you have," an elder villager remarked, puffing on a cigarette handed to him by Lin Hu Guang, his admiration evident. "It's not bad. Just struck a bit of luck to buy it." Lin Bin's father replied with a humble smile. "You bought it?" Another villager asked. "No, my son bought it," came the proud response. The villagers were taken aback, glancing at Lin Bin inside the car. Isn't he only about 18? Already making money and buying a car? They turned their attention to Shun Yulin, who nodded affirmatively. "Your son is truly remarkable. Has Bin not continuing his studies?" Someone inquired. Lin Bin replied, "I plan to attend university and return for the graduation banquet." "Making money without hindering your education? Impressive," they exclaimed. "You were accepted to Ning University, correct?" "Yes," he confirmed, responding to their questions with ease. The villagers were in awe. Ning University was renowned in Haizhou province, consistently ranked among the top 10 institutions. What a promising future awaits. Huguang, you and Xiao Shun shall reap the rewards of having such an outstanding son. The villagers were quite talkative and warm-hearted, engaging my parents in lively conversation. My father suggested that Lin Bin drive home first while he and my mother would walk, as the distance from the village entrance to our home was merely a few hundred meters. Concerned about the villagers gossiping that they had become prosperous and looked down upon others, they refrained from lengthy discussions. As Lin Bin drove past the village committee and the small shop, many gazes followed his vehicle, accompanied by whispered exchanges, evoking a vivid image of an intelligent sinner. Lin Bin smiled and greeted each villager, as instructed by my parents before returning to the village. Finally, he parked the car in front of our old home. Chapter 51. Did you buy this with your earnings? Grandfather and grandmother fumbled with the car door, unsure how to open it. Lin Bin unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, let me open the door for you." He turned and reached for the door, allowing them to sit while he exited to assist them. Grandfather and grandmother smiled as they stepped out of the car, glancing back at the vehicle, shaking their heads and chuckling. "Oh dear, we've never touched such a thing in our lives, so how can we know how to open the car door? It's clever of Lin Bin to help us." Grandmother took Lin Bin's hand, a gesture common among rural elders who have not seen their grandchildren for a long time. "You've grown," she exclaimed, her toothless grin wide, her joy evident. The return of her most cherished grandson elicited such a reaction. "But you're still not chubby enough." Grandmother persisted, holding his hand and assessing its thickness. Lin Bin nodded, smiling, realizing that if he lived with her every day, he might very well become quite plump. Children grow taller, not fatter. "I feel just right, strong and muscular." Grandfather and grandmother had differing perspectives, playfully bickering. "I think you've lost weight," they teased. Children are like that. Once they grow up, they will fill out. At that moment, my sister leaned against the car window, wailing, "So, you don't want me anymore?" Oh, Yin Yan, my Yin Yan." Grandmother laughed heartily, finding my sister adorable and precious, hurrying over to pull her from the car. My sister pouted in indignation. "Grandma, that's not fair. You only like brother. You didn't even see me. That's not true." Grandmother chuckled, tilting her head, her gray hair dancing in the wind. "Of course there is. Am I not cute enough for you to like me? You only like brother." My sister continued to sulk, still upset. Grandfather, amused, laughed heartily and, with his rough hands, gently patted my sister's head before lifting her into his arms, repeatedly saying, "You are my favorite." "Really?" she asked, gazing up at him with her cheeks puffed out. "Indeed. Just look at that round face of yours. So adorable. Who wouldn't he like you?" Grandfather playfully bumped his forehead against hers. "All right, I believe you now." She finally relented, her annoyance dissipating. Grandmother looked at her and asked, "Yin Yin, are you still upset?" "Not anymore. You are my grandparents. I would never truly be angry with you." After saying that, my sister unexpectedly burst into laughter, declaring that she had been joking. Lin Bin shook his head slightly. It was evident that his sister had been genuinely upset moments ago, yet, akin to Zhou Rongrong, her mood shifted swiftly from overcast to sunny, changing in an instant. "All right, let us proceed inside. Old man, do set Yin Yin down. Do not strain your old back." Grandmother playfully smacked Grandfather's arm and shot him a pointed look. Grandfather was no longer young, having reached the age of 69. Lin Bin stepped forward, lifting his sister from Grandfather's embrace and placing her gently on the ground. Grandmother produced a set of keys and unlocked the rusted iron gate. Before them lay the familiar vegetable garden and the concrete path that meandered through it. Further ahead were two adjoining rooms with tiled roofs, one serving as the kitchen and the other as the woodshed. Finally, there stood the main building, a single-story structure divided into 3 spacious rooms. The central room housed ancestral tablets, with bedrooms flanking either side. Lin Bin observed the incense burner in the middle room, enveloped in swirling mist, the candlelight flickering. This signified that grandmother had just prayed for the family's safe journey. Such was her custom. Whether for family outings or significant events, she would always take a few minutes to offer incense and prayers. "Come in and take your seats in the hall. Grandmother will prepare some treats for you." Grandmother guided Lin Bin and his sister to sit at the dining table in the hall. Shortly after, she returned with ripe bananas, mangoes, and 2 large duck pears, placing them into his sister's hands. She cradled the fruit joyfully, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, "Thank you, grandmother. You are the best. I love you, grandmother." Lin Bin gazed at the fruit in his hands and at his grandmother's beaming smile, feeling a wave of happiness wash over him. Such simplicity, such ordinariness, encapsulated true happiness. Enjoy. These are specially reserved by your grandmother, and they are exceptionally delicious. Though grandfather felt a tinge of jealousy, he still urged Lin Bin and his sister to indulge in the fruits. "Indeed, these bananas appear to be naturally ripened from our own garden," Lin Bin remarked, peeling the banana. His sister leaned in, taking a hearty bite, her cheeks puffing adorably. "So good," she mumbled, tilting her head at Lin Bin, claiming the most delectable treats. "You little glutton," Lin Bin teased, pinching her round cheek, prompting a playful yelp from her. Grandfather and grandmother watched with amused expressions. Once Lin Bin and his sister had nearly finished their fruits, grandmother and grandfather settled beside them and began to converse. His sister nestled between grandmother's legs, clinging to her for a long while, her voice sweetly chiming, "Grandmother, I have missed you so much lately. Brother has bought a grand villa in the city with many vacant rooms. Come live with us." Lin Bin nodded, pleased that his sister had finally taken the initiative to say something useful. This was precisely what he had intended to propose. However, he sensed that grandfather and grandmother might prefer not to reside in the city with them for extended periods, as they had grown accustomed to their life here. Grandmother affectionately patted his sister's head, dismissing the comment as mere childish play. Grandfather was reminded of the new car Lin Bin had just driven back. He had heard from Old Wolf and the others that such a vehicle would cost several $100,000. Perhaps Lin Bin had indeed purchased a villa in the city. "Lin Bin, Yin Yin mentioned you bought a grand villa?" Grandfather inquired with curiosity. If that were true, it would certainly bring him pride. The Lin family had produced a true dragon. For children from the countryside, purchasing a home in the city is already a formidable challenge, let alone acquiring a grand villa, which would be even more daunting. Grandmother smacked grandfather's arm with a sharp clap, exclaiming, "Do you really believe a child's words? Has age dulled your senses? A 5-year-old's words are hardly credible." Yet, grandfather felt an instinctive urge to glance at Lin Bin. Faced with his grandparents, Lin Bin could only speak the truth, "Yes. I earned money and bought it." "A villa?" Grandmother's composure began to waver. They had seen others in the village build new homes, which they referred to as villas, all quite fashionable and appealing. Thus, they had a rough idea of what a villa looked like. Whether built or purchased, it required a significant amount of money. The newly constructed 3-story villa of the Nouveau Riche Ergo, complete with front and backyards, had cost over $500,000. "Indeed," Lin Bin nodded. "Impressive, my child. You earn it yourself?" Grandfather suddenly stood up, gazing at Lin Bin in disbelief. It was only natural for him to react this way upon learning that an 18-year-old, just graduated from high school, had bought a car and a villa. Grandmother's eyes widened in astonishment as well. "Yes, but it was also a matter of seizing an opportunity. I was fortunate to earn so much," Lin Bin explained. Upon his rebirth, he had bound himself to a perfect life system, which granted him an extraordinary chance. His luck had been remarkable. "Lin Bin, you are truly accomplished." Grandfather patted Lin Bin on the shoulder, declaring, "Tonight, we must share a few drinks together. You have grown." Grandmother's initial anxiety had diminished considerably as she shot grandfather a disapproving glance. Don't let the child get drunk. It could harm his health. Lin Bin observed his grandparents and found their dynamic peculiar. Grandmother was generally gentle with them and others, yet with grandfather, it was a different story. Grandfather muttered, "It's just a few drinks. The child won't get drunk." Grandmother scoffed. "Do you think a grandchild of a drunkard is also a drunkard?" The term drunkard clearly referred to grandfather, the most notorious drinker in the village. Grandfather mumbled, "More or less." Grandmother, exasperated, unexpectedly burst into laughter. Lin Bin interjected, "Grandmother, in a few days, I will be a university student. I can have a few drinks with grandfather." His capacity for alcohol was decent. While he might not outdrink grandfather, he wouldn't get drunk from just a few. Grandmother had always doted on him, thus her reluctance to see him intoxicated. She looked up and down at the tall Lin Bin, recalling how he had driven back and what he had said about buying a grand villa, making him seem more like an adult. In his demeanor, she sensed a hint of the maturity of a societal individual. Just be careful tonight. Don't overindulge. If you do, I'll take it out on your grandfather. She jested, laughter ringing through the air. Sister and Lin Bin burst into laughter simultaneously. Poor grandfather, she remarked. By the way, what about my cousin? Lin Bin recalled his cousin, with whom he frequently conversed online, and in reality, they shared a bond akin to that of siblings. She is working in Wanling City and is on her way back now. Upon hearing of your return, she could hardly contain her excitement, replied grandmother. And one of my other cousins? Lin Bin inquired, recalling fond memories of playing with them during childhood. Your uncle fell from his tricycle and injured his calf. He is currently receiving treatment at the hospital in the city. Consequently, both of your cousins and your aunt have gone there to tend to him, grandmother sighed. Her demeanor clearly affected by her eldest son's misfortune. It isn't very serious, grandfather reassured. Your uncle mentioned he would be back tonight. Indeed, grandmother nodded. They have been there for quite some time. He should be feeling much better now and may not need to stay in the hospital any longer. Lin Bin nodded in agreement, relieved at the news. As the conversation shifted to uncle's family, grandfather spoke of cousin Lin Xiaojing, just 6 months younger than Lin Bin. He had also taken a college entrance examination this year, but his results were less than satisfactory. The entire family was urging him to repeat the year to enhance his chances of gaining admission to a university. Grandfather sighed. Your uncle is unfortunate. He has 2 sons. Yet neither compares to the success of your parents in raising you. Grandfather, when Xiaojing returns, I will talk to him, Lin Bin offered. He had the closest relationship with cousins Xiaojing and Xiaowan, while his older cousin was slightly less close. He was confident that Xiaojing would heed his advice. Grandfather shook his head. Xiaojing is as stubborn as a mule. He pays no heed to what your uncle and aunt say, insisting that his brother earns money selling chicken and has bought an electric tricycle, contributing to the construction of a 2-story flat-roofed house. He believes that even without attending university, he can sustain himself and support his future family. Observing the helpless expressions of his grandparents, Lin Bin shook his head slightly. They had devoted their lives to worrying about their children and grandchildren, and it was evidently exhausting. I shall encourage him further, Lin Bin reiterated. Grandfather remarked, You are quite sensible. Otherwise, you would not have gained admission to such a prestigious university as Ningda, bringing honor to our Lin family. And I am blessed with a grandson like you, who is destined for greatness. Grandmother nodded in agreement, saying, You have always been a source of comfort since childhood. And now that you have grown, you are achieving remarkable success, earning money that many spend their entire lives striving for, purchasing a grand villa and an expensive car. Sister exclaimed, My brother is the most impressive person. He is my role model, and I want to learn from him. Flattered, Lin Bin felt his cheeks flush slightly. Enough of this. Your uncle and the others will be back tonight. Let us prepare dinner for the family, grandmother suggested to grandfather. He agreed. Indeed, today is a joyous occasion. Lin Bin addressed his grandparents. Allow me to handle the grocery shopping. You both should rest. Sister raised her hand, calling out, Brother, I want to go buy groceries too. I'll go with you. All right, Lin Bin said, extending his hand, which she eagerly grasped. Grandmother placed 500 yuan notes in a Lin Bin's hand, instructing him to buy whatever he fancied at the village market. Grandfather nodded at Lin Bin, suggesting that he should venture out to bring honor to the Lin family. The village was rife with a spirit of competition, and it was no surprise that grandfather, not being a saint, had adopted a few bad habits. Lin Bin nodded, taking his sister by the hand, but he did not take any money. Grandmother chased after them, urging, Take the money, Bin. Hurry. Lin Bin turned back to her, saying, No need, Grandma. I have enough. Take it. Grandmother insisted, catching up and forcibly placing the money into Lin Bin's hands. He gently replied, Really, Grandma, it's unnecessary. I've already bought a car and a villa. I don't need this little bit. You should keep the money for yourselves and spend it when necessary. In his heart, he had resolved that on the day he left the village for the city, he would leave a considerable sum for his grandparents, allowing them to spend it freely. Ideally, they could demolish the old house and build a quaint villa in a rural style. They had toiled their entire lives and deserved to enjoy some comfort. After all, they were his grandparents. Besides, Dear wife, you should take back those few hundred yuan. It means nothing to Bin. Don't let him spend it on drinks later. Grandfather chuckled to grandmother. She shot him a cold glance. All you think about is drinking. Bin chimed in, Grandfather's right, Grandma. You should keep the money. His sister added, Grandma, listen to my brother. He has plenty of money for groceries. He really does. All right then. Grandmother tucked away the 500 yuan into her earthy-colored pouch, then cautioned, at the village market, there are many people in cars. It often gets congested. So you'd better not drive. Walk. Bin was reluctant to walk, as the market was nearly a kilometer away. Grandfather handed Bin a large bunch of keys, saying, you can drive your cousin's newly purchased electric tricycle. These are all the keys for their household, and this one is for the vehicle. Drive slowly and be careful. Chapter 53. Today's youth are truly remarkable. Okay, grandfather. Bin accepted the keys, delighted by the thought of driving the electric tricycle through the countryside. He asked his sister, do you want to ride in your brother's tricycle? Yes, she exclaimed excitedly. In this regard, she resembled Bin quite a bit. He believed she would grow to enjoy driving tricycles, tractors, or excavators. Come on, I'll take you for a ride. He took his sister's hand, ready to head towards Uncle's house not far away, when grandmother called out to them, handing them two large straw hats, one new and one old. Don't get sunburned. Wear these hats. Grandmother felt that they, having come from a city, had delicate skin prone to sunburn, and she had always protected the siblings in this manner since childhood. All right. Bin placed the new straw hat on his sister's head. Instantly, her appearance seemed even more endearing in the eyes of the adults due to the contrast. The hat was too large for her small frame. So cute. Grandmother affectionately patted the top of her granddaughter's hat. Grandfather chuckled, clearly amused. Do you look good? His sister asked Bin. He nodded, absolutely stunning. As he spoke, he placed a large straw hat atop his head, shielding himself from the glaring sunlight. His younger sister pointed at Bin and chuckled, Brother, you no longer resemble yourself. You look like an old man, akin to Grandpa. Isn't it because you received a new hat while I had to settle for the old one? Bin, holding his sister's hand, exited the family home, turning left as their grandparents watched them with affectionate smiles. After walking straight for over 100 meters and taking another right turn, they arrived at their uncle's house. Bin made it a tradition to return home every year for the new year. Thus he was well acquainted with the route. His sister gazed at the brand new 2-story flat-roofed house and inquired, Brother, is this the place? Being still quite young, her recollection from a year ago had faded significantly. Bin nodded, confirming that indeed, their uncle had built a new 2-story home, just as their grandparents had mentioned. I trust you, brother. Let's go inside and fetch the electric tricycle, she exclaimed joyfully, reveling in the charm of rural life. Here, there were rice fields, meandering streams, and the delightful sounds of insects and birds. Everything was so captivating. As Bin retrieved his keys, preparing to open the door, a loud, assertive voice called from behind. Who are you? I've never seen you before. The tone of the voice indicated heightened vigilance. Bin turned to explain that they were not intruders. They were simply siblings visiting family. To his surprise, he recognized the voice belonged to Aunt Ma Lu, the village gossip. Upon seeing Bin's face, she exclaimed, Oh, Bin, it's me, Aunt Lu. Hello, Aunt Lu. His sister chimed in sweetly. Bin gently patted the top of his sister's straw hat. This must be Yin Yin, Aunt Ma Lu exclaimed, her gaze fixed on his sister's round face. Still as adorable as ever. Such a big face. Kulme, let Aunt Lu touch it. No, his sister protested, immediately hiding behind Bin. He was her most reliable shield. Aunt Lu, you can't pinch my face. It's not dough. If you do, I'll drool for life. Bin glanced down at his sister and chuckled softly. Who told you such things? That if you get your face pinched as a child, you'll drool when you grow up? All right, Aunt Lu won't pinch your face anymore. Aunt Ma Lu replied, raising her hands in surrender. Turning her attention back to Bin, she asked, Why have you suddenly returned? I've come back for a graduation feast, Bin responded. That's wonderful. Have you been accepted into university? Aunt Ma Lu exclaimed with delight. Bin nodded. That's splendid. She continued. Now that you're in university, focus on your studies. And once you graduate and find a job, be sure to repay your parents by building them a new house and buying a car. Look at your cousin. He has earned quite a bit to help the family, spending over 100,000 to construct this impressive new two-story home. Just look at this grand entrance. It's truly remarkable. Just as Lin Bin was about to inform her that his family had already purchased a house in the city and that they were also hosting a housewarming feast, an elderly villager named Old Wolf approached and said to Aunt Ma Lu, "Aunt Lu, did you know that Bin Bin has bought a car worth over several 100,000? Really?" Aunt Lu glanced at the old wolf and then at Lin Bin's youthful visage, shaking her head slightly while smiling broadly. "Is it really true? Bin Bin has just graduated from high school and is preparing for university. How could he afford a car worth several 100,000? That car is worth far more than his uncle's new two-story house. Indeed, he drove it back. I saw it at the village entrance. The car is truly new, stunning, and exceptionally grand," the old wolf remarked with a face full of envy. He longed for the day when either he or his son could own such an expensive vehicle, allowing their family to walk with their heads held high in the village. "Bin Bin, is what Uncle Lao Wolf said true?" Aunt Lu asked Lin Bin in a hushed tone. Lin Bin nodded, knowing that the whole village would find out sooner or later. Since he had already driven back, there was no need for modesty or deceit. If he remained silent, the village had its own ways of spreading information. "Oh my, have your parents struck it rich?" Aunt Lu was incredulous that Lin Bin could afford such a luxury. "It's just a bit of good fortune. I haven't made a fortune," Lin Bin replied with a faint smile. "Don't be so modest. Your parents have said it's you who earned the money for the car and that you also bought a large house in the city." Old Wolf enthusiastically patted Lin Bin on the shoulder. "All right, both the car and the house are indeed from my earnings," Lin Bin said with a slight smile, thinking that perhaps his parents had exaggerated a bit. While he had earned the money, they had downplayed the purchase of a grand villa to avoid inciting too much envy. Aunt Lu was rendered speechless, her face a picture of shock. She could hardly believe that a boy who had just graduated from high school could earn such a substantial amount, purchase an expensive car, and buy a large house in the city. Remarkable. Today's youth are truly extraordinary, she mused, regarding Lin Bin with newfound respect. Old Wolf nodded in agreement, acknowledging that today, as children acquire an abundance of knowledge at school and have various means to earn a living, unlike their generation, which had been rooted in one place without opportunities to venture elsewhere. Noticing the hint of melancholy in Old Wolf's demeanor and the flicker of jealousy in Aunt Lu's eyes, Lin Bin felt compelled to reassure them. In this day and age, young people have numerous opportunities. Your children will surely find better jobs and more lucrative opportunities in time, allowing you to purchase larger houses and more impressive cars. Aunt Lu quickly nodded in agreement, recognizing that it was indeed the era of the youth. "You all should strive hard and continue to earn more," she encouraged. "By the way, Bin Bin, you all seem to be dressed for an outing?" "Yes, we're planning to buy some food and drinks. When evening comes, Aunt Lu and Uncle Lao Wolf, you must come to my house for dinner and drinks," Lin Bin replied. Old Wolf, who often drank with Lin Bin's grandfather, readily agreed. He scrutinized Lin Bin for a moment, thinking that this young man was quite adept at navigating social situations. Aunt Lu shared the same sentiment, smiling cheerfully. Aunt Lu will definitely be there. She certainly couldn't miss the delightful food and drink, and her joy was further heightened with the presence of sunflower seeds and a small stool. With a flick of her tongue, she began to chatter about the mundane affairs of home. "Let us head inside to fetch the vehicle," Lin Bin said, inserting the key into the door lock, turning it several times before opening the door and ushering his sister inside. Suddenly, Aunt Lu behind them smiled, startling the old wolf slightly. "What is it? Come here," Aunt Lu whispered, glancing around. To say it outright. "Come over." Her small, darting eyes resembled those of a timid old mouse. "What a nuisance," the old wolf muttered under his breath. Yet curiosity got the better of him, and he approached Aunt Lu, pressing his ear close to her mouth. "Do you think the Lawawa will be jealous when she returns?" Aunt Lu whispered. The Lawawa was Lin Bin's aunt, the second wife of his uncle. The old wolf knew better than to dwell on such topics. It was best left unspoken. She could hardly bear to see others thriving while they struggled. Aunt Lu continued her gossip. "Old Lin only has 2 sons. The younger son's family just bought a house in the city, along with a car worth hundreds of thousands. The elder son's family, which seemed to be doing well with their new house and electric tricycle, now pales in comparison. The old wolf shook his head slightly, claiming ignorance, and quickly distanced himself from Aunt Lou. After casting a few furtive glances inside the door, Aunt Lou chuckled silently to herself before heading home. Lin Bin first took the electric tricycle out alone, testing it several times for safety until he regained the familiar feeling, then motioned for his sister to join him. "Hold on to my waist or grasp the hem of my clothes," he instructed. His sister obediently nodded and complied. "Don't bounce around on the way. Can you manage that?" "I can," she replied, nodding again. Only then did Lin Bin start the electric tricycle, moving slowly down the road. Some paths in the countryside were uneven, making minor accidents a possibility, hence his caution with his sister. He drove at a leisurely pace. After all, it was still afternoon, and there was no rush. Life in the countryside naturally unfolded at a slower rhythm, with many families dining around 8 or 9 in the evening. A few minutes later, Lin Bin and his sister encountered their father, still puffing on his cigarette, and their mother, who was chatting with another village woman. Their father continued his conversation, while their mother gestured for Lin Bin to stop the vehicle. Pulling over to the side of the road, Lin Bin asked, "What is the matter, Mom?" She appeared somewhat concerned, as mothers often do. "Where are you two headed?" she inquired. "I'm off to the village market to buy some groceries and perhaps some cigarettes and liquor," Lin Bin replied. His mother glanced at the front of the electric tricycle and asked, "Is the handling still good? Can you ensure it's safe?" "It is, Mom. I just tested it a few times, you can rest assured. I'll drive slowly, as you saw," he reassured her. "All right, just take it slow." His mother knew that Lin Bin had previously driven the electric tricycle during his visits to the village. As long as he felt comfortable and kept his speed in check, everything would be fine. "Mom, brother is super good at driving the tricycle." His sister joyfully tugged at Lin Bin's shirt, exclaiming with delight. Lin Bin smiled broadly, realizing that his sister was indeed quite the charmer. Their mother nodded at her, and then entrusted Lin Bin with some tasks. "Your uncle's family will be returning tonight, so make sure to purchase some fine wine, delicious dishes, and good cigarettes." Lin Bin acknowledged, "I understand. Grandma and Grandpa have informed me. Your aunt and second aunt's families will also be joining us. I discussed with your father, and we have decided to host a small housewarming dinner tonight, which will also serve as a family gathering." Lin Bin nodded, comprehending. "We should discuss as a family whether to hold a grand housewarming feast separately or combine it with your graduation celebration. Prepare an ample supply of fruits and snacks for after the meal, sunflower seeds, peanuts, sodas, whatever you think of. Just make sure we have a variety." "All right, go on, drive carefully." "Okay, be safe on the road." "We know." Lin Bin and his sister chorused in unison. The village market at the entrance was not solely Faringa village. It extended from the roads of 4 neighboring villages, a convergence point where many had once set up stalls, gradually developing into a bustling market. Almost everything could be found there, including a 2-story supermarket that stocked quality tobacco and alcohol. Lin Bin thought to himself how fortunate he was that he had suggested to his father to purchase a good amount of huazi. Though it was nearly depleted now and needed replenishing, many villagers enjoyed receiving small gifts, and with the Lin family's newfound prosperity, it would be wise to share some of these items with the neighbors to foster good relations. The electric tricycle ambled along the rural road. He and his sister observed groups of elderly folks herding ducks, a man tossing feed into a crab pond, and several children catching loaches in the roadside stream. His sister exclaimed, "Brother, let's come back often. I find a village so entertaining." Lin Bin nodded in eager agreement. "Certainly, once I find you a sister-in-law, we can return frequently to play, catch loaches and crabs, and enjoy the mud. Before that, I envision building a small villa where we can stay for extended periods upon our return." As he took in the picturesque rural scenery and the people, he thought of his dear friend, Xiao Shi, who adored venturing into the wilderness to capture nature in her art, relishing the warmth of the countryside. After crossing a small bridge, just 50 meters ahead lay the village market. The electric bikes were haphazardly parked, and people were bustling about. Since it was neither early morning nor quite 4:30 in the afternoon, the atmosphere was not overly noisy. In half an hour, however, it would be teeming with people. Lin Bin felt he had arrived at the perfect moment, as many fresh ingredients were displayed by various vendors. Upon noticing him stop, one vendor shouted, "Freshly slaughtered goat. Come by a few pounds to take home. Free-range, pasture-raised goats." never fed with artificial feed. Fresh sea fish, shrimp, water spinach, sweet potato leaves, green vegetables, cabbage. Handsome young man. I have all sorts of vegetables. Linbin nodded at them, leading his sister forward to procure ingredients for the evening's family feast. He pressed on the lamb to check its elasticity, recalling his mother's advice that the freshness of meat and fish could be determined by their firmness and moisture content. The freshly slaughtered lamb still radiated warmth, and the rural folk were not deceitful. The bearded uncle selling mutton smiled at Linbin, instantly discerning that he and his sister hailed from a city. Linbin nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to purchase an entire sheep. With 4 families gathering for dinner that evening, the demand for food was considerable. Chapter 55, The Shopping Spree. A frustration of expectations. Do you truly wish for an entire sheep? The bearded uncle exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. Indeed, please assist me in dividing it into several large pieces and pack them in a large bag. Use multiple bags to ensure that I do not spoil the fine meat during the journey. Linbin replied calmly. Could you weigh it for me? What is the price of goat meat per pound? It is 50 yuan per pound. This young goat is over 3 years old, and the meat is quite tender. Hence the higher price. This rate is fair. I would never cheat you. I've been in this business for several years. I trust you. Please proceed with the weighing. I am ready to make the payment, Linbin stated as he opened WeChat to initiate the transaction. In the city, the price of lamb had recently hovered around 45 yuan per pound, making the 50 yuan per pound for free-range goats quite reasonable. Altogether, it weighs 623 pounds, but I will charge you for 60, the uncle concluded. Agreed, Linbin confirmed as he transferred 3,000 yuan. The bearded uncle beamed. You are quite generous, my friend. Not too extravagant, Linbin replied. Just divide it into larger portions, no need for smaller cuts. Understood. After securing the entire sheep, Linbin proceeded to purchase a whole rural pig. The market buzzed with excitement. Both vendors and customers turned their attention towards Linbin, with the merchants calling out more loudly, Young man, our seafood is exceptionally fresh. How about a dozen pounds? Linbin nodded. Let me have a look. I will take 10 pounds of these large prawns and 20 pounds of this ribbon fish. The seafood vendor's wife was elated, eagerly preparing the fish by gutting and removing its gills. Linbin continued his procurement, acquiring 5 pounds of water spinach, 8 pounds of greens, and 10 pounds of cabbage, until his electric tricycle was filled to capacity. Given the large family gathering that evening, he anticipated that many acquaintances of his grandfather and father would join them, and it was imperative that all guests at his grandfather's home enjoyed a hearty feast. Linbin then ventured to a 2-story supermarket adjacent to the market, where he reserved half a shelf of cigarettes and an entire shelf of fine spirits. Initially, the proprietor thought he was jesting, but upon receiving payment, the owner's grin widened in disbelief. He also purchased numerous snacks and beverages, including sunflower seeds, peanuts, spicy strips, cola, and Sprite. This grand shopping expedition totaled over 30,000 yuan. Had the rural supermarket spirits not been less prestigious than those in the city, the expenditure would have undoubtedly been greater. Linbin rode home with his sister, their vehicle laden with goods. As they passed through the village square, many curious eyes followed the movement of their electric tricycle. Buying so much, what could it be for? That Linbin, the son of the old Lin family from Huguang. Indeed, every year he returns home. And you fail to recognize him? It seems that the old Lin family has some good news. Have you not heard what Aunt Malu said? What did she say? Linbin has been accepted into Ning University. Oh dear, this child excels academically. Not only has he secured a place at university, but he has also earned money to purchase a house and a car in the city. What? Him? Bin, a mere high school graduate, earning enough to buy a car and a house. This cannot be true. My goodness, is it possible? Believe it or not, Old Wolf never tells a lie. He confirmed these facts. Upon returning to his grandfather's home, Linbin parked the tricycle at the front gate and spotted his aunt and uncle in the yard. Hello, aunt. Hello, uncle. Linbin greeted them, with his younger sister following suit. Bin, you are impressive. You actually got into Ning University. His aunt stepped forward to assist in unloading the items from the vehicle, while his uncle joined in to help carry things. They lived in a nearby village, so they came over after receiving a call. Bin, Yin Yan, his second aunt and uncle residing in Zini town, were not far from a village, less than 10 kilometers away. They also arrived promptly after the call. His second aunt picked up his sister, showering her with kisses, while his second uncle joined the effort of transporting food, cigarettes, and snacks. His parents also emerged to lend a hand. The entire family working together created a lively atmosphere, filled with chatter, with most discussions naturally revolving around Lin Bin. His second uncle remarked, "Bin Bin, you truly are remarkable. All of these groceries must have cost you a pretty penny, right? Did you really buy so much? We can't possibly eat it all." Lin Bin nodded, affirming, "Yes. With so many people, it's wise to buy more. If we can't finish it, we'll leave some for Grandpa and Grandma, and you can take some home." After achieving success, it is only right to share small tokens of gratitude with relatives. After all, it is likely that Grandpa and Grandma will not spend their twilight years in the city. Living here with uncle and aunt close by makes it convenient to care for them. He even prepared a generous red envelope of 3,000 yuan for his uncle. He hopes that these relatives will cherish their familial bonds and look after Grandpa and Grandma in his absence from the village. "This must have cost over 10,000, exclaimed his aunt, surveying the abundance of goods. "And that is not all. These cigarettes and alcohol are quite expensive," his uncle added, his eyes widening with delight at the sight of so many items, feeling content and satisfied. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to be here. Tonight, there would be a feast. Hearing the endless praises for Lin Bin from both his aunt and second aunt, his parents could hardly keep their mouths closed. His uncle, who specialized in preparing large feasts in the countryside, enlisted Lin Bin and the others to help with the preparations for the family banquet. Lin Bin handed him a pack of Huazi cigarettes, and of course his second uncle received some as well. Both his aunt and second aunt nodded approvingly at Lin Bin, acknowledging that he had grown up and learned to conduct himself well. His parents engaged in conversation with them, discussing matters both from the city and the village. Not seeing his cousins, Lin Bin inquired about them from his uncle and second uncle. His two cousins from his uncle's side, Hao Gu and Tian Gu, were striving in another province and could not return immediately, thus regrettably missing Lin Bin's housewarming and graduation celebration. Uncle Air has only one son. Lin Bin affectionately refers to him as Jun Gu. He is currently occupied with some matters and will arrive later in the evening. While Lin Bin toiled alongside Uncle Da and Uncle Air, they occasionally inquired about his recent acquisitions of a large house and car in the city. After hearing a mix of half-truths, Uncle Da shook his head slightly and remarked to Lin Bin, "You are still so young. Yet you've managed to buy a house and a car in Ninghai City, while your two cousins possess nothing. They toil year after year in other provinces, yet they have nothing to show for their efforts. It drives me nearly mad. What on earth are they doing out there?" From these words, Lin Bin discerned a sense of envy and considerable frustration. He gently reassured, "Cousins will surely find better opportunities when the time comes. They will prosper and return home to build houses and buy cars." Uncle Air sighed as well, stating, "As for my son, there's no need to elaborate. He dropped out after junior high and has fallen behind significantly. He spends his days drinking and gambling, and recently claimed to be busy with a small business. But what profits have I seen? Not a penny." At that moment, grandfather and grandmother approached, joining Lin Bin in assisting Uncle Da. They, being restless rural folk, could not remain idle when work awaited. Upon hearing the lamentations of Uncle Da and Uncle Air, they understood that these two were feeling discontented. Having witnessed Lin Bin's success, having not only gained admission to university, but also amassed considerable wealth, this inevitably sparked feelings of envy and disappointment towards their own less accomplished sons, igniting their frustrations further. Chapter 56. Picking up Uncle Da's family. "You may call me the god of cars on Qimingshan." Grandfather addressed Uncle Da and Uncle Air, saying, "Do not rush to anger. My grandsons will one day find their fortunes. Young people need time to grow, and you must afford them that time." Grandmother chimed in, "Indeed, it is not easy for the youth today. Not everyone can attend university and strike it rich." Faced with the wisdom of the elders, Uncle Da and Uncle Air could not immediately refute their words. Upon reflection, they realized that even in their youth, they had not fared well and were lacking in education. In comparison, their children had already surpassed their own achievements. However, The wisdom was well understood. Lin Bin, the youngest, had already secured a car and a house while excelling in his studies, promising an unlimited future. Meanwhile, their sons had achieved nothing, making it difficult for them to remain calm. Their worries stemmed not solely from their own frustrations, but from concern for their sons. We acknowledge our faults. Uncle De admitted to grandfather and grandmother, acknowledging his own youthful demeanor in their presence. Uncle Air nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have been overly anxious. Grandfather nodded in response. That is well. Let us finish our tasks quickly so that we may all dine together. At 6 o'clock, Mother approached Lin Bin and said, Son, your uncle's family has been waiting at the Chumaner section for quite some time, with no rickshaw available to bring them back. Your aunt just called and asked you to take their rickshaw to fetch them. For 4 people. I shall drive, he replied, noting that the back of their rickshaw was designated for cargo and lacked seating. Uncle's foot injury has just healed, and he finds it difficult to sit without bumping into things. Lin Bin took the car keys. His mother bid him farewell at the door, reminding him to drive safely. Of course, he replied. Lin Bin smoothly entered the car and fastened his seatbelt, his movements fluid and effortless. Aunt and uncle, along with 2 others, followed his mother outside, just to witness Lin Bin's driving prowess. Aunt remarked, This car is indeed impressive. It must be worth several $100,000. Uncle added, A vehicle of this caliber is something many farmers could never hope to afford in a lifetime. Aunt inquired, Has Bin obtained his driver's license? His mother affirmed, Yes, he has, and he drives exceptionally well. The second aunt commented, It's evident. He truly possesses talent. My son has been trying for a year or 2, but hasn't succeeded due to his lack of aptitude. Aunt chuckled with a hint of resignation. Having a license without the means to purchase a car is hardly better. Both my sons have their licenses, yet they have no vehicle to drive. I doubt they would dare to hit the road now. Lin Bin waved goodbye through the car window as he drove out of the village's main road towards the eastern Chumaner section. His younger sister, clutching a large pear, chased after him, calling out, Brother, I want to go with you. How could you forget me? Boo-hoo. Upon seeing her genuinely crying, their mother picked her up and consoled her. Your brother will be back soon. P.S. just going to pick up Uncle and his family. You're not being left behind, so please don't cry. As they exited Inga village, they turned right, crossing the Chuma bridge that spanned a short stretch of the sea, arriving at the intersection. The sky began to darken slightly, and suddenly a light rain began to fall. After pulling over, Lin Bin spotted Uncle and his family huddled under the roof of an abandoned shop, sheltered from the rain, surrounded by their luggage and 2 small buckets containing quilts and pillows. Lin Bin surmised that his mother had not yet informed them of his car purchase. So Uncle S' family did not recognize that this vehicle was there to pick them up. They were still scanning the area, waiting for their electric tricycle to appear. Uncle, Aunt, it's me, Bin. I'm right here, he called out through the open window. They turned to look, momentarily stunned, unable to move. It wasn't he until his cousin Xiao Jiang excitedly shouted Bin Ge, but they began to gather their belongings. Lin Bin maneuvered the car to stop in front of the abandoned shop, opened the trunk for Uncle S' family, and stepped out to assist with their luggage. Had it not been for the rain, they would have eagerly circled around Lin Bin's new car multiple times. Finally, everyone settled into the vehicle. Lin Bin started the engine and headed back to the village. As they drove, Uncle gazed around in wonder, exclaiming, This car is truly something. I assent it? Xiao Jiang answered on Lin Bin's behalf, Yes, it cost around 800,000. Bin Ge, have your parents struck it rich in Ninghai? Aunt and cousin de Jiang continued to explore and admire the vehicle. Lin Bin replied modestly, I was fortunate enough to earn some money and decided to purchase this car. You must be joking, exclaimed Xiao Jiang in disbelief. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Xiaojiang stared wide-eyed at Lin Bin's profile, struggling to fathom the reality before him. How could his brother, who had just graduated high school this year, have amassed such a fortune? 800,000. It was hard to believe that even an adult in society could earn such a substantial sum in a short span of time. His cousin Da Jiang looked at Lin Bin, who had his hands firmly on the steering wheel, with equal disbelief. Their uncle and aunt exchanged smiles, dismissing Lin Bin's claims as mere bravado. After all, they reasoned, Lin Bin was still a young boy, and it was not unusual for him to boast. Thus, they chose not to confront him further. Lin Bin smiled faintly. Whether they believed him or not was inconsequential, a trivial matter in the grand scheme of things. He simply drove on, engaging in lively conversation with Xiaojiang. He intended to lay the groundwork, and once they arrived home, he would persuade his grandparents to encourage Xiaojiang to repeat the year. As they drove onto the Chuma Bridge, their uncle glanced at Lin Bin and remarked to Xiaojiang, "Look at your cousin Lin Bin. He excelled in his studies and was rewarded with a car by his parents. Just imagine how joyful and prosperous his life must be. You should consider repeating the year." Xiaojiang vehemently shook his head. "I've told you already. Please stop pressuring me. I do not wish to attend university. No, it's not that. I simply cannot pass." His aunt sighed, seemingly having lost hope regarding Xiaojiang's desire to repeat the year and pursue higher education. Their uncle felt an urge to reprimand him, but with Lin Bin present, he restrained himself. Dajiang remained silent, fully aware that Xiaojiang idolized him and aspired to surpass this half-brother. Unfortunately, due to his poor academic performance, Xiaojiang fantasized about venturing into the workforce to earn money, building his own home in the village, purchasing a fine car, marrying, and leading a blissful life. This stubborn young mule was unlikely to be swayed, so he refrained from futile efforts. Upon returning to the village, Lin Bin expertly parked the car in the vacant lot beside his grandfather's house, opening the doors for his uncle and aunt and assisting them with their various belongings. Xiaojiang placed a hand on his shoulder, grinning. "I never imagined you could drive. Do you have a license?" "Indeed, you may call me the god of driving from Chimin Mountain." Lin Bin replied with a smile, feeling a sense of camaraderie with this cousin, leading to casual banter. Xiaojiang raised an eyebrow and continued, "Brother Bin, I believe you purchased this car with your own earnings. My parents and brother do not believe it, but I do. I trust you." Chapter 57. "I will listen to you. You seem to have ulterior motives," Lin Bin chuckled. "Yes, I want to associate with you in the future," Lin Xiaojiang said, wrapping his arm around Lin Bin's shoulder. "Of course, you are always welcome," Lin Bin thought to himself, pleased with his success in establishing a solid foundation. With the help of the family, they first moved their uncle's family's luggage into their grandfather's house, planning to return it after dinner. "Uncle, here is a red envelope for you. Congratulations on your recovery and discharge from the hospital." Lin Bin presented a thick red envelope to his uncle. Both his uncle and aunt were momentarily taken aback. "Such a hefty envelope?" "Yes, we were unaware of your situation and did not visit the hospital. And since you did not inform us, consider this a token of compensation. Please accept it, uncle." Lin Bin provided a brief explanation. The aunt, slightly more superficial than the uncle, quickly accepted the situation, expressing her gratitude and proclaiming that Lin Bin truly understood the nuances of life. At that moment, her face radiated joy, and she began to believe that Lin Bin had indeed earned a considerable sum in the city. The uncle shared this sentiment. Xiaojiang pulled Lin Bin aside and whispered, "That red envelope is quite substantial. How much is it?" 3,000. 3,000. Xiaojiang's eyes widened in astonishment. The envelope was indeed generous. The cousin, filled with curiosity, glanced at Lin Bin intermittently, still somewhat skeptical of what he had said. Grandparents and others observed Lin Bin's gesture towards the uncle and nodded in approval, recognizing this child as thoughtfulness. He had earned money, but was not stingy, displaying a magnanimous spirit in his dealings. The aunt was drawn into conversation with a group of women, while the uncle, recently recovered from a leg injury, joined them but spoke little. The primary topic of their discussion revolved around Lin Bin. Soon, both the aunt and uncle were taken aback by astonishing news. Lin Bin had indeed made a fortune, purchasing a luxurious vehicle worth several $100,000 and acquiring a large house in the heart of Ninghai City. The uncle felt a pang of envy, while the aunt experienced a deeper sense of jealousy. They began to regard their own modest two-story home, recently constructed by their eldest son Lin Dajiang, as insufficient, and the electric tricycle they bought seemed trivial in comparison. Initially, the aunt contemplated voicing some sour remarks. Yet upon recalling Lin Bin's willingness to drive through the rain to pick them up, undeterred by the dirt on his vehicle and his eagerness to assist with their luggage, even presenting the uncle with a thick red envelope that she estimated contained at least 2,000, she chose to restrain herself. She chastised herself for harboring thoughts of ingratitude. The uncle observed Lin Bin, who was assisting in the yard, nodding in agreement with the aunt's sentiments. Ultimately, he turned to Lin Bin's mother and remarked, Xiao Shun, Bin Bin is truly promising. You have raised a fine son. He will enjoy a life of comfort in the future. The aunt clasped her hands in congratulations several times. Then, she pulled Lin Dajiang aside to speak. Bin Bin is exceptionally capable now, and he is likely to become even more so in the future. You and your brother should learn from him and earn more. Do not always rely on your cousin's status. Do you understand? This aunt was not Lin Dajiang's biological mother, leading him to look puzzled and casually inquire, what is going on? I just heard relatives say that car was bought with Lin Bin's earnings. And he also purchased a large house in the city. What? Lin Dajiang exclaimed in disbelief. Is that true? How could that be? He is just a few years younger than me. Believe what you will, just don't hold yourself aloof. Spend time with him. It will be beneficial in the long run. With that, the aunt departed, leaving Lin Dajiang in a state of shock. If it were true that Lin Bin had bought a car worth over 100,000 and a house in the city, then his own achievement of earning money to purchase an electric tricycle would seem negligible in the eyes of their relatives. He was currently observing Lin Bin, who was still in the yard, harvesting and washing vegetables, occasionally assisting in the kitchen. After approximately 10 minutes, Uncle called Lin Bin aside. Was there something you wished to discuss? Bin Bin, I truly have a matter to bring to your attention, he began. Please share it. I shall do my utmost to assist. I've noticed that Xiao Jiang seems to admire you a bit. Could you perhaps persuade him to repeat a year and aim for a bachelor's degree? Your current academic success has undoubtedly contributed to your financial achievements. I believe he would heed your advice. Of course, Uncle, I will seize the opportunity to talk to him, Lin Bin replied readily. I appreciate your efforts. If this succeeds, I will be eternally grateful. There is no need for such formality. We are family. Such pleasantries are unnecessary. With a nod of acknowledgement, Uncle moved aside to converse with Aunt, likely discussing the same matter. Lin Bin called Xiao Jiang over to carry a large basin of freshly washed lamb into the kitchen. The two busily darted about, soon drenched in sweat. Lin Bin felt their bond had strengthened immensely. Xiao Jiang confided in him about many personal matters, including his secret affection for a girl from the neighboring village. As the savory aroma of braised lamb wafted from the kitchen, Xiao Jiang pulled Lin Bin aside and whispered, Brother Bin, could you lend me 200 yuan? Ah, the opportunity has arisen, Lin Bin thought. Without hesitation, he responded, Certainly. I shall lend you 500, and you need not repay me. Brother Bin, you are truly generous, Xiao Jiang exclaimed, patting Lin Bin on the shoulder. However, I do have a condition. Anything, Brother Bin. You must repeat the year and strive for a bachelor's degree. Don't allow your grandparents and parents to worry about your future. Xiao Jiang's earlier excitement immediately faded. Lin Bin began to entice him. Look at my accomplishments. I've bought a car and a house. If you repeat the year and gain admission to university, you could join me in this lifestyle. With a car and a house, you could be with the girl you like, Xiao Fong. Wouldn't that increase your chances? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded. Brother Bin, I will follow your advice. I will repeat the year. From now on, my plans to buy a car and house and marry Xiao Fong depend entirely on you. Absolutely. Brother Bin, you are my idol. You are my hero. Lin Bin then brought Xiao Jiang before Uncle and Aunt, declaring, Uncle and Aunt, Xiao Jiang has agreed to repeat the year and pursue a university degree. Really? Uncle and Aunt sprang from their seats, their faces alight with disbelief as they turned to Lin Bin, then to Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang nodded affirmatively. Wonderful. We are so grateful to you, Bin Bin. The expressions on Uncle and Aunt's faces radiated gratitude toward Lin Bin. Lin Bin then took Xiao Jiang to share the news with grandfather and grandmother. They were overjoyed. In their hearts, Lin Bin held the foremost position, followed closely by Xiao Jiang. Next was the younger sister, then Xiao Wan, and finally to Jiang. It's good to have clarity. Surely, it was Brother Bin who persuaded you? Grandfather chuckled, patting Xiao Jiang's shoulder heartily. Chapter 58. Rest assured, I have a plan indeed, Grandpa. I shall heed my Brother Bin's advice, Xiao Jiang exclaimed, warmly embracing Lin Bin's shoulder with a smile. That's splendid. Grandmother wishes for your great success. Grandmother chimed in cheerfully. After deliberating on the matters of the housewarming and graduation celebrations, father and mother sought out Lin Bin, who was assisting in the kitchen. The three of them stepped outside to converse. Recently, they had taken to consulting Lin Bin for various issues, as their son had matured, earning substantial sums and becoming the pillar of the family with his newfound wealth. Father began, "I need to discuss something with you. We need to devise a plan." Lin Bin nodded. "Please go ahead, father." Father continued, "Since most of the able-bodied workers in the village have gone to seek employment elsewhere, the village is rather sparse. Therefore, organizing the housewarming and graduation parties may pose a challenge in terms of manpower." Mother added, "Moreover, we do not reside in the village often and have lost touch with many people. We are uncertain whether they would be willing to come and assist us." This was their primary concern. To Lin Bin, however, this was not a significant issue. With wealth, any problem could be surmounted. "Leave this to me, father and mother. Rest assured, we will have ample assistance for the celebrations in the village." Father felt slightly reassured but asked, "What do you intend to do?" Mother, too, looked at Lin Bin with curiosity. Lin Bin replied, "I have my methods. You need not worry. Just wait for the results. Do not burden yourselves with unnecessary concerns." Upon hearing this, father and mother ceased their inquiries and felt a sense of relief. Their child had grown up, and it was time to let him handle some matters. They placed their trust in Lin Bin. Lin Bin then went to the main hall to gather 3 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of Longfeng liquor, 2 bottles of Shao village liquor, and 2 bottles of Gusu liquor, preparing to visit the village head. Surely, if the village head called out, many would come to assist. At that moment, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed his cousin, Lin Shaowan. Lin Bin answered the call. "Cousin." His sweet-voiced cousin greeted from the other end. With that tone, "I sense you have a favor to ask." As expected of my cousin. "Hey," Lin Bin responded. "What is it? Speak quickly." "I'm rather busy," he urged. "I'm returning on a high-speed train, and am just about to disembark. It's dark now. Could you come pick me up? I'm concerned that, being such a beautiful girl alone, I might attract unwanted attention," she replied. Lin Bin chuckled. "All right, I'll come and get you right away. Just wait." The dying high-speed railway station is near the village, and there are indeed many idlers and troublemakers in the vicinity. It would be unsafe for his cousin to wait alone at night for a pedicab. "I knew you'd come. I'll be waiting for you." "Don't keep me waiting," she said. "Understood." Lin Bin informed father and mother before preparing to leave, only to find his younger sister clinging to his leg. Turning around, he saw her. "Wherever you go, I must follow. You have to take me," she insisted. "All right," Lin Bin replied, lifting his sister and placing her in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Just then, Xiao Jiang called out, rushing out, "Take me with you." "Bingo, bingo." Remaining here to toil is far less appealing than taking Lin Bin's car for a leisurely outing to safely fetch his sister. Inform Lin Shaowan that the person who has purchased both a car and a house is none other than him. Hurry up and get in the car. Don't think I'm oblivious to your desire to avoid work. Lin Bin chuckled. All right. Lin Shaojian climbed into the vehicle, maintaining contact with his sister from the back seat. As Lin Bin started the engine, the headlights illuminated a stretch of the rural road. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt outside the dying high-speed railway station. Lin Bin called his cousin, urging her to come out. Shortly thereafter, a slender young woman approached. Dragging a suitcase, her long, softly curled brown hair cascading down her back, dressed in a flowing blue gown. "Cousin, second brother, I'm here," Shaowan exclaimed, quickening her pace in delight. Recognizing Lin Bin's car from the photographs sent by her second brother, she made her way from the station's exit as soon as she spotted it. "This car is quite impressive," Shaowan observed as Lin Shaojian retrieved her suitcase from the trunk. She gracefully opened the passenger door and discovered her drowsy younger sister inside. "Yin Yan," Shaowan exclaimed, showering her sister's round face with affectionate kisses. Still half asleep, her sister merely blinked, having exhausted herself with play. Upon returning to their ancestral village, her playful spirit had been fully ignited, leading to a whirlwind of activities. "How adorable! Yin Yan, will you sit in the back?" Her sister sleepily nodded, and Shaowan settled her in the rear seat, entrusting her care to her second brother. Comforted by Lin Bin's presence, Yin Yan soon succumbed to slumber, undeterred by the dark night enveloping the countryside. Xiaowan fastened her seatbelt in the front passenger seat as Lin Bin drove towards the village. Due to the poor condition of the rural roads and the nighttime hour, their speed remained modest. Suddenly, Lin Bin felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. After examining the vehicle, Xiaowan engaged Lin Bin in conversation. Wow, cousin, you've graduated from high school less than 2 months ago and already have a car and a house. Have you found a wife yet? Lin Bin nodded. I'm close. Once university commences, I plan to pursue Muxi with all my might. Xiaowan suddenly laughed. Have you moved on from your last failed confession? Her words brought to Lin Bin's mind the earlier failed confession to Zhou Rongrong, which had led to an extensive conversation between them. He had always shared everything with his cousin, but now he felt a hint of embarrassment. If only he could turn back time, he would certainly refrain from sharing his prior misfortune with Xiaowan. She added with a smile, just remember to find a girl. Avoid boys, as that's an unhealthy thought. Lin Xiaoji in the back seat exclaimed in surprise. What is going on? Brother Bin, do you like boys? Xiaowan, while endearing in many ways, was rather talkative and blunt, a trait Lin Bin had only come to realize as a significant flaw in the past. With a hand to his forehead, Lin Bin reflected on how foolish he had been in earlier times. After his unsuccessful confession to Zhou Rongrong, he indeed told Xiaowan that he would no longer harbor feelings for any girl, despite their prolonged companionship, during which she seemed to reciprocate his affections. She ultimately rejected his advances. If not for the prospect of raising children, one need not necessarily seek a partner among them. Xiaowan remarked, cousin probably just said that casually after his confession, but I fear he might take it seriously, which would be unfortunate. Xiao Jiang widened his eyes and advised Bin Ge, you shouldn't think that way. There are still plenty of good girls out there. Rest assured, I only said that in a drunken haze after being rejected. It certainly wasn't heartfelt. Lin Bin felt compelled to clarify, lest they mention it during the family dinner later, turning his tale of buying a car and house right after graduating high school into a mere joke. Bin Ge, they say in vino veritas, Xiao Jiang gasped. Xiaowan nodded in agreement. Indeed, truth comes out when one is intoxicated. Cousin, hush now. Lin Bin wished fervently to silence the two siblings. If Xiaowan brought it up at dinner, she would be in serious trouble. Chapter 59. The First of Inga Village. Two semi-reclusive oddities. All right, cousin, I shall remain silent. Xiaowan pursed her lips and gazed toward the rice fields shrouded in twilight. Leaning back against the rear seat, Xiao Jiang felt relaxed and no longer smiled, as he was counting on Bin Ge for future home and car purchases. Upon returning home and helping Xiaowan with her suitcase, Lin Bin took some cigarettes and liquor and headed out, calling on Xiao Jiang for company. Unfamiliar with the village chief's residence, he needed someone to guide him. Xiaowan had clung to Lin Bin since childhood, so she followed along, while their sister was left with their mother to sleep on their grandparents' bed. On the village path, Xiaowan inquired about Lin Bin's purpose in seeking the village chief. Lin Bin explained, most of the able-bodied laborers in the village have left, leaving mainly the elderly and children. For my housewarming and graduation banquet, I might not have enough hands. If the village chief could lend a hand, it would surely suffice. Xiaowan nodded, observing the considerable bag of cigarettes and liquor in Lin Bin's hands. She raised an eyebrow and remarked, I see. Cousin, you truly know how to get things done. Xiao Jiang added, indeed, otherwise how could one earn enough to buy a house and a car? Lin Bin chuckled, Eilicht. Enough flattery. Tell me, what kind of person is the current village chief? My approach should be acceptable, right? Xiao Jiang leaned closer and whispered, what you are doing is absolutely correct. The newly appointed village chief, Lao Gao, is well aware of the situation. There's no way he wouldn't take some advantage. Lin Bin nodded, feeling reassured. He only feared encountering someone who disdained such arrangements. That's it. We arrived at the village chief's house. Xiaowan pointed to a residence on the left. Lin Bin turned to look. The entrance of that house was more lavishly decorated than others, likely having been recently renovated, with large and vibrant couplets adorning either side. Lin Bin approached and knocked on the door, calling out for the village chief Lao Gao. Coming. A woman's voice responded, and the door swung open. Who are you? The woman, Lao Gao's wife, inquired. Xiao Jiang stepped closer to Lin Bin and called out, Aunt Malan. It's me. Xiao Jiang. Xiaowan also called out to Malan. Ultimately, Malan's gaze fell upon Lin Bin, who stood in the center. And who might this be? She pondered, for the voice that spoke when the door was knocked was clearly not that of Xiao Jiang or Xiao Wan. I am their cousin, Lin Bin. The villagers affectionately refer to me as Bin Bin, son of Lin Hu Guang and Shen Yulin. Lin Bin introduced himself with poise, holding a large bag of cigarettes and liquor in his hand. Might we trouble you to let us in to see village chief Gao? Upon seeing the items in Lin Bin's possession, Ma Lan's eyes sparkled with delight. She opened the door wider, welcoming Lin Bin and his companions inside, her excitement bubbling forth as she exclaimed, I remember now, Bin Bin. Everyone in the village says you've been accepted into Ning University. What an achievement. You are the first from our village. Oh, we also heard from Aunt Ma Lu that you've been making a fortune in the city, even buying a house and a car. Your parents will surely enjoy a life of comfort, having such a wonderful son. We are all envious. After settling in the living room of the Gao family, Lin Bin placed a pack of Huazi cigarettes and 2 bottles of fine liquor on the coffee table. He turned to Ma Lan and said, This is a humble gift for village chief Gao. Please accept it on my behalf as a token of respect from a younger generation to an elder. Ma Lan's face lit up with joy. You truly are a city child, so considerate. I shall convey my gratitude to old Gao on your behalf. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek him out, or me as well. Xiao Jiang and Xiao Wan exchanged glances, smiling knowingly. Sometimes, it takes a bit of financial persuasion to pave the way. Our cousin truly knows how to handle matters. Lin Bin thought to himself. After a moment, Lin Bin inquired, Is the village chief not at home? I have a small matter I would like to discuss with him. Oh, old Gao went to town a couple of hours ago for some errands and has yet to return. I will inform him upon his arrival that you wish to speak with him. Ma Lan replied with a slight smile, tinged with apology. She recognized that this young man had an unlimited future ahead of him, and it would be wise to cultivate a relationship with him. She was certain that old Gao would feel the same if he were present. Since he is not home, I shall return another time, Lin Bin said, preparing to leave with the remaining cigarettes and liquor to seek out the most esteemed elder in the village, the old village chief and the former principal. Their endorsement would carry more weight than that of old Gao. Bin Bin, you can clarify your matters with me first. When old Gao returns, I can explain it to him, Ma Lan suggested. Well, my family is hosting a housewarming and graduation banquet and would like to invite the villagers to join us for food and drink. However, we may be short on helping hands, so I was hoping the village chief could encourage everyone to come and lend a hand, Lin Bin explained. That's a minor request. When old Gao returns, I'll speak to him, and he will assist you. Rest assured. Thank you for your help, Auntie. I appreciate it. Not at all. Would you care to stay for a meal? We just finished cooking, Ma Lan urged as she took Lin Bin's hand, hoping to deepen their familial bond over a shared meal. Thank you, but we have dinner prepared at home and some matters to attend to. We shall visit again another day, Lin Bin replied as Ma Lan escorted him and his companions out of her home. On the road, Xiao Jiang gazed at the remaining cigarettes and liquor in Lin Bin's possession and inquired, Are you still looking for someone? Lin Bin nodded, inviting Agis. Xiao Jiang, with an understanding demeanor, ventured the old village head. Lin Bin affirmed, adding, There is another. Xiao Wan interjected eagerly, the old principal. Precisely. Lin Bin acknowledged with a slight nod. In Inga village, the 2 elderly gentlemen, having stepped down from their positions over a decade ago, were well-known figures. However, the old principal had lived a semi-reclusive life for over 20 years, rarely concerning himself with matters beyond his household. Xiao Jiang gently shook his head at Lin Bin, believing he was unaware of this fact due to his infrequent presence in the village. Xiao Wan elaborated, perhaps influenced by the old principal. The old village head seems to have also turned a deaf ear to the outside world in recent years, leading a leisurely, semi-reclusive existence, hardly attending to affairs. Are there really such people? Lin Bin had heard of them before, but had not taken it seriously. Indeed, they exist just as described, Xiao Jiang emphasized with a nod. Xiao Wan added, Throughout my life, I've never seen anyone who could summon these 2 gentlemen. Lin Bin couldn't help but express admiration. Truly remarkable individuals. Yes, quite peculiar, Xiao Jiang remarked. I believe we should refrain from visiting them, lest we invite unnecessary embarrassment. I recall someone attempting to reach out to them, only to be turned away. Xiao Wan was concerned that Lin Bin might find himself unceremoniously dismissed from their home, which would be quite embarrassing, as he was among her closest companions. Xiao Zheng also advised, I concur. We should not disturb their tranquil retirement, as they would likely be displeased. Chapter 60. Do not forget Inga Village. An unexpected turn of events, since that is the case. Let us abandon the endeavor. Lin Bin decided against intruding upon the lives of these extraordinary individuals. We shall return and discuss matters upon Uncle Gao's return. However, upon their arrival at their grandfather's home, Xiao Jiang paused, glancing at the banquet laid out in the courtyard. Calling out, Uncle Gao, we're here. Xiao Wan echoed the call. Lin Bin suddenly recalled the village head's name, seemingly Gao, as he had heard. He was surprised to find that Uncle Gao had come directly to his grandfather's house instead of returning home. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Wan, you have all returned. Uncle Gao, with his balding head, turned to acknowledge them before fixing his gaze on Lin Bin. Grandfather and grandmother waved, beckoning Bin Bin, come greet your Uncle Gao. Hello, Uncle Gao. Lin Bin smiled as he took several strides forward to greet Uncle Gao, who unexpectedly extended his hand for a handshake. Grandfather and grandmother were taken aback. Lin Bin's parents exchanged puzzled glances, wondering about the situation. All the relatives widened their eyes in astonishment. The elder uncle stood, looking at the elder aunt with a face full of confusion and disbelief. The elder aunt shrugged her shoulders, reflecting the same sentiment as the elder uncle. Xiao Jiang stared at the two hands of Lin Bin and Uncle Gao, still gently shaking in a handshake. How could Uncle Gao treat Lin Bin, a younger generation, with such a conventional gesture of greeting? This was a privilege that their generation had never experienced. Bin Bin, you truly possess remarkable abilities. I have heard from Aunt Ma Lu and others that you have earned enough in the city to purchase both a car and a house. Indeed, the student surpasses the master, and the younger generation propels the older. Quite impressive. Uncle Gao, you flatter me. I merely consider myself fortunate. Faced with an elder like Uncle Gao, the village chief, Lin Bin believed it prudent to exhibit a touch of humility. To have earned such wealth right after graduating from high school is indeed commendable. You needn't be so modest. Please, Uncle Gao, take a seat. Let us converse and enjoy our drinks, Lin Bin invited, as he settled beside him, pouring wine for both. Others also took their seats. Let us raise a toast to thank Uncle Gao for his support, Lin Bin announced to the circle, ensuring Uncle Gao received the respect he deserved. Having navigated the professional world successfully in his previous life, Lin Bin understood the significance of such social gestures. To you, Uncle Gao, let us drink it all. Cheers erupted among the group as they clinked their glasses, whether filled with liquor, beer, or even soft drinks. Ah, splendid wine, Uncle Gao exclaimed, clearly pleased, as he placed a hand on Lin Bin's shoulder, warming the bond between them. Now, Uncle Gao, let us continue, but take it slow and enjoy the delectable dishes. Lin Bin filled Uncle Gao's glass once more. Uncle Gao's smile widened, growing increasingly fond of this young man, a sentiment shared by Lin Bin's family. Our village finally has a student who has been accepted to Ningda University. Uncle Gao raised his glass towards Lin Bin, declaring, I toast to you. You have brought honor to Inga Village, setting a splendid example for all the children. I hope that once you break this record, more children will follow in your footsteps. Indeed, Lin Bin replied, clinking glasses with Uncle Gao and downing the contents in one go. Moreover, once you achieve success, do not forget this land. Should there be an opportunity to lead the villagers, including myself, towards prosperity, remember us. This was another reason for Uncle Gao's visit. He believed Lin Bin's future was boundless and envisioned collaboration that could elevate Inga Village, enriching all its inhabitants. Lin Bin, having reincarnated with a sharper awareness, understood Uncle Gao's intentions and found them entirely reasonable. He resolved that once his culinary venture flourished, he would give back to the land that nurtured his parents and the villagers who had grown alongside them. Uncle Gao, I will not forget you, nor any of the people here, nor our Inga village, Lin Bin earnestly assured him. Pleased with Lin Bin's attitude and sincerity, Uncle Gao continued to enjoy the feast, engaging in lively discussions on a myriad of topics, academic matters, societal issues, news from home and abroad, celebrating the joy of conversation. During this period, Lin Bin could not help but admire Uncle Gao Shan's vast knowledge and eloquence. It was no wonder he could take up the mantle of the old village chief and become the leader of countless villagers in Inga. Of course, it cannot be denied that he has a significant flaw. His actions are often driven by self-interest, a tendency that is hard to avoid. Lin Bin found this quite normal. "Old Wolf is here," Xiao Jiang called out as he looked towards the courtyard gate. Dressed in clean clothes with slightly damp hair, Old Wolf grinned and slowly approached. He joined Lin Bin and Uncle Gao Shan at their table and, having arrived late, poured himself 3 cups of baijiu as a self-imposed penalty, downing each one without leaving a trace. Were remarkable capacity for alcohol. However, I believe he pales in comparison to Grandpa Bin Bin. Indeed, Old Master Lin, why not have a friendly contest with Old Wolf to liven things up? Under the encouragement of the crowd, Grandpa joined Old Wolf in a drinking game, instantly igniting the atmosphere, filling the courtyard with laughter and cheer. When Aunt Ma Lu arrived, the lively spirit at the women's table soared even higher. She was known for her boldness in speech. The ruckus awoke the little sister, who emerged from her grandparents' bedroom, rubbing her eyes and insisting that Lin Bin hold her to eat, promising to stop crying if he did. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Lin Bin discussed the housewarming and graduation celebrations with Uncle Gao Shan, expressing concerns about potentially insufficient manpower. Uncle Gao Shan, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, boisterously declared that it was no problem at all. When the time came, he could announce it over the village committee's loudspeaker, and many would come to lend a hand out of respect. Besides, the villagers of Inga loved a lively gathering, enjoyed a drink, and would definitely seize the opportunity to participate. Lin Bin's parents nodded in agreement. They had long been working in the city to provide for their children's lives and education, rarely returning, making their previous worries unavoidable. Now, with the assurance from village chief Gao, these minor issues were no longer a concern. They gave Lin Bin a thumbs up, recognizing his capability in resolving matters single-handedly. Grandpa and Grandma felt a sense of relief, occasionally whispering to each other during the drinking, remarking on how Lin Bin had matured and become quite the young adult. After the banquet had dispersed, to everyone's astonishment, 2 familiar figures appeared. Old village chief, old principal. Xiao Jiang and Xiao Wan called out in succession. Everyone turned to look at the entrance, their faces reflecting disbelief. The old village chief had actually arrived. Which child has been Bin, who's been accepted into Ningda? The old principal, clad in a white summer-style linen outfit and black cloth shoes, inquired with a gentle smile. The wind rustled, lifting his white hair and beard as he spoke. Beside him, the old village chief, dressed in faded camouflage and yellow rubber shoes, scanned the crowd before his gaze settled on Lin Bin. Lin Bin was, of course, most welcoming of their sudden arrival. He immediately rose to greet them, saying, "I am Lin Bin, the one who has been admitted to Ning University. Greetings, esteemed former principal and village head. Please take a seat." He warmly ushered them in. His grandparents and parents busily set out cigarettes and liquor on the table, instructing his uncle to prepare more dishes. However, the village head and former principal waved their hands to decline the Lin family's hospitality, stating, "There is no need for that. Had we wished to drink, smoke, or dine, we would have arrived earlier. Please do not trouble yourselves." Observing these 2 remarkable individuals, Lin Bin noted their complete focus on him, rather than on food or drink. The village head congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations on your admission to Ning University. You are the first from Inga village." The former principal, equipped with calligraphy supplies, wrote a couplet to celebrate Lin Bin's academic achievement before departing like a gust of wind. The village head followed suit, leaving Lin Bin nodding appreciatively, having not touched a drop of alcohol or a single cigarette. They truly represented a refreshing current in contemporary society, having come for his sake. His grandfather patted Lin Bin on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Indeed, my grandson is remarkable." His grandmother's face radiated joy. With the encouragement of Uncle Gao Shan, the village head, and the former principal, Lin Bin's housewarming and graduation celebration proceeded smoothly, with many men, women, and children coming to lend a hand, enjoying food and drink in high spirits. 5 days later, Lin Bin left his grandparents with 1 million yuan, urging them to remember to hire someone to build a rural villa before departing the village with his parents to return to the city. Initially, his grandparents were reluctant to accept the money, but Lin Bin reassured them that once the villa was completed, he would promptly find a girlfriend and frequently return to keep them company. With hearts full of joy and anticipation, they accepted the funds. In 3 days, he was to report to school. Lin Bin arranged to meet Debo at the Run FA supermarket to purchase some daily necessities, including the large feminine hygiene products required each month, to help them through the arduous military training period. As the school mandated on-campus accommodation initially, he would have to stay in the dormitory until the military training concluded, after which he would request permission from his instructor to return home every Saturday. Debo emerged promptly at Lin Bin's call, linking arms with him as they entered the supermarket. Perhaps due to Lin Bin's rebirth, a slight butterfly effect had occurred. In this life, Debo, who had enrolled in the Jingjing Vocational College in his previous life, had instead registered at the Ninghai Vocational College, located right next to Ning University, where Lin Bin studied. "What are we buying, Lin Bin? Our homes are in Ninghai. We could easily bring what we need from home," Debo questioned, puzzled. Lin Bin smiled faintly and whispered, "We're buying the large feminine hygiene products, the kind girls use each month." "What? Are you out of your mind? I'm not getting involved in that kind of thing with you. I can't afford to lose my reputation." Debo withdrew Lin Bin's hand from his shoulder, looking at him with disdain, shaking his head. "You've changed. You've become a complete weirdo. I'll keep my distance from you. What's wrong? Don't you understand? The shoes we wear for military training are quite abrasive. Buying those products is to cushion our feet and protect them from blisters and bleeding." Lin Bin provided a brief explanation. Debo inhaled sharply. "You understand this too? Quite experienced, aren't you? Impressive, my Bin. Do you believe me now? It makes a lot of sense. It's good to know. The night use is even more effective. Am I still a pervert? Bin, you are certainly not." Debo placed his hand on Lin Bin's shoulder as they wandered through the girls' hygiene section of the supermarket, ultimately accumulating numerous packages of nighttime sanitary pads. "Debo, we forgot to grab a shopping cart. It would be quite embarrassing if someone saw us like this. Could you please fetch a cart? Let's put these items down properly before continuing our shopping. I still need to purchase some sunscreen." Lin Bin recalled that Muxi came from a mountainous region and lived in poverty. He vividly remembered that when he first met her in his previous life, she did not even have the habit of using sunscreen. He could not allow her delicate skin to be scorched by the harsh sun. "All right, wait for me here." Debo piled all the packages of nighttime sanitary pads into Lin Bin's arms. Standing there with so many pads felt a bit embarrassing for Debo. It would be better to retrieve a shopping cart. "Go on, I'll wait for you." Lin Bin had grown somewhat thick-skinned. He had purchased such items for Muxi before and was quite accustomed to it. Double dished off. As he passed a shelf in the supermarket, he noticed 2 young female staff members staring at Lin Bin, occasionally whispering to each other and laughing. Debo took a deep breath, relieved it wasn't him holding those numerous nighttime sanitary pads. He turned back to Lin Bin, smiling to himself, thinking that if any familiar female classmates saw him like that, his image would plummet and he would be labeled a pervert. At that moment, Lin Bin heard a familiar female voice call out, "Xiao Lin, what on earth are you doing?" As fate would have it, Aunt Zhou Rongrong had arrived, intending to buy sanitary pads. Upon seeing Lin Bin cradling a large bundle of nighttime pads, she halted in her tracks, her eyes widening before she blinked, exclaiming, "Pervert!" Before Lin Bin could respond, she had already labeled him. Zhou Rongrong turned to leave, but then turned back to snap a photo of Lin Bin. "I'm not a pervert, miss. These have other uses." Lin Bin did not want Zhou Rongrong spreading rumors in front of their parents, which would leave him utterly embarrassed. Zhou Rongrong's mouth was quite like his cousin Lin Xiaowan's. She had a knack for talking too much. "Then tell me, what use do you have for these? If you can't explain, I will send this photo to Uncle Lin, Aunt Shun, and my parents to let them know you're a lovable big pervert." "Lovable big pervert?" Lin Bin shot her a glare and attempted a brief explanation. "These are used for foot support during military training. Otherwise, those poor quality shoes would rub my feet raw." "Is that really a use for them?" Zhou Rongrong pondered for a moment, then looked at Lin Bin skeptically. "You're not trying to fool me, are you?" Chapter 62. It doesn't seem like they had a fight. "Believe it or not," Lin Bin snapped, turning away to buy some sunscreen for Muxi. I believe you. Zhou Rongrong stood before Lin Bin, inquiring, how does one use this? You simply place it inside your shoe and step down on it. If you desire a more secure hold, you can adhere it. Lin Bin explained generously, providing thorough details. Zhou Rongrong squinted, teasing, quite the researcher, aren't you? You big pervert? Call me whatever you wish, Lin Bin replied nonchalantly. But be mindful. If you speak carelessly, I may accuse you of defamation. Not a chance, rest assured. She retorted. Remember, defamation. All right, don't follow me. I need to purchase a few items. Zhou Rongrong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, refrained from revealing that she intended to buy a large butterfly. She turned and walked away from Lin Bin, who meandered past the left shelf, no longer glancing in her direction, heading instead towards the sunscreen aisle he recalled. Before long, he encountered Zhou Rongrong, who was examining a small pack of daily-use butterflies, scrutinizing the instructions on the back, seemingly unsure of what to focus on. Upon spotting Lin Bin, she gasped, and the small butterfly she held soared into the air, landing atop the shelf. You, how did you follow me? Zhou Rongrong's face flushed crimson, her voice dropping an octave. I came over to buy something, Lin Bin replied, intentionally omitting the mention of sunscreen to avoid any misconceptions that he was preparing a thoughtful gift for her, which might lead to her mistreating Muxi upon discovering her presence. You're deliberately trailing me. You're so wicked, Zhou Rongrong exclaimed, her high ponytail swaying as she charged towards Lin Bin, delivering a swift kick. Her delicate, fair leg glided through the air, her blue denim shorts nearly splitting. Lin Bin dodged, and as Zhou Rongrong missed her target, her balance faltered, sending her tumbling to the ground. Despite holding numerous butterflies, Lin Bin instinctively reached out to catch her, grasping her fair calf. The force of inertia propelled her forward, causing his hand to slide along her thigh, resting at the base of her jeans. You big rogue, Zhou Rongrong fumed, realizing that had Lin Bin not intervened, she would have fallen. However, being suddenly groped left her feeling quite irate. With a resigned expression, Lin Bin said, My lady, I assure you it was unintentional. Had I not reached out, you might have hit the ground hard, possibly injuring those lovely legs of yours. Lin Bin glanced down, rendering Zhou Rongrong momentarily speechless. He continued walking forward, but she relentlessly pursued him, exclaiming, If it weren't for you following me, I wouldn't be so furious. I would have kicked you and almost fallen. I'm not following you, my lady. I'm here to shop. Lin Bin sighed, feeling exasperated. What are you buying? Sunscreen. What does a man need with sunscreen? Because I have military training coming up. Still, it's rather odd for a man to use sunscreen. You're not buying it for some girl, are you? Zhou Rongrong's expression turned icy. Absolutely not. Really? You're quite verbose today, my lady. I don't believe you. I've never seen you use sunscreen before. Now that I wish to take care of my skin, is it too late? Since it is not a gift for another girl, it must be a present for me, right? Zhou Rongrong's small face suddenly lost its cold demeanor as she shyly lowered her head and smiled. Lin Bin sighed upon witnessing her transformation, noting that the young lady's expressions were indeed as fickle as the weather. Isn't it true? You must be worried about me getting sunburned, hence gifting me sunscreen as a present. How thoughtful of you. Zhou Rongrong felt her anger dissipate, even recalling the peculiar sensation and imagery of Lin Bin inadvertently brushing against her long legs while attempting to catch her attention. I truly bought it for myself, Lin Bin thought, feeling at a loss for words in that moment. I know you are hesitant to present it face-to-face. I won't disturb your selection. I'll purchase my items first and come back to find you later. With that, Zhou Rongrong turned and quickly walked away. Lin Bin called after her retreating figure. Don't come looking for me later. I just love seeking you out. Lin Bin shook his head slightly, selecting around a dozen exquisite bottles of sunscreen. When he presented them to Muxi, she could try them out first to see which ones might cause allergies. Those that did could be given to others, while gifting the young lady seemed a splendid choice. I'm here, Debo exclaimed, pushing a shopping cart towards him. Lin Bin placed nearly 20 packs of night-use large butterfly pads into the cart, stretched his arms, and complained to Debo, Where have you been for so long? Long? Debo replied, I just encountered Zhou Rongrong and almost had a confrontation right here. I was anxious without you to mediate. Lin Bin chuckled. I see you feel quite significant. I also saw her earlier. She was smiling, likely pondering something joyful. You two don't appear to be on the verge of a quarrel. Do we not? Lin Bin moozed. Perhaps it is merely my good temperament. Huh, your temperament? I've seen you fight countless times since childhood. You have a good temperament? Is that so? Do you perceive me as such a scoundrel? Indeed, De Beau retorted. I often fail to comprehend how you manage to excel academically despite your penchant for fighting, while I am destined only for a vocational college. Truly, the comparison is infuriating. It's merely luck and intellect. The heavens are unjust. As they conversed, they made their way to the exit to check out. Zhou Rongrong had already completed her purchase and was waiting for them at the exit, clutching a black plastic bag, concealing its contents from view. After paying, Lin Bin and De Beau approached her while she waved at them. At that moment, someone from another direction also made their way towards Zhou Rongrong, greeting her as they walked. Zhou Rongrong, I never expected to run into you here. This individual, slightly shorter than Lin Bin, was the captain of the Ninghai High School basketball team, playing the point guard position. Though he was a bit leaner than Lin Bin, his gait was swift and appeared quite agile. Hello, hello, Zhou Rongrong responded with a forced smile to the team captain, Zhu Wei. During her 3 years at Ninghai High School, she had been pursued by countless admirers, leaving her unable to remember a single face or name. Shaolin, let us head back together. Zhou Rongrong exuded vitality as she playfully waved and called out to Lin Bin. Double whispered in Lin Bin's ear. I believe Zhou Rongrong has developed feelings for you. It must be a recent occurrence. Is that so? Lin Bin feigned ignorance while secretly understanding. Are you heading home? I can accompany you. My house is just diagonally across from yours. Very close indeed. Zhu Wei, ignoring Lin Bin's approach, instantly activated his infatuated demeanor. Chapter 63. Reporting together really, there's no need, thank you. The three of us will head back together, Zhou Rongrong replied to Zhu Wei. She had no recollection of Zhu Wei's identity or name, so how could she accept his offer to escort her home? Hey, wait for me. Shaolin, are you blind? Zhou Rongrong noticed that Lin Bin was not walking towards her at all, but was instead heading directly for the exit, prompting her to call out and chase after him. Shaolin, are you doing this on purpose? She asked, annoyance evident in her voice. De Beau beside Lin Bin began to tremble slightly. Were they about to clash? No. I finished my shopping and am heading home. What purpose would I have in doing that? Lin Bin replied with a hint of exasperation. You're just jealous. Huh? Lin Bin chuckled. I'm not a sycophant. Sycophant? What does that mean? Zhou Rongrong frowned, inquiring further. It refers to a servile person. It's rather difficult to explain. You wouldn't understand. At that time, the term had yet to gain popularity, and Lin Bin was too disinterested to elaborate further. Nonsense. Zhou Rongrong hastened her pace to catch up with Lin Bin. Meanwhile, Zhu Wei trailed behind at a distance, observing them. Zhu Wei seems quite taken with you. He is still following us. Zhou Rongrong didn't even turn to look back, stating, he likes me, but I don't reciprocate. Lin Bin glanced back at Zhu Wei and chuckled. There are indeed many sycophants around. He is not alone. For instance, it seems Zhou Rongrong is on the verge of becoming one herself. Shaolin, I find you increasingly peculiar lately, Zhou Rongrong exclaimed. Perhaps a little, Lin Bin admitted. You haven't spoken a single truthful word recently. You're overthinking it, he retorted. Honestly, how many of the things you confessed to me were genuine? None were true. Shaolin, Zhou Rongrong attempted to strike him, but Lin Bin dodged swiftly, having no desire for physical contact. Tomorrow marks September 8th, the day when Ning University, Financial University, and Ninghai Vocational College commenced their academic year. Lin Bin had nearly completed his preparations for enrollment. At 9 o'clock, he lay upon a spacious leather sofa, engrossed in video games, occasionally emitting peculiar sounds and laughter. His parents had retired and were now indulging in a leisurely lifestyle at home, presently tending to the garden in the villa's front yard, watering and fertilizing the ornamental flowers. After a few minutes, his mother stood before him with a stern expression. What is this about, mother? Lin Bin noticed something was amiss with her demeanor. What's going on? Why are you confronting me? You deceived me, son. How could you betray my trust? What are you talking about? How did I deceive you? Please explain. Lin Bin tucked his phone into his pocket and rose from the sofa, his heart filled with confusion. Just a moment ago, his parents were happily tending to the garden, removing weeds and watering the plants. Xiao Wan remarked on the day he confessed his feelings, questioning whether he had told her that he was no longer interested in girls and would seek a boy instead. Is that true? Well, it is true, but I was under the influence and emotionally unstable at the time, so I spoke out of turn. It was an irrational statement. Yes, you. I am perfectly fine now, mother. Please rest easy. At that moment, Lin Bin felt utterly at a loss for words, resenting his loquacious cousin Xiao Wan. Hadn't he asked her not to mention this? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Absolutely not. I tell you, school begins tomorrow, and I shall seek out my girlfriend. Once she agrees, I will bring her home to meet you. It shouldn't take more than a month. I am confident I can win her over. Seeing the sincerity etched across Lin Bin's face, his mother let out a sigh of relief. Very well. I shall await your news. If all else fails, consider Rong Rong. She is quite a decent girl. Huh? Rong Rong? Quite decent. Lin Bin shook his head in disbelief. You think she is decent? Mother, I believe you are becoming a bit muddled. Allow me to explain. Is Rong Rong gentle? He gazed into his mother's eyes as he inquired. His mother slightly shook her head. No. Does she have a fiery temper? Indeed. Is she prone to physical altercations? Yes. But, Lin Bin interrupted. Mother, please allow me to finish. Does Rong Rong know how to cook? Not at all. Is she spoiled and capricious? Yes. After this barrage of questions, his mother stood there, stunned. She sensed that her son harbored significant resentment towards Rong Rong. Do you still think Rong Rong is decent? Lin Bin finally asked. His mother pondered for a moment before replying. However, Rong Rong can dance ballet and Latin, and she has a lovely figure. She is quite beautiful. Is her figure really commendable? I have seen her eat so much and wonder where it all goes. She appears to be malnourished, Lin Bin chuckled, recalling Rong Rong's remarkably flat chest, unable to contain his amusement. You must not speak of her like that in front of Rong Rong. Upon hearing Lin Bin's words, his mother blushed slightly. After a brief admonition, she turned and walked away to continue weeding and watering the ornamental plants with his father. Phew! I am relieved I was not coerced into becoming a sycophant by my mother, Lin Bin sighed. The thought of becoming involved with Zhou Rong Rong filled him with dread. Then, he recalled his cousin Lin Xiao Wan. He promptly dialed her number, and the phone rang. Once the call connected, he exclaimed, Cousin Xiao Wan, you big mouth. There was a long silence on the other end before the call was abruptly terminated. Lin Bin, still fuming, redialed. Cousin, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. You truly have a talent for infuriating people. Did you not promise to keep quiet? Cousin, you know me well. I must tell you, once you are married, you will certainly be just like Aunt Ma Lu from the village, a gossip. Yes, I admit I'm a blabbermouth. I cannot contain my tongue. Very well. Let us end this conversation. Cousin, I love you dearly. Please do not be angry, for I harbor no ill intentions. Understood? Cousin, it is settled. I forgive you. You have always treated me with utmost kindness. You are the most handsome cousin. Love you lots. Sending you a gentle kiss. Go away. Lin Bin hung up the phone and downed 2 large cups of green tea, then shook his head slightly. He realized that he could no longer regard this cousin as a confidant. There was nothing he could share with her. In his previous life, he had been foolish to confide in her about everything. A city of smoke and sand, tears of blood fell. Lin Bin's phone rang. He initially thought it was Lin Xiao Wan and prepared to berate her once more, only to discover it was his cousin Lin Xiaojian. Upon answering the call, Lin Xiaojian said, Brother Bin, could you lend me another 200 yuan? Didn't I give you some before? I spent it all. I won't lend you any more. Brother Bin, why are you so irritable? Ask your sister Lin Xiaowan. Huh? You can find out by asking her. She is one person, and I am another. You two are siblings, so my frustration with her extends to you as well. Moreover, you should spend less. If you wish to spend more, find a way to earn it yourself. All right. Lin Xiaowan, come here now. Lin Xiaojian shouted angrily before hanging up. Lin Bin could already envision the chaotic scene unfolding between the two siblings back home. Unable to suppress a smile. After lunch, Lin Bin was sitting on the sofa playing video games with his sister, enjoying the large television screen. At that moment, Uncle Zhou and his family entered. Little Lin, Aunt Lianhua, Uncle Zhou, Lin Bin greeted them, turning around. Are you here to speak with my parents? He didn't even glance at Zhou Rongrong. His sister made a face at Zhou Rongrong, inexplicably disliking her. Hee. Zhou Rongrong made a silly face, sticking out her rosy tongue in response to his sister. We are here to talk to you, Uncle Zhou said to Lin Bin. Aunt Lianhua nodded at him. Please, have a seat. Lin Bin stood up to wash the teacups for Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua, pouring them the freshly brewed green tea. What about mine? Zhou Rongrong asked as she sat beside Uncle Zhou across from Lin Bin. You're still too young to drink green tea. In Lin Bin's eyes, having been reborn at 28, the 18-year-old Zhou Rongrong was merely an annoying little girl full of mischief. Are you older? Indeed, I'm older than you. As Lin Bin spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Zhou Rongrong's flat chest, prompting her to stand up immediately. Mom, Dad, he is being inappropriate. Chapter 64. The school bell stays a home-ahem. Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lianhua coughed almost in unison to mask the awkwardness. Why has this little Lin become so improper? Dad, Mom, are you deaf? Zhou Rongrong furrowed her brows and exclaimed. Lin Bin responded, I meant no offense. You are the one overthinking this. It has nothing to do with me. How excessive. Zhou Rongrong glared at Lin Bin with gritted teeth. Mom, Dad, you are too protective of little Lin. Are we? Aunt Lianhua replied with a smile. I don't think so. Uncle Zhou chuckled in agreement. You all, I have no words left for you. Zhou Rongrong was so incensed that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Rongrong, do not forget that we are here to seek assistance, not to accompany you in flirtatious banter with Shaolin, said Zhou Shu, attempting to refocus the conversation. We are not flirting, Lin Bin interjected. Indeed, we are not, Zhou Rongrong affirmed emphatically. Let us return to the matter at hand. Zhou Shu adjusted his posture and stated. Aunt Lianhua rubbed her temples lightly. Lin Bin, observing her demeanor, mistakenly assumed her headache stemmed from their quarrel. He inquired, Aunt Lianhua, is your discomfort due to our argument, or are you feeling unwell? He noted that her complexion appeared unusually pallid, almost as if she were ill. No, I am simply feeling a bit unwell, not because of your bickering. Aunt Lianhua replied softly, her voice lacking its usual vigor. Concerned, Zhou Rongrong cast a worried glance at her, fidgeting anxiously. Zhou Shu addressed Lin Bin, Shaolin. We have come today regarding Aunt Lianhua's illness. Lin Bin asked, is there anything I can do to help? He had grown up under Aunt Lianhua's care, who had always shown him far more affection than she did Zhou Rongrong, treating him almost as her own son. Thus, he too felt a surge of anxiety and concern. The thought of losing someone who usually showered him with love and laughter was unbearable. We indeed need your assistance. We have scheduled an appointment with a renowned doctor in Ninghai for tomorrow at 11:30 at the People's Hospital to attend to Aunt Lianhua, Zhou Shu explained, his tone laden with concern for her health. I must leave for a cross-province business trip at 6 this evening, and I will not return for at least 10 days. Thus, I am entrusting you to drive and accompany Rongrong and Aunt Lianhua to the hospital. Your presence will provide me with some peace of mind. Without hesitation, Lin Bin nodded in agreement. Of course, I will accompany Aunt Lianhua to the hospital. I will keep you updated throughout the process. He understood that Zhou Shu was worried about Rongrong, who lacked a driver's license and independent living skills. Dad, we could simply take a taxi. There is no need to trouble Shaolin, Zhou Rongrong protested, her irritation evident as she did not wish to attend the hospital with Lin Bin. What can you do? Zhou Shu retorted, his tone unusually serious, revealing a hint of frustration. You have been spoiled since childhood, lacking in independence and self-sufficiency. Can I trust you to take your mother to the hospital alone while I am on my trip? Zhou Rongrong pressed her lips together, rendered speechless. This was the first time Zhou Shu had raised his voice at her, and it left her feeling quite hurt. It is your indulgence that has led to this. Please do not speak to Rongrong like that. Aunt Lianhua interjected, shaking her head in disapproval of Zhou Shu's tone. Zhou Shu nodded, acknowledging his fault indeed. It is my mistake for having spoiled her so much throughout her upbringing. I deeply regret it now. Lin Bin learned from his parents that Uncle Zhou is indeed a doting father, having spoiled Zhou Rongrong excessively. The mistakes you made should not be borne by me. I do not wish for this predicament either, as it is not my fault. At this moment, Zhou Rongrong felt deeply aggrieved, her large eyes reddening as she sniffled. Lin Bin refrained from commenting on the domestic affairs of others, swallowing back the words of comfort he had intended for Uncle Zhou and Zhou Rongrong. He said, "All right, I will drive to report in tomorrow and then take Aunt Lianhua to the hospital." Uncle Zhou nodded, expressing his gratitude. "That would be a great help, Lin. You must report first before visiting the hospital." They should have gone to the hospital immediately. Yet Aunt Lianhua had previously visited 2 major hospitals without receiving proper treatment. Tomorrow, she was scheduled to see a well-known traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Ninghai, renowned for his exceptional skills. Since Aunt Lianhua's condition was not severe, it was sensible to wait until morning. One must not hastily seek treatment in times of illness. After arranging this matter, Uncle Zhou promptly departed in his car. "Since we are reporting to university tomorrow, perhaps Aunt Lianhua should stay here for convenience, so we can all set off together in the morning." Lin Bin suggested to Aunt Lianhua, "You should first check with your parents for their approval." Aunt Lianhua had never spent the night at the Lin residence. Her own home was vast and filled with rooms, while the Lin family's older neighborhood was hardly suitable for hosting overnight guests. "There is no need to ask. You and Rongrong can stay as long as you like," Lin Bin's mother said gently, emerging from her room after a brief rest. His father nodded in agreement. "You heard what Lin said. Please stay." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Aunt Lianhua sensed she might be imposing. "You should take care of your health, play less mahjong, and rest more," Lin Bin's mother advised as she sat beside Aunt Lianhua, holding one of her hands with concern and worry etched across her face. The 2 families had shared a bond for over 20 years, and Lin Bin's mother had long regarded Aunt Lianhua as her own sister. "All right, we will stay then. I will heed your advice. Less mahjong, more rest, frequent exercise, and less illness," Aunt Lianhua replied, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Rongrong, let us go buy bed sheets, blankets, towels, toothbrushes, and other daily necessities," Lin Bin said, taking the car keys and standing up. Zhou Rongrong nodded in agreement. Lin Bin welcomed his younger sister's company, hoping to avoid any opportunity for solitude with Zhou Rongrong. The little light bulb must accompany them. As Lin Bin drove, his sister eagerly claimed the front passenger seat, leaving Zhou Rongrong to sit in the back. Shopping at the supermarket was traditionally a woman's forte, yet Lin Bin found himself alone in selecting items. Zhou Rongrong and his sister exchanged glances, playfully competing behind him. Upon returning home, Lin Bin arranged for Aunt Lianhua to stay in the guest room on the first floor. Aunt Lianhua has recently been unwell, making it more suitable for her to reside on the ground floor to avoid any unfortunate incidents while ascending the stairs during dizzy spells. However, Zhou Rongrong and Lin Bin, wishing to maintain some distance from her, insisted she stay alone in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Zhou Rongrong vehemently opposed this arrangement, expressing her fear of ghosts and insisting on sharing the 2nd floor with Lin Bin and her sister, occupying the guest room adjacent to her sibling S. Despite Lin Bin's attempts to reason with her, dismissing her superstitions, she skillfully played on their parents' sympathies, portraying herself as frail and helpless, which naturally led them to express their concerns about Lin Bin's insistence. Reluctantly, he conceded, allowing her to occupy the 2nd floor. After partaking in dinner with everyone, Lin Bin hurriedly showered and retired for the night, as he needed to accompany Aunt Lianhua to the hospital the following day. In the dead of night, he was awakened by a knock at the door, accompanied by Zhou Rongrong's voice calling for him. "Open the door. There's a ghost in my room. Please, Lin, let me in." Lin Bin chuckled derisively, his face pressed against the door's crack, retorting, "Enough of your theatrics. I refuse to open the door. If there truly is a ghost, why not scuttle downstairs and join Aunt Lianhua under the covers? Our family has lived here for ages without incident. How can you claim to see a ghost the moment you arrive? This isn't a haunted house." Firmly, he remained resolute in his decision not to open the door. He then pulled the blanket over his head, shaking his head with a smile. Indeed, moments later, he heard the sound of Zhou Rongrong stomping her feet in frustration. After muttering a few choice words, she fell silent, presumably retreating to her room for a restful slumber. The following morning, Lin Bin awoke early, calling out to the still slumbering Zhou Rongrong to rise. As the door swung open, a pillow soared through the air. Lin Bin deftly caught it, only to find Zhou Rongrong standing in her room, hands on her hips, fuming. Her disheveled hair and panda pajamas rendered her quite comical. "Why didn't you open the door last night? I told you there was a ghost," she exclaimed. "I don't believe in ghosts," Lin Bin replied with a smile, clutching the pillow as he descended the stairs, where his sister awaited him. As they made their way down, his sister playfully made faces at Zhou Rongrong as she exited her room. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, Lin Bin received a call from Debo, who expressed his desire to join Lin Bin for the registration. Lin Bin obliged, offering a ride. At this moment, Zhou Rongrong requested Aunt Lianhua to vacate the front passenger seat and move to the back, taking her place instead. Debo immediately felt a bit awkward in the back seat. He often envied Lin Bin, who seemed at ease in the presence of Aunt Lianhua's family. As the car resumed its journey towards the university, an uncomfortable silence enveloped Zhou Rongrong and Lin Bin. To alleviate the tension, Aunt Lianhua in the back seat engaged Debo in conversation, occasionally attempting to draw Lin Bin and Zhou Rongrong into the discussion. 5 minutes passed before Debo was taken aback upon hearing Aunt Lianhua mention that the campus belle had spent the night at Lin Bin's home and would be staying for an extended period. Would they eventually have children together? "Debo, what expression is that? I have allowed them to stay at my home solely because Aunt Lianhua is unwell and Uncle Zhou is away, making it easier to care for her." Lin Bin felt it necessary to clarify this. However, Debo was too engrossed in his amusement to heed his words. Zhou Rongrong also sternly warned Debo, "Don't you dare post in the class group again, or you'll be in for it. I am merely staying at Lin Bin's home temporarily, not cohabiting or dating him." The change in how they addressed each other was amusing, and Lin Bin chuckled softly. Indeed, it had been the right choice not to open the door for her last night. The growing distance between them was rather preferable. "All right, I wanted," Debo grinned. Yet he paid no mind to Zhou Rongrong's caution. Aunt Lianhua glanced at Lin Bin and Zhou Rongrong, shaking her head slightly, lost in thought. 10 minutes later, a notification appeared in the class group. Chun Xiaojian messaged, "Zhou Rongrong, let us head to the university together. I'm all set." Debo was the first to see this message, sporting a look of utter disbelief. "You call Zhou Rongrong Rongrong? Do you think you're worthy? And to publicly address her so, is that a display of familiarity?" Debo found such individuals utterly irksome. He opened his phone camera, selecting the video function to capture Zhou Rongrong in the passenger seat and Lin Bin driving. He then flipped the camera to focus on his own face, flashing a peace sign with a broad grin. He clicked to post in the group. "Chun Xiaojian, the campus belle is already on her way to school with Abin. No need for you to tag along. Also, she spent the night at Abin's house and will be staying for some time." Instantly, the group erupted. "No way. Cohabiting? Is it progressing this quickly? Goodness, I always thought the campus belle was pure and wouldn't succumb so soon." Debo noticed that class monitor Chun Xiaojian had gone silent, likely fuming behind the screen. After a few moments, Chun Xiaojian replied, "Zhang Bobo, that's impossible." Debo then filmed Aunt Lianhua and posted another video in the group. "Even the future mother-in-law is an Abin car, so give it up, old Chun. The campus belle's world is filled with Abin." Chun Xiaojian fell silent again and did not respond. At this moment, Zhou Rongrong turned to glare at Debo. "Zhang Bobo, you big idiot, what nonsense are you spouting? If we weren't in the car, I would have jumped up to give you a good thrashing." Debo laughed. "I'm helping Abin, and in turn, assisting you in driving away that annoying fly, old Chun." He believed that Lin Bin and Zhou Rongrong would one day become an elderly couple surrounded by grandchildren. Zhou Rongrong, while still fuming, felt grateful to Debo for alleviating her from Chun Xiaojian's incessant bother. Past incidents of misinterpreted relationships had occurred, and upon hearing their conversation, Lin Bin realized Debo was spreading rumors about his relationship with Zhou Rongrong in their senior class group. He intended to clarify once more in the class group that there was nothing between him and Zhou Rongrong. Turning to Debo, he said, "My dear Debo, perhaps you should refrain from indulging in gossip. Could you please avoid sharing matters in the group?" Debo chuckled. "I simply cannot help myself." Lin Bin retorted, "Indeed, it seems you lack restraint." Debo persisted. "Then perhaps I shall sever your hands to silence you." Lin Bin responded fiercely, "I am merely trying to assist you." Debo felt somewhat aggrieved, exclaiming, "You are leading me to my demise." Lin Bin wished to distance himself from Zhou Rongrong swiftly. Otherwise, when he began pursuing Su Muxi, would she not strike him down? After reporting, he would indeed start courting Su Muxi, vowing to protect her for a lifetime. Likewise, you will bring about my ruin. Zhou Rongrong coldly glared at Dabo. A harmonious couple, is it? Very well. I shall remain silent and control my hands. Dabo firmly pressed his lips together, tucking his hands into his pockets. Aunt Lianhua observed their trivial quarrel with a gentle smile, witnessing the vibrancy and beauty of youth. Upon reaching the entrance of the Finance University, Lin Bin found a parking spot outside, reluctant to drive into the campus and appear ostentatious, which he deemed rather lowly. Zhou Rongrong unfastened her seatbelt and exited the car, slinging a bright yellow backpack over her shoulder, containing her admission letter and some cosmetics. Rongrong, can you manage the registration on your own? Aunt Lianhua asked, feeling weak in her legs and wishing to rest in the car. Me? Zhou Rongrong pointed at herself. Am I to go alone? She glanced at Lin Bin, who remained seated in the car, his seatbelt still fastened, his gaze fixed outside, oblivious to her presence. Yes, it is time for you to learn independence. Lin Bin, Aunt Lianhua advised Zhou Rongrong outside the vehicle. Lin Bin nodded in agreement, as did Dabo. They both perceived that Zhou Rongrong lacked any semblance of self-sufficiency. Little Lin, Zhou Rongrong, please don't be coy, she pleaded, leaning against the open window. Lin Bin glanced to the left, the window's edge resting against her smooth chest, shaking his head slightly. I believe your mother is correct. You must not always rely on others. I shall improve, but for today, accompany me to the registration. Zhou Rongrong smiled, her demeanor now devoid of stubbornness. I am neither your father nor your mother, Lin Bin replied, shaking his head. Registration is not difficult. Simply locate your department and submit your admission letter. It is as straightforward as drinking water or eating. Dad, Zhou Rongrong hesitated before softly calling out. Upon uttering those words, her face flushed crimson. Lin Bin's mouth fell slightly ajar. He had merely spoken without deeper intent. Dabo's eyes widened in disbelief, while Aunt Lianhua was taken aback. Zhou Rongrong, have you lost your mind? She shouted, pointing at her outside the vehicle. Mom, please don't be angry. How can I not be angry? You are out of your mind. I misspoke. It was an error, a slip of the tongue. You must hurry and register. All right. Zhou Rongrong raised an eyebrow at Lin Bin, then turned slightly, facing away from Aunt Lianhua in the car, and silently mouthed, You're my father now. Hurry up and report with me. Lin Bin glanced at Aunt Lianhua in the rearview mirror and noticed that her complexion seemed even worse than yesterday, prompting him to hasten his exit from a vehicle. He instructed the group behind him, Please keep an eye on Aunt Lianhua. If she feels unwell or exhibits any unusual behavior, call me immediately. All right, you two go ahead. The earlier you leave, the sooner you'll return. Off you go, Lin Bin said coldly to Zhou Rongrong, who followed closely behind him as they entered the southern gate of the university. He maintained a stoic expression while she walked behind him, beaming with joy. It had always been Lin Bin who accompanied her to school during their middle and high school years, and she had grown accustomed to his presence. Without him, an inexplicable anxiety would wash over her. Miss, hurry up and keep up. We can't waste too much time. Aunt Lianhua still needs to visit the hospital. Okay. Zhou Rongrong quickly jogged to Lin Bin's side, reaching out to embrace his arm. However, upon catching the frigid glare from Lin Bin, she immediately withdrew her hand. Chapter 66. My wife's lifelong best friend. Due to Zhou Rongrong's striking beauty and charisma, many students along the way turned their heads to admire her. She held her head high, exuding an air of pride. The university enrollment process was quite straightforward. Lin Bin guided Zhou Rongrong through it, but due to time constraints, they opted not to visit the dormitory. Next, Lin Bin proceeded to report to Ning University. He parked his vehicle in a roadside space and alighted, with Zhou Rongrong following suit. You needn't accompany me, Lin Bin said flatly. He had no desire for Zhou Rongrong to enter Ning University. It would become troublesome if she visited frequently in the future. I just want to go in and take a look. You can go in alone. We will part ways here, Lin Bin insisted firmly. Then stay and watch over Aunt Lianhua. Lin Bin's gaze hardened before he strode away swiftly. Zhou Rongrong stamped her foot and gritted her teeth, thinking, does he really believe I have feelings for him? The group, eager to explore the prestigious university, hurried after Lin Bin, leaving Zhou Rongrong behind to watch over her mother. Upon entering the northern gate of Ning University, they were greeted by a sea of parents and new students, all wearing smiles. As a well-known institution nationally, Ning University held a comprehensive ranking in the 30s. To ensure a chance encounter with Su Muxi, Lin Bin aimed to alter as little as possible in this lifetime. Hence, he enrolled in the safety engineering program within the School of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering. According to his memories, he found a registration area for his college and major in the northwest corner of Wenhua Square. After submitting his admission notice to the senior students, he stood and waited for a while until the procedures were completed, receiving the keys to his dormitory. The group explored the picturesque scenery of Ning University, marveling at its size. Wow, the lake is vast. The rockery is grand. The teaching buildings are enormous and towering, and there is a river flowing through the campus. Zhou Rongrong envied Lin Bin for gaining admission to such an esteemed university. Lin Bin, I plan to visit you often. Your school is truly magnificent and beautiful, and I adore it. If you're interested, strive to enroll here for your degree completion. Is such a thing truly possible? Indeed, you should make plans as soon as possible. Excellent. Given the vastness of Ningda's campus, with each college and major having distinct registration locations, Lin Bin, who intended to search for Su Muxi at the art college's registration area, felt it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Instead, he decided to wait beneath her dormitory until she appeared after the registration concluded. Moreover, he still needed to escort Aunt Lianhua to the hospital and accompany Debo to the vocational college for registration. Time waits for no one. At that moment, he spotted a familiar face a few meters ahead. Lu Xingyu, Lin Bin called out. A girl clad in a white t-shirt and dress pants turned to look at him. Who are you? Do I know you? Confusion was etched across Lu Xingyu's face as she scrutinized Lin Bin. She did not recognize him at present. Yet Lin Bin was well aware of her. She was Su Muxi's classmate in the art program and a fellow townsman of hers. Their relationship had flourished to the point where they could almost share the same undergarments. During Lin Bin's previous life with Su Muxi, he frequently invited her to shop and dine together. I am Lin Bin, delighted to make your acquaintance. My surname is Lin, and my given name is Wu Bin. He introduced himself with a slight smile. Debo beside him was taken aback, mistakenly believing Lin Bin was flirting with Zhou Rongrong. He still pursued other girls? What audacity! The crucial point was that while Lu Xingyu was indeed attractive, she paled in comparison to the school belle from Ninghai High School. Clearly, Lu Xingyu assumed Lin Bin was merely trying to chat her up. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. I am Lu Xingyu. By the way, how did you know my name? I have dabbled in fortune-telling, Lin Bin replied with a sudden inspiration. Fortune-telling? Debo was once again astonished. What a clutch approach to wooing. Why would Lin Bin resort to such tactics? Don't jest. I don't believe that. If I reveal some obscure facts about you, shall we exchange WeChat? I wish to meet someone through you. Huh? Lu Xingyu felt a pang of disappointment. To think Lin Bin was not interested in her, but rather had ulterior motives. What do you say? I don't believe it. Never mind. Lu Xingyu slightly shook her head, feeling dejected, and turned to leave. You were in an online romance during your first year of high school and were scammed out of 5,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyu halted in her tracks. She turned around, her eyes widening. How did you know that? Thus far, only she was privy to this information, unless Lin Bin was the online scammer from back then. I also know that you were bitten by a dog in the third year of junior high. Lin Bin spoke without hesitation. Such matters should not be divulged in front of so many people. Were you bitten? Lu Xingyu stepped closer. She genuinely did not believe Lin Bin could predict the future. Lin Bin motioned for Debo to step away, leaning in to whisper softly next to Lu Xingyu. On your left buttock, there's still marks. In her previous life, after suffering a heartbreak, she confided in Su Muxi and Lin Bin after a night of revelry, spilling her thoughts without reservation, great and small. It was you who prompted me to speak. I meant no harm. All right. You mentioned wanting to connect with someone through me? A girl, your fellow townsman and classmate, Su Muxi. Yes. For now on, she shall be my wife. Wife. Indeed. Lu Xingyu smiled subtly, finding Lin Bin rather amusing. You seem quite serious. I shall assist you. I am grateful to the illustrious Lu. No need for thanks. However, whether you win her over largely depends on your own efforts. Understood. I shall take my leave for now. Let us exchange numbers in WeChat for easier communication. Agreed. After they exchanged contact information, they parted ways temporarily. Lin Bin saved Lu Xingyu's number as wife's best friend, Lu. At that moment, Debo approached perplexed and inquired, she doesn't even compare to Zhou Rongrong in beauty. Why pursue her? I'm not. You exchanged contact details yet claim otherwise? Look, I saved her number as wife's good friend. I'm not flirting, but isn't Zhou Rongrong your wife? Does she know the girl you just mentioned? I've never seen her before. She doesn't seem to be from Ninghai. Lin Bin replied earnestly, Zhou Rongrong is not my wife. Do not speak carelessly. After that, Debo was left in a state of confusion, assuming they were entangled in some disagreement and chose not to press further. On his way out of the school, Lin Bin clarified in the senior class group chat that he was neither Zhou Rongrong's boyfriend nor her husband. Instantly, the chat erupted. What? They broke up so soon? Lin Bin. How can one break up if they were never together? Did we misinterpret the situation? What? A.t.li Buffett. Jangbo, come explain. Zhou Rongrong. What is going on? Can you clarify? Let the gossip flow. Chapter 67. I will gradually learn to be independent back in the car. Lin Bin noticed Zhou Rongrong sitting silently in the passenger seat, her face cold, eyes shut as she leaned against the chair, not uttering a word. He chose not to engage with her and drove toward the vocational college. Debo remained silent in the car, pretending as if nothing had happened, gazing out the window at the passing trees, houses, and pedestrians. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense and quiet. Aunt Lianhua, feeling unwell, also refrained from speaking. After dropping Debo off at the east gate of the vocational college, Lin Bin drove to the People's Hospital. After waiting for half an hour, he escorted Aunt Lianhua into the designated consultation room, where a renowned physician awaited her. Upon exiting the consultation room and closing the door, Lin Bin noticed that Zhou Rongrong still remained silent, which was somewhat reassuring. He settled onto a row of chairs in the corridor, contemplating how to reintroduce himself to his cherished figure, aiming to penetrate her heart, to love and protect her until graduation, to marry and have children, to travel together, and to experience the myriad of beautiful things in life alongside her, ensuring her happiness throughout this lifetime. 10 minutes later, Zhou Rongrong could no longer contain herself. Lin Bin, she exclaimed loudly, having changed her address. Lin Bin glanced at her, urging her to lower her voice, for they were in a hospital. Come with me. Zhou Rongrong looked around, finally pointing to a secluded corner at the end of the corridor, where no one was present, and lowered her voice. Lin Bin was reluctant to cause a scene here, and he wondered if she intended to discuss Aunt Lianhua's recent visit for medical treatment. Thus, he nodded and followed her to the end of the corridor, where they were finally alone. Speak plainly, he said, as his attention was solely focused on Su Muxi, leaving him with no patience for Zhou Rongrong. Sensing Lin Bin's impatience, Zhou Rongrong bit her lip and, taking a few deep breaths, asked, Do you not like me anymore? This was a rare moment of seriousness for her, waiting for Lin Bin's earnest reply. At last, Lin Bin had awaited the start of the university term and Su Muxi's anticipated appearance. He nodded solemnly and replied, I haven't liked you for a long time. I apologize. Then why did you confess to me? She inquired. Because I thought I liked you before, but later realized I did not. I should not have confessed. Is there someone you like? She pressed. Yes. Really? Zhou Rongrong gazed intently into Lin Bin's eyes. He met her gaze sincerely and affirmed, Indeed, I'm not deceiving you. Zhou Rongrong nodded, forcing a smile. I understand. I won't cling to you anymore. She had already sensed that Lin Bin truly had affections for another girl. You've changed your heart so swiftly, she thought, feeling a twinge of unwillingness. From childhood, she and Lin Bin had played together, and her possessiveness had morphed into an unconscious affection for him, a realization she hadn't even acknowledged herself. This was also something Lin Bin, having been reborn, had not anticipated. He could not fathom how a devoted admirer could one day cease their adoration, only to find the object of their affection pursuing them instead. Lin Bin had never harbored feelings for Zhou Rongrong in this new life. It was not a matter of changing his heart. "Can you tell me who she is?" Zhou Rongrong asked, eager to know what girl could surpass her and capture Lin Bin's heart. To her, Lin Bin was akin to a long-neglected toy, once cherished but now rendered insignificant. Yet she struggled to accept the reality of losing him to someone else. "Don't ask so many questions. Do you have a photo of her? I want to see," she insisted. "Not right now. If things progress between us, I will bring her to meet you," Lin Bin replied. Lin Bin's rebirth had triggered a considerable butterfly effect, leaving the outcome of his pursuit of Su Muxi uncertain. Suddenly, he realized this and felt a surge of alarm, contemplating the necessity of being more attentive to Su Muxi's every move. Fortunately, he had Luda. Lin Bin reassured himself. "All right, if my parents ask you to take care of me, don't take it too seriously. I will gradually learn to live independently." "I will," she assured him. "In the future, I will live on campus, and I will clarify things with my parents. Thank you for your care throughout my childhood." Zhou Rongrong's eyes glistened with tears, prompting her to quickly turn away and descend the stairs. Finally, severing this attachment, Lin Bin sighed in relief. At 12:10, Aunt Lianhua's diagnosis was revealed. The esteemed physician indicated that her health had deteriorated, likely due to excessive late nights, prolonged hours of playing mahjong, and a lack of physical activity, which had precipitated various minor ailments. The solution lay in nurturing her health back to a better state. Following Zhou Rongrong's request, after escorting Aunt Lianhua back to her home, Lin Bin returned to his own residence. He took out the sunscreen he had purchased for Su Muxi, examining it thoughtfully, pondering how to persuade her to accept his gift. Their current relationship was not yet akin to that of lovers from his previous life. Given Su Muxi's character, which was reluctant to accept gifts from others, accomplishing this task posed a notable challenge. That evening, Lin Bin conducted business as usual, selling 40 eggs and 6 portions of clear soup noodles. The mysterious restaurant limited its offerings to just 10 dishes per day, neither more nor less. The system appeared to have fallen into a slumber again, failing to issue any new tasks. He regarded it as a rather lackluster system. The following day, Lin Bin drove to the school with some daily necessities, intending to drop them off at the dormitory before heading to the girls' dormitory beneath Building 3 to meet Su Muxi. He could hardly contain his impatience. His dormitory remained a 6-person room, with his roommates already present. Among them was Li Jie, who had spent his 4 years in university downloading colorful videos, now reclining on his bed beneath a light blanket, greeting Lin Bin. "Hey there, Yem Jie. Just call me Jiego." Lin Bin acknowledged all the roommates who turned to look at him, introducing himself. "I'm Lin Bin. Lin from Doublewood, and Bin is in literary and martial." He observed that his roommates from this life were the same 5 as before, unchanged. "I'm Hidong, from Ezhou, Behu Province." This plump fellow had a fondness for food and had struggled to find a girlfriend due to his weight in his previous life. "I'm Ho Chutian, from Antai City in Dongshan Province. You can call me Ragged Ho or Sloppy Ho." This slender individual had been collecting bottles and scavenging for money since middle school and was not keen on bathing. "I'm Hu Cheng, from Shijiang Province, a young man passionate about sports yet equally enamored with literature." "I'm Li Wei, from Zhonghai." This individual hailed from a prosperous metropolis and was destined to inherit a fortune of several billion upon graduation. Lin Bin quickly bonded with them, forming a brotherly camaraderie. "Hey, brothers, take a look at this girl. The campus belle among our new students voted first." Li Jie showed them a photo of a beautiful girl from a forum. In the image, a youthful and radiant girl sat at a cafeteria table, dining, with her hair tied back in a simple ponytail. Dressed in a white shirt and blue skirt, exuding an air of tranquility, her eyes clear and reminiscent of a heroine from a youth idol drama. The image appeared unedited, likely captured spontaneously by the uploader. Yet it was this authentic beauty that endeared her to many. Li Wei remarked, "She is indeed stunning. What is her name? I want to pursue her." Li Jie added, "It gives off a sense of first love." Hidong exclaimed, "She is truly gorgeous. No wonder she is the belle of the freshmen." While his roommates were singing her praises, Lin Bin could only shake his head slightly. To be continued. Chapter 68. Unscientific growth. This girl, in terms of both beauty and demeanor, paled significantly in comparison to the adorned Su Muxi. However, the current Su Muxi had not yet begun to adorn herself, yet even in her natural state, she surpassed others in beauty. Lin Bin reminisced about his former girlfriend from his past life and promptly bid farewell to his roommates. After descending the stairs, he dialed Lu Xingyu's number. "Lu? Is that you, Lu Xingyu? Lu, aren't we quite familiar with one another?" The laughter from Lu Xingyu reached his ears, as it was the first time anyone had addressed her in such a manner. They were indeed quite close, yet Lin Bin, having reincarnated, could not divulge this secret to her. Without further ado, he got straight to the point. "I need a favor. When you have time, I would like to treat you to a meal." "Speak on." Lu Xingyu, the future vice president of the student council, already exuded an air of decisiveness and efficiency. "Where's my wife, Su Muxi? I wish to see her. She just left the dormitory, mentioning she had some matters to attend to." "Thank you." Lin Bin ended the call and hurriedly dashed to the foot of Building 3, catching his breath when suddenly a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the previous host purchased sunscreen for Su Muxi, triggering and completing the sweet pet task. Reward: Super Soldier Physique. Would you like to merge? Merge. Lin Bin thought to himself. In an instant, the fusion was successful. There was no discomfort whatsoever, and at that moment, he found himself less out of breath. Incredible, this super soldier physique. He refocused his attention as he spotted Su Muxi gracefully emerging from the main entrance. She was clad in a blue and white color-blocked casual sports outfit resembling a school uniform. The fabric worn and faded, suggesting years of use, yet it remained impeccably clean, untouched by a speck of dust. With her parents divorced and having formed new families, she and her sister lived solely with their grandmother. Due to financial constraints, her attire was quite modest. Upon seeing Su Muxi again, Lin Bin was flooded with mixed emotions, the most prominent being a deep sense of compassion. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was only 10:30 in the morning. Observing Su Muxi walking towards the Huizue canteen, he realized that her mention of having some matters was merely a pretext to dine alone, ahead of the crowd. In his previous life, she either dined early or waited until most students had finished eating, preferring to enjoy her meals in a less crowded setting, allowing her to eat a little less in a more comfortable and natural manner. Lin Bin exhaled slowly, reflecting on the kindness Su Muxi had shown him in his past life, and silently vowed to cherish and protect her in this new existence, providing her with the happiest life imaginable. He trailed behind her, contemplating how best to initiate a conversation without startling her, given her exceedingly introverted and sensitive nature. Once inside the canteen, Su Muxi began searching for the window with the cheapest food options, while Lin Bin followed at a distance, his heart aching for her. He longed to approach her and invite her to a meal, yet he knew, based on her character, she would likely reject the gesture from stranger. "Let us observe for now," Lin Bin reassured himself. Su Muxi hesitated for quite some time before finally ascending to the second and third floors to explore. Indeed, the meals on these levels were somewhat more affordable, and she settled at a window in the northwest corner of the third floor to serve herself. At this moment, the senior students had yet to finish their classes. The true lunch hour had not yet arrived, resulting in a sparse crowd and many vacant seats at the tables. Su Muxi took a tray and chose a table in the least populated corner. She only served herself a bowl of rice, devoid of meat, accompanied by a mere morsel of vegetables and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. In her previous life, she had subsisted on such meager meals throughout her middle and high school years, until her encounter with Lin Bin in university marked a turning point. Lin Bin opted for a slightly pricier station, filling 2 bowls with rice, but neglecting vegetables entirely, instead heaping his tray with an abundance of meat, braised pork, tea-infused ribs, spicy chicken chunks, and fried chicken legs, piled high like miniature mountains. Satisfied with his selection, he nodded approvingly and approached Su Muxi, inquiring, "May I sit here?" For someone as kind-hearted, introverted, and gentle as Su Muxi, Lin Bin felt compelled to take the initiative, casting aside any shyness. In his previous life, this was precisely how he had won her affection. Su Muxi, still grappling with mild social anxiety, quivered at his words, unable to meet his gaze. She bit her delicate lips, which had turned pale from nervousness, presenting an image of fragility and helplessness. "You need not sit here. There are plenty of other seats available," she murmured, her voice so soft that Lin Bin could scarcely hear her, trembling as she spoke. She hunched slightly, attempting to conceal the two conspicuous assets beneath her blue-and-white athletic top. "This spot is perfect, quiet with warm sunlight," Lin Bin thought, disregarding her protest as he placed his tray opposite hers and took a seat. Su Muxi lowered her head even further, her medium-length hair and blunt bangs effectively shrouding her features. She deliberately chose this demeanor, prioritizing her studies and artistic pursuits over attracting any male attention, wishing to remain unnoticed. With few people around, the atmosphere felt serene, and the sunlight enveloped them in a gentle warmth. Lin Bin seemed to hear the rhythm of Su Muxi's heartbeat. "I'm also a student at Ningda. I assure you, I'm not a bad person, so please don't be alarmed," he reassured her. Su Muxi extended her slender, pale hands, attempting to retrieve her tray and leave, but Lin Bin gently restrained it, picking a piece of her vegetable to eat. "I arrived too quickly, and the vegetables in my station were not prepared yet, so I hope you don't mind my taking a bit of yours." Su Muxi retracted her hands, her frail shoulders trembling slightly, appearing utterly bewildered by such an encounter. Lin Bin's gaze drifted from her delicate shoulders to her chest, pondering how someone from a modest background like Su Muxi could possess such conspicuous attributes. Perhaps it was hereditary? "Having taken your vegetables, I cannot let you go without compensation. Here, have some braised pork, tea-infused ribs, and spicy chicken chunks," he offered. Lin Bin used a large spoon to transfer a generous portion of meat onto Su Muxi's plate. Su Muxi, feeling increasingly anxious, stood up. After taking a few steps outward, she hesitated and returned. Lin Bin understood that she couldn't bear to waste the meal she had painstakingly prepared, knowing the cost involved. At that moment, she noticed that her plate was devoid of vegetables. Only meat remained. Lin Bin had devoured all the greens, his cheeks slightly puffed. "Go ahead and eat. I find this meat somewhat overwhelming. Let us exchange bites," he urged after swallowing the stir-fried greens. After a moment of biting her lip, Su Muxi finally picked up a small piece of braised pork and slowly placed it in her mouth. As she chewed, Lin Bin noticed her eyes were reddening, and her cheeks flushed. Concerned for her, he couldn't help but say, "Dear, please eat more." Upon hearing this, Su Muxi froze momentarily. She pressed her delicate lips together, appearing frightened by Lin Bin's presence, yet mustered the courage to softly respond. "See, classmate, please do not call me dear. We are not acquainted. Let's not jest, shall we?" Chapter 69. Frightened. "Oh, let us reintroduce ourselves." It dawned on Lin Bin that he had acted hastily, perhaps too fervently. This approach might have startled Su Muxi. "I am Lin Bin. You may call me Lin classmate. MHM, Su Muxi Nadiv. May I call you Xiao Shi in the future?" "Y10." Su Muxi seemed as though she had been cornered, complying with a slight nod. Observing her timid demeanor, Lin Bin nearly chuckled. How endearingly innocent she is. He relished the sight of Su Muxi eating slowly and, once she had nearly finished, asked, "May I add you on WeChat and exchange phone numbers, Xiaoxi?" At that moment, Su Muxi, seemingly prepared, placed a $50 bill on the table and ran off. She dashed toward the cafeteria's third-floor exit. Lin Bin was momentarily taken aback, and as he contemplated pursuing her, he realized the floor was slippery, making a fall likely. He refrained from chasing her, fearing that it might frighten her further and cause her to flee even faster, risking a fall. Unable to restrain himself, he called out, "Dear, slow down. Be careful not to fall. The floor is slippery." Su Muxi did not look back, quickening her pace. At that moment, a stern-looking security guard approached Lin Bin, his expression serious as he inquired, "Are you harassing her?" Lin Bin nearly laughed. He had been mistaken for a villain by the school security. "She was my girlfriend before, and she will be again. This is not harassment." "Really?" The security guard scrutinized Lin Bin's expression and demeanor. "Indeed, she was my girlfriend," Lin Bin stated confidently, as it was the truth. The guard assessed Lin Bin from head to toe and asked, "Which school are you from?" "I'm a freshman at Ning University." "Which college and major?" "School of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering, Safety Engineering." Satisfied with Lin Bin's articulate responses and his steady gaze, the guard nodded. It seems I misjudged. My apologies. No problem. You have performed admirably in your duties, which is precisely what is expected of you. At this moment, Lin Bin was consumed with thoughts of how to add Su Muxi as a friend on WeChat, hoping she would accept his request. Additionally, he pondered how to deliver the sunscreen from his backpack into her hands, to spare her delicate skin from the harsh rays of the sun during military training. I shall dine first, he declared. The security guard chuckled shyly and moved to a nearby table to eat. Lin Bin glanced at the leftover food on the table, feeling that it was wasteful, though in truth, he craved the remnants of Su Muxi's meal. He took a seat, slightly shaking his head, and began to consume the food she had left behind. An elderly cafeteria worker approached, perhaps intrigued by gossip, and smiled at Lin Bin, saying, "Young man, you frightened that girl quite a bit. I saw her in tears. Pursuing a girl is not done in such a manner." "You are absolutely right, Andy. I let my excitement get the better of me," Lin Bin admitted, chastising himself for being unable to control his emotions upon reuniting with Su Muxi. Being overly eager to establish a relationship with her, envisioning a future together, even pondering names for their future children. "Take it slow. I believe you will succeed," she encouraged. "Thank you." After finishing every last morsel of food, Lin Bin took his tray to the recycling area at the entrance of the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. By a table where Su Muxi had hurriedly passed, a few upperclassmen were engaged in discussion. The girl who just ran by is truly radiant. Her large eyes resemble clear springs, so pure and bright. She is quite an unpretentious girl. I find this appealing. I believe she surpasses all the campus beauties, though no one has recognized her and put her on the beauty rankings. When it noticed Lin Bin gazing at them, their conversation ceased abruptly. Having overheard him calling Su Muxi wife, having been involved in numerous fights throughout his life and possessing a rather tall stature, Lin Bin now, infused with the super soldier physique, projected a somewhat fierce demeanor. Eventually, he averted his gaze and exited through the main door of the cafeteria. Some senior girls continued to discuss Su Muxi's ethereal beauty, noting her extraordinary charm, and speculated that she would undoubtedly become a regular presence on the campus beauty list. They expressed their envy. Upon reaching the 1st floor of the Huaitsue cafeteria, Lin Bin visited a tea shop and purchased a cup of tropical fruit tea, intended for Lu, who adored it. He devised a plan to have Lu deliver the sunscreen to Su Muxi. Arriving at the foot of Building 3, Lin Bin called Lu. When the call connected, a prolonged silence ensued. Presumably, Lu was exiting her dormitory, where she shared a room with Su Muxi, and stepped aside to converse. Soon after, Lu unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Lin Bin. "Are you out of your mind? Calling Su Muxi wife upon first meeting. Do you realize you frightened her? It's infuriating. Control your emotions, for heaven's sake, brother." Su Muxi is currently terrified, lying in bed, trembling under the covers, possibly crying in her cocoon. Lin Bin listened patiently. "I have already envisioned the fragile and trembling figure of Xiao Shi on the bed. Let me tell you, during this recent period, it would be best if you refrained from seeking her out. She appears to be unlike many girls, visibly intimidated by the presence of boys. This presents quite a challenge." Lin Bin is currently engulfed by a flood of longing for her, an overwhelming tide within his heart. The thought of not being able to approach her is unbearable for him. In his previous life, he missed the opportunity. In this reincarnation, he must seize it resolutely. "I cannot, in good conscience, assist you any further." "Don't, Lu. How about this? I will secretly observe her from a distance." "That is acceptable. Thank you. By the way, I bought you a cup of your favorite tropical fruit tea. It's cold now, so hurry down to get it before the flavor diminishes." "You're bribing me." "That is quite obvious. I assenti it. Ha ha, come down quickly." "All right." Lu, clad in a vibrant red basketball outfit and black flip-flops, made his way down with a carefree demeanor. "What is it? You speak first." "Here, take this." Lin Bin handed over the tropical fruit tea. Lu, with a resolute expression, waved his hand. "You go first. Let me see if your drink is worth having. I'm not the type to take things casually from others." Indeed, indeed. Lin Bin thought to himself that if she were to be casual, it wouldn't be human. "Go on, I'm listening." Lin Bin removed his backpack and unzipped it, retrieving 2 bottles of exquisite sunscreen, which he smiled and handed to Lu. "These are for you. Let us get to the point." Lu remained unmoved. "All right, look." Lin Bin widened the opening of his backpack further, revealing a dozen bottles of sunscreen inside. "These are some sunscreens I purchased for my dear classmate Xiaoxi. I hope you can help me discreetly pass them to her, without mentioning that they are from me. Otherwise, she won't accept them." Chapter 70. Friend request denied. This gift is too extravagant. Lu, being a girl herself, understood the value of such items. The 2 bottles he presented her, if sold at market price, would be worth over 3,000. One could only imagine the cost of the remaining bottles in the bag. She studied Lin Bin from head to toe, pondering how he could possibly be a young heir with such wealth. At that moment, she felt a tinge of envy for Muxi. Having barely begun her university life, she already attracted admirers who appeared tall, handsome, and financially robust. "Take it. It's not expensive, truly." Lin Bin was increasingly relying on Lu to reconnect with Muxi. He nudged the sunscreen forward. "In the future, I will entrust many matters regarding Xiaoxi to you. I still believe these gifts are insufficient to express my gratitude for your immense kindness. You certainly know how to flatter. Very well, I shall accept them." Lu nodded and took the 2 bottles of sunscreen. Lin Bin handed her the entire backpack. "I entrust this to you. Remember, do not disclose that it is from me." "Understood. I'll head up now. Goodbye." Goodbye. At 6 in the evening, after concluding the class meeting and receiving his military training camouflage uniform and shoes, Lin Bin strolled along the Lover's Lake at Ningda. Surrounded by lush greenery, the scenery is delightful, with couples holding hands and leaning on each other, inadvertently showering him with an abundance of affection. He muses that once he reconciles with Xiaoxi, they will return to relive the enchanting experience of strolling hand in hand from a previous life. By the time he departs from Lover's Lake, it is nearly 6:30. Unable to resist, he types Muxi's phone number into WeChat and sends a friend request. "I am Lin Bin." He waits patiently, but Muxi does not accept his request. It seems she has been significantly shaken, perhaps even angered, and likely feels a twinge of regret over the 50 yuan. Lin Bin retrieves the 50 yuan cash that Muxi had given him from his pocket. He contemplates calling Lu to assist in returning the money, but realizes that would expose Lu's covert identity. That simply cannot be done. As he strolls along the tree-lined path of the campus, he receives a call from Old Zhang, who informs him that they are about to deliver the organic vegetables they have cultivated in their rural home. Lin Bin replies that he will be at the store shortly. Ningda is not far from the food street, merely a couple of kilometers in a straight line. Upon opening the store, he instructs Old Zhang and his team to bring in the vegetables. The village girl, Zayakaiwa, diligently cleans the vegetables intended for the clear soup noodles, ensuring to remove any dirt and dust while dicing the tomatoes. Overall, the service is exceptional, and Lin Bin is quite pleased as his involvement in the process diminishes, aligning perfectly with the system's aspiration for him to become a culinary expert. Soon, Old Zhang departs in his van with Zayakaiwa. Lin Bin had already provided them with the funds for their supplies, and they are beaming with joy, their spirits lifted as they ride home. Over time, their pockets and wallets will swell, leading to an improved quality of life. Ding! New task. Expand the WeChat fan group to 1,000 members. Reward 1. Divine swimming technique. 2. 80 million. Lin Bin notes that each time the system awakens from slumber and issues a task, the rewards grow increasingly generous. Indeed, it is precisely so. Accepting the task, he begins to strategize, yearning to effortlessly amass this 80 million. After all, he envisions a future where he marries Xiaoxi and raises children, with myriad expenses ahead. He aspires to provide for his wife and children, ensuring they live as carefree as he does, ultimately achieving a life of ease and success. The divine swimming technique. This is also something he longs to master. Imagining the joy of taking Xiaoxi to the swimming pool, a skill that will surely come in handy. Xiaoxi cannot swim, and his own abilities are rather limited. After preparing 10T eggs, he reclines in the shop and takes up his phone to post updates on his social media, urging longtime customers who have not yet joined the group to do so. He also shares messages in various WeChat groups, QQ groups, and on his timeline, including the QR code for the WeChat group. This wave of promotion has spread, and nearly all his relatives, friends, and classmates are now aware. Many among them have joined the group. Half an hour later, the fan group has swelled to 568 members, an increase of 226. Lin Bin found the task to be of little difficulty and did not take it too seriously. As 8:30 arrived, business commenced as usual. Nearby, in the vicinity of the food street, the sound of a child's wailing and the noise of sniffles emanated from Zhou Rongrong's room. "What's the matter?" Haley Anua inquired with concern from outside the door. Despite her knocking, Zhou Rongrong remained unresponsive, her crying only intensifying. Oh dear, Haley Anua sighed, her head throbbing from the incessant cries. She pressed her thumb and index finger against her temples, attempting to soothe the headache. She paced back and forth in the living room, perplexed by the situation. Could be a heartbreak? She recalled her own past experiences of heartache, which had once led to such fervent tears. Has Xiaolin abandoned Rongrong? She speculated, suspecting that recent interactions between them had been amiss. Approaching the door, she asked, "Is it because of Xiaolin?" The response was an even louder outburst of sobs. "Oh, my precious child, speak to me. You're driving me to distraction. Your mother is not well. Please do not torment me further." With a click, the lock within the room turned and the door swung open. Zhou Rongrong dashed into Haley Anua's embrace, clinging tightly to her. "Mom, I'm here," Haley Anua reassured her. "Xiaolin has found someone he likes." "I suspected as much," Zhou Rongrong replied, her heart aching inexplicably. "Do you think I might have feelings for him?" Her mother affirmed, "I believe so. What should I do? I feel so uncomfortable inside. After you've cried enough, let us talk and see if I can help." Zhou Rongrong sobbed, her voice growing hoarse. Although Haley Anua often scolded her daughter, in this moment, her heart ached in sympathy. After several minutes, Zhou Rongrong wearily cried herself out. Haley Anua guided her to her bed, where they sat together, leaning against each other. "Feeling a bit better after your cries?" Much better. That's good. Bottling it up is never healthy." "What are your thoughts now?" "Mom, do you think I really have feelings for Xiaolin?" "It's quite possible. You've grown up together, and your bond is likely deep." This was one of the rare moments when Haley Anua showed patience towards Zhou Rongrong. She continued, "Xiaolin suddenly having a crush may have stirred jealousy within you. What should I do? Do you harbor any hatred towards Xiaolin?" "Not really. I was the one who rejected his confession first. I was at fault. At this moment, it seems you're unclear whether it's affection or reliance. I suggest taking some time apart to learn independence." Haley Anua gently stroked Zhou Rongrong's head. "Understood. Tomorrow, I will move into the dormitory at the university." Although Haley Anua felt uneasy, she realized that it was time to give her daughter some space. Old Zhou had spoiled their daughter too much, leading to this moment. "Mother, please help me sort out some clothes to take to school tomorrow." "Mom, didn't you say you wanted me to be independent? You should do it yourself. If you can't, teach me." Zhou Rongrong broke into a smile. Haley Anua's face flushed with embarrassment. In truth, she often indulged Zhou Rongrong, though she was largely unaware of it. "All right, if you have any questions in the future, just ask me." "Yes." Zhou Rongrong began to clumsily arrange her clothes, causing Haley Anua to shake her head at her daughter's crooked folding. "Like this, first fold the sleeves, then align them." "Yes, just like that." Very impressive." Haley Anua patiently instructed Zhou Rongrong. "Mom, after crying so much today, you won't laugh at me, will you?" Zhou Rongrong scratched her head, feeling rather embarrassed. "Perhaps in the future, but not now." "Mom, ha, you're so wicked. Otherwise, you wouldn't be my mom. Hee. Are you hungry?" Haley Anua heard Zhou Rongrong's stomach growling, likely from expending too much energy from crying. "I'm hungry," Zhou Rongrong replied with a smile. "Mom will make you a midnight snack." Feeling a pang of sympathy, Haley Anua stood up. "Mom, I want to be independent, even more so than Xiaolin." Zhou Rongrong interjected before Haley Anua could respond. "I want to cook for myself. I'll learn to do my own laundry and clean the floors." Haley Anua gently ruffled her hair, saying, "You must not change your mindset for Xiaolin. Independence is a personal journey." "Yes, I'll listen to you, Mom. Go on. I'm hungry too." "All right." Zhou Rongrong headed to the kitchen. Haley Anua called Zhou Dahai to report on their daughter's recent situation, initially hesitating to mention the suspected heartbreak. fearing it might distract him from his cross-province case. However, worried he might scold her for not informing him sooner, she shared everything in detail. After a long silence, Zhou Dehai finally said, "I find it increasingly difficult to understand Shaolin." He said no more and ended the call. At that moment, Hai Lianhua heard a loud crash from the kitchen. She rushed over to find Zhou Rongrong looking innocent amidst the white shards of a broken bowl at her feet. "Mom, I was washing the dishes with the detergent. It was too slippery." "It's all right." Hai Lianhua dared not scold Zhou Rongrong today. "I won't break anything again next time." Safety in brokenness. Peace year after year. That's a good omen. "Mom, you're so good to me." "Of course, I'm your mother. I love you, Mom. Let me teach you how to wash dishes. Just don't rush." Hai Lianhua continued her patient instruction. Finally, she taught Zhou Rongrong how to salt oil, add water to boil noodles, crack in an egg, and toss in some vegetables. Meanwhile, Lin Bin welcomed a new guest, the director of the senior year at Ninghai High School, Du Nianhua, accompanied by Vice Principal Gao De and Principal Hua Haizhong. "Good day." Principal, Vice Principal, and Director. Lin Bin was astonished that the high school leaders would visit his mysterious little restaurant. He nodded in greeting. "Old Yen, come in, please." "Hello, Lin Bin. How delightful that a store has opened." The principal and his two companions settled themselves inside, occasionally surveying their surroundings. "Remarkable. I seem to detect a tantalizing aroma. Could it be the scent of tea eggs? How fragrant. There are also clear soup noodles here, right, Lin Bin? Please bring some forth." They urged with eager expressions. It appears that their curiosity was piqued by the teachers, who spoke highly of the delectable offerings here, reputed for their health benefits and longevity. Without further ado, Lin Bin proceeded to the kitchen, and the principal and his companions engaged in conversation. Principal Hua Haizhong nodded thoughtfully, remarking, "Starting a business right after graduation is commendable, yet one must be wary of its impact on university studies." Although he is a connoisseur of fine cuisine, he harbored reservations about Lin Bin, a promising graduate, embarking on a restaurant venture so soon. He believed that acquiring more professional knowledge would lead to greater future opportunities and contributions to society. Teacher Lao Yin interjected, "Lin Bin is striving to alleviate his parents' burden while also dedicating time to his entrepreneurial pursuits. He claims that operating the store for merely 2 hours daily will not significantly hinder his academic endeavors." "Oh, in that case, it is quite commendable," Principal Hua remarked, glancing towards the kitchen where Lin Bin was diligently preparing the noodles. "Indeed, he demonstrates filial piety and ambition." Vice Principal Gao De pondered for a moment before stating, "As long as he manages his time wisely, all will be well." Grade Director Du Nianhua, remaining silent, merely nodded at the two senior leaders, preferring to say little and simply enjoy the meal. Teacher Lao Yin chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that once they tasted the culinary delights crafted by Lin Bin, their support for his gastronomic endeavors would be unwavering. A minute later, a rich aroma of tomatoes wafted from the kitchen, sweet and tangy, igniting appetites. The principal, a true gastronomic enthusiast, had sampled many exquisite dishes but found himself irresistibly drawn to this particular scent. He approached the kitchen door, observing Lin Bin skillfully sought diced tomatoes as the vibrant red juices bubbled and frolicked in the large iron pot, emitting a soothing gurgling sound amidst the rising wisps of steam. Even after having dined, he felt a pang of hunger. This tomato fragrance is truly delightful. Vice Principal Gao De, seemingly drawn by the aroma, found himself at the kitchen entrance as well. Grade Director Du Nianhua subtly twitched his nose, greedily inhaling the enticing scent permeating the air. When Lin Bin added the essence of spring water into the pot and brought it to a boil, both Hua Haizhong and Gao De could not resist stepping into the kitchen. As the steam from the pot enveloped them, warmth enveloped their bodies, their breathing became more effortless, and an overwhelming sense of comfort washed over them. Du Nianhua, standing on tiptoe behind them, craned his neck to glimpse the spectacle within the pot. Teacher Lao Yin quietly smiled, marveling at how the school leaders were so captivated by graduates' humble clear soup noodles. The contrast to their usual demeanor was striking. Lin Bin tossed a handful of fresh vegetables into the pot, followed by the freshly made noodles. allowing them to simmer for 3 minutes before serving the delightful dish into a large bowl. The noodles are ready, but they need to be complemented with a golden fried egg. Lin Bin turned to Hua Haizhong and said, Chapter 72, Fever Xiao Lin, your culinary skills are quite impressive. Hua Haizhong praised. Old Yin, adept at socializing, stepped forward to assist the principal in bringing the clear broth noodles from the kitchen to the table. After about 2 minutes, Lin Bin prepared a golden fried egg for Hua Haizhong. Well then, I shall indulge, Hua Haizhong said with a smile to Gao De and the others. Principal, please enjoy. Do savor the flavors and textures of Xiao Lin's clear broth noodles and golden fried egg. As Hua Haizhong inhaled the aromas of the clear broth noodles and golden fried egg, he sensed their deliciousness, his face reflecting satisfaction in advance. Hua Haizhong blew on the noodles and slurped a bite. The noodles were flavorful, infused with the essence of tomatoes and greens, while the aroma of scallions lingered on the surface. Delightful. The noodles were freshly made, possessing a delightful chewiness. Truly remarkable. Ah, Xiao, your skills are commendable. I have never tasted such exquisite clear broth noodles. Hua Haizhong was full of praise. After sipping the broth, he felt an immediate connection to its essence. The clear broth, pivotal to the dish, warmed his body instantly, followed by a sudden clarity of mind, as though he were basking in a mountain hot spring, soon transitioning to the refreshing embrace of a cold spring. Now I understand why our school's teachers flock to enjoy clear broth noodles. Hua Haizhong nodded. Old Yin also nodded, being among the first teachers to arrive for a meal. Principal, to try the golden fried egg, Hua Haizhong said with a smile. Look at its golden hue, so bright and glistening. It looks so appealing that one could relish it without tasting. The cooking must have been perfectly timed. After tasting the golden fried egg, he continued to rave. Gao De occasionally glanced towards Lin Bin's silhouette in the kitchen, sensing that Lin Bin's movements were somewhat slow. Du Nianhua turned his head to swallow, not wishing others to see him so captivated by the delectable food. Indeed, excellence emerges from all fields. Chef Xiaolan, I shall support your culinary endeavors. Keep up the great work. Hua Haizhong joyfully called towards the kitchen entrance. As a food enthusiast, the enjoyment of delectable cuisine brought him immense joy. Receiving the principal's encouragement, Lin Bin responded from the kitchen, I will continue to strive diligently. Soon, Gao De and Du Nianhua's clear broth noodles and golden fried eggs arrived at the table. Upon their first bite, they found themselves unable to stop, finishing an entire bowl of clear broth noodles and 1 golden fried egg in one go. Burp! Du Nianhua, having devoured his meal too quickly due to its deliciousness, could not help but let out a satisfied belch. Yet he still yearned for another bowl and another golden fried egg. Chef Xiaolan, I would like another bowl of noodles and an egg. Lin Bin smiled gently and explained to Du Nianhua, Director Du, my little eatery has a policy of limiting each person to 1 dish per day. I hope you can understand. Thank you. Such a policy exists. Du Nianhua was taken aback. I have never encountered such a thing. Most restaurant owners wouldn't do this, would they? Indeed, Lin Bin replied, glancing at Old Yin. Lao Yin remarked, Lin Bin is not misleading. He indeed has his own principles. Director, you may visit again next time. There was a certain charm in his words. Du Nianhua nodded with a smile. What are your thoughts, Boss Lin? Hua Haizhong inquired with curiosity. Gao De was equally eager to understand the reasoning behind it. Lin Bin replied, I simply wish to craft excellence. Aspiring for excellence is commendable. Hua Haizhong exclaimed, rising to pat Lin Bin on the shoulder. I originally intended to sample your tea eggs, but given this regulation, I shall not impose. Hua Haizhong settled the bill for the 3 of them, and then asked Lin Bin, I noticed your information about expanding your fan base. That QR code is still functional, right? Yes, it is. Lin Bin confirmed. I will add you on WeChat, and you can send it to me. I will promote you in my gourmet group. I support you. Thank you very much, Principal. Lin Bin and Hua Haizhong exchanged WeChat contacts and phone numbers. Hua Haizhong, who was a member of a local group of 1,000 food enthusiasts, promptly shared Lin Bin's fan group QR code in his community to generate buzz. Gao De and Du Nianhua also exchanged WeChat and phone numbers with Lin Bin, fearing that if the shop were to relocate, they might find it difficult to enjoy the delectable clear broth noodles and golden fried eggs again. They had heard from the teachers that the items served here could strengthen the body and extend life. Take care, Principal Hua, Director Du, Lao Yin. Lin Bin bid them farewell as they departed from the small shop. The day's business had been accomplished, with 3 tea eggs and 7 servings of clear broth noodles sold, exactly 10 in total. He tidied up the shop slightly before locking the door. It was only 9:45, and he had been open for just 1 hour and 15 minutes. Meanwhile, the owners of other snack shops were still hard at work, drenched in sweat. Lin Bin reveled in the joy of earning a comfortable living with ease. Simply put, it was delightful. He arrived at the Food Streets parking lot, opened his car door, and settled in. His phone buzzed continuously with group join notifications. Glancing at the member count, he saw it had reached 896. It seemed Hua Haizhong's assistance had borne fruit. The task was nearing completion. Lin Bin called his mother. Ilu, Song. Mom, military training starts tomorrow, so I won't be coming home tonight. I'll be staying in the school dormitory. Understood. Be sure to sleep early. All right. As Lin Bin prepared to hang up, his mother called out, Wait. Don't hang up just yet. I need to tell you something. What is it, Mom? Have you had a disagreement with Rongrong? It's not exactly a disagreement. I just made it clear that I have feelings for someone else. It's better for both her and me. Oh, then I feel relieved. Your Uncle Zhou called earlier and mentioned that Rongrong will be staying at school from now on and will only come home on weekends. She wants to learn independence. I thought it was a bit odd, so I wanted to mention it to you, but it seems everything is fine. All right then. I'm going to hang up now and head back to school. Okay, get some rest when you reach the dormitory. Don't stay up too late playing games. Got it. Lin Bin hung up the phone, only to discover 5 missed calls from Delu. What could have happened? An ominous feeling settled in him. Was something wrong with Xiaoxi? He immediately redialed the number. The phone rang only twice before it was answered. Xiaoxi has a fever. She is delirious. Lin Bin. Hurry over. Cursing under his breath, Lin Bin pressed down on the accelerator, and the car roared out of the parking lot and into the school entrance. He drove directly to the base of the girls' dormitory number 3. The glass door on the first floor required a swipe card for entry, and, as a male student, he had no access. He pounded on the door in desperation. Finally, the dormitory supervisor approached. With an anxious expression, Lin Bin pointed at the glass door and shouted, Annie, someone upstairs has a severe fever. I need to get her to the school hospital. Please open the door. I need to carry her down. Chapter 73. A stroke of luck, no entry for males. The dormitory supervisor, a formidable woman, shook her head vigorously at the frantic Lin Bin. The school regulations were not hers to bend. Besides, she was merely ensuring the safety and privacy of every girl in the dormitory. I swear I'm not a bad person. Lin Bin continued to plead, knocking on the door. This is a matter of life and death. She is my ex-girlfriend and future wife. His emotions were difficult to contain. I understand you're not a bad person, but males are prohibited from entering. Please call your girlfriend's roommate to bring her down. The supervisor scrutinized Lin Bin, noting he appeared to be a student and not an outsider. Yet she still refused to open the door. Please, I'm begging you. It's a matter of life and death. Lin Bin was drenched in sweat. I'll call my superior. The supervisor's tone softened slightly as she took out her phone to contact her supervisor. Suddenly, Lin Bin remembered that he possessed the super soldier physique. He was incredibly strong, with exceptional physical abilities. He stepped back 3 paces and charged forward, slamming his shoulder against the glass door. With a crash, the door shattered and glass shards fell to the ground. The supervisor was too late to stop him as Lin Bin dashed up the stairs, disappearing in an instant. Having been reborn, Lin Bin knew Xiaoxi's dormitory floor and room number. He sprinted upstairs without pausing for breath. Many girls he passed screamed and hurried into their dorms, while some braver ones peeked out and whispered, Who is that? A pervert? How dare he invade the girls' dormitory? Is he an outsider? No, he looks like one of us. Xiaoxi. Lin Bin arrived at her dormitory door just as Delu was carrying her out. Being a girl, Delu struggled under the weight, with her 2 roommates assisting her. I'll carry her down. In a state of urgency, Lin Bin had no time to greet Xiaoxi's other 2 roommates. He swiftly seized Xiaoxi from Lu's back, cradling her in his arms as he dashed down the stairs. With no elevator available, this was the only option. He carefully navigated the steps, albeit at a slightly reduced pace. To Xiaoxi's roommates, however, it appeared quite terrifying. Is this her boyfriend from the track team? His speed is astonishing. Like the wind he goes. Lu tilted his chin towards the stairway leading down, feeling anxious. Let us follow and see what happens. We can discuss it later. The three girls nodded in agreement and hurried down the stairs, quickening their pace. Upon reaching the first floor, they found 3 security guards and a middle-aged man in a white shirt and dress pants blocking Lin Bin's path. The ground was littered with shards of glass. And seeing Lin Bin's anxious expression, they couldn't help but feel envious of Muxi. How wonderful it would be to have such a boyfriend. They were all deeply moved. You see, leader, a life is at stake. I'll pay for the damages and accept any penalties after I save her. I have no objections. Lin Bin exclaimed. The middle-aged leader in the white shirt stepped aside, as did the security guards. The dormitory supervisor swept away the glass shards with a broom for Lin Bin. He gently placed Muxi in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt, while Xi's 3 roommates quickly climbed into the back seat. With a roar, Lin Bin pressed down on the accelerator, turning left onto a less crowded campus avenue, which was closer to the school hospital. Having been reborn, Lin Bin was intimately familiar with the surroundings. The car screeched to a halt in front of the hospital entrance. Without waiting to exit, he called out to a night shift nurse inside, "Emergency. Severe fever." As he shouted, he undid his seatbelt with a snap, jumped out, opened the door for Shi, unfastened her seatbelt, and lifted her out. At that moment, 2 nurses rushed out, pushing an emergency cart, their expressions tense. "Place her on the stretcher. Quickly. Hurry." Lin Bin promptly laid Shi on the stretcher and followed it into the hospital. In the emergency room, a middle-aged female doctor emerged. Upon learning that she had a high fever and was delirious, she immediately commenced physical cooling while instructing the nurses to fetch antipyretics, and subsequently administered medication to the incoherent Shi. They were seasoned medical professionals. Lin Bin and Shi's roommates placed their trust in them, standing silently at the side and watching. The only sound in the air was the bustling activity of the medical staff. Lin Bin exhaled deeply. With their intervention, the tension in his heart eased by half. Now he awaited the moment when she would open her eyes and return to a conscious state. Unbeknownst to him, his hands were clenched tightly, his teeth gritted, and his body tense. Lu observed Lin Bin intently, nodding in approval, realizing that her friend she had encountered a truly remarkable boyfriend. How fortunate she was. It is worth noting how many girls go through life without ever finding a partner who is so deeply concerned and willing to sacrifice everything for their well-being. Lin, don't worry, Shi will be all right. Try to relax a bit, Lu reassured him. Lu instinctively reached out to pat Lin Bin's shoulder. But his hand halted in midair as he suddenly realized that this was the future partner of Shi, and he must not touch him. Lin Bin's gaze remained fixated ahead, his clenched fists and gritted teeth betraying no sign of relaxation, his body taut, as if every muscle had coiled tightly in that moment. Shi's other 2 roommates, Xiao Yu and Xiao Qin, clasped their hands in prayer for Shi's well-being, then turned their attention to Lin Bin. They recalled his presence at their dormitory door, in the lobby below, and at the school hospital, finding this young man remarkably mature, maintaining a commendable calm amidst their anxiety. Impressive. He far surpassed them and most boys of their age. When it came to finding a boyfriend, they wished for someone like him, someone who could stand before them, unafraid of any person or circumstance in times of crisis. Shi would surely be fine, Xiao assured Lin Bin. She will definitely be okay, Xiao Qin echoed. Lin Bin nodded, noticing the doctors' and nurses' expressions shift toward a more positive outcome. She is fine. Her temperature is dropping, and she is no longer burning up. We were fortunate to receive her in time. This young man, you have done wonderfully. The middle-aged female doctor acknowledged Lin Bin with a nod. Thank you for your hard work. I appreciate your assistance. Lin Bin exhaled in relief. I'll treat you all to dinner when I have the chance. The middle-aged female doctor waved her hand with a smile, saying, You are quite considerate, but there's no need. Saving lives is our duty. We should be thanking you for bringing the patient in so promptly. Otherwise, we would have had a responsibility as well. Thank you. Suddenly, she inquired with a hint of curiosity. She is your girlfriend, right? She is truly beautiful, in a simple yet enchanting way. like a little fairy. Chapter 74, a significant step forward. Yes, she's my girlfriend. Thank you for your compliment. I will graciously accept it on her behalf. Lin Bin replied with a nod and a smile. He felt immense gratitude towards the doctors and nurses who had saved Xiao Shi, thus speaking to them in a gentle tone. Your girlfriend must be the campus belle, isn't she? She's indeed lovely, remarked a female nurse, casting a few glances at Xiao Shi's face, which was framed by her flowing hair and bangs. Yes, she will be in the future, Lin Bin affirmed. In his previous life, after achieving great success in her sophomore year in art, Xiao Shi had been thrust into the limelight, instantly rising to the top of the campus beauty rankings, a title she held for 3 consecutive years. You'll have quite the impressive girlfriend to accompany you, said another nurse with a smile. It seemed that after working at the campus hospital for a while, the female doctors and nurses had developed a penchant for gossip. Lin Bin found them quite endearing. He nodded, but then shook his head, as having a girlfriend was not merely for the sake of appearances. The female doctor and nurses burst into laughter for reasons unknown, and even Dai Lu and his companions chuckled softly. Amidst the laughter, Xiao Shi weakly opened her eyes. Where's this? She inquired. Seeing her awaken, Lin Bin stepped to the doorway, momentarily distancing himself, fearing that his presence might startle her and induce anxiety. From the moment they met, De Lu, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Qin discerned that Xiao Shi exhibited signs of mild social anxiety. Therefore, they promptly took their seats on the bed beside her, offering a semblance of security. De Lu remarked, This is the school infirmary. You have a significant fever. It was Lin who carried you downstairs to bring you here. Xiao Shi cast a glance at Lin Bin, who was leaning against the door, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she turned her face away, unable to meet his gaze, her heart racing. Thank you, she whispered, her voice so faint that even her roommates struggled to catch it. De Lu, having read her lips, acted as her intermediary. Lin, Xiao, she says thank you. Lin Bin's face brightened with a smile. Yet, Xiao Shi still could not look at him. Lin Bin was acutely aware of her nature. She was simply too bashful. He believed that with time and more encounters, she would gradually acclimate to his presence and her shyness would diminish. Upon noticing Xiao Shi awake, the female doctor resumed her examination. Dear girl, your body appears quite weak. It seems you may have been startled and subsequently caught in the rain, leading to your cold and fever. You must take care of your health, engage in more physical activity, and interact with others to strengthen both your physical and mental resilience. Xiao Shi nodded in agreement to every word the doctor uttered. Startled, De Lu glanced at Lin Bin, who averted his gaze, unwilling to meet De Lu's eyes. The fright was likely a result of Lin's actions. Upon their first meeting, he had referred to her as wife, completely disregarding her introverted and slightly anxious disposition. Unlike Lin, who had returned from a rebirth, Xiao Shi found the situation utterly bewildering, fearing she was being targeted by ill-intentioned individuals. Cough, cough, it's my fault. Lin Bin coughed twice to mask his embarrassment, ultimately confessing, I will ensure that Xiao Shi is not startled again. That's more like it. De Lu shot Lin Bin an exasperated look, feeling that his pursuit was far too hasty. The endeavor of courting a girl, indeed, could not be rushed. Xiao Yu and Xiao Qin stifled their laughter, finding Lin Bin unexpectedly endearing at that moment. They turned to Xiao Shi, saying, Xiao Shi, I believe Lin is not a bad person. He is quite nice. Please don't hold it against him, all right? Xiao Shi slowly shook her head. I do not. The doctor and nurses exchanged inquisitive glances between Lin Bin and Xiao Shi before departing the ward with smiles, amused by the perceived conflict between the young couple. Observing others in love was undeniably more entertaining than experiencing it oneself, as the two nurses chuckled. No wonder you remain single. You're not exactly children anymore. The doctor remarked. I'm still a baby. One of the nurses protested. So am I. Within the ward, Lin Bin's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Shi, who, for her part, could not bring herself to look at him. He found her shyness quite amusing. It was endearingly charming. Suddenly, Xiao Shi tugged at De Lu's sleeve, prompting him to lean down to hear her speak. Her naturally soft-spoken demeanor was now even quieter in Lin Bin's presence, rendering her voice almost inaudible. Dai Lu could only wear a serious expression, his ears perked up to catch every word. Nodding thoughtfully, he turned to Lin Bin, raising an eyebrow and saying, Xiaoxi asked you to sit down instead of standing. It's exhausting. Very well. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Lin Bin walked over to the adjacent hospital bed, his heart brimming with joy. Their relationship had taken a significant leap forward this evening. How delightful. Xiaoxi, Xiaoqin, and I will return to the dormitory now. Take care of yourself here. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before addressing Xiaoxi. With the military training commencing tomorrow at Ning University, she felt the need to rest early. The mere thought of military training made her legs weak. She needed ample rest to endure it. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi glanced at the white walls of the hospital room. Her lips pursed and her small hands clenched tightly, anxiety and a hint of panic flickering across her face. She appeared to want to speak, but ultimately nodded in silence. Xiaoqin grasped Xiaoyu's hand and reassured Xiaoxi. With Lin here, we will head back now. Dai Lu also wished to return, but what about Xiaoxi? Should she be left alone with Lin Bin in the same room? That would surely frighten her. Yet the military training began tomorrow morning, and it was already past 10 at night. He was torn. Lin Bin was well aware of Xiaoxi's fear of hospitals at night, stemming from a traumatic experience when she had witnessed her grandfather's passing alone in a hospital. In truth, how many girls are not afraid of the hospital's nighttime ambience? He stood up and said to Dai Lu, you all should head back. I will stay here with Xiaoxi. He then turned to the slightly trembling Xiaoxi, assuring her, rest assured, Xiaoxi, I will remain outside the room. I want to enter without your permission. Dai Lu nodded at this, recalling that there were female doctors and nurses on night duty. Thus Lin Bin would not harm Xiaoxi without her consent. Xiaoxi, do you think this is acceptable? Dai Lu decided to seek Xiaoxi's opinion before leaving. Xiaoxi bit her lip gently, finally managing to articulate, all right, you may go back. She was someone who disliked burdening others. Despite her seemingly fragile exterior, having taken on family responsibilities from a young age due to their poverty, she wished to stand strong during critical moments. She also addressed Lin Bin. Lin, you need not stay here with me. Thank you for your kindness. I can manage alone. Yet Lin Bin remained seated, uncertain whether Xiaoxi might be frightened in the hospital. His concern lingered. Dai Lu, caught in a similar dilemma, hesitated under the gazes of Xiaoyu and Xiaoqin. Please, hurry and leave. Military training awaits tomorrow. It's best to rest early. Lin Bin encouraged with a smile, wishing for a moment alone with his future wife. You must not bully our Xiaoxi. Dai Lu warned Lin Bin. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. All right, you all head back. Shall I drive you? Lin Bin inquired, genuinely wishing to ensure that Xiaoxi was not left alone in the hospital to face any frightful experiences. Dai Lu said, no need. We can see there are public bicycles outside. We can ride back. You stay here and keep an eye on Xiaoxi. If the four runs out of fluid, be sure to call for a nurse or a doctor. All right, I will see you off, Lin Bin replied. He nodded and then stood at the door of the ward, watching as Dai Lu and the others rode away from the school hospital towards the girls' dormitory. Xiaoxi, I will be waiting right outside. If you need anything, just call for me, understood? Lin Bin turned to the side, addressing Muxi, who was lying on her side with her back to him. Muxi curled up in her blanket, nodded, and replied in a faint, trembling voice, okay. Lin Bin shook his head slightly. At this moment, his wife lacked confidence, was timid, and easily embarrassed. He believed that once her artwork sold for a considerable sum and she gained fame, things would improve. He left the ward door ajar and sat on a row of public benches outside, gazing at the 4-bag hanging high beside Xiaoxi's bed. He remembered when he was a child, the sight of his blood rushing through a tube as the medicine ran out was quite frightening. He couldn't allow such a thing to happen to Xiaoxi. The two of them shared a quiet companionship, the occasional croaking of frogs wafting in from outside, along with the gentle rustling of the bamboo forest in the breeze. Time passed slowly. Xiaoxi maintained her position on her side, too shy to turn and look at Lin Bin. He thought she had fallen asleep and refrained from disturbing her. In reality, her breathing was rapid and had not calmed for quite some time. Nearly half of the 4 fluid had already been administered. She had never spent time alone with any male classmate before and began to recall many of Dai Lu's words about Lin Bin carrying her downstairs and driving her to see the doctor. She furrowed her brow and vaguely remembered the peculiar sensation of being in Lin Bin's embrace, her face growing increasingly flushed at the thought. She quickly attempted to shift her focus to her grandmother, her sister, and her art teacher. Outside the room, Lin Bin felt a bit drowsy but made a concerted effort to keep his eyes open, determined to guard Xiao Shi and ensure she had good rest. At that moment, a nurse approached from the hospital lobby, holding a lit mosquito coil. "Student, there are mosquitoes here. You can use this mosquito coil." Lin Bin thanked her and placed the coil in the corner of the ward. "Why not go inside and lie down while waiting for your girlfriend?" The nurse inquired with concern. Lin Bin found an excuse, saying it was too stuffy inside and he wanted some fresh air. In truth, he wouldn't enter without Xiao Shi's permission. He didn't want to frighten her again. "Well then, if you're tired, just go lie down on another bed inside," the nurse suggested. All right, Lin Bin replied as the nurse walked away. He returned to his seat outside. A few minutes later, he heard numerous buzzing mosquitoes flitting about. He swatted several of them. While wiping the blood and mosquito remains off his palms with a tissue, a faint voice emerged from the ward. "Lin, come in and sit. There are many mosquitoes outside, but we have the mosquito coil here." Upon hearing her distinctly accented voice, Lin Bin's excitement surged. He immediately got up. Xiao Shi was concerned about him being outside, battling the mosquitoes. The door stood ajar, and you did not close it. Lin Bin entered the hospital room, settling down on another bed, his gaze fixed on Xiao Shi's silhouette. At that moment, she was cocooned in her blankets, occasionally trembling, perhaps due to the unease of sharing a space for the first time. "Are you cold?" Lin Bin inquired, noticing her shivers. "No, I'm not cold. If you feel unwell or anything else, you must tell me," he urged. "Okay. Xiao Shi, do you think I look frightening?" Lin Bin attempted to engage his future wife in conversation. "No, that's good, he replied. "Xiao Shi, could you please accept my friend request on WeChat?" Lin Bin smiled. "Where's my phone?" Excitement surged through Lin Bin. "Here it is," Xiao Shi said, revealing that her friends had thoughtfully retrieved her phone. He quickly fetched it from a bedside table and handed it to her. As she turned to face him, she avoided his gaze, taking the phone with a quickened breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Beneath her blue and white attire, it appeared as if two large white rabbits were in a tussle. Lin Bin's eyes widened at the sight, feeling an impending sense that the buttons might someday come undone. With one hand in a cast, Xiao Shi found it challenging to operate her phone. Lin Bin leaned closer, supporting her wrist so she could navigate the screen with one hand. After a few moments, she finally opened the WeChat interface and accepted his friend request. "All right, so now we are friends, right?" Lin Bin hesitated to address her as his wife again, wary of startling her. "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Xiao Shi." Lin Bin extended his hand, hoping to savor the softness of her delicate palm. However, Xiao Shi did not reciprocate, replying, "It's a pleasure to meet you too, Lin Bin." Lin Bin chuckled softly, retracting his hand, contemplating her cautious demeanor. It seemed as if she were wary of him, as if guarding herself against a predator. "How are you feeling?" he asked, noticing her rapid breathing. "I hope it's not an allergic reaction. I'm feeling much better." "Why is your breathing so hurried?" "It's not hurried," Xiao Shi thought to herself, unable to admit that her breath quickened simply because Lin Bin was in the same room. "That's good. Then I won't disturb you. You should rest well, as there's military training ahead." Lin Bin positioned himself at the edge of her bed. Xiao Shi immediately became alert. "Could you please not sit here?" "Oh, my apologies." Lin Bin chuckled as he returned to his own bed. He had intentionally moved closer to Xiao Shi, hoping for some physical contact, yet her vigilance was palpable. "Xiao Shi, do you believe in fate?" Lin Bin inquired, propping himself on his side to gaze at her profile. Xiao Shi seemed to relax her defenses slightly, no longer lying with her back turned to him. Perhaps she was unaware that he was admiring her graceful form. She responded softly, "I suppose so. A fortune teller once said you are my destined counterpart. That seems improbable. Truly, did you not notice that even before I knew you, I was drawn to you the moment we met? Where do you seek fortune?" "On the Bay Bridge in Ninghai. A blind fortune teller revealed this to me. The locals claim his predictions are remarkably accurate. Could it be that the fortune teller you mentioned is none other than yourself? Xiao Yu informed me that you possess the gift of divination." Lin Bin smiled awkwardly, intending to tease Xiao Xi, only to be directly called out by her. Chapter 76. The Splendor of Solitude. Indeed, I possess the ability to foresee the future. Allow me to ponder for a moment. Lin Bin pinched his fingers, Squinting for a brief interval before continuing, classmate Xiaoxi, you have a grandmother and a younger sister. Your artistic talent was unearthed by a rural teacher. Xiaoxi's delicate lips parted slightly in astonishment. Lin Bin's assertions were entirely accurate, and it was only the beginning of the school year. She had not shared these details with anyone here. Now do you believe? You are my destined counterpart. Lin Bin continued to coax. Xiaoxi blushed and averted her gaze. As the clock struck 11 at night, Xiaoxi had completed her 3 bottles of infusion. Noticing her flushed complexion, Lin Bin inquired about her well-being. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoxi was urgently in need of a restroom, but felt too embarrassed to admit it in front of a male classmate she had just met. You. Just wait here for a moment. Xiaoxi wished for Lin Bin to accompany her to the restroom, fearing the darkness of the hospital. Yet, she struggled to articulate her request. Where are you going? Just wait for me here. Xiaoxi hurriedly exited the hospital room, glancing left and right in search of the restroom. Lin Bin followed her out, realizing that she was in need of relief, feeling amused by her bashfulness. He trailed behind her, silently ensuring her safety from any fright along the way. Upon reaching the restroom, Xiaoxi sensed someone following her and turned to see Lin Bin, releasing a sigh of relief. Yet her cheeks flushed even deeper. I will wait for you outside. Do not fear inside. Just call out if you need anything. Xiaoxi entered the ladies' room, while Lin Bin leaned against the wall. Perhaps due to the medication, he seemed to hear the sound of running water. When Xiaoxi emerged, she kept her head down, avoiding Lin Bin's gaze. Let's go. I will escort you back to the dormitory. It is unwise for you to walk alone in the dark, Lin Bin stated. Xiaoxi nodded, feeling warmth in her heart. Lin Bin walked ahead, while Xiaoxi trailed a short distance behind. Upon reaching the hospital lobby, Lin Bin proceeded to pay for the medications and registration. Swiping his student card for a total of 150 yuan, Xiaoxi discreetly slipped cash into his pocket. Let us go. Xiaoxi continued to follow Lin Bin, feeling akin to a little shadow at that moment. Could you walk in front of me? Xiaoxi shook her head, stopping behind Lin Bin. She was accustomed to walking behind males, not wanting anyone to gaze upon her figure and discover her alluring attributes. Shall we walk together? Xiaoxi shook her head once more. Her bangs and medium-length hair fluttered gently in the breeze, creating an enchanting disarray. She felt they were not yet in a romantic relationship, and walking together seemed inappropriate. Very well. Lin Bin stepped out of the school hospital's main entrance with a smile, opening the passenger door for her. Please take a seat. I'll sit in the back. Observing her cautious demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. Is this a precaution against wolves? He teased. All right, I'll open the door for you. Watching the naive Xiaoxi fumble with the door handle, he realized she likely couldn't manage it, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Standing to the side, Xiaoxi clasped her hands nervously in front of her, her head bowed low, effectively concealing her beauty. She slouched, hiding her 2 prominent features. Once the door was ajar, Lin Bin waited for Xiaoxi to settle inside before gently closing it. With only the 2 of them in the car, a certain atmosphere enveloped them, making him reluctant to drive her back to the dormitory. He cherished the thought of lingering in this moment for an eternity. He rolled down the window, allowing the tranquil sounds of chirping insects and singing birds from the lush campus pathways to envelop them, creating a serene ambience that felt utterly delightful. Youth was intoxicating. However, Xiaoxi did not share his sentiment. Having always been wary, she noticed Lin Bin's hesitation to start the engine and, with a nervous bite of her lip, urged softly, Lin, don't daydream. We need to hurry back. The dormitory is already closed. Oh, right. Lin Bin nodded and started the car. He drove slowly, wishing to prolong their time together on the campus roads, savoring the exquisite solitude with Xiaoxi, his spirits soaring. You're driving so slowly, she remarked. In school, it's better to take it easy for everyone's safety. Indeed, Lin Bin thought, sensing Xiaoxi's doubt in him. If we were outside the school, I would certainly drive faster, but here, it simply cannot be done. Xiaoxi remained silent, and nearly 10 minutes later, they arrived at the girls' dormitory, stopping beneath Building 3. The dormitory supervisor recognized Lin Bin's car and, accompanied by a security guard, approached from the duty room. Lin Bin exited the vehicle, shaking his head slightly and signaling with his eyes for them not to speak, preferring to discuss the compensation for the broken glass door after Xiao Shi had safely entered. The security guard, more attuned to unspoken cues than the supervisor, nodded silently in agreement. Lin Bin opened the door for Xiao Shi, who had never experienced such a ride, and thus could not figure out how to exit on her own. Bowing her head, she emerged from the car and expressed her gratitude, genuinely appreciative of his life-saving actions and consistent care. Well, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps you might consider offering yourself in the future, Lin Bin joked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi took a step back. I'll head upstairs now. You should return soon as well. Good night. Good night. Lin Bin's heart soared with joy. Xiao Shi had wished him a good night. How exhilarating. Once she disappeared around the corner of the staircase, Lin Bin turned his attention to the dormitory supervisor and the security guard. Greetings. How much is the compensation for that door? He was prepared to willingly make amends for the damage to the school's property incurred while saving Xiao Shi. It's quite a sum, 3,000, the supervisor replied. For her, this amount represented an entire month's salary. The security guard also found it quite expensive. His salary was just over 3,000. Why did that child have to crash into a door? Could he not have waited patiently? They were unaware of how Lin Bin could possibly have waited at that moment. To him, Xiaoxi was akin to his very life. Should it be a WeChat transfer, a bank transfer, or cash? With newfound wealth, 3,000 yuan seemed insignificant to Lin Bin, who inquired with a gentle smile. Let us do it via WeChat. The dormitory supervisor opened her WeChat and said, transfer to me first, and I will then transfer it to our superior. That will conclude the matter. All right. Lin Bin opened his phone and successfully completed the transfer. The dormitory supervisor glanced at the car beside Lin Bin, then at the transfer on her phone, and assumed he was some affluent second-generation rich kid. Otherwise, how could he drive to school and not mind compensating 3,000 yuan? Is that settled? Good, she nodded. Then it's settled. I apologize for the inconvenience tonight. I was in a hurry because lives were at stake. Lin Bin spoke softly. No worries. Just try not to act so impulsively in the future, the security guard advised him. All right, Lin Bin replied. Yet in his heart, he knew that if a similar situation arose, he would still break down the door without hesitation to save Xiaoxi. I've come to understand. Young people truly value love. The dormitory supervisor observed Lin Bin, nodding. I wish you both a lifetime together, filled with happiness. Thank you, Annie, Lin Bin said as he climbed into his car, preparing to return to his dormitory for sleep, as military training was to commence the next day. Just then, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! It must be the reward for completing a task, he thought, opening WeChat to check the fan group of his mysterious restaurant. Chapter 77. Soon to have a girlfriend. The host broke down the door and entered the girls' dormitory to take classmate Xiaoxi to see a doctor. Triggering and completing a hidden task. Reward: 1 bottle of insomnia elixir and 1 bottle of learning talent elixir. Insomnia elixir? Lin Bin opened the description of this item and learned that, as the name suggests, consuming it would grant him the ability to remain eternally energetic without sleep. Incredible. This would be immensely useful for Lin Bin, who occasionally burned the midnight oil. The learning talent elixir, once ingested, would grant him photographic memory, making it perfect for academic pursuits. Since his rebirth, he had forgotten much of his knowledge from both high school and university. Xiaoxi was not fond of flamboyant boys. She was diligent and earnest. Unlike many girls who were easily swayed by sweet words and became mere playthings for scoundrels, she valued substance. In his previous life, Lin Bin had excellent academic performance, often ranking within the top 10 of his major, so Xiaoxi was not overly guarded when he pursued her. He resolved in this life to excel academically, aiming to hold Xiaoxi's hand and step into the sanctity of marriage, raising children, and living a blissful life together. With a thought, the panel displayed 1 bottle of learning talent elixir in his hand. The bottle, small in size, merely the dimension of a thumb, is crafted from glass, containing a liquid that exudes a mysterious azure hue, with glimmers of starlight swirling within, creating a captivating sight. Lin Bin did not immediately unscrew the cap, pondering whether it might be poisonous. The system must be of exceptional quality. He reasoned that such an extraordinary occurrence as his rebirth and the binding of the system made this bottle of learning talent essence undoubtedly reliable. Thus, with resolve, Lin Bin removed the cap and consumed the essence. Instantly, a warm wave of energy surged through him, spreading to his limbs and eventually enveloping his mind, illuminating his senses with unparalleled clarity. He felt remarkably sharper, without any discernible side effects. Encouraged, he proceeded to drink the sleepless essence as well. The sensation from both was similar, quite pleasant indeed. Beep! The fan group of the mysterious restaurant has reached 1,000 members. The main quest has been completed. The reward of 80 million and the supreme swimming skills have been issued. Please check your account. After verifying his WeChat account, Lin Bin transferred the funds to 3 different bank cards. In the car, he integrated the supreme swimming skills. Arriving at the dormitory building, Lin Bin parked in the designated space, swiped his card to enter, and, finding that the dormitory supervisor was lenient with the male residents, he ascended to his room to rest. Upon waking the next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains. Lin Bin received a new task from his system. Beep. New task. Register a Kuaishou account and reach 3,000 followers. Reward, 100 million. Due to his busy schedule with military training, Lin Bin set the task aside, confident that it would not pose much of a challenge, as tasks from the system invariably translated to gifts of money, skills, and other valuable rewards. Wake up, called Li Jie, who had just assumed the role of dorm leader. His roommates chuckled. Jiege, you managed to wake up this early after watching films yesterday? Impressive. Li Jie smiled, urging them, all right, hurry up and brush your teeth, wash your face, get dressed, and have breakfast. We have military training right after the opening ceremony. Don't be late. Lin Bin noticed the lack of enthusiasm for military training on their faces, replaced instead by expressions of worry. After dressing and freshening up, the 6 roommates headed to the nearby Yulon cafeteria for breakfast. Having risen early, they had a bit of time to chat while eating. The topic was initiated by the food enthusiast, Hisu. What are your plans for university? What is the one thing you most wish to do? Li Jie squeezed a large meat bun, declaring, I want to find a girlfriend, preferably beautiful and a bit plump, not skinny. Wow, you're quite the lecher, laughed Hidong. Starved for affection. Ha ha ha. The roommates erupted in laughter. Lin Bin gently shook his head, chuckling, come on, Jiege. You can't even step out of the dorm without turning red when seeing a girl. You'll never get a girlfriend like that. He has been reborn, aware that his greatest passion for watching films has adversely affected his roommate's gaming internet speed. Throughout his 4 years in university, he remained single, never having touched a girl's hand. And even after graduation, he had yet to enter into a relationship. What? Have you installed a camera on me? Li Jie stared incredulously at Lin Bin. I can predict the future. I believe it. But how can I change? In the future, watch fewer films and download less. So doesn't he affect our dorm's internet speed? I'll heed your advice, Li Jie nodded, then turned to the others and Lin Bin, asking, don't you all want to find girlfriends in college? Girlfriends will only hinder my eating speed, said the food-loving Hudong, shaking his head. I wish to, but I lack the funds to support a girlfriend, replied the frugal Ho. Hu Qing nodded, expressing, I want to, but I'm not good-looking. It's probably hard to find a girlfriend. Li Wei stated, I need to focus on my studies and see if I have time for a girlfriend. Lin Bin was speechless. This one is from a wealthy family in Zhonghai, claiming to study while pondering finding a girlfriend. In reality, he is the most fickle. Changing girlfriends in college is as casual as changing clothes. Yet he always complains about not encountering true love. What about you, Bin? Li Ye muted, with the other roommates eagerly awaiting his response. As for me, I'm on the verge of having a girlfriend, Lin Bin replied with a slight smile. Wow, so fast. Li Jie's eyes widened in envy, and Hu Cheng felt similarly. Who is she? From our mechanical and electrical engineering school. From our major? The curiosity and gossiping spirit of Li Jie and the others intensified. They all gazed at Lin Bin, astonished by the rapid development. No, it's a high school classmate. No, she is from our Ning University's Fine Arts College, majoring in visual arts. Wow, brother, I admire you. You've even hooked up with a girl from another college. Impressive. It's all right. What stage are you two at? We exchanged WeChat. Impressive. I want to learn from you. Li Jie raised his eyebrows at Lin Bin. We're destined for each other. There's nothing to learn. Just watch fewer films in the future, Lin Bin said with a smile. The roommates burst into laughter. Hu Chang asked Lin Bin, is your future girlfriend attractive? We all want to see her. Remember to call us for backup. She'll be the future campus belle. I'll bring her out to meet you. Lin Bin nodded. By the way, I'll see if I can introduce her roommate to you guys. You should also make an effort to become a couple. Campus belle? Future campus belle? Is this for real? Do you have a picture? This seemed a bit absurd. Campus belles are not typically within reach for people like us. The roommates shook their heads in disbelief, except for Li Wei, the wealthy son who had encountered countless high school beauties and found nothing strange about it. Chapter 78, Protecting the Beloved Little Feet. I believe Bin can pursue the campus belle. Look at him, tall and handsome. It's a sure thing. Li Wei asserted. Looking at Lin Bin, we're just waiting for your success. Wishing you success. Wishing you success. Wishing you success. Li Jie asked the frugal Ho, what about you, Ho? How do you plan to spend your college years? Gathering scraps to earn a living and becoming the king of refuse. Li Jie chuckled, incredulous that this person truly intended to scavenge for money while in university, forsaking his studies. Do not think that way, Ho Ge, Lin Bin interjected hastily. It is unrealistic to believe that one can amass wealth through collecting rubbish. In his previous life, this individual had accumulated bottles and cans on the balcony of their dormitory, leading to numerous quarrels. If you wish to earn money, join me in my endeavors. Join you? Ah Bin, have you embarked on a career? Questioned the scavenger, Ho. The other roommates looked on with curiosity. Lin Bin affirmed, indeed, I have opened a boutique restaurant. I am currently in need of staff. Would you be interested? You too. Fatty, he added, hoping to keep his own workload light. He sought to recruit attendants to manage cleaning duties and prepare the kitchen, washing vegetables, chopping, and cleaning dishes, while he focused solely on cooking. You've opened a restaurant. Ho scrutinized Lin Bin with disbelief. Is it your parents' establishment? The other roommates' eyes widened in astonishment. They were all merely 17 or 18, fresh out of high school, and few among them owned their own businesses. It is my own venture. Would you care to join? I assure you, the wages will be generous. I am rather lazy and wish to enjoy life, Lin Bin tempted Ho, hoping to prevent a recurrence of the previous life, where refuse cluttered their balcony, rendering it uninhabitable and a source of annoyance. What is the salary? Fatty Hidong inquired eagerly. Coming from modest background, he had long contemplated working part-time during university to sustain himself while sampling all that Ninghai City had to offer, and perhaps even the entire Haizhou province. Lin Bin raised 3 fingers. You will work just 2 hours each evening, earning 3,000 a month. This remuneration was indeed substantial for part-time employment. Many restaurant staff in Ninghai City earn merely over 3,000 monthly, a trend echoed throughout Haizhou province. 2 hours a day for 3,000 a month. Fatty adjusted his position closer to Lin Bin. Is this for real? Absolutely. I would never deceive a fellow countryman. Lin Bin reassured him. I'm in. I'll come work with you. Fatty exclaimed with enthusiasm. His mother toiled tirelessly at a township enterprise, scarcely earning over 3,000 per month. The prospect of working just 2 hours daily for the same amount was irresistible. Not taking this opportunity would be foolish, he grinned. Very well, Fatty, you are now my staff. Come with me tonight to open the restaurant. And you, Ho Ge? I shall join as well. Ho raised his hand, recognizing that passing up on money would be unwise. His family's financial situation was no better, which was why he resorted to scavenging. Excellent, Ho Ge. You too are my employee. I will drive you both to the restaurant tonight, and I'll treat you to dinner as well. Lin Bin surveyed his roommates. In his previous life, after graduation, they had all gone their separate ways and never reunited for meals or drinks. Now reborn, Lin Bin yearned to bond with them once more, hoping to keep them all in Ninghai City. Wonderful. I look forward to the meal and drinks. Wait, you have a car? You bought a car? The shabby man blinked and inquired. The plump Li Jie and Hu Qing also turned their gazes towards Lin Bin, their eyes filled with envy and astonishment. Lin Bin nodded. At this moment, he intended to display a bit of bravado to ensure their unwavering loyalty, enabling him to relax and earn money more effortlessly. What kind of store is so profitable? What food are you selling? Li Jie asked. Currently, we sell tea, eggs, and plain noodles, as well as golden fried eggs, Lin Bin replied. Are these items truly that lucrative? Hidong inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. You will understand once you visit the shop. I want to work for you. Li Jie raised his hand softly. Hu Chung, would you like to join as well? Lin Bin asked the literary youth, who was also a sports enthusiast. Hu Chung queried, can you really hire so many employees at once? Have you struck it rich? Do you even have a house now? Yes, I have a house too. Do you want to join my team? I must join. Hu Chung raised his hand enthusiastically. At that moment, Li Wei also raised his hand, declaring, I want to join too. Young master, you might want to reconsider. Someone with a family fortune of hundreds of billions shouldn't need to experience life in that manner. Lin Bin chuckled after a moment of surprise. He was concerned that should this esteemed young master injure himself while working in his shop, he would be unable to compensate for the damages. If you all are joining, I will definitely go. It will be lively, and it will foster camaraderie among our dormitory. Don't you think? Li Wei remarked, sipping a bowl of plain millet porridge. Addressing Lin Bin and the other roommates. Seeing his earnest expression, Li Jie and the others nodded in agreement. Ah Bin, let him join as well, one suggested. I also believe so. We are all good brothers. Working, drinking, and dining together daily sounds exhilarating. I concur with the young master joining. Let him in. We should all partake in the fun together, leaving no one behind. All right then, the young master is now a partner in our shop. Lin Bin considered his roommate's words to be quite valid. Working, dining, and drinking together would surely enhance their bonds, fostering brotherhood and solidarity. However, I have one condition, Lin Bin said, turning to Li Wei, the young master who had come from the metropolis of Zhonghai to experience university life. What is it? In my shop, you should avoid heavy labor. Just do your part, he stated. All right, I will heed your wishes, boss. Li Wei responda. By the way, Li Wei said, looking curiously at Lin Bin, how did you know my family is wealthy? I possess the gift of foresight. Really? You often suffer from constipation, don't you? Lin Bin said, feigning mystery with a slight smile, exuding an air of someone with uncanny insight. What? Li Wei gasped in shock. The roommates were oblivious to this detail. He had never mentioned it to them. Did you truly guess correctly? Ahaha. Li Jie and the others burst into laughter. Do you believe me now? Lin Bin asked with a smile. You must be making a lucky guess. Tell me something else. Li Wei retorted, not easily convinced. How could a fine university student possess such abilities? He was just as young as Lin Bin. In high school, you dated numerous school beauties, but always felt you hadn't encountered your true love. Lin Bin remarked with an enigmatic smile, adopting a slight air of an insightful sage. Li Wei was taken aback. These were words he had never shared with his university roommates, Lin Bin and the others, since the beginning of the semester. In his previous life, it wasn't until his sophomore and junior years that he confided in them. What the heck is it right again? Li Jie inquired. Observing Li Wei's expression, Li Wei nodded, astonished. He saw Lin Bin radiating a glow, resembling an enigmatic sage. Incredible. Enlightenment has dawned upon me. A Bin. You are not merely a restaurateur, but also a fortune teller. His roommates unanimously gave Lin Bin a thumbs up. Lin Bin glanced at the time on his phone, then retrieved a large packet of butterfly cushions from his bag, intending to place them beneath his feet, and handed some to classmate Xiao, she to protect her beloved little feet. Upon witnessing this, his roommates widened their eyes in disbelief. Ah, Bin, what on earth are you doing? You can't be a creep, can you? This is the cafeteria, man. Quickly put that away. Be careful, or the security will come and escort you for tea. Chapter 79, Escape. You may not know, but these are foot cushions for military training, to prevent our soles from being worn and bleeding, Lin Bin explained to his roommates. Really? Such a cold piece of knowledge? Amazing. Maya Bin, how did you think of that? Give me one. I want one too. Meh, meh, meh. Lin Bin discreetly distributed the butterfly cushions, and they blushed, hastily tucking them into their pockets. Let us find a secluded spot downstairs to use them, Brother Ho suggested to Lin Bin and the others. There are many girls passing by here, and the cafeteria staff are watching from the serving window. Indeed. Let us go. They all nodded in agreement. Lin Bin told them, you all head on first. I'll go find my future wife. What a guy who prioritizes romance over friendship. Go on, go on. We'll regroup at the playground. After parting ways, Lin Bin initiated a voice call with classmate Xiao, she on WeChat. She seemed to hesitate for a moment before answering. Lin, is there something you need? Are you still in the dorm building or somewhere else? We're gathering downstairs. I'm heading over now, so please wait for me. All right, I'll wait for you. If there's anything urgent, feel free to tell me now. Lin Bin felt that since last night, their relationship had grown considerably. You must wait for me. Once Lin Bin ended the voice call, he dashed towards the girls' dormitory number 3, moving so swiftly that many senior students turned to look. Is this guy a track and field team prodigy? Upon arriving at the base of dormitory number 3, Lin Bin spotted Xiao Shi and 3 other girls, including Delu, engaged in conversation. He approached them, greeting good morning. Morning. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Bin directed his gaze to Xiao Shi, who was slightly bowing her head before him. Xiao Shi, could we speak privately for a moment? Delu, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Qin, sensing the situation, quickly interjected, we 1TB the third wheel. You two carry on. As they departed, they turned back several times, wearing expressions of curiosity and laughter. Finally, she peered out from behind the tree trunk, glancing over occasionally. Xiaoxi felt a tinge of shyness in front of her male classmate Lin Bin, her body tense as she clutched the sides of her camouflage trousers, straining to conceal her height. A gentle breeze blew, and Lin Bin couldn't help but think how beautiful Xiaoxi looked at that moment. She wore a camouflage cap, her hair tied up, revealing her round, fair, and exquisitely tender face, along with her long, snow-white neck. Lin, if you have something to say, just say it, Xiaoxi remarked without looking up, yet she could sense his gaze lingering on her for a while. Lin Bin responded with an O, leading her to the farthest corner from the crowd. He presented her with a large butterfly-shaped cushion from his backpack, but before he could speak, Xiaoxi's face flushed bright red, and she instinctively took a step back, still too shy to meet his eyes. Don't panic, this is for your foot during military training, otherwise, those shoes will blister your soles and draw blood, he reassured her. I don't want it, Xiaoxi exclaimed, turning to flee. Dei Liu and her friends rushed over to ask what had happened. Xiaoxi remained silent. Did Lin Bin bully you? Dei Liu's expression turned icy, and before Xiaoxi could respond, she charged towards Lin Bin. What are you doing? Have you been bullying our Xiaoxi again? I haven't. I merely wanted to offer her this cushion to prevent her shoes from hurting her feet during training, Lin Bin explained. Upon seeing the large butterfly cushion in Lin Bin's hands, Dei Liu instantly understood why Xiaoxi had panicked and run away. You a boy, giving a girl something like this. How could she not be startled and run off? Dei Liu retorted. I was only thinking of protecting Xiaoxi's feet. I didn't consider anything else. Lin Bin smeed. Is it really that useful? Dei Liu inquired. Absolutely. You can take it and share it with her. Remember to remind Xiaoxi to use it. And if you run out, let me know. I have plenty more. Lin Bin handed a package of the butterfly cushions to Dei Liu. Dei Liu, accustomed to playing with boys and brotherly banter, exhibited no signs of embarrassment as she took it with a nod, saying, all right, I trust you. I'll take care of this for the next half-month of training, and we'll make sure Xiaoxi uses it. Thanks, I appreciate it, Lin Bin replied. No problem. By the way, has Xiaoxi used sunscreen yet? I initially intended to give it to her as a fellow townsman, but she refused. I practically had to apply it on her for her to accept it. She mentioned she would pay me back once she earned some money. As long as she uses it, we can deal with the future later. Yes, let us get ready. Our class is about to assemble. Go on, Lin Bin said, bidding farewell to Dei Liu as he returned to the designated meeting spot for their class, preparing to head to the playground for the military training assembly. During the assembly, Lin Bin hardly paid attention to the leaders on stage, instead sending a text to Xiaoxi on WeChat. Xiaoxi, have you used the cushion? He felt it essential to protect her delicate, petite, snow-white feet, as they were destined to become his most cherished treasure. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaoxi finally replied with 3 simple words. I've used it. That's good. If you need more, just let me know. We will buy it ourselves. You need not spend your money. Lin Bin understood that, given her character, she would not take something for free. She would compensate according to its value. I have plenty. It must not go to waste. Let us use it together. You can share it with your roommates. Lin Bin knew that she did not owe him too much at the moment. Xiaoxi sent another message. I heard Lu Xingyu and the others talk about the incident last night when you bumped into the door while carrying me downstairs. I will reimburse you for the glass door once I earn some money. When that time comes, I hope you will sincerely tell me how much it costs. Isn't it unnecessary to fuss over this? After all, you are my future wife. What is wrong with taking care of you? It's not excessive. Xiaoxi remained silent for a long time. Linbin wondered if she was angry or perhaps startled. He had called her his wife again. As the military training assembly was nearing its conclusion, he messaged her. If you wish to earn money to repay me, that's fine. But could you please listen to me? I can teach you how to make money. Linbin recalled that in his previous life, he had helped her set up an online store to sell her art, which had garnered nearly 150,000 in 3 years. His future wife possessed remarkable artistic talent, and her works exuded a unique spirit. Beneath the warm hues lay a subtle melancholy, a poetic sadness that often went unnoticed. Her creations were cherished by both students and faculty at the Art Academy, and online buyers adored them. Almost all who purchased her art became devoted fans. To be continued. Thank you to Ayun, who loves sweet and sour pig's trotters, for all the support on the gift leaderboard. Chapter 80, Our Pure Love, all right. Then I thank you in advance. Linbin knew that Xiaoxi would agree to let him help her earn money. Due to her family's financial constraints, she had previously distributed flyers on the streets and worked as a waitress while attending university until Linbin showcased her artwork online, allowing them to escape their exhausting and poorly compensated part-time jobs. After the military training, they would meet at the entrance of the playground. Linbin sent a cheerful message. His roommates were envious. You are different from us. You have a girl to chat with. We are not the same. Jiegu even began to sing. I feel envious. I hope to find a girl I like soon. University romance feels truly wonderful. There's no one to restrict you, no need for secrecy, and certainly no influence from the corrupt financial views of society. Pure love. When will it be my turn? After the military training assembly concluded, each department, major, and class proceeded to their designated areas, marking the official commencement of the military training. Linbin was hardly preoccupied with military training. His thoughts were consumed by how to assist Xiaoxi in her artistic endeavors, pondering how he might hold her hand, when they could share a kiss, and when they might retreat to a private room to celebrate their affection. Fortunately, having integrated the super soldier physique and imbibed the learning talent essence, he mastered the coach's instructions in an instant. While his classmates were either tense or diligently practicing various movements during breaks, he leisurely rested on the sidelines, dedicating his time to help Xiaoxi establish a store on an online platform, eagerly awaiting her artwork to be uploaded and for buyers to place orders. After completing this task, he downloaded a popular short video app and registered a food account under the whimsical name A Mysterious Restaurant of Salted Fish. He then created a QR code to facilitate his fans and friends in following his account. He shared the QR code across various social media platforms, and most acquaintances, when they found the time, eagerly scanned to show their support. By 4:30 that afternoon, his follower count had soared to 1,028. Linbin was aware that nearly all of his regular customers had subscribed to his video account, a testament to their unwavering loyalty, for which he felt immense gratitude. Finally, the day of military training concluded, and students erupted in jubilant cheers, rushing towards the school canteens. Most were reluctant participants in the grueling training, yet a few resolute classmates remained full of energy, vying for the honor of being military training model students, adding a boast-worthy experience to their university lives. Linbin, however, was indifferent to the training. His heart soared at the prospect of soon seeing Xiaoxi, nearly whistling his way to the gates of the playground, although he refrained. As the crowd surged past, Xiaoxi appeared, not alone, but accompanied by her 3 roommates, including Delu. Xiaoxi, Linbin called, waving at them. Xiaoxi reciprocated, while Delu and her friends exchanged a few words with her before they all approached. Instead of heading to the canteen, the trio remained by Xiaoxi's side. Like 3 guardians watching over a delicate flower, their gazes fixed on Linbin. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a villain, Linbin chuckled. Delu retorted, what if you harm our Xiaoxi? Xiaoyu added, Xiaoxi is still young. You must not take advantage of her. Xiaoqi nodded emphatically, exactly. You must not deceive Xiaoxi. You cannot cause her harm. Seeing Xiaoxi's roommates so protective of her reassured Linbin. Xiaoxi's demeanor and charm naturally evoked a sense of protectiveness in those around her, whether they were boys or girls. much like Lin Bin and Alu. Whereas the harm in wanting to help Xiao Shi flourish. Please don't think of me so negatively, Lin Bin responded, taking their playful banter in stride, smiling as he engaged in conversation with them for a while. Then Lin Bin said to Xiao Shi, "Dear Xiao Shi, I have opened an online store for you. Whenever you create a new piece, just take a photo and send it to me. If someone places an order, we will ship it, and you will earn some money." Xiao Shi nodded, feeling the warmth and care Lin Bin showed her, as well as the subtle affection that existed between them. "Dude, why are you so nice to Xiao Shi?" Lu asked with curiosity. Lin Bin chuckled and replied, "Have you forgotten that I can tell fortunes? Xiao Shi is destined to be my future wife. I came to this school for her." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi bit her lip and lowered her head. Feeling shy in front of her roommates, her cheeks flushed. Lu, believing in Lin Bin's fortune-telling skills, nodded in understanding. "No wonder. I get it now. That is why you targeted me first to get close to Xiao Shi." Xiao Yu and Xiao Qin shook their heads, thinking Lin Bin's approach was too cliché. If it were them, they certainly wouldn't fall for such tricks. "Aren't you three going to eat?" Lin Bin asked Lu and her friends, hoping to create an opportunity to stroll with Xiao Shi around the campus and enjoy some quality time alone with her. "We'll go eat together later. When are you finishing your discussion about the store?" Liu responded. Lin Bin wanted to have a private conversation with Xiao Shi, so he encouraged them. "You all can go ahead to the cafeteria. With so many people on campus, it would be impossible for me to openly pursue Xiao Shi." The trio glanced around and noted the crowd, realizing there were indeed no secluded corners. Finally, Lu turned to Xiao Shi. "So, Xiao Shi, will you be okay on your own while we go eat?" Xiao Shi, who had little money on her student card, preferred to wait for a quieter time to eat, hoping to find leftover food at a lower price, maybe even some meat if luck was on her side. She nodded in agreement. "I can manage. You all go ahead." "All right," Lu replied, and they left the playground, heading towards the nearest cafeteria. Lin Bin was overjoyed. He pointed to a small path outside the playground and suggested, "Shall we walk there and talk?" Xiao Shi shook her head. "Can we just walk around the playground instead?" Most girls are quite cautious, and Lin Bin, like a wolf, found it challenging to achieve his small goal of holding her hand. "Okay, let's walk," Lin Bin agreed. He understood that pursuing someone as special as Xiao Shi required patience. First, he needed to earn her trust, and it had to be profound. To be continued, the author humbly thanks you. Special thanks to all supporters on the gift leaderboard, including the generous contributions from those who love fried rice. Chapter 81. Just a little closer once again, Lin Bin walked ahead, with Xiao Shi following closely behind. Lin Bin smiled, finding his future wife adorably shy to an extreme degree. He turned to her in the glow of the setting sun and said, "Xiao Shi, if you don't come up here and walk with me, how shall we discuss our plans for opening a business? The opportunities between us must not be overheard and stolen by others." He was playfully coaxing her. The notion of establishing an online store to sell her artistic creations hardly constituted a genuine business venture. Xiao Shi paused momentarily, clearly hesitant, sensing Lin's cunning nature. "Hurry up, Xiao Shi. If you delay, you might miss your meal," Lin Bin urged, intentionally hastening her pace, his expression growing somewhat serious. Xiao Shi, a kind-hearted girl sensitive to the emotions of others, noticed Lin seemed a bit perturbed by her trailing behind. Offended, she gently nodded and took small steps to catch up. The sunset lending a slight flush to her pale cheeks, rendering her appearance more vibrant and healthy. "That's more like it," Lin Bin remarked, pleased. As Xiao Shi walked alongside him, a distance of over a meter lingered between them. "I assure you, I'm not a villain," Lin Bin chuckled, bemused by the caution exhibited by his future wife. "I can hear you." After a slight bite of her soft pink lips, Xiao Shi whispered, her voice drifting on the breeze into Lin Bin's ears, delicate and gentle, like a dandelion taking flight or a tuft of cotton. It was soothing to Lin Bin's senses. "However, my hearing is not very good," he replied, taking half a step closer to her, knowing full well his hearing was quite sharp. Xiao Shi shifted to the left, still maintaining her distance, appearing timid and endearingly naive. "Xiao Shi, I truly have poor hearing. Please come a little closer. We're in the playground, surrounded by so many people. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor?" Lin Bin said with a smile, enjoying the playful banter with her. He gestured towards the throng of people engaging in various exercises on the playground. Some playing football, others sprinting or jogging. Well, can't you hear me now? Xiaoxi dared not meet Lin Bin's gaze, instead focusing on the rubberized track beneath her feet. She had turned the tables on him. Quite impressive, Lin Bin thought, observing the egg-shaped contour of her profile, shaking his head slightly. This wife of his, while seemingly simple-minded, displayed a hint of cleverness, setting her apart from many naive souls. All right then, let us proceed as such, Lin Bin nodded, continuing to walk beside Xiaoxi. Let us discuss the prospect of opening an online store to showcase your artwork for sale. Do you have any questions? Feel free to ask, and I shall answer them all. This method of earning money was hardly novel for someone like him, who had grown up in the city. Yet for Xiaoxi, hailing from a remote village, many of the concepts he was familiar with might be entirely new to her. With that, Lin Bin subtly inched a fraction closer to Xiaoxi, almost imperceptibly. In his heart, he pondered how he could grasp her delicate, boneless hand, relishing the silky sensation and the electrifying thrill that accompanied it. Xiaoxi, with her eyelids drooping, seemed lost in thought, oblivious to Lin Bin inching closer to her, which ignited a euphoric glee within him, nearly compelling him to wear a smile. Just a little closer, he deftly navigated the diminishing distance between them. Xiaoxi remained unaware. Typically, when two individuals walk together, they ebb and flow in proximity, drawing near and then drifting apart. Thus, Lin Bin continued to succeed. As they passed the soccer goal on the playground's grass, Xiaoxi inquired, "Lin, will this really earn us money?" Lin Bin replied, "From now on, you can call me Xiao Lin. We are friends now. I'll call you Xiaoxi. Is that all right?" "Okay, Xiao Lin," she nodded. "Rest assured, Xiaoxi, this venture will undoubtedly be profitable," Lin Bin asserted with conviction. If no one purchased her creations, he would discreetly procure them himself to keep as a collection. "What do you mean by an online store?" Xiaoxi asked curiously, eager to understand more, hoping to alleviate her grandmother's financial burden from farming and support her younger sister through school, ultimately enabling her to escape the impoverished confines of their village and experience the vastness and splendor of the world. It is akin to opening a shop online, a virtual store which stands in stark contrast to a brick-and-mortar establishment. The rental expenses are significantly lower, Lin Bin elaborated, sharing all that he knew. Xiaoxi nodded continuously, though somewhat perplexed, stating, "I will rely on you for assistance in the future. Please be patient in teaching me where I struggle. It's not that complicated. I'll photograph your creations and list them in the online store. When someone places an order, I'll arrange for delivery. It may take some time for photo editing, as I'm not very skilled at it, but I believe I can learn anything well." Lin Bin thought of gently ruffling Xiaoxi's hair, wishing to assure her that he would cherish and love her for a lifetime, relieving her of all burdens. However, he refrained, fearing it might frighten her away and jeopardize their budding connection. "I will also diligently learn how to operate everything, striving not to burden you." Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Bin retrieved 3 banknotes from his pocket, 100 yuan bill and 2 50 yuan bills, remnants of what Xiaoxi had previously given him in secret. "Here, you can use this for now. When your creations sell, you can repay me," he offered. "No, you must keep it." "I owe you," Xiaoxi insisted, shaking her head. "I truly don't need this small amount," he reassured her. "No, you must take it. Just write me an IOU for now, and you can repay me when you have the money. We are classmates, and more importantly, friends. We should support each other in times of need. Wouldn't you agree?" Under Lin Bin's persuasion, Xiaoxi eventually nodded, and right then and there, she pinned down an IOU, including the funds from her big butterfly venture in the debt, signing her elegantly beautiful name. "All right, I shall await your fortune to repay me," Lin Bin said as he carefully folded the IOU, intending to cherish it for the future when they would be together. Reminiscing about this moment and teasing Xiao, she seemed rather delightful. Xiaoxi nodded, the setting sun casting its warm glow upon her, with a gentle breeze lifting a few strands of her hair, which were tinted a soft golden hue. Lin Bin, standing beside her, caught a whiff of her familiar yet unfamiliar fragrance, unique to her. He leaned in a tad closer, yearning to take hold of her delicate hand. At that moment, a loud shout pierced the air. "Watch out!" Looking up, Lin Bin spotted a soccer ball soaring through the air towards them, with a chubby boy in a jersey obliviously chasing it, entirely engrossed in the game and oblivious to Xiaoxi behind him. The boy, standing around 178 meters tall, resembled a human tank. Should he collide with the petite and delicate Xiaoxi, she would surely be knocked over. It was a perilous situation. Lin Bin quickly grasped her hand, pulling her behind him, and with lightning speed, he positioned himself in front of the boy, bracing himself with his shoulder. In that critical moment, the boy seemed to crash against a mountain, toppling to the ground, while the soccer ball plummeted toward them. Lin Bin swiftly extended his hand and, with a powerful punch, sent the ball soaring over 10 meters into the air. My apologies, I didn't see you all playing. The boy sheepishly scratched his head and addressed Lin Bin, eyeing him up and down in disbelief. This person had actually managed to send him flying. How astonishing. The boy's companions, who had been playing alongside him, gaped at Lin Bin in utter astonishment, mouths agape and eyes wide. I can't believe he actually sent that mountain of flesh flying. Am I seeing things? Incredible, this young man. Truly impressive. To send the soccer ball flying that high with a single punch. His strength is remarkable, and his reflexes are so swift. He looked quite dashing just now. With the abilities of a super soldier, Lin Bin's astonishing feats were hardly surprising. He turned back, concerned, and asked Xiaoxi, "Are you all right? Not too frightened, I hope?" Xiaoxi cast her gaze downwards, and so did Lin Bin. Their hands had intertwined. Startled, Xiaoxi promptly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, her breath quickening, and her heart racing, as her wide, clear eyes sparkled with surprise. Lin Bin felt a surge of joy. Regrettably, his attention had been entirely focused on the boy and the soccer ball, preventing him from fully savoring the exquisite sensation of Xiaoxi's delicate hand. Nonetheless, it was a delightful moment. Lin Bin wished to assure her that it was unintentional, but Xiaoxi swiftly turned and ran away, likely embarrassed and not wanting him to witness her flustered demeanor. In a previous life, Xiaoxi had harbored a fondness for him as well. Their affection was mutual and fervent, and it seemed that this life would be no different. "Xiaoxi, let's dine together. There are still matters left unsaid." Lin Bin called out to the flustered Xiaoxi as she hurriedly fled. He wished to avoid pursuing her too fervently, fearing she might stumble on the synthetic track and injure her hands, feet, or delicate face, which would be quite unfortunate. Xiaoxi did not glance back or respond. It was only when she vanished around the corner of the academic building that Lin Bin received a message from her on WeChat. "Shall I treat you to dinner tomorrow afternoon? I appreciate your help in devising a way to earn money, and you protected me earlier, thank you." Lin Bin was not anxious. He felt certain that Xiaoxi would eventually fall into his grasp, and he sensed that it would not take long. This premonition was strong and vivid in his heart. He smirked silently, his lips curving upward in satisfaction, feeling quite delighted within. He gazed at the hand that had just held Xiaoxi's tiny hand, bringing it to his chest for a closer inspection. Then he moved to a less crowded area, bringing it to his nose to inhale. It still bore the faint, natural fragrance reminiscent of beauty from his previous life. Perhaps he should refrain from washing his hands or taking a shower for a week. Lin Bin chuckled inwardly at this thought, then shook his head. As he exited the playground, Lin Bin received a call from his dorm leader, Brother Jia. "Ah Bin, how is your date with the campus beauty progressing? I'll tell you more when you come to my shop. Tonight, I'm treating." Lin Bin replied with enthusiasm, "Great." Brother Jia, evidently pleased, chuckled heartily, for Boss Ah Bin was treating them to drinks and dinner. "Where are you now?" "In the dormitory. There were too many people earlier, so we haven't had dinner yet." "Perfect. Come to my shop for a hearty meal." "How generous. Wait for me at the dormitory entrance. I'll drive you." Lin Bin hastened to the parking lot, quickly retrieving his car and arriving at the boys' dormitory. His roommates awaited him, their faces brimming with curiosity, chattering animatedly as they approached the vehicle. Lin Bin halted before them, lowered the window, and nodded. His roommates looked on enviously at the car before climbing in. Some classmates observed this scene and assumed Lin Bin was a wealthy heir. "This car is quite comfortable," Brother Jia remarked, shifting in his seat and nodding in approval. "Not too bad. Make yourselves comfortable," Lin Bin replied. "All right, let's south at the road." He started the engine, cruising along the campus paths at a leisurely pace, mindful of the students and faculty around. "So, how is it going with your campus beauty, your girlfriend?" Li Wei inquired, arching an eyebrow at Lin Bin. This was a topic of great interest to the entire dormitory, eager to glean every detail. Brother Jia was egging on Hidong and the others. "Come on, spill the beans. We're dying to know. Have you succeeded yet? It can't be that quick." Lin Bin, overwhelmed by their raucous enthusiasm, replied, "The date went quite well. I managed to hold her hand." "No way. You held her hand." "I admit, I'm envious. What was it like?" His roommates erupted in fervent questioning, shouting and clamoring for more details. Just freed from the burdens of their academic pursuits, they were filled with imagination and longing for the scenes and moments of interacting with girls. Of course, Lin Bin considered Li Wei to be an exception. This guy was a complete scoundrel, a veritable rogue among rogues, though he himself did not perceive himself in such a light. Lin Bin remarked, "It was a rather pleasant experience, I suppose. It was a chance encounter, and before I could fully savor the moment, it ended." "Is that it? It can't just end like that." His roommates relentlessly probed for every detail, hungry for information. Lin Bin glanced at them through the rearview mirror, shaking his head slightly. "You guys are just as gossipy as girls." He continued, "Moreover, I performed a gallant rescue. She's treating me to a meal tomorrow, probably at the school cafeteria." He yearned for another chance to share a table with Xiao Shi, basking in the sunlight together while dining. The image of her eating was truly a refined delight. Is she a feast for the eyes? Surely. Upon hearing this, his roommates erupted in excitement. Awesome. Abin is about to have a girlfriend. Dining with the girl he likes in the cafeteria. How romantic. They urged, "If you successfully find love, don't forget about us, your brothers. Introduce us to your girlfriend's roommates. We could arrange a social gathering. This would be an immense deed." All right. Lin Bin nodded, steering the car as they exited the school gate, nearing the food street. Li Wei inquired, "Abin, I noticed you started a Kuaishou food account today. Few followers, looking to increase your fan base, are you? Need my assistance? I have a cousin here who is a food blogger with 1 million followers. Thanks for the support, especially to the 5th place on the gift leaderboard. Who holds Jing Jing in their heart?" To be continued. Chapter 83. The joys of life. Yes, I would like to gain some followers. I would appreciate your help. Lin Bin replied. Li Wei nodded but added, "However, my cousin is rather peculiar. He won't promote places that serve subpar food. Just invite him to try the food, and I'm confident he would willingly assist in promoting it." Lin Bin asserted with confidence. "Tonight, I'll give it a taste, and if it's good, I'll call him over." Good. The car pulled into the food street and parked. Lin Bin and his 5 roommates disembarked. "Which shop is yours, Abin?" they asked. "That one," Lin Bin pointed ahead. "No name?" "It has a name. It just isn't displayed." "A shop without a sign?" You all look at each other in disbelief, puzzled. "Is there really someone who opens a shop without a sign?" "Yes, it's called the Mysterious Restaurant, hence no sign." "What is that about? Can you really succeed like this?" His roommates expressed their concerns. "If I can't succeed, how will I buy a house or a car?" Lin Bin countered. "That is true. Let us go take a look." Lin Bin led them forward, opening the rolling shutter door and inviting them inside. The roommates wandered about, examining everything. Except for the wealthy scion Li Wei, they all felt a tinge of envy towards Lin Bin, believing that owning a shop near their university was an extraordinary experience. Lin Bin first allowed them to sit and rest for a while before assigning some tasks. He intended to take a back seat, delegating as much work as possible to his roommates, for he was not in want of money at the moment. This approach would afford him more time and energy to indulge in pampering his dear classmate, Xiao Shi, who had devoted herself wholeheartedly to him in their previous life. "Fatty, you will be in charge of receiving guests both inside and outside the shop," Lin Bin declared, feeling that Fatty's round appearance exuded a certain cheerfulness that would be effective in welcoming patrons. Perhaps the guests might even assume he had grown plump from dining here. "I can handle the job," Fatty responded with a salute to Lin Bin. "Ho go, you're responsible for collecting and washing dishes, as well as maintaining the cleanliness of the premises. Your somewhat insecure demeanor makes you less suitable for guest interactions. It is best for you to quietly fulfill your duties in the corner." "Absolutely. I will take care of everything." Hoga nodded affirmatively. "Hu Chung, you will handle the butchering of fish and chickens, as well as chopping meat and bones. This athletic fellow should be well equipped for such physically demanding tasks. Understood. Hu Qing nodded emphatically. Jiego, your role will be more flexible. You will adapt to my arrangements as you are quite adept at running errands. Sure, young master. You can serve as a food runner, Lin Bin said, glancing at the fair-skinned Li Wei, who possessed a handsome appearance and charisma that would likely attract many female patrons, encouraging them to become regular visitors. Of course, the most crucial factor in retaining customers remained his exquisite culinary skills and the mystical spring water. I will ensure this task is completed. Li Wei suddenly felt a desire to experience the ordinary life of his roommates. Lin Bin temporarily assigned these roles, planning to adjust them as circumstances evolved, believing that once the system upgraded from its slumber, the establishment would flourish, expanding its menu and potentially increasing sales. Adequate staffing was essential for him to enjoy a laid-back existence and lead an idyllic life. Once the work was assigned, the roommates set to their tasks. Lin Bin instructed Hu Cheng to wash 50 eggs and prepare tea eggs. Although the rule permitted a maximum sale of only 10 portions, the remainder could be freely utilized, whether gifted or consumed by himself. These eggs had further purposes. Lin Bin also began kneading dough to make noodles. The workload in the shop was light, and once completed, he planned to send Jie Ge to the food street to procure some snacks and beverages, as he intended to share a few drinks and engage in jovial conversation with his brothers that evening. Before long, Jie Ge and Fatty returned with a plethora of snacks and drinks, including grilled fish, spicy frog hot pot, grilled coal noodles, and squid on a hot plate. There was an abundance of food, with many shop owners personally delivering their offerings, all affectionately addressing Lin Bin as Boss Lin, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere. After all, they were all situated on the same street and shared a WeChat group. Lin Bin had previously made some efforts to cultivate these relationships, and now they enjoyed a strong camaraderie. Ah Bin, whenever we go shopping, people always say they know you, and everything is much cheaper, exclaimed Fatty, his face beaming with joy. There is a certain delight in spending less money while enjoying an abundance of food. It feels as though the proprietors of this gourmet street are all acquainted with you. Brother Jie complimented him. Surprisingly, this was indeed the case. Who is unaware of the exorbitant prices at those mysterious restaurants that offer extraordinary value amidst numerous rules? All right, let us sit down and drink. Lin Bin beckoned his friends to take a seat. Beer and liquor filled the glasses to the brim, and soon, laughter and cheers filled the air, enveloping the place in a lively atmosphere. The joy of gathering with friends over drinks was truly exquisite. Lin Bin once again reflected on the regrets he bore from a past life, where he had sacrificed too much for his career and missed out on the pleasures of life. Cheers to a truly refreshing experience, he exclaimed, feeling the fatigue from military training dissipate. The six of them clinked glasses intermittently, sharing laughter and camaraderie, the atmosphere brimming with joy. Brother Jie recounted his past crushes on 18 different girls, lamenting that he never mustered the courage to confess, missing out on them all. His roommates shook their heads in jest, teasing him about his timidity and urging him to change his ways for fear of missing out again. They chatted merrily, treating one another like brothers. Hey, Ah Bin, let us sample your culinary skills. Li Wei suddenly called out to Lin Bin. Had he not mentioned it, Lin Bin might have forgotten, but with his roommates present, he had to let them experience his divine cooking. Just a moment, Lin Bin replied, rising to retrieve the tea eggs he had prepared. Half an hour had passed, and they were now perfectly infused with flavor. He lifted a large platter of tea eggs, drizzled with marinade, and presented them at the table. First, try my traditional fragrant tea eggs. Such a long name? Traditional? It sounds impressive. So fragrant. I just indulged in drinks, and now I'm still craving more. Fatty's nose twitched as he licked his lips, drawn in by the unique aroma of the tea eggs. As a true foodie, he was the first to reach out. The others soon followed suit, captivated by the enticing scent. Their movements momentarily paused before hastening as they peeled the eggshells with fervor. After tasting a bite, their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Lin Bin, quickly finishing the tea egg in hand before reaching for more. Finish it. Grab more. Eat, eat, eat. They were insatiable. Thanks to the fourth place on the gift list, To all those who rewarded me for my delicious braised kelp. To be continued. Chapter 84. Will they come? In no time, Fatty and his friends devoured 15 tea eggs. Limbin had to intervene to get them to stop. How can it be this delicious? I've never tasted tea eggs this exquisite before. The flavor is truly exceptional. The texture is delightful. The egg white is so tender yet resilient. His roommates sang praises. Limbin turned to Li Wei, who still seemed to crave more. What do you think of my culinary skills? Will your cousin come? Li Wei nodded emphatically. He must come. It's truly delicious. Your cooking is remarkable. He, the young master from Zhonghai City, has savored a plethora of delicacies throughout his life. Yet he found himself utterly enchanted by Lin Bin's ancient method of fragrant tea eggs. Ah Bin, what do you call this exquisite tea egg? I seem to have forgotten. He inquired. It's called the ancient method fragrant tea egg, Lin Bin replied. Excellent. I shall call my cousin at once to introduce him to your mysterious restaurant. And these tea eggs. As Li Wei spoke, he dialed a number, only to be met with silence on the other end. Perhaps he is occupied. I shall call again shortly. He must come to taste this and help spread the word. Li Wei chuckled sheepishly. No worries, just give him another call later. Lin Bin assured him, confident that Li Wei's cousin would inevitably come to indulge in his culinary masterpiece. It was merely a matter of time. May I indulge in another? Li Wei asked, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable desire for the tea egg, reminiscent of a parched woman yearning for refreshment. He could not help but lick his lips, clearly still not entirely satiated from his previous fervent consumption, his cravings akin to an unfathomable abyss. Lin Bin could not suppress a smile at the stark contrast of his demeanor. All right, you may have another. Thank you, esteemed chef. Li Wei exclaimed as he sprang up to retrieve 2 more tea eggs. 2. Lin Bin questioned, bemused. Forgive my indulgence. They are simply too delectable to resist. Li Wei defended. All right, but only these last 2 for today. No problem. Li Wei affirmed with determination. His roommates reached out for one of his tea eggs, but he swatted their hands away without hesitation. Do not touch, he declared protectively, his expression serious. The others cast pleading glances at Lin Bin. Ah Bin, please, let's have just one more. Jiet Gu implored, whimsically swaying his shoulders in a mock display of charm. Lin Bin nearly recoiled in horror, fearing Jiet Gu might suddenly embrace his arm and plant a kiss upon it, sending shivers down his spine. Jiet Gu, please act normally, he retorted. Not wanting a tea egg is simply abnormal. Jiet Gu huffed playfully, his voice melodious. Indeed, we beseech you, just one more. We promise to uphold our word and won't be as shameless as the young master. The other roommates chimed in unison, pleading with Lin Bin. With a resigned sigh, Lin Bin rose, plate in hand. All right, I shall fetch you all one last egg, but no turning back. After all, they are my good brothers. Absolutely, they chorused enthusiastically. Lin Bin then retrieved 4 tea eggs for them, determined not to allow them to fetch their own lest they devour them all, leaving even the marinade licked clean. The roommates began to savor the tea eggs slowly, as this was their final opportunity. By the way, Ah Bin, how much do you usually sell these tea eggs for? Yi in kurit. 10 yuan each, Lin Bin responded. What? Jiet Gu and the others were taken aback. Surely I must have misheard. Fatty questioned, incredulous. 10 yuan for a single tea egg, his mouth agape in disbelief. Throughout his life, he had only encountered tea eggs priced at 1 yuan or 150 each. Hu Cheng held the remaining tea eggs before him, scrutinizing them with disbelief. Were these not merely crafted from gold? Although undeniably delectable, would they even sell? The young master, accustomed to lavish spending since childhood, leaned back slightly, his expression one of incredulity. 10 yuan for a single tea egg. This price approached 6 times the market rate. He was wealthy and loved to spend, yet even he might hesitate to purchase such an item. He possessed riches, but he was no fool. His roommates were genuinely concerned that Lin Bin's business would falter. Look at you all with your worldly airs. Allow me to enlighten you, Lin Bin began. My tea eggs are made following ancient methods. The tea leaves used are premium red tea costing hundreds of yuan per pound, and the water is sourced from a mountain spring. The 5-spice seasoning is of the highest quality, providing not only exquisite taste but also health benefits that promote longevity. Do you still consider this price exorbitant? Upon hearing this, Brother Jia was momentarily speechless. Is it truly necessary to be so meticulous over a mere tea egg? For the first time, he felt as though he could not afford such a delicacy. Incredible, the rotund one exclaimed. You've transformed tea eggs into something beyond our reach. It certainly seemed justifiable given the steep price, as Li Wei nodded in agreement. Moreover, the eggs come from free-range chickens raised in the village, distinct from the mass-produced ones found in the city, Lin Bin explained earnestly. Naturally, this makes them more expensive. As his roommates listened, they nodded, finally grasping why Lin Bin's ancient-style fragrant tea eggs commanded such a high price. Such a cost. Can the average person really afford it? Hak Marto reflected, having spent 50 yuan on tea eggs in a mere moment. The thought seemed unfathomable. Surely, sales will suffer? Perhaps you should lower your prices or cut costs. Lin Bin, why take this culinary venture so seriously? You might regret it later. Li Wei concurred with his roommates, pondering that the clientele on this food street were not the same as him. The average person would hardly indulge in such extravagant tea eggs. Even if they did, would they return after glancing at their WeChat balance? Let them come. Let them eat to their heart's content. Lin Bin replied. However, not everyone is as affluent as my family, with assets in the hundreds of billions. I create gourmet items and am unconcerned with sales volume. He gently shook his head, stating with calm conviction that reducing costs or prices was simply not feasible. His roommates fell silent, observing Lin Bin with admiration for his earnest dedication to culinary excellence. He aspired to create quality without deception. I hope your dishes and beverages thrive. Brother Jia, the dorm leader, declared, prompting his roommates to echo similar sentiments. Wishing you a prosperous business. May you flourish. Lin Bin, I will always support you. You are my inspiration, should you achieve greater success. Do not forget me. I have always been by your side. Bin, I have already shared the video of our dining and drinking at your establishment, along with the photo of the tea egg, in the class group to promote your business. I encourage our classmates to visit when they have the time to support your restaurant. The chubby one remarked to Lin Bin, showing him his phone. Li Wei stepped aside to call his food blogger cousin. Heartfelt thanks to the gentle benefactor who placed me 6th on the gift leaderboard for all the generous tips. Although various metrics have declined significantly since yesterday, I shall increase my updates tomorrow. If the numbers improve, the little author will also provide additional updates over the weekend. I hope my friends, upon reading this, will kindly click to urge updates and send a complimentary gift. A silent 5-star review would be greatly appreciated. To be continued. Chapter 85. The Joy of Being a Slacker. Sure, classmates, come over and make some noise, Lin Bin nodded. In truth, most university students do not have much money and seldom frequent his establishment. However, if other classmates come by, he can prepare some delicacies for them to sample, which would count towards the sales figures. Lin Bin opened his phone and sent a message in the class group. My shop is located on the food street near Ningda, the only one without a name sign. Everyone is welcome to come by and sit for a while. The classmates in the group responded enthusiastically. I will definitely visit often. Of course, they would support a restaurant run by their own classmates. Impressive, Lin Bin. You've embarked on entrepreneurship at such a swift pace. Both the class monitor and the homeroom teacher chimed in the group. The instructor, Lung Xiao, also sent several thumbs-up emojis. Lin Bin, what do you sell in your shop? Asked class monitor Li Dong in the group. Lin Bin replied, currently, we offer traditional fragrant tea eggs, longevity broth noodles, and golden fried eggs. Such lengthy names? Quite intriguing. Are they delicious? The chubby one's roommates replied in unison that they were indeed very tasty. What about the prices? Lin Bin responded, come by and see for yourself. I would want to scare my classmates. All right, we'll visit another day. It's getting late now. Many people want to rest, as we have military training tomorrow. Bin, I can't shake the feeling that your business isn't doing too well. It's been a while, and not a single customer has shown up. Ho Ge frowned slightly as he looked out at the street, where many shops across the way had lines of customers. The atmosphere seemed quite lively, yet Lin Bin's little shop appeared rather desolate, which was quite disheartening. It's not time yet. My regular customers know that I open at 8:30. There's still about half an hour to go before I hang the open sign. They will arrive shortly. Lin Bin offered a brief explanation to alleviate his roommates' unwarranted concerns. Is that so? That is a bit late for business hours. In the minds of his roommates, night market shops typically open at 6 in the evening, operating until 1 or 2 in the morning, or even 3 or 4. They reflected that if they worked for 2 hours, they would be done by 10:30, which was quite a short span. How could Lin Bin's shop make money, let alone substantial profits? Is it feasible? I do not wish to overextend. There is no end to making money. Lin Bin smiled slightly, replying nonchalantly. The system has entrusted him with the secret of opening a store, yet he cannot divulge it to them. No matter who arrives, he cannot speak of it. Indeed, we are still university students, and our studies hold significant importance. Hu Cheng nodded, believing that Lin Bin took on the part-time job of running a store solely for the sake of his education. Earning some money without affecting his academic performance, truly a model for life, he admired the latter greatly. Ah Bin has already acquired a car and a house. He no longer wishes to work too hard. Sometimes, one must learn to savor life. The chubby one concurred, and Jiegu and the others nodded in agreement. You are the boss. Your happiness is what matters. Haha, indeed, a boss can be capricious. What can you do about it? Time flew by during their conversation, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 minutes had passed. In just a few minutes, the little shop would commence operations. Boss Xiao Lin, classmate Lin, we are back. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Lin Bin turned around to find Lao Yin and Hua Haizhong among them, all wearing smiles and patting their bellies, likely having come without dinner. Principal Hua, Director, Lao Yin, you have arrived. Lin Bin greeted them softly as he rose. He also noticed many familiar faces hastening behind them, forming a long queue. Principal? His roommates all stood up in unison, initially thinking it was the principal of Ningde University, only to quickly recall that their principal was named Huang Xihua. At that moment, they turned their attention to the lively scene outside the shop, realizing that their concerns were unfounded. It turned out Ah Bin was correct. The earlier patrons had not come because the operating hours had not yet begun. Now, it seemed these individuals were regular customers of Ah Bin's little shop, as they fondly called him Boss Xiao Lin and Boss Lin. What would you like? Lin Bin called over the chubby one, instructing him on how to greet customers and jot down their orders. The chubby one mimicked the actions, finding it easy, and wore a cheerful smile on his face. I would like clear soup noodles, Hua Haizhong said to the chubby one, who noted it down. And I want a tea egg, Gouda added, to which the chubby one quickly recorded. Once they had taken 10 orders, the regular customers who had team managed to buy anything could only shake their heads. Boss Xiao Lin, have you prepared the advance reservations? Some patrons preferred not to queue daily, but still wished to enjoy the food. Everyone should follow my Kuaishou account. I will post daily reservation updates in the comments section below, Lin Bin explained. Great. When will you post updates daily? At noon, every day. Understood. The regular customers who missed out on today's dishes happily dispersed to other eateries in the food street. They shook their heads along the way, feeling that nothing else could satisfy their cravings. The chubby one welcomed customers to sit inside the shop, while Li Wei stepped forward to offer hot water and tea, and Ho Go bent down to clean the tables more thoroughly. Boss Xiao Lin, are these your new employees? Hua Haizhong inquired of Lin Bin. Lin Bin nodded. They're all part-time staff, all my roommates from Ningde University. Ah, you've even recruited staff. Excellent, this development is progressing wonderfully. Hua Haizhong gazed upon the lively scene filling the room and remarked, it is your unwavering support as loyal patrons that has fostered such remarkable growth. Lin Bin, ever humble, naturally downplayed the compliment. He was not driven by ambition, but rather yearned for a tranquil existence. Allow me to introduce you, he said. This is Principal Hua from my high school, and this is Principal Gao, along with Director Du and my class teacher, Mr. Yin. As Lin Bin introduced his university friends to the esteemed educators, they smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Except for the young Master Li Wei, the others appeared somewhat reserved, frequently glancing at Lin Bin, who appeared quite at ease, engaging in jovial conversation with his former teachers as if they were long-lost friends. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Bin instructed Li Wei to serve the ancient fragrant tea eggs as per the guest orders. He then retreated to the kitchen, preparing to craft longevity noodles served in a clear broth, accompanied by golden fried eggs. Thanks to his roommates, who were assisting as part-time staff, all preparations had been completed. He felt exhilarated, The sensation of being carefree in this life was truly delightful. The pots were spotless as Lin Bin ignited the stove, heating the pan. He poured in the finest peanut oil, adding chopped scallions and minced garlic, ing them until fragrant. Next, he tossed in a generous handful of diced tomatoes, stirring until they softened and the juices turned a rich, vibrant red. He then poured in a large bowl of boiling water, and with a sizzling sound, steam billowed and aromas wafted throughout the kitchen. Chapter 86. Seeking location and name for the shop, his roommates, enticed by the delightful scent, found their appetites awakened. The previous refreshments seemed to have vanished from their stomachs. Now, they craved a bowl of clear broth noodles paired with golden fried eggs. As the diners departed, their faces beaming with satisfaction, Lin Bin's roommates clamored for him to prepare more clear broth noodles and golden fried eggs. One by one, Lin Bin fulfilled their requests, and his roommates were utterly enchanted by the dishes, lavishing praise and clamoring for more. However, Lin Bin knew he could not indulge them further, for their stomachs would surely burst. At 9:30, Li Wei's cousin finally arrived at the shop with his filming crew. "Food monster!" exclaimed the rotund fellow upon spotting Li Wei's cousin, brimming with excitement. He had long followed this culinary influencer on social media and was a devoted fan. "Hello." Li Wei's cousin, Zhou Tianhai, nodded at the rotund man. "I am your fan," the rotund man exclaimed, stepping forward to offer a handshake. Zhou Tianhai, mistaking him for the owner of the establishment, readily extended his hand in return. "Are you the proprietor, Lin?" "No, he is the owner," the rotund man replied awkwardly, stepping back to point at Lin Bin. "Hello, boss." "Greetings," Lin Bin said, shaking Zhou Tianhai's hand. The latter was tall and robust, resembling a muscular giant, while the rotund man was quite the opposite, being more on the plump side. No wonder the fans referred to him as the food monster. "My cousin spoke highly of your offerings, and we came to explore your establishment. Would you mind if we filmed?" Zhou Tianhai surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Lin Bin, pondering how a seemingly youthful owner could possess exceptional culinary skills. However, this establishment was recommended by the affluent young master Li Wei, which prompted his visit. "I don't mind," Lin Bin responded with a calm nod. Presently, he was merely a few hundred followers short of fulfilling a task to claim a staggering 100 million. A promotional shoot would surely enhance his follower count rapidly. "What delicacies does this place offer?" Zhou Tianhai inquired of Li Wei, who sat beside him. "Everything is exceptionally delicious, truly," Li Wei asserted with conviction. "Currently, they serve only the traditional fragrant tea eggs, longevity clear soup noodles, and golden fried eggs. Once you've tasted them, you'll find yourself returning often. I've decided to become a regular here. I can hardly bear the food at school. I look forward to it." Zhou Tianhai nodded lightly, though a sense of confusion lingered in his mind. Logically, his cousin Li Wei, having grown up in the affluent city of Zhonghai, would have savored countless gourmet delights. What could possibly compel him to extol the virtues of this obscure little eatery? "Is the young owner your classmate?" Zhou Tianhai queried. Li Wei nodded yes. "He's my new roommate. It's impressive that he has ventured into business at such a young age," Zhou Tianhai praised. "Not bad. I plan to learn from you how to succeed in the culinary arts," Lin Bin humbly remarked. "Shall we begin?" "Yes. What would you like to eat?" "Let us start with the traditional fragrant tea egg." "Certainly." Lin Bin instructed Li Wei to fetch a tea egg, drizzling a hint of marinade over it. Zhou Tianhai was astonished. His affluent cousin serving in this establishment? "You," Zhou Tianhai stuttered, momentarily a loss for words, as Li Wei placed the tea egg on the table. "What is the matter? Are you working here?" "Yes." "Do your parents know?" "They're unaware, but they would approve. They always encourage me to experience life and grow." "My goodness!" Zhou Tianhai exclaimed, utterly incredulous, casting a glance at Lin Bin. Lin Bin smiled slightly. "It's young Master Li Wei's choice. I did not coerce him." "I understand." Zhou Tianhai nodded. "Cousin, stop dawdling and taste it. Promote my brother's Kuaishou account, this little shop, and all the dishes currently available," Li Wei urged, patting Zhou Tianhai on the shoulder. "Oh, right. I almost forgot the main objective." Zhou Tianhai's gaze fixed upon the tea egg on his plate, its vibrant red hue captivating, the cracks in the shell revealing the beautifully dyed egg white. "Looks quite appealing, doesn't it? It smells divine." Zhou Tianhai's eyes sparkled as he inhaled deeply. Lin Bin was confident his culinary creations could enchant every patron, whether they be commoners or the elite. He joined his roommates at their table, engaging in games and casual conversation. The camera crew commenced their live exploration of the shop, focusing on Zhou Tianhai. In a stark departure from his usual demeanor, Zhou Tianhai, unable to restrain himself, swiftly cracked open the eggshell and swallowed the contents whole. The crew exchanged astonished glances, taken aback. Previously, Zhou Tianhai had savored his meal slowly, providing commentary with each bite. Now, he had abandoned all semblance of decorum. As he enjoyed the moment with his eyes closed, upon opening them, his first words were, "Boss, are there any more tea eggs? I can only give you one more. The rest serve a different purpose for me tonight," Lin Bin replied. "I bought them all." "How much?" 10,000, several tens of thousands. I'll pay," Zhou Tianhai exclaimed excitedly. The fans in the live stream looked on in confusion, questioning if he was merely a shill. He glanced at the barrage of comments and asserted, "If you come to eat, you'll know I'm no shill. I can only give you the last one," Lin Bin reiterated. The tea egg for that evening was intended for the dormitory Annie downstairs, as well as the female doctor and 2 nurses at the campus hospital. He aimed to cultivate a good relationship with the dormitory Annie, hoping she would look after Xiaoxi more, such as letting her in late when they returned from a date without needing to explain. He also wanted to establish rapport with the hospital staff. As Xiaoxi came from a humble background and was often unwell, he hoped they would take extra care of her when she needed to see a doctor. Furthermore, Lin Bin planned to ensure Xiaoxi could drink his spring water daily, which had remarkable health benefits and could enhance her vitality. "Cousin, I brought you the second tea egg," Li Wei announced, placing it on the table. Zhou Tianhai savored it slowly, half closing his eyes in enjoyment, lost for words. His fans were perplexed. "Speak. How is it? Does it look good? Is it so delicious you can't talk?" It was highly probable. His followers, food enthusiasts, keenly noticed Zhou Tianhai's unusual demeanor today. "Monster, say something." The filming team's captain reminded Zhou Tianhai, who replied, "No more words. To say anything more would be an insult to this exquisite food. Highly recommended. 5-star recommendation." The filming crew was taken aback. What was going on with the monster today? This was quite unusual. Meanwhile, fans in the live stream flooded the comments with requests for the restaurant's address and name. Thank you to the 9th place on the gift leaderboard, the Explosive Heaven Help, for all the donations. The story was far from over. More excitement awaited in Chapter 87. See you tomorrow afternoon. Is it really that delicious? It must be genuinely delectable. Brother Monster has never let us down. Zhou Tianhai asked Lin Bin for the restaurant's address and name, subsequently helping him promote his Kuaishou account, a mysterious restaurant of a salty fish. Many of Zhou Tianhai's fans quickly began to follow Lin Bin's Kuaishou food account. The number of followers surged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 3,000. By the time Zhou Tianhai left the small shop, the follower count had exceeded 10,000 and continued to rise. While his roommates busied themselves cleaning the shop, Lin Bin reclined on the counter's lounge chair and messaged Xiaoxi. "Have you slept yet, Xiaoxi?" He missed her. Xiaoxi replied, "Not yet." Lin Bin suggested, "Let's go eat again around 6:30 tomorrow afternoon." At this moment, the meals are relatively inexpensive, and Xiaoxi's money must be conserved. This young lady feels quite pained when spending. Unfortunately, the family is in dire straits, wishing they could stretch a single dollar into 2. Additionally, he hopes that when dining with Xiaoxi, there are fewer people around, allowing him to hear her voice, soft, gentle, and incredibly melodious. Her voice is quite delicate, and in a crowded setting, it becomes difficult to catch her words. "All right, remember to teach me how to operate the online store during our meal tomorrow. I can manage it myself in the future, and won't be a burden to you. I will be delighted to assist. After all, you are to be my future wife," Lin Bin replied with a smile as he turned over, feeling a sense of delight in teasing Xiaoxi. However, she did not respond, and Lin Bin huffed, thinking to himself that once he had her under his thumb, he would settle the score with her. Feeling a bit lustful. "Are we?" Jie Gu remarked, noticing Lin Bin grinning while holding his phone. "Missing your girlfriend, I presume." "How enviable," his roommates chimed in with laughter. At that moment, Lin Bin's mind was graced by the delightful notification of the system. Ding. You have activated the Kuaishou food account and exceeded 3,000 followers. Task completed. The reward of 100 million has been transferred to your WeChat account. Please check. Lin Bin was overjoyed. A small goal achieved effortlessly. Ding. The host has assisted Su Muxi in opening an online store, providing her with a lucrative avenue for income, triggering and completing the sweet pet task. Rewards. Glowing egg fried rice, God-tier spicy scrambled eggs, God-tier spicy chicken cubes, and a God-tier egg incubator. Lin Bin eagerly tapped the panel, merging the culinary recipes of glowing egg fried rice, God-tier fried rice, and God-tier spicy chicken cubes. A mysterious restaurant now boasts new dishes. The God-tier egg incubator? He inspected it. The usage was straightforward. Simply place eggs on it to hatch. He stored it in his spiritual space, planning to place numerous eggs inside once his roommates were gone, hatching them into free-range chickens. Then, he could prepare spicy chicken cubes. Ding! Was there more? Had I triggered and completed another sweet pet task? The host protected Su Muxi on the playground, ensuring she was not injured. Task completed. Rewards. Hall of Fame basketball skills and God-tier boxing skills. Lin Bin was over the moon, quickly merging these two impressive skills. Boss, we've finished cleaning. We can head back now, Diego approached. Don't be silly. I'm still your roommate, Lin Bin, not an exploitative capitalist. Of course. Let us go. Wait for me a moment. Lin Bin packed 4 portions of tea eggs, with 2 eggs in each portion, meant for later delivery. He also grabbed 4 trays of eggs, each containing 24 eggs. What is this? Just a little something for others. After driving his roommates back to the dorm, Lin Bin headed to Xiao Shi's dormitory and looked up at her window, where the light still shone. He knew that once it passed 11 o'clock, the entire building would be engulfed in darkness. Lin Bin, carrying tea eggs and fresh chicken eggs, approached the entrance and waved at the dormitory supervisor, who was engrossed in her phone. The supervisor looked up, furrowing her brow, perhaps suspecting he was about to crash into the door again. She opened the door slightly and said, I need to tell you something. Lin Bin smiled, presenting himself as harmless. The supervisor stepped closer, and her voice slipped through the crack of the door. What is it? I hope you're not going to break the door again. I want tea. Lin Bin replied with a grin. That's good. What do you need? Nothing much. Just wanted to chat. Oh. The supervisor paused for a moment. Could you open the door? Or should I come out to talk? I'll step outside. The supervisor, diligent in her duties, adhered to the sign prohibiting male students from entering. She exited through the door. Lin Bin handed her the tea eggs and chicken eggs. Andy, these are free-range eggs I brought from the countryside for you. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused last time. Oh, no need for that. It's fine as long as you don't break the door again, she replied, a rare smile gracing her face, appreciating Lin Bin's thoughtfulness. Please take them. My tea eggs are delicious. Lin Bin insisted, pressing the eggs into her hands. Auntie, I'll rely on you to look after my wife from now on. Thank you. That's not appropriate. The supervisor attempted to return the eggs, but Lin Bin swiftly ran away, disappearing around the corner of the opposite dormitory building. She reluctantly accepted the offering, her mind drifting to the pale, waxy face of Xiao Shi when she had a fever, and she nodded slightly. Next, Lin Bin drove to the entrance of the campus hospital and parked. He entered the lobby, holding the eggs in both hands. Is anyone here? He called out into the spacious hall. At that moment, a groggy nurse behind the counter lifted her head. She was one of the nurses who had helped save Xiao Shi. It was likely she was on duty again today. Is it you? Yes, I'm Lin Bin. I brought this for you, to thank you for saving my wife. He presented the tea eggs and fresh chicken eggs. My tea eggs are quite tasty, by the way. By the way, where are the other 2? You mean Dr. Liu? He asked, resting inside. The other nurse, a May, is in the restroom. These are for all of you. Could you please pass them along? Really, it's not necessary. Helping others is our duty. You don't need to do this. Just take them. I brought them all this way. All right, then. Upon catching a whiff of the fragrant tea eggs, the nurse perked up and nodded in acceptance. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. After finishing his errands, Lin Bin returned to his car and sent a WeChat message to Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi, please remember to bring your art piece when we have dinner tomorrow afternoon. If you can't, we can reschedule. Please reply upon receipt. Got it. See you tomorrow afternoon. Sleep early. Good night, Xiao Lin. Xiao Shi's reply came almost instantly. Today, an additional chapter has been added. The story remains unfinished, with excitement yet to unfold. Chapter 88. Just thinking about it makes me excited upon returning to the dormitory. Lin Bin found himself restless, unable to sleep as thoughts of having dinner alone with Xiao Shi the following afternoon filled him with anticipation. His roommates, oblivious to his internal turmoil, assumed he was preoccupied with some craft or another, and were both amused and bemused by the duration of his apparent insomnia, yet they refrained from commenting further. Fortunately, having consumed a sleepless elixir, Lin Bin awoke the next morning without a trace of dark circles under his eyes, instead feeling invigorated, as if he could sprint several laps around the track. Brother Jia approached Lin Bin, playfully patting his shoulder and raising an eyebrow with insinuation as he remarked, "If you ever need any films, you know where to find me. My computer and phone are brimming with them." The other roommates erupted in laughter. "Bin, your combat prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. Who could possibly withstand your charm? Your little girlfriend is in for quite the challenge." "Get lost," Lin Bin replied, bemused, waving them off. "Did you engage in some crafting last night?" Brother Jia grinned. "Who is like you? Get out of here," Lin Bin retorted, dismissing the banter. Amidst the playful teasing, the group of roommates set out together to the dining hall for breakfast, strolling towards the military training grounds near the gym under the morning sun. A vast gymnasium separated them from Xiao Shi and her companions. Military training proved rather tedious for Lin Bin. However, the thought of Xiao Shi imbued this otherwise monotonous experience with vibrant hues. Time passed swiftly, and at last, the afternoon arrived, signaling the end of military training. Lin Bin dashed through the crowd, racing to the entrance of the playground, where he sent Xiao Shi a WeChat message. "I'm waiting for you at the playground entrance." He noticed that she was also concluding her training. As he awaited her arrival, Lin Bin's mind wandered to the enchanting prospect of their dinner together. He contemplated how he might introduce Xiao Shi to the spiritual spring water from his system, hoping to enhance her health and reduce her ailments. What if I pretend to be a water delivery person? That could work, he mused, nodding to himself with satisfaction. This scheme would afford Xiao Shi the opportunity to regularly enjoy his spiritual spring water. Moreover, during their meal, he hoped to sit beside Xiao Shi rather than across from her. The prospect of sitting close enough for even the slightest physical contact thrilled him. Even if that didn't happen, simply inhaling her fresh, natural scent would be delightful. Lin Bin reassured himself that he could use the pretext of teaching her how to operate an online store to sit side by side. Face-to-face instruction. He mentally outlined the lesson plan, how to edit product detail pages, how to enhance images for greater appeal, how to achieve a higher ranking on search pages. As the military training for the Art Academy concluded, a throng of students surged forth. Among the crowd, Lin Bin immediately spotted Xiao Shi, her head bowed and shoulders hunched. She was with Lu and others, who were animatedly chatting and laughing, yet she appeared distant, preoccupied with her own thoughts. When her roommates inquired, she would respond with only a few words. This young lady harbored too many concerns, and Lin Bin felt a pang of empathy for her. He considered the possibility of placing himself in such a destitute household, realizing that he might not have had the fortune to gain admission into a prestigious university like Ningda. As Lin Bin noticed Xiao Shi and her friend approaching, he waved to greet them before they all walked together. He engaged in casual conversation with Lu and the others, but his attention was primarily focused on Xiao Shi. "Shall we dine together later? Do you remember?" he inquired. Xiao Shi nodded in affirmation. "Is something troubling you?" Lin Bin asked. Perhaps it was a financial concern weighing on her mind? "I'm fine," Xiao Shi replied, maintaining a composed demeanor while conversing with Lin Bin. "Let us walk and chat. We can head for dinner around 6:30 when it's less crowded," Lin Bin suggested, smiling gently to put Xiao Shi and Lu at ease. Before Xiao Shi could respond, Lu chimed in, "Can we join you?" "Yes, the more, the merrier. It's always nice to have company." Lin Bin understood their apprehension about him, potentially bullying Xiao Shi during the meal. He discreetly pulled Lu and her friends aside, saying, "I'll treat each of you to a cup of milk tea, but please don't tag along like a third wheel. I assure you, I'm not a bad person. Xiao Shi is my future wife, and I would never mistreat her. You have my word." "That sounds reasonable," Lu replied with a smile. sensing the underlying meaning. I'll treat you all to a lavish meal in the future, Lin Bin added. He understood the significance of the roommates' influence in college relationships. Winning them over was crucial to winning Xiao Shi's heart. Lin Bin, you're quite generous, Xiao Qin exclaimed, delighted as most girls enjoy milk tea. Indeed. And you must also speak well of me in front of Xiao Shi. Once we're together, I assure you, you won't miss out on any benefits, Lin Bin declared with sincerity and conviction. Xiao Yu nodded, expressing her support. I'm rooting for you. Just be cautious. It seems several others have their eyes on Xiao Shi. That is no concern. They're no match for me, Lin Bin replied calmly. Little did he realize that Xiao Shi's beauty had seemingly been noticed earlier, perhaps due to the butterfly effect of his rebirth. Such confidence is admirable, Lu remarked, giving Lin Bin a thumbs up. Confidence is essential, Lin Bin agreed, pondering when and where Xiao Shi's beauty had caught the attention of others. Let us go. I'll take you to get some milk tea, Lin Bin said, gesturing toward the quaint tea shop ahead. Lead the way, Lu responded. Promise you won't follow us around like a third wheel? Lin Bin sucht Konfirmation. Lu smiled. We'll keep our distance and one tea intrude. Is that acceptable? Xiao Yu and Xiao Qi nodded in agreement. In their minds, there was likely nothing more entertaining than observing their female friend's budding romance. You can't really refrain from following us, can you? Lin Bin wished for a moment of solitude with Xiao Shi. No, not until we are more familiar and comfortable with you, Lu explained. Lin Bin shook his head slightly. You three followed us secretly yesterday, didn't you? Hee. The three girls chuckled in response. Lin Bin thought to himself, indeed, I was right. Very well, do as you please. He nodded, and they followed at a distance, which wouldn't cause much disruption. Lin Bin then led Xiao Shi and the others from their dormitory to the poetic milk tea shop, where they each purchased their favorite beverages. Xiao Shi opted for a light chrysanthemum tea, which remained unchanged. The other three girls chose sweeter drinks. Lin Bin selected the commonly enjoyed salted lemon tea, hoping to switch with Xiao Shi, but she steadfastly refused, while Lu and the others glared at him. The five of them strolled through the campus, chatting amiably. Having been reborn, Lin Bin was well acquainted with Ning University, leading them to many scenic spots, such as the small Huangshan, which offered a panoramic view of the entire campus and the Lovers River, where they could watch the sunset and the falling petals drift away. Chapter 89. Injured at 6:30, Lin Bin and the others arrived punctually at the first floor of Yulan Restaurant. Wow, there's so few people, how delightful, Lu quietly exclaimed as she observed the nearly empty dining hall. If they had arrived at 5:30 or 6, it would have been crowded, making it difficult to find a seat. While there were fewer patrons, the selection of dishes was also limited. Xiao Yu glanced around the various serving windows, noticing that some had already closed, with certain aunties gathering plates and engaging in idle chatter. The three of them took their plates and chopsticks, scattering to find their favorite dishes. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Lin Bin approached, grabbing a tray, 2 pairs of chopsticks, and 2 spoons. Xiao Shi was about to do the same, but he preemptively stated, I've already taken ours. Aren't you treating me to dinner? Well, that is fine. Xiao Shi allowed Lin Bin to walk ahead, fearing he might scrutinize her figure from behind, leading to unwelcome thoughts. She wasn't inclined toward romance at the moment. You're treating, so you should go first. I'll carry the tray behind you. Lin Bin insisted she go ahead. Xiao Shi persistently urged him to walk in front, but he refused, wanting to admire the beauty of his wife's silhouette and form. This was unacceptable. Xiao Shi was close to tears, as she had always been a bit of a crybaby. Fine, I'll walk in front, but perhaps we could walk side by side sometimes? Lin Bin stepped ahead, anxious at the thought of her crying. What do you want to eat? Xiao Shi inquired from behind. I'll eat whatever you like. I have no particular preferences. Xiao Shi accompanied Lin Bin to a window where only vegetables remained, with no meat left. What would you like, dear student? A plump Annie inside asked. Xiao Shi, you order. I'm fine with anything. She didn't have much money, and Lin Bin didn't want to deplete her funds all at once, lest she feel distressed about spending. Eating vegetarian would suffice. What mattered was not what they consumed, but rather who they shared the meal with. Shaolin, you choose. I'll have whatever you decide. You order. We agreed I'd treat you. Very well, I will place the order. Lin Bin ordered the dishes that Xiao Shi adored: cabbage with tofu, stir-fried greens, and sauteed green beans, each priced at $2.50 for a small portion. He refrained from ordering the slightly more expensive option at $3.50, wishing to spare her some expense. "That's enough, Auntie," he remarked. "All right, do come again next time." She replied, "Certainly." Lin Bin nodded with a smile. He discerned that the aunt seemed to notice Xiao Shi's somewhat pale complexion, perhaps indicating that she had received a larger portion than usual, and she did so without the usual tremor of her ladle. "Let's add some meat. Men generally love meat," Xiao Shi suggested to Lin Bin. Lin Bin's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Xiao Shi, treating him so generously, was unexpected. "You've aided me considerably, so I want you to enjoy a bit more," she explained. "All right, if money runs low in the future, feel free to borrow from me. I believe you'll earn plenty to repay me later," Lin Bin replied with a nod. His desire to order more meat stemmed not from his own appetite, but from a wish for Xiao Shi to indulge a little more. Military training was arduous, and he feared she might struggle if she did not eat enough. "Let's go," Lin Bin said as he walked alongside Xiao Shi. However, she maintained a deliberate distance, occasionally glancing at his footsteps. Whenever he leaned closer, she would retreat slightly to the side. "Here seems good," Lin Bin finally said, stopping to observe the remaining meat dishes. The flavors were reminiscent of the Sichuan and Chongqing cuisine that Xiao Shi enjoyed, and he had adapted his palate significantly during their 3 years together in a previous life. Lin Bin proceeded to order Xiao Shi's favorites: fish-flavored shredded pork, kung pao chicken, and twice-cooked pork, which altogether came to 24 yuan. Xiao Shi pressed her lips together, but remained silent. He felt it was only right to assist her in alleviating her grandmother's burdens, especially since he had also saved her life and cared for her deeply. "Shall we see if there's any seaweed and egg drop soup left?" Lin Bin inquired, glancing at a large iron bucket beside a square pillar. Xiao Shi was also fond of this soup. As she gazed at the assortment of meat and vegetables on her plate, her thoughts drifted to the seaweed and egg drop soup, and she looked at Lin Bin, wondering why everything before her was her favorite. Upon reaching the iron bucket, Lin Bin instructed her to hold the plate while he retrieved a long ladle, grinning, "Watch closely. It's time to showcase my skills." Xiao Shi noticed that the seaweed and egg had settled at the bottom of the bucket, making it difficult to scoop without an adept technique. However, Lin Bin was proficient. He stirred the contents, causing the seaweed and egg to surface, and then skillfully ladled a generous scoop into her bowl. "Not too shabby, right?" Lin Bin said with a proud smile. At that moment, Xiao Shi perceived him as a childlike figure, and she nodded. "Yes, you're quite impressive. Find a place to sit," he suggested. After scanning the area, Lin Bin discovered a quieter corner, allowing him to sit closer to Xiao Shi for conversation. "You sit here," he offered, but when he intended to sit beside her, she shook her head, insisting he sit opposite her. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. "All right," Lin Bin acquiesced, taking a seat across from her, understanding that there was no need to rush. "Let's eat." Lin Bin handed the chopsticks and spoon to Xiao Shi, urging her to eat more. Thank you," Xiao Shi replied, accepting the utensils. At that moment, her small hands trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by her nervousness in Lin Bin's presence. Fortunately, Dalu and the others arrived just in time. "Xiao Shi, we're back," they announced, noting that there was little food left and it had gone cold. "Yes, the taste diminishes when it's cold," they concurred. They wished to sit at the same table as Lin Bin and Xiao Shi, but he raised a hand to stop them. "Wait, you've forgotten your promise after drinking milk tea. Sit further away. I need to discuss something with Xiao Shi that you cannot overhear. It's a secret." "Oh," Dalu nodded, glancing at Xiao Yu and Xiao Qin to see how she would respond. "You all should sit farther away. Not too close," Lin Bin instructed Dalu. "All right, we're not the kind of people who break promises," Dalu replied. "I don't believe you for a moment. Hurry up and move further away." Lin Bin chuckled, waving his hand. "Fine." Dalu rolled her eyes at Lin Bin and led Xiao Yu and Xiao Qin to a spot further off but still within his line of sight. They occasionally stole glances at him, whispering and laughing, likely discussing him and Xiao Shi. "Xiao Lin, why don't you eat first and we could talk later?" Xiao Shi suggested timidly. Lin Bin nodded but added, "I injure my right hand. Could you please help me pick up a piece of twice-cooked pork?" Xiao Shi froze. unsure how to respond. Xiao Shi, I'm serious, Lin Bin insisted, unfazed by his own fib, for he was no longer the naive youth of 18. Xiao Shi finally picked up a piece of pork. Thanks to the 12th place on the gift list, a heartfelt shout-out to Horan, who loves sweet and sour jellyfish. The story continues in Chapter 90, truly delicious. Lin Bin opened his mouth, expecting Xiao Shi to feed him the meat slice. Dalu and the others turned to watch, equally astonished. No way. Xiao Shi feeding him? Am I seeing things? Their faces displayed shock as they viewed Xiao Shi as an exceedingly shy girl, akin to a child, and could hardly believe she would feed a man in such a public setting. In that instant, Xiao Shi placed the meat slice atop Lin Bin's bowl of rice. Lin Bin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Why didn't you do anything while carrying the plate? Xiao Shi softly queried. Well, I forgot about my injury. Lin Bin admitted with an awkward smile. Let us eat. We shouldn't linger too long. Xiao Shi pressed her lips together, wanting to laugh, but feeling shy in Lin Bin's presence. Let us eat. To maintain his pretense, Lin Bin attempted to eat with his left hand, but it proved too difficult, so he reverted to using his right hand. I didn't expect to be doing so much better now. I always thought I hadn't healed yet, he chuckled, proceeding to eat, focusing on vegetables and rice, intending to let Xiao Shi enjoy the meat. You should eat the meat, Xiao Shi remarked, noticing his reluctance to consume it. All right, but I'm not very hungry today. I want to eat much. Lin Bin remarked, taking a small piece of chicken and eating it slowly. Xiao Shi also ate at a leisurely pace. In the distance, Dalu and her friends began to chatter again. I told you, how could Xiao Shi possibly feed Shaolin? If it were Dalu, I would never entertain such doubts. If I encountered someone I liked, I would indeed feed him. Dalu laugidi archidi. You crack me up. Just now, Shaolin must have overthought things. Certainly, I even saw him open his mouth. It was hilarious. Indeed, watching others fall in love is far more entertaining. Absolutely. We must continue to keep an eye on them. After consuming half a bowl of rice, Lin Bin turned to Xiao Shi and said, Xiao Shi, I would like to ask you for a favor. Go ahead, I will do my best, she replied, nodding, her two large white rabbits shifting beneath her camouflage t-shirt. Lin Bin stole another glance at her. He simply couldn't control himself. Please, I'm listening. Xiao Shi felt grateful for Lin Bin's assistance and kindness, so she readily agreed without further thought. I now work part-time as a water delivery person to earn some money. I would like to offer your dormitory bottled water at a friendship price. How does that sound? How much per bottle? 1 yuan for a large bottle. And I will also provide you with a water dispenser, allowing you to enjoy hot, warm, or cold water. That's quite reasonable. But I'm not the sole decision-maker in the dorm. I need to consult with them first. Then go ahead and ask Dalu and the others. Lin Bin wished to expedite the matter. All right, please wait a moment. Xiao Shi rose and walked over to Dalu and her friends. After a brief discussion among the four, Xiao Shi returned to sit down with Lin Bin and said they all agreed. That's wonderful. Thank you, Xiao Shi. You're welcome. Compared to the significant favor you did for me, this little help is nothing. You mustn't say that. Your assistance is indeed substantial. Lin Bin continued. Did you bring your artwork? I did. Xiao Shi took out a framed piece from her simple canvas bag and presented it to Lin Bin. Upon inspection, Lin Bin recognized it as Sister in the Field, identical to her previous work. The painting radiated warmth, depicting a plump little girl seated in a field, while a kind old grandmother offered her a cucumber. The girl, with her mouth agape, appeared utterly adorable. The girl in the painting was Xiao Shi's sister, Chun Chun, and the grandmother was her maternal grandmother. This painting is truly beautiful. The style is heartwarming, and I really like it. Lin Bin nodded repeatedly, as he too had a sister and felt deeply moved upon seeing the piece once more. Thank you. Xiao Shi was grateful for Lin Bin's affirmation. What shall we do next? She inquired. Lin Bin pretended to rise. Shall I sit over there? You can speak from across the table. I can hear you just fine. In the cafeteria, with roommates present, she preferred not to sit too close to Lin Bin, fearing her heart would race and her breath would quicken, causing her to tremble with embarrassment. Lin Bin had a faint understanding of Xiao Shi's inner thoughts. With a gentle smile that exuded an air of harmlessness, he remarked, Some operations I'll demonstrate before you to facilitate your understanding. Do you still wish to earn some money? After all, you'll eventually be my wife. So why not take advantage of the situation? Lin Bin mused internally. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Shi finally nodded in agreement. He recognized her motivations, to earn money for her and her sister's education and to alleviate her grandmother's financial burden, allowing her to work less and live longer. Moreover, Lin Bin felt that his demeanor and charm would instill confidence in Xiao Shi that he would not act inappropriately. He quickly rose to avoid any chance of her changing her mind and successfully settled beside her. Instantly, the sweet scent of milk and her body fragrance wafted towards him, carried by the gentle breeze and the golden light of the setting sun, filling his senses. Indeed, the allure of a wife is undeniable. In contrast, Lin Bin found the notion that women often consider men to be unpleasantly odorous to be quite justified. He inhaled subtly, careful not to draw attention, maintaining a breath that resembled normalcy. He could not afford to frighten Xiao Shi away. As he took his seat, Xiao Shi shifted slightly to the side, her face flushed crimson. Even her long, fair neck bore a hint of rosy hue. Lin Bin was captivated by the sight. At that moment, Xiao Shi's body trembled, her breath and heartbeat quickening. He could distinctly hear the rapid rhythm of her heart and breaths. He understood her nervousness and shyness. After all, they were merely classmates, and it was commonplace for university students to share meals together. You needn't worry. You can think of me as just another girl, like Lu from your dormitory. How does that sound? He suggested gently. Okay, Xiao Shi responded, her voice trembling softly. Lin Bin felt a chuckle rising within him. This innocent wife of his was adorably timid and endearingly foolish. The more he observed her, the more he found himself enamored, even more so than in his previous life. Each encounter with her stirred his heart. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on how intoxicating youth and femininity could be. Now, I am indeed Lu. Let me teach you how to operate an online store. I will guide you through everything. He spoke tenderly, a softness he had never shown to any other girl. All right, you may proceed, Xiao Shi replied, visibly relaxing, though she still dared not look up at Lin Bin, fearing that such a gaze might ensnare her heart. Thank you to all the supporters on the gift leaderboard, especially to Ji Wushuang of 9 Layers Tower for your generous contributions. Chapter 91, Cross-Department and Cross-School Look. This is the product details page. Click here to edit the specifics, allowing buyers to see every detail. Lin Bin began his tutorial on his phone. Xiao Shi listened intently, nodding occasionally. As he spoke more, their faces gradually inched closer together, an intentional maneuver on Lin Bin's part. Xiao Shi remained engrossed in the lesson, oblivious to his subtle intentions, while Lin Bin inhaled the fragrance of her hair. Meanwhile, Lu and the others grew restless. Oh my, look quickly, Xiao Shi and Lin Bin. My heavens, why are their faces so close together? Oh my goodness, I feel as though I might burst with pink bubbles. How enviable. From this angle, they appear quite compatible. It would be even better if Xiao Shi could slightly lift her head. What are you all doing? I believe Xiao Lin is being rather excessive. Isn't this merely an opportunity to take advantage of Xiao Shi? The Lu furrowed his brow and stood up, before they became an official couple. She did not wish for Lin Bin to act inappropriately towards Xiao Shi. Wait a moment. Someone is approaching. Xiao Yu and Xiao Qin held the Lu back. Raising their chins, they spotted a freshman clad in camouflage approaching Lin Bin and Xiao Shi. They assumed this individual to be Lin Bin's rival, and their hearts raced with anxiety. Would there be a confrontation? Soon, they reasoned that such an absurd, melodramatic scenario would not unfold in a university setting. The real world is not a mindless television drama. Lin Bin, feeling irked at being called out at this moment, was relieved to see it was his class monitor, Li Dong. His irritation dissipated entirely, whether in this life or the last. He had always maintained a good rapport with his classmates and could not recall any conflicts or disagreements. Monitor, is there something you need? Lin Bin quickly straightened his posture, hoping Xiao Shi had not perceived his intentions and wishing Li Dong it would take the hint and step aside. Nothing much, you? Li Dong raised an eyebrow, seemingly inquiring, is this your girlfriend? Lin Bin nodded and gestured for Li Dong to move aside, urging him to attend to his own matters without delaying his chance to woo. Li Dong acknowledged him with a nod, his expression conveying, I understand. I shall take my leave. Well done. You've swiftly won her over, Li Dong'e remarked, heading off to fetch food. He had just discussed some class matters with instructor Lung Xiu before coming here to dine. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Kong, had also arranged to meet him here to discuss the program for the freshman showcase. Lin Bin continued his pursuit. Fortunately, Xiaoxi remained oblivious to his intentions. When Li Dong'e seated himself diagonally opposite them, their faces were almost touching, giving the impression of a couple engaged in intimate conversation, sharing secrets that could not be overheard. This fellow is remarkably swift. He serves as a model for the boys in our class. Military training has yet to conclude, and he has already begun courting. Li Dong'e quietly mused himself, then took out his phone and captured a photograph of Lin Bin and Xiaoxi, who were nearly cheek to cheek. It was a singular shot, no selection needed, both of them looking splendid. He posted it in the Class 1 group chat. Look how impressive Lin Bin is. He has already got a girlfriend. The class group erupted in excitement. Some male classmates commented, how did he manage that so quickly? Thankfully, this girl isn't from our class. Otherwise, we would have lost a potential pursuit. Indeed, thank you, Lin Bin, for not choosing someone from our class. You truly are exceptional. Lin Bin is my role model. When did they start seeing each other? That girl possesses a simple beauty. She is quite lovely. They truly resemble a couple. Lin Bin's roommates have also begun to chime in. Brother Jia remarks, you all have just realized this? We in the dorm have known for ages. The chubby one adds, indeed, she is undeniably a girl of school beauty caliber. A curious male classmate inquires about their major. The chubby one responds, she's not from our college or major. She hails from the Fine Arts Department of the School of Arts. Impressive, isn't it? The male classmates exclaim, amazing. To pursue a girl of school beauty caliber across departments and colleges. Lin Bin is remarkable. He doesn't compete with the boys from our own college for girls. So moving. I admire him greatly. I adore this guy. Long live Lin Bin. Hail to Aubin. The enthusiasm of the male classmates in the group chat draws the girls to join the conversation. What a pity. Our class has lost a handsome contender. Indeed, it's our fault as girls. The fertile water flows to outsiders. It's infuriating. Am I the only one who thinks Lin Bin is handsome? No. You are not alone. All right. What good does it do to say this now? Where were you all earlier? The group chat buzzes with ongoing discussions. They unanimously agree that Xiaoxi is an unparalleled beauty, a simple yet ethereal goddess. If only her military training weren't pulled down, revealing her complete eyes and eyebrows, it would not be an exaggeration to call her the first beauty of Ning University. Lin Bin, too, is regarded as a heartthrob in the eyes of the girls. At this moment, Lin Bin's attention is solely on teaching Xiaoxi how to operate an online store. Admiring her perfect profile, her ears pale and slightly translucent with delicate veins visible, her oval face, exquisitely small nose, cherry-like pink lips, and the two rabbits that, having been liberated from their constraint as she earnestly listens, subtly sway beneath her camouflage t-shirt with her slight movements. Lin Bin feels his face flush, his heart racing, and his breath quickening, his mouth parched. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xiaoxi slowly turns her head, nearly brushing her lips against Lin Bin's face, startling her into leaning back and shifting to the side. Oh, I've just been talking too much. My mouth is a bit dry, inhaling less and exhaling more. Lin Bin chuckles, it's fine. Let us continue. He secretly wishes for Xiaoxi to accidentally kiss his face. However, it seems that Xiaoxi has caught on to his intentions, and during the ensuing lesson, she remains attentive to his head, leaning closer. Thus, the moment when their faces nearly touched never materialized, let alone the accidental kiss. The fantasy momentarily shattered, Lin Bin remains undeterred. After all, there is plenty of time at Ning University. Have you got the hang of it? Lin Bin inquires. Xiaoxi nods, almost. If there's anything I don't understand later, I'll come to you. She notices the cafeteria staff already mopping the floor. All right, I'll download the backend for your phone. Let me tell you the login credentials. Lin Bin speaks softly, leaving Xiaoxi momentarily stunned. Thanks to all the donations that placed me 14th on the gift leaderboard. The story continues, full of excitement. Chapter 92, Indirectly. How did you know my birthday? Xiaoxi asks timidly. Lin Bin smiled with satisfaction. Have you forgotten that I am a fortune teller? It was no wonder that Xiaoxi had come to believe in Lin Bin's divination skills, unaware that he was actually the reincarnation of his sixth brother. Thank you. Xiaoxi finally raised her head slightly to look at Lin Bin, her tone as gentle as a spring breeze. However, upon meeting his gaze, she quickly lowered her head again, a typical display of shyness for a girl. Lin Bin understood her well. Let us continue our meal and chat as we eat, he suggested. I'm full, she replied. Full? Lin Bin glanced at her bowl, noticing that half of the rice remained. It seemed she had a small appetite, and the cafeteria staff had served her a generous portion. Not wanting to waste food, Lin Bin thought little of it and began to eat the rice she had left. Xiaoxi blushed deeply. She wanted to say something to Lin Bin, but hesitated. After all, he was eating her leftover rice with her chopsticks, such an intimate act. Lin Bin remained oblivious to the significance of his actions, as during their previous life together, he often finished the food she couldn't eat, gaining over 20 pounds from college graduation compared to the beginning of freshman year. This rice is a bit hard, Lin Bin remarked as he picked up Xiaoxi's used spoon and took several hearty sips of the seaweed egg drop soup, savoring the flavor. The cafeteria food was as it was, yet with the person he cherished most by his side, everything tasted delightful. Xiaoxi bit her soft pink lips, feeling a peculiar tingling sensation coursing through her lips, both inside and out. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and she clutched the hem of her camouflage pants tightly under the table, her body aflame with embarrassment. Having always kept her distance from male classmates, she felt particularly nervous in the presence of the opposite sex, and this situation only intensified her anxiety. Only when Lin Bin noticed her slight shiver did he glance at the spoon in his hand and the chopsticks resting on her bowl. So, we inadvertently shared a kiss. He mused. No wonder she was so flustered. Lin Bin felt he had hit the jackpot that evening, his heart brimming with joy. He decided to treat the moment as though nothing had happened, blissfully continuing to use Xiaoxi's utensils to enjoy his meal, relishing the seaweed egg drop soup. After finishing, he thought to himself that this was the most delicious meal in the world. At that moment, Teacher Kong, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, appeared beside Li Dong and took a seat, her gaze lingering on Lin Bin and Xiaoxi. Teacher Kong has arrived, they remarked. Ah, Lin Bin is quite impressive, already charming a girl from another department at the start of the semester. Very well done. Indeed, Teacher Kong, they replied. When you plan to find someone? Teacher Kong inquired of Li Dong. Feeling bashful, Li Dong responded, I don't possess Lin Bin's capabilities. I'll leave it to fate. You all should learn from Lin Bin. Our department has a low ratio of female students, Teacher Kong advised. Yes, I've noticed. Li Dong expressed gratitude towards Lin Bin for not pursuing any girls from the mechanical and electrical engineering safety program. In college, I feel it's best to experience a pure romance. Otherwise, once we enter society, we might have some regrets. Campus love in university is remarkably pure, devoid of discussions about material possessions such as housing and vehicles or the intricacies of dowries before graduation. In his younger days, Professor Kong devoted himself entirely to his studies, missing out on the opportunity to engage in a sincere and innocent romance during his university years, which sometimes fills him with regret. Once he stepped beyond the campus gates, he found that many relationships were tainted by the harsh realities of life. Indeed, once I finish with class matters, I will seek someone out. When I am not pursuing girls, I will consult Lin Bin for guidance. After a casual conversation, the two swiftly transitioned to discussing the recently commenced class affairs. Lin Bin rose to assist Xiaoxi in gathering her art pieces, placing them into her canvas bag, and slinging his own backpack over his shoulder. Allow me to escort you back, he offered. You should return early to rest. Xiaoxi, not wishing to impose on Lin Bin's time and energy, knew that insufficient rest would make military training arduous. Lin Bin waved his hand dismissively. I have plenty of time and energy. Military training does not tire me at all. I will accompany you back. Although we are on campus, Ningda is open, and some unsavory characters might be lurking. What they set their sights on you? He understood that she was always considerate of others. This was her way of showing concern. However, he wished to emulate his previous life, safely escorting her to the girls' dormitory, hopeful for a hug or a farewell kiss. How delightful that would be. Let's be on our way, he said. Xiaoxi nodded obediently. Securing her canvas bag, and together they approached Delu and the others. Lin Bin waved goodbye to Professor Kong and Li Dong, who smiled knowingly. Their eyes conveyed an understanding that anyone could decipher. Delu scrutinized Xiao Shi from head to toe. Lin, did you bully her? To which Lin Bin responded with a smile, of course not. Xiao Shi blushed, her usual quietness betrayed by Lin Bin's defense. That's good, Delu said, linking her arm with Xiao Shi's as if protecting a younger sister, walking ahead with Xiao Yu and Xiao Qin, occasionally glancing back at Lin Bin. Walk slower. We girls have matters to discuss that you shouldn't overhear. Understood. Lin Bin nodded, trailing behind them at a distance, observing their whispered exchanges and bursts of laughter. Girls do indeed have an abundance of secrets. Lin Bin mused internally, wishing that these three bright lights were not there, allowing him to walk alongside Xiao Shi and personally see her safely to the dormitory entrance, watching her ascend the stairs. Beneath the warm glow of the streetlights, he savored the tender, heart-fluttering moments they had shared in the cafeteria. Upon reaching the entrance of the third female dormitory, Xiao Shi turned to Lin Bin and said, Lin, we have arrived safely. You should return now to rest. Her words were so gentle that he relished every syllable. He nodded, but called out to Delu. Wait a moment. What is it? Delu inquired. I mentioned I would treat you all to a feast. Tomorrow, after military training, around 6:30 to 10:30. I assure will not interfere with your rest. Lin Bin smiled. To win the heart of Xiao Shi and solidify his relationship with the three young ladies. It is of utmost importance and necessity. Fortunately, he has embraced new culinary skills, allowing him to prepare a sumptuous feast in a quaint little restaurant, fostering camaraderie through delightful food and drinks. A splendid plan indeed. Most importantly, Xiao Shi must attend tomorrow evening, as he intends to showcase his extraordinary culinary talents before her. In his past life, during their time together, whenever they resided outside of school, the gentle and virtuous Xiao Shi would prepare meals for him. At that time, he was utterly inept in the kitchen, incapable of even the most basic tasks. It was truly burdensome for her. Thankfully, he has been reborn, granting him the opportunity to rectify many past regrets. Heartfelt gratitude to the 13th rank on the gift leaderboard and all the supporters of the Lords of Drama. Chapter 93, Preparations. He also planned to test new dishes, including glowing fried rice, divine spicy scrambled eggs, and exquisite spicy chicken cubes. Wonderful, exclaimed Delu and the others in unison. We are blessed by our roommate with such a feast. Xiao Shi, you must join us as well. Lin Bin said with a gentle smile. She is the most pivotal character in this gathering. Her absence would be unacceptable. Xiao Shi glanced at her roommates and nodded. All right, I will go with them. That is splendid. See you tomorrow. You all should head upstairs, take an early shower, and rest well. Goodbye. Goodbye. They chorused. Xiao Shi is different. You should return and rest early. Lin Bin mused warmly. Is it possible that he is not far from being with Xiao Shi? I understand. Xiao Shi, he called out joyfully, watching as the four young ladies ascended the stairs, disappearing around the corner. He then returned to the boys' dormitory, relishing every moment spent with Xiao Shi, his heart brimming with contentment. Upon reaching the ground floor, he looked up at their dormitory. The lights were on, and noticing it was still only around 7:40, he made his way to the parking lot, settled into his car, and drove towards the food street. Tomorrow, Xiao Shi and her roommates would dine at the restaurant, and he felt it essential to prepare adequately. Upon arriving at the food street, Lin Bin meticulously cleaned the restaurant, ensuring everything was spotless. He then visited a nearby supermarket to purchase Xiao Shi's favorite red date yogurt, placing it in the refrigerator. He also stocked an array of beverages and beers for her roommates. Standing in the restaurant, he surveyed the surroundings and nodded to himself in approval. For Xiao Shi, he must take this seriously, more seriously than in his previous life. He would cherish and pamper her unceasingly. Next, he called Old Zhang. Boss Lin. Old Zhang's voice was cheerful. What can I do for you? Old Zhang, your village must have green and red peppers, as well as ginger and garlic, right? Grown organically without pesticides or fertilizers. Indeed, we have them. Please ensure they are delivered to me on time tomorrow. Absolutely. Thank you for your hard work. Hard work? You're the one bringing us business. Let's leave it at that then. All right, goodbye. After hanging up, Lin Bin pondered what else he might need to prepare. Tomorrow evening's grand feast must be executed flawlessly, ensuring the satisfaction of Lu and the others. To further satisfy Xiao Shi and to showcase his culinary prowess, Lin Bin contemplated acquiring a pristine set of chef's attire. Would it be too ostentatious if he donned a new, immaculate chef's robe? No. He decided to let things unfold naturally. Lin Bin believed that his looks and demeanor were commendable enough that a chef's robe might be superfluous. Ah, the legendary incubator. Upon spotting a pile of rural chicken eggs in the corner, an idea struck him. This marvelous device from the confines of his space. With a focused thought, he activated the system and entered the space, revealing a gleaming, square machine. Towering nearly 2 meters, measuring 8 meters in length and 5 in width. It featured a row of multifunctional buttons on the right side. At first glance, Lin Bin noticed the power switch and the buttons for initiating the incubation process. The user interface appeared straightforward, and after a brief perusal of the instructions, he felt confident in his understanding. With a mere thought, he placed the 24 chicken eggs from his shop into the legendary incubator, engaged the switch, and commenced the incubation process. Within this space, he possessed the ability to manipulate the flow of time. Just 1 second later, the rural chicken eggs hatched into chirping chicks who stumbled as they attempted to stand, only to master the art of walking a second later, bouncing about joyfully. Lin Bin, with a flick of his mind, transported the lively chicks to the grassy expanse of his spiritual spring space, controlling the flow of time to expedite their growth. In a mere 3 seconds, they matured, their feathers smooth and resplendent, strutting about with vibrant vitality. Impressive, Lin Bin mused to himself. He had secured the ingredients for tomorrow's spicy, stir-fried chicken. After completing these preparations, Lin Bin locked up the shop and drove back to campus, ascending to his dormitory. As he entered, his roommates turned to him in unison, exchanging knowing glances and teasing remarks. Off to see your little girlfriend again, were you? What is the status of your relationship? Do share. We are eager to hear about your romance. Their banter was reminiscent of their previous lives, at times annoying, yet at other moments delightfully lively. In a good mood that day, Lin Bin found their playful ribbing endearing and chuckled as he retorted, "You're all just like gossiping girls, especially you, Brother Jia. As the dorm leader, you ought to set a better example. Less gossiping and more focus on our studies. Additionally, cut down on your movie watching." His roommates erupted in laughter. Brother Jia, slightly embarrassed, responded with a grin, "You think everyone can find a girlfriend as quickly as you? Without one, of course. I have to find entertainment elsewhere." "Indeed, you've struck up a connection so swiftly," one of them exclaimed. "I truly didn't expect you to be sincere. Your little girlfriend is as beautiful as you described. She is definitely a campus beauty, pure, unpretentious, and ethereal. I believe none of the girls from the previous campus beauty rankings can compare to your girlfriend. Your taste is exceptional, and your pace is impressive. How'd you come to know her?" Hearing his roommates' enthusiastic affirmations of his taste and their continuous praises for Xiao Shi, Lin Bin felt a swell of pride. He smiled and replied, "I possess a gift for divination. She is the one destined for me in this lifetime. That is why I enrolled at Ning University to find her. How else could I have established such a rapport so swiftly?" His roommates, however, remained skeptical. "Nonsense. What are you rambling about? Quickly impart some wisdom." "Indeed, one must not keep such matters concealed, my brother. It is as if fate has intertwined our destinies. Do I appear to be a suave charmer? Hardly. I have merely set my heart upon her and remained steadfastly sincere." Lin Bin speaks from the depths of his heart. The missed opportunities of a past life have led us to this moment, a true testament to destiny. His affections for Xiao Shi are genuine and unwavering. In this lifetime, he is determined to marry her, to nurture children together, to mutually accompany each other in fulfilling those unachieved dreams, and to grow old hand in hand. What a splendid tale. Let us applaud you. I am nearly moved to tears. Now, do share your insights on courting, for I too wish to learn." Lin Bin shook his head slightly, then pointed to the bed where the young master Li Wei was engrossed in conversation with some young lady, addressing Jie Gu and the others. "If you truly wish to learn the art of wooing, take a page from Li Wei's book. He is exceptionally skilled in this domain, with ample practical experience. The roommates turned in unison to gaze at Li Wei on the bed, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they implored, "Young master, please teach us the ways of courting." However, Li Wei chuckled and replied, "Courtship? I know not how. I merely excel at spending money. Thank you to the 16th place on the gift leaderboard. I cherish all your support." The story is far from over, and the excitement continues. Chapter 94. The top of the campus bell rankings. Oh my, this approach of the young master is beyond my grasp, Diego remarked, waving his hand dismissively. "I lack the means." Hogo withdrew. The roommates fell into a sudden silence. A young master indeed. His words are astonishing. Linbin chuckled, taking a shower before retiring to bed. At that moment, Diego called out loudly to him, "Ah Bin, your girlfriend has made it to the campus bell rankings, and she is number 1. Discovered again?" Linbin sat up in bed, reaching for his phone to check. Indeed, he found that the top of the campus bell rankings on Ningda's forum was none other than Muxi. All her details, including her college and major, were laid bare, accompanied by a photograph. The backdrop of the image was the entrance of the cafeteria on the 3rd floor, where Xiao Shi's bangs and medium-length hair were blown by the wind, revealing her unparalleled beauty, fully illuminated by the setting sun. The news of her ranking posed a dilemma for both Xiao Shi and Lin Bin. Xiao Shi wished to avoid the attention of male suitors during her university years, preferring to remain unattached. Lin Bin, on the other hand, was not afraid of having a multitude of rivals, but found the prospect rather cumbersome. Nevertheless, there was no turning back now. He must find a way to address the situation. "Is she your campus bell girlfriend?" Yi inquired. Lin Bin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that is her. Indeed, she is the campus belle." "Ah Bin, you may find yourself in a predicament. Should you require assistance from us brothers, do not hesitate to ask. We shall certainly fend off all your rivals. However, having a campus belle as a girlfriend can be quite troublesome, as you will likely face many competitors." "Indeed, Ah Bin. What are your plans?" Lin Bin replied. "I am contemplating my options." His thoughts were no longer on the multitude of rivals, but rather on the possibility of someone harassing Xiao Shi, which would frighten her terribly. His concern for her was paramount. Suddenly, a message chimed on his phone. He opened the text to find a note from Lu. "Xiao Shi has been listed on the campus bell rankings. Hasten your thoughts, lest your rival seize the opportunity first." Lin Bin nodded and replied, "Thank you, Lu. I shall treat you to chicken legs tomorrow evening. No need for thanks. I simply believe you are superior to the other boys. I appreciate your affirmation." Lin Bin then closed his phone screen. After a moment's contemplation, he opened WeChat and messaged Xiao Shi. "Have you gone to sleep yet?" Xiao Shi, "Not yet. I am still studying the techniques you taught me. Let us have breakfast together tomorrow." This was Lin Bin's plan. By remaining close to Xiao Shi, he believed her suitors would diminish significantly, perhaps even disappear entirely. "Xiao Shi, I wake up very early." Lin Bin, "No matter, I can rise as well." Xiao Shi, "Perhaps not. I will have breakfast with my roommates." Lin Bin surmised she preferred to rise early alone and savor the cheapest breakfast in solitude, which would be inconvenient for him. "Lin Bin, I estimate your paintings will sell soon. I can lend you some money to spend." Xiao Shi, "No need. We will meet tomorrow evening." Lin Bin felt his initial idea was futile and sought alternatives. Suddenly, he glanced at Li Wei and an epiphany struck him. Monetary power? Indeed. He chuckled softly. Jie Gu inquired, "Have you devised a plan, Ah Bin? We must guard against fire, theft, and upperclassmen. I suspect your beloved Su Mu. She has been nominated for the campus beauty list. I have a solution. Allow me to try it first." Lin Bin accessed the Ningdao forum and sent a private message to the campus beauty list administrator. "Greetings. Kindly remove Su Mu Shi from a list. I will offer you 10,000 yuan. She is now my girlfriend. Please do not create further complications for us." "Thank you." Lin Bin smiled confidently. There are few problems in this world that wealth cannot resolve. If they exist, simply increase the sum. He glanced at the still chatting Li Wei and chuckled again. "What is the outcome?" Diego asked. Lin Bin's roommates expressed their concerns about Lin Bin and Xiao Shi's situation, fearing the loss of their friend's girlfriend to another. They lamented, some even weeping. After a few moments, the Ningdao administrator replied, "I apologize. My investigation was insufficient. I must extend my apologies to you. Also, will you truly pay the 10,000 yuan? Lin Bin, as long as you refrain from listing Muxi again, I will pay you. Should this occur again, I will pursue legal action, as it constitutes an infringement on my girlfriend's portrait rights. Do you understand? Ningda Administrator, I'm sorry. I no longer want the money. I have already removed your girlfriend from the list. Lin Bin, thank you for your efforts. What is the outcome? The chubby roommate and others inquired. Lin Bin's lips curved into a smile. The matter was resolved. Impressive. That's my Bin. Amidst the flattery from his roommates, Lin Bin waved his hand. All right, everyone, let us hurry to bed. The chubby roommate, closest to the switch, turned off the lights. Lin Bin soon drifted into a beautiful dream under the night sky. Regrettably, the next day, many endured the military training ritual to invoke rain, but it proved ineffective, with numerous freshmen lamenting their fatigue. Yet Lin Bin, endowed with the super soldier physique, managed to navigate it with ease. He was preoccupied with thoughts of the evening gathering, contemplating how to showcase his myriad strengths before Xiao Shi and her roommates. After the military training concluded at noon, Lin Bin announced in the restaurant's fan group and on his Kuaishou account that he would be closing for the evening. He wished to avoid any disturbances during their gathering. Subsequently, he informed his roommates that they need not come in the evening, to which they nodded in understanding, their gazes suggesting an unspoken comprehension of his intent. Having consumed only a couple of buns for lunch, Lin Bin did not return to the dormitory, but instead went to the restaurant. There, he procured 3 free-range chickens from his storage space, dispatched them, plucked their feathers, and disemboweled them before cutting them into pieces, preserving them in his space to maintain their quality by controlling the flow of time. He wanted to prepare dinner in advance to avoid appearing flustered and less composed in front of Xiao Shi and her friends. In the afternoon, the military training felt interminable to many of the new students, yet Lin Bin experienced no fatigue. Time seemed to fly by, invigorated by the benefits of the super soldier physique. At 6:11 p.m., as the military training for his major came to an end, Lin Bin sprinted to the playground, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Xiao Shi and her companions. When they finally appeared, Lin Bin's gaze frequently gravitated towards Xiao Shi. Shall we go for a feast? Or perhaps a quick shower first? The Lu suggested. Sitting down to eat together while drenched in sweat doesn't seem very appealing. Sure, I'll shower as well. And then I'll meet you downstairs to take you up, Lin Bin replied without hesitation, noting Xiao Shi's penchant for cleanliness. Besides, he had worked up a bit of sweat himself. A shower before dining was indeed refreshing. Goodbye. They exchanged farewells and parted ways, each returning to their respective dormitories to freshen up. By a little past 7, Lin Bin had completed his shower. He donned a casual outfit, his hair freshly cut short since the start of school, presenting a clean and dapper appearance, radiating a handsome charm. Oh dear, off to a date again. How envious we are, Jiegu remarked, surveying Lin Bin with a tinge of jealousy. They had toiled through military training, yet this fellow neither complained nor showed signs of fatigue, and he was out courting girls daily. Perhaps you should watch fewer films to avoid such delusions. Military training has taken a toll on you. Once you improve your physique and temperament, I'm sure you'll have a girlfriend soon. Lin Bin chuckled in response. His roommates echoed their agreement, and Jiegu, with a smile, replied, I'll take your advice, though I'm not sure if I'll succeed. Lin Bin, could you keep an eye on me? Lin Bin nodded. Of course, we'll all keep an eye on you, lest the dormitory's internet speed falters due to your nightly film escapades. While they exchanged jokes and laughter, Delu called Lin Bin. Delu, what is up? Xiao Shi might not be able to join us for the feast. Is something wrong? Has Xiao Shi fallen ill again? Lin Bin inquired anxiously. No. A senior is confessing to Xiao Shi downstairs with a bouquet of roses in hand. You should hurry over to take a look. She is too frightened to go down. How can she join us for dinner? I understand. I'll head over right away. Be careful, and for heaven's sake, don't resort to violence. I won't. You can rest assured. Lin Bin hung up the phone. Pursuing a girl is a fair game. He wouldn't resort to violence. Besides, it's merely a confession, not an act of indecency. Lin Bin was well aware that the slightly socially anxious Xiao Shi would not accept this senioress advances. Upon arriving downstairs, he drove over. When he reached the entrance of Dormitory 3, he noticed a crowd gathered, and a voice reached Lin Bin's ears as he stepped out of the car. Muxi, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Upon closer inspection, Lin Bin saw a striking boy standing out among the crowd, calling out to Xiaoxi's dormitory. For Xiaoxi, this was indeed an awkward method of pursuit. Lin Bin thought to himself that this was precisely the kind of confession Xiaoxi would find unbearable. He could easily imagine her trembling in fear and feeling embarrassed upstairs. Closing the car door, he made his way into the crowd. The senior was Gao Feng, a handsome third-year student from the art academy. Another junior was about to suffer, it seemed. Indeed, what they say online is true. Beware of seniors. Especially when the juniors haven't even finished their military training yet. How shameless. This man was nothing but a heartbreaker, having caused trouble for countless juniors during his sophomore year. Listening to the murmurs around him and observing Gao Feng with a rose in hand, Lin Bin shook his head slightly. Pushing through the crowd, he approached Gao Feng, who was flanked by 5 imposing seniors. You all can disperse. I am Su Muxi's husband, Lin Bin said with a calm smile. Gao Feng paused for a moment. Husband? Yes, Su Muxi is my wife. We have a childhood betrothal. Lin Bin began to weave his tale. Childhood betrothal? Gao Feng was utterly astonished. What kind of society are we in for this? Don't doubt it. It's the truth, Lin Bin replied with a smile. Gao Feng chuckled. I don't believe it. I will make you believe, Lin Bin said as he called Lu. Yes, bring my wife down. It's fine, I'll handle it. After hanging up, Gao Feng and his 5 companions exchanged glances, and after surveying the situation, they likely chose to remain for the sake of appearances. Gao Feng scrutinized Lin Bin, feeling his confidence take a significant hit. Lin Bin was taller, more handsome, and exuded a charm that rendered Gao Feng utterly uncompetitive. Perhaps swayed by the prospect of a grand meal, Lu managed to coax Xiaoxi downstairs. She was flanked by Xiaoye and Xiaoqin, protecting her as they made their way to the entrance. Lin Bin stepped forward and asked the dormitory supervisor to open the door. Upon recognizing him, the supervisor smiled and said, Here to see your wife? Indeed, he replied. The supervisor happily opened the door for him. Hearing the exchange between the supervisor and Lin Bin, Gao Feng's expression changed repeatedly, and his companions were similarly affected, exchanging glances before ultimately shaking their heads. Lin Bin paid no heed to them, laughing and chatting with Xiao Shi as they exited the girls' dormitory and approached his car. He opened the door, allowing Xiao Shi to seat herself in the passenger side. Fastening her seatbelt, perhaps overwhelmed by the recent confession, Xiao Shi felt a wave of embarrassment and anxiety, causing her to forget to reject Lin Bin's intimate gesture. As he settled into the car and drove away from the dormitory, heading towards the food street outside the campus, Gao Feng glanced at the rear of Lin Bin's vehicle, then at the rose in his hand, his face flushing crimson, akin to a monkey's rear. His 5 companions bore expressions of discomfort, as if their toes could unearth entire sets of 3-bedroom apartments. The dormitory matron shut the door behind them, shaking her head at Gao Feng and muttering, One ought to ascertain whether the girl has a boyfriend before making a confession. Truly, what an embarrassing situation to create for oneself. On the road, Lin Bin stole a glance at Xiao Shi, noticing her complexion had improved. You weren't too frightened, were you? He inquired. A little, she admitted. Lin Bin initially intended to suggest that he could be her boyfriend in the future, but he felt it was not yet the right moment. Pretending to be her boyfriend could serve as a suitable starting point, he thought, waiting for the evening gathering to showcase his character before broaching the topic. Shaolin, you were incredibly impressive just now, De Lu praised. In comparison to Gao Feng, Lin Bin was truly exceptional. She believed that the senior who stood before Lin Bin appeared merely as an ordinary passerby, lacking any remarkable qualities. Really? Lin Bin chuckled. Indeed, you exude masculinity and strength. Xiao Yu and Xiao Qin chimed in. Lin Bin teased, I hope you're not flattering me just because I'm treating you to a lavish meal. De Lu and the others erupted in laughter. Am I that easy to see through? Of course. You must know I possess the gift of foresight, right? You're a fortune teller. Why not predict when I'll have a boyfriend? De Lu asked. Lin Bin replied, in your 2nd year, around October. Is that so? I'll hold you to that. If you're wrong, I'll make sure Xiao Shi ignores you. De Lu responded with a grin. Xiao Shi nodded, feeling slightly socially anxious and not particularly adept at conversation or humor. Without De Lu and the others, she would have found it difficult to breathe in Lin Bin's presence. Their chatter brought them to the food street. Lin Bin adeptly parked the car, and they strolled down the bustling street, where many shops had already opened, their lights aglow. Shadows danced amidst the throngs of people, and the air was infused with the delightful aromas of countless delicacies, imbuing the area with a vibrant, lively atmosphere. This place is wonderful, with so many delicious options. Indeed, and the energy is palpable, the girls remarked, expressing their gratitude to Lin Bin for bringing them here. We've arrived. Lin Bin paused in front of his modest restaurant, retrieving his keys to unlock the roll-up door, which emitted a cheerful clattering sound as he lifted it. Through the glass door, the interior was fully visible, showcasing a clean and bright floor alongside neatly arranged tables and chairs. Shaolin, I can't believe you opened a restaurant near the school. Exclamait Dalu, visibly surprised. Yes, it's my little eatery, Lin Bin replied, opening the glass door to invite them inside. Xiao Yu and Xiao Qin exchanged glances, realizing that the car he had purchased must have been funded by his restaurant profits. Indeed. Please, sit down. I'll start preparing a feast right away while you chat, Lin Bin urged. Xiao Yu and Xiao Qin nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting their admiration for Lin Bin. Many students relied on their parents for financial support during their university years. Yet Lin Bin had established his own business and even earned enough to buy an expensive car, a rare feat among students. Xiao Shi, I think Xiao Lin is quite impressive, Xiao Yu remarked, raising an eyebrow at Xiao Shi. Xiao Qin nodded in agreement, whispering, Xiao Shi, you should consider developing a relationship with him. I believe you two are quite compatible. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi quickly cast a glance at Lin Bin's back before lowering her head. Signaling her friends to keep their voices down, she felt embarrassed. This topic was her greatest source of anxiety. Thank you to all the supporters of the gift ranking, especially to the 18th place, Lu Su. The story is not yet complete. The excitement continues. Chapter 96. A man who can cook. Lin Bin entered the kitchen, retrieving the rice he had prepared the previous night from storage, breaking it apart so that each grain was separate. He decided to start with the glowing fried rice. They had not yet finished their meal, and this dish could be prepared quickly, allowing him to take his time with the main courses later. Lin Bin cracked 6